The pervert in front of us finally died today, but it doesn't hurt to die. This not only leaves the enemy speechless, more heartbreaking and tearful for companions. Just now, Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi haven't seen anyone come out yet. I'm worried that there might be other puppets in this underground palace, so I went with the students. But I walked for a while. Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something. He immediately stopped. Just turn around and look at the students. Just let him stay up there and wait for himself. And let him not worry about going down alone. If you really can't beat the opponent, I can still fly on my own. Luo Qiqi heard the teacher say so. I also know that I can't help the teacher in front of the puppet. Instead, it may become a burden to him. I also thought that the teacher has many unexpected methods. I will no longer avoid it. I turned around and walked out. However, after Zhang Xian saw the other party leave, not directly entering the underground palace, but instead, I found a corner and sat down cross-legged. A mental movement. The witch soul immediately departs from the body. After all, Zhang Xian has no way of knowing the current situation below. So for safety reasons, first, use the witch soul to investigate. Even if there is something to escape from, it is easy. So Zhang Xian's soul quickly arrived at the underground palace. Can walk all the way. We also found a lot of bloodstains on the ground. After opening the eye of reason to observe, it has also been confirmed that it was left behind by a few of them. Quickly flew forward. After flying for a while, I couldn't find many people. Instead, I saw 7 or 8 puppets. My heart twitched violently. His face became increasingly heavy. Just keep searching for the whereabouts of a few people. But it hasn't flown for a while yet. I saw nearly 10 puppets walking back side by side again. At this moment, Zhang Xian was very curious in her heart. I have seen many traces of fighting along the way. I haven't seen a single salted fish yet. If they're all okay, then why did the puppet leave instead of besieging? The more I think about it, the more uneasy Zhang Xian becomes. Just speed up and continue searching for people. Soon, we heard the sound of fighting coming from not far away. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately flew over. However, upon reaching the sky, I just saw 2 puppets, striving desperately to hit an energy membrane, and inside were just a few of them. I just noticed that the light film appears somewhat dim. It could be shattered at any time. I just took a closer look. I want to know the status of a few people. Find a way to save them. I only realized it when I came up to it. Except for a few of them inside. Actually, there is also a person who appears to have dried out long ago. Panchi sits in the middle. My heart suddenly shook. I just realized that this might be the one without sheep, my dear. But the current situation does not allow Zhang Xian to think too much. After all, several people inside the energy demon were seriously injured. Don't find a way anymore. They could all die here. However, a few people inside were on the brink of death. I also made my final farewell. And Xing Yuan also confessed to the princess my own admiration for him. But the princess also responded clearly to the other party. I have always felt that before reaching the level of a 6-star renowned teacher, I don't know how to play Talmiskin. Listen here. Xing Yuan also felt relieved. Then he shook his head and asked where Zhang Xian was. Don't you like him either? The princess heard this. I was momentarily stunned in my heart, looking back on the days since I met that pervert, although he kept scolding him verbally. But it seems like he's always been on my mind, just when I don't know how to respond. Zhang Xian awkwardly said on the side, don't flirt here, okay? Let's discuss how to escape quickly. That's the way to go. Hearing this familiar voice, the princess's heart trembled uncontrollably, then let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Xian's reaction made the princess's face turn red. I just shook my head and muttered to myself, how could this be possible? This must be an illusion. However, after a few people on the side exchanged a glance, also looking at Princess Fair, it seems that we also heard the sound of zombies just now. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw everyone's puzzled expressions. I shook my head helplessly and said, okay, you didn't have any hallucinations. I am Zhang Xian. He came specifically to save you. Just used a secret technique. So that's why we can transmit the sound. I'm still outside. Hearing this, everyone feels like they've seen a ghost. I lost Zhang's family. You can come in and talk to us even though you're outside. Just the princess on the side watching Zhang Xian come to save herself. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, what's the solution now? Can you rescue us? Later, after communicating with Zhang Xian and several others, it was discovered that a puppet originally consisting of nearly 20 heads, always hitting the energy membrane, just 10 minutes ago. I don't know why only 2 were left. All the others have left. After understanding these, Zhang Xian only then realized, more than 10 minutes ago, it was the time when the dragon lock was broken. Is it possible that they want to go to another place? My eyebrows tightened at the thought of this. Just have a few people wait here for him to come back later. After all, his physical body is right at the exit. If these 20 puppets really pass by, once discovered, isn't it just being torn into powder? A few people heard him say he was leaving. I immediately panicked as well. But Zhang Xian couldn't pay attention to them at this moment. I tried my best and flew back, quickly returned to the body. But I didn't find the puppet. My own body has not been attacked in any way. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also very strange. What do these puppets really want to do? Not besieging a few people. I didn't go to another underground palace. I thought about it for a moment. So I transferred the clone out. Then take out a ring. Put the physical body of the entity inside. Leave it to the clone to carry. After all, he has immortality. Without a soul, the body does not need to breathe. Put it inside the ring and let him watch. That would be much safer. So he confessed to clone. Let him wait here. Go take a look yourself and come back. It flew out quickly. Not long after, I saw a group of puppets walking towards the direction of the encase. Although Zhang Xian was very puzzled in her heart, but it also closely follows. Quickly disappeared into the darkness with them. However, upon seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately opened her hazy eyes. The previously pitch-black place suddenly became transparent. And this environment looks like a town. You can come here. These puppets still haven't stopped. The meaning of steps. Still walking forward. Not long after, Zhang Xian also followed them to a river here. Come to a stop. However, just as Zhang Xian was puzzled, why don't they besiege the princess and a few others? On the contrary, when I came here, I saw a puppet leap forward. I jumped into the river. Immediately after, I heard the sound of gears rotating. Then I saw a circular cone slowly surfacing from the water. When the circular cone completely floats up, a chilling and fierce killing aura, rushing towards you head-on. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted uncontrollably upon seeing the situation. He couldn't believe how strong this evil aura was. The witch soul that can make him invisibly aimless. Almost fell because of this. After calming down, I couldn't help but look towards the circular cone. At this moment, I saw a watermelon-sized heart in the middle, slowly jumping. However, just as Zhang Xian, or how could there be a separate heart here? The puppet that jumped into the water just now, slowly approaching the circular platform, kneeled down. Immediately afterwards, a spiritual energy shot out from the heart, straight into the puppet's body, accompanied by a sound that ignites energy. The big guy who looked weak just now, instantly full of vitality, full of power throughout the body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He really can't figure it out. What's going on with this heart? Surprisingly, there is such a great ability. But Zhang Xian hasn't figured it out yet. I saw the puppets recover their strength one after another. If things continue like this, I'm afraid it's difficult to save them all. Once you understand this, don't hesitate anymore. Quickly fly towards the princess and a few others. However, the few people on the princess's side did not wait for Zhang Xian for a long time. When I was worried about his safety, I saw a puppet walking over from a distance. A few people immediately began to panic upon seeing the situation. This puppet will arrive soon. I took a photo right up front. Two big guys attacking the energy demon. I pointed to the corner next to it. What did the two guys realize? I just glanced in the direction of my fingers, suddenly let out a roar. And the few people sitting on the altar saw this. I couldn't help but feel anxious. I couldn't help but look over. Can you take a closer look? I just realized that the figure not far away was actually Zhang Xian. At this moment, a few people were almost scared to death. Didn't this pervert say he was here to save people? Why is he just swaggering over like this? He's obviously looking for death. However, Zhang Xian has not yet reacted on her end. Two puppets have jumped up to the front. And one of the big guys suddenly threw a punch. He crawled towards the other party, accompanied by a loud bang. Everyone saw Zhang Xian's entire head shattered, falling heavily to the ground. I couldn't help but exclaim Zhang Xian's name in shock, and the princess beside her. I couldn't hold back my tears and cried out loudly. You pervert! Aren't you quite impressive? Is our bet still ongoing? You can't die. I won't allow you to die. Get up! At this moment, the perverts looked at Zhang Shuai lying on the ground. They are all extremely sad. Although in their hearts, this pervert is usually very abnormal. He's just not bad, and this time I came specifically to save everyone. However, the two big guys also ignored the dead Zhang Shuai, just turned around and walked towards a few people. But at this moment, the puppet standing in front of the energy membrane, pointing backwards again. The two big guys also frowned when they saw this, just turning around. I just realized that my head was flattened just now. He stood up again. These two guys looked puzzled when they saw this, and the grieving princesses. At this moment, I was even more stunned, looking at the scene in front of me. They cannot understand. Why are you hitting your head like this? Maybe still alive. Just haven't made a few people figure it out yet. When exactly what happened? I saw two guys rushing towards Zhang Xian again. A fierce kick. He kicked a hole in his chest directly. and it bounced out. Seeing that I won't survive this time, they nodded in satisfaction before turning around and leaving. Just turned around, seeing the puppet pointing backwards again. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked back, discovering that the other party has stood up again. They were directly driven crazy by anger. So he jumped over again, just crazily output to the other party. No matter how you fight. Zhang Xian was hit and half of her head was missing. The body turns into thin slices. The leg bones and hand bones were also crushed to powder. In the end, he stood up. They were directly infuriated and screamed in anger. And everyone went crazy when they saw this scene. They can't believe it right now. Everything I see in front of me is real. I even suspected that I had been enchanted. However, just as everyone was shocked, Zhang Xian, who was beaten to pieces, suddenly stood up again. He suddenly ran out. The two big guys were even more furious when they saw this. I quickly chased after him. See here. The puppet standing in front of a few people said quickly, "Turn on the lighting. Hurry up and leave here." Upon hearing this, the princess and others, just foolishly looking at this big guy in front of me. At this moment, the puppet quickly finished speaking. "No need to guess. I am Zhang Xian. Just now, I used a secret technique to trick two guys away. You guys, come with me quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when the other puppets come back." I saw a few people still standing still in place. I don't seem to believe what I'm saying, so I decided to only deal with the princess. And I told you about the distant journey. Listen here. The shocked princess also confirmed the identity of the other party. So I stopped talking nonsense. With a wave of your little hand, you can put away the light demon. Zhang Xian's puppet has left. After a few steps, it was discovered that a few people did not follow. I quickly turned my head to look at them. Found several people still sitting on the ground. Everyone's face turned pale and they couldn't stand up. Quickly returned to the front. After understanding the situation, asked Wu Zhen to bring out the beautiful scenery. After Zhang Xian took the wine, injected several heavenly Dao Qi continuously. Just let a few people drink him. The princess and others dare not hesitate upon hearing this. I took down the wine jug and drank it. Took it for less than 2 breaths. Everyone also quickly recovered. Zhang Xian noticed that everyone's situation is good. Let them take away the senior's salted fish together. So he quickly left this place with a few people. Just arrived at the exit. I just realized the group of puppets who had just replenished their stamina. He rushed towards a few people. Zhang Xian saw the situation, thinking about my own witch soul entering the puppet body. The other party may not recognize it. So what I wanted to explain to these big guys, I saw a puppet leading the way. With a fierce kick, he kicked it over. The pervert in front of us is trying to save his companion, surprisingly choosing to sacrifice oneself. This made Luo Qiqi and the princess heartbroken for her. But she didn't die. But it was taken away by souls who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Just now, Zhang Xian used a clone to attract the puppet's firepower. I use my own witch soul. Enter the puppet that was killed in front of you. Come and save a few companions. Just after they left the altar. Just as we were about to reach the exit. But they encountered this group of puppets who had just been captured and were full of physical strength. I haven't waited for many people to recover yet. The other party suddenly rushed towards everyone. But just when Zhang Xian wants to use the puppet's body. When explaining to these guys, I saw a puppet led by them, suddenly kicked Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was kicked like this. The entire borrowed body immediately flew out. What he didn't expect was, the other party can actually distinguish between us and the enemy. At this point, Zhang Xian no longer pretended. He borrowed the puppet's body together. Just punched the puppet just now, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Zhang Xian's puppet fly backwards again. After all, Zhang Xian's soul power currently only has 5 mirrors. It's really impossible to compare with these guys who have achieved victory. He's just at war here. Other puppets. But they surrounded Princess Fair and a few others. See here. Zhang Xian is also anxious. After all, he just misunderstood now. It's still easy to leave, but they're different. However, just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly remembered. These guys ahead. It all relies on that heart to replenish energy. So he gritted his teeth. He suddenly rushed towards the direction of the river. Numerous puppets have witnessed the situation. First, I was taken aback. I immediately realized it. Everyone let out a roar. I don't care about anyone else either. He suddenly chased after Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Just shout at a few people, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Hurry up. A few people see this situation. A sudden tightness in my heart. Looking at Zhang Xian who was being chased with red eyes. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. They never expected it. The Zhang family in front of us is trying to save them. Not willing to risk one's own life. Even though he knew he would die 9 times in his lifetime, he didn't care. Still leading away all the puppets alone. At this moment, Wu Zhensai recovered from his grateful mood. Tell a few people to leave. Let's go quickly. Zombies are willing to lure away puppets for us. If we stay here and wait for death. I'm truly sorry for him. A few people also recovered upon hearing this, so he left the place as quickly as possible. Less than 10 breaths. We returned to the entrance of the valley. At this moment, Luo Chichi, who was waiting outside, saw a few people coming back. Excitedly welcomed them up. I am delighted that they have returned. When I want to say something to a few people, I saw everyone looking worried. Look inside. Seeing the appearance of a few people, Rocky couldn't help but furrow his brow in anger. What's wrong with you guys, and my teacher and others? I've been waiting for a while, but no one has replied. Luo Chichi was anxiously tugging at the princess. Ask what exactly happened. At this moment, Xing Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Tell him everything inside. However, upon learning of the teacher's current danger, Luo Chichi's whole body is soft. Kneel down directly to the ground. Immediately, he gritted his teeth in his heart. He suddenly stood up and rushed inside. Princess Fair, who was standing nearby, immediately stopped her upon seeing the situation, and make him calm down a bit. Zhang was surrounded in order to save us. If you go in again now, doesn't it mean that all his hard work was wasted? Listen here. Luo Chichi's heart trembled uncontrollably. Teasing tears slowly rolled down the pure white cheeks. At this moment, Xing Yuan came up to him. Just tell him that we can all understand your feelings. Don't we want to go save people? But we also know that. To what extent are our abilities? Even if I didn't come out just now or go in again to save people, this will only get more and more trapped. By then, it will actually disappoint. Zhang Shi sacrificed his life to save our hopes and emotions. There's only one thing we need to do now. That's just waiting here obediently. Wait for him to come out. I hope he can create miracles again. However, just as a few people approached to comfort Luo Chichi, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, I saw broken stones falling from above. In an instant, a large-scale collapse occurred. Seeing the situation from afar, I couldn't help but exclaim and leave when my pupils contracted. Everyone, hurry up. Everyone dared not hesitate. He ran straight out towards the exit of the valley. A few people just walked out. I haven't recovered yet. I heard a series of collapsing sounds behind me. The originally small valley collapsed instantly. A huge sinkhole has been created. At this moment, Luo Chichi turned around and took a look. My whole body couldn't help but panic. Suddenly, my eyes darkened, falling directly to the ground. I couldn't help but cry out, "Teacher." However, the princess beside her also turned pale at this moment. My legs went weak and I collapsed to the ground. See here. Before nightfall, the prince could no longer resist. So he said to a few people, "I'll go back now. Ask father to send troops. Even if it's digging 3 feet deep, we also need to rescue the zombies." I heard the other person say that. The princess also stood up to accompany the crown prince on their journey. Kaching Yuan Jian, the two of them had just finished speaking and were about to leave. Immediately stand in front of them and say you can't go. The princess's eyes revealed a murderous intent upon seeing this. Immediately after, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Just let out a roar, "How dare you block my way?" Xing Yuan saw Princess Fair so angry. I was also startled. Then I explained that I didn't mean to stop it. Are you really planning to move reinforcements? This underground palace not only involves Wu Yangzi, it also involves so many members of the alien race. Once this news is leaked, have you ever thought about the consequences? Princess Kefi is eager to save lives in this matter, completely ignoring the consequences of what the staff said, still roaring at the other party, "Quickly get out of here." However, at this moment, Luo Chichi also stood up and said to Fair, "What Xing Yuan just said is correct. The puppets of the alien race in the underground palace, once dug out, just one can destroy the entire Phantom Empire city. At that time, the living will suffer greatly. It's not something the teacher wants to see. Teacher is too kind and benevolent. I can't bear to see you killed. How can one bear to see billions of creatures fall into death? Listen here." The scent on Princess Fair also dissipated. As his face turned pale, he asked, "What should we do now?" So after several people discussed, finally, 3 people from Xingyuan returned to school. Report this matter to the court, and please ask the winner to come and help. However, after watching a few people leave, they both stared blankly at the big hole in front of them, waiting quietly. I hope to see Zhang Xian come out of the pit. 3 days have passed since we waited. There hasn't been any movement yet. At this moment, the two of them had a hopeful expression on their faces, gradually turned into disappointment. Time goes back to the underground palace 3 days ago. At this moment, I saw Zhang Xian's puppet enter the body, running frantically ahead, and the more than 20 foreign-scale puppets behind them are also relentlessly pursuing. They were roaring wildly one by one. Soon Zhang Xian arrived at the river. I see that the circular cone and heart in front of me are still there. I can't control that much either. Just jumped over. But I just came over. I saw this group of puppets in front of me, full of anxiety. I also wish I could tear myself apart. I think there must be something strange about this heart. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened like this. So I took a step forward. I want to see what he really is. When my gaze first focused on my heart, I just feel a strong killing aura, straight piercing into the mind, inserted into the head like a dagger. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Frown. Immediately activate the Heavenly Dao technique. It's just that the witch soul doesn't have the true chi of the Heavenly Dao. I can't resist this killing intent. Still feeling a splitting headache. I can't even hold on anymore. So he released the main body from the storage ring. The witch soul detached from the puppet as soon as it moved, returned to the original physical body. Subsequently, the true chi within the body is activated. Instantly clear. The killing aura in my mind immediately disappeared. Immediately after, it came to the heart, reaching out to touch it. When I thought about taking a closer look at this thing, just silently reciting a flaw in my heart, I haven't had a chance to open the book yet and observe. I just heard a crazy burst of laughter. Immediately, a black light appeared in front of my eyes. At this moment, a huge figure appeared before my eyes, and screaming wildly, "This body is too good. That's really great. God really helps me too. With this body, after sleeping for tens of thousands of years, I can finally be resurrected. Master Kong, aren't you planning to kill me? Okay, now wait for me to go back. See how I get back to your Ming Tang. Eliminate your legacy." As soon as the words fell, I saw him grab Zhang Xian over. Immediately after, the heart on the circular cone, he flew fiercely towards Zhang Xian's chest. It's like drilling into his body to replace his heart. If that's the case, then it is estimated that Zhang Xian's consciousness will be swallowed up, completely losing oneself. However, Zhang Xian's face darkened as she was caught. I just feel like an ant in front of others, completely unable to resist. Thinking to myself, is this guy trying to give up? Thinking of this is full of anxiety. So he continued to operate the heavenly Dao Qi within his body. But this operation, I just realized that I can no longer control my physical body. This feeling is like a ghost pressing on a bed. No matter how urgent it is, just can't move a bit. However, the black shadow in front of me, it's like seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts. With a cold smile, he said, "You don't have to resist either. I have suffered losses from my fear of the enemy in the past. Although you are a renowned master of the heavenly blade, but judging from your current cultivation level, I have no right to resist at all, so I advise you to obediently let me take my place, and I will also take your body to gallop through the world. Make the world tremble again. Listen here." Zhang Xian thought to herself, Kong is a peerless figure from tens of thousands of years ago, creating a master-teacher hall with one's own efforts. Fight against the alien race and completely expel them. No one can match the great contribution. No one stands shoulder to shoulder with the high level of cultivation. This guy actually said such things, so I couldn't help but ask. Even Master Kong has suffered losses in your hands. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Black Shadow coldly responded with a sentence. What is the name of this seat? I can't remember clearly anymore. But at that time, everyone called me a ruthless person. After speaking, I saw Zhang Xian with a strange expression on her face. Ask if you are a ruthless person. Black Shadow immediately responded that it was correct. Are you starting to feel scared now? However, Zhang Xian responded that she had not heard of it. Black Shadow didn't expect it. I actually encountered one myself. The Heavenly Blade Master who knows nothing. Also a roar of anger, today's work. Let me show you my strength. As soon as the words fell, I saw Black Shadow's hand forcefully squeezing Zhang Xian's throat. However, Zhang Xian, who was pinched, suddenly felt rapid breathing. Blackout. Knowing that one is powerless to resist, I couldn't help but shout. Are you really going to take me away? Since you and Master Kong are influential figures of the same generation, I, as an ordinary person, am like an ant in front of you. How about this? You put me down first. I definitely can't resist. I can't run either. But I haven't finished speaking yet. What did Black Shadow say? Do you still want to play tricks in front of me at this moment? Zhang Xian quickly explained that he was cruel. You are so powerful. Even if I want to play tricks, can I play in front of you? I just know you're about to take it away. I can't resist now either. I just want to know something before I die. It can also be considered as the final resting place of death. Listen here. Black Shadow responded coldly, you need to know. Playing tricks in front of me is useless. So I advise you not to overthink it. However, when Zhang Xian heard this, she looked disdainful and said, What? You don't believe it? I am not confident. Could it be that you, this ruthless person, are bragging and bragging? You're even afraid of me, a little one with such weak cultivation. When Haiying heard Zhang Xian say this, words with a mocking tone, I angrily rebuked him for being reckless. The beginning of the reign of the Heavenly Emperor. Even Master Kong has to fear 3 points. Even if a 9-star renowned teacher comes over, I can easily crush it to death. I would be afraid that your cultivation level is so low. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other person like this. Just keep saying that since you're not afraid. Why don't you let go of your doubts about me? My ability. Even with more means. I can't even hurt you, can I? So Black Shadow thought for a moment. I also don't think it's a big deal. Just let the other party go. Then let him know if he wanted to know anything, just ask him. However, Zhang Xian saw that she could manipulate her physical body. Just nod your head. Then he smiled faintly and said, do you recognize this thing? As soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian's spirit surge. A heavenly scripture fell from the sky. He suddenly smashed towards the other party. Immediately after, I heard the Black Shadow roaring wildly and throwing at me. You're meowing. Who exactly are you? Abnormal again today. Now he has this team. Looking at the entire continent. Who else dares to compete with it? Just now, Zhang Xian is about to be captured by the Black Shadow. So he used the method of provoking the other party. Sure enough, the Black Shadow that ran out of the heart fell for it. Just released Zhang Xian and said it to him. If there's anything you can't figure out, just ask. However, Zhang Xian saw that he could manipulate his physical body. Just nod your head. Then he smiled faintly and said, come take a look. Do you recognize this thing? As soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian's spirit surge. A heavenly scripture fell from the sky. He suddenly threw it at the other party. Immediately after, I heard the dark shadow roaring wildly at me, meowing. Who exactly are you? And Zhang Xian, who is currently practicing the scriptures, coldly respond to who I am. I am your grandfather. Then, I saw Yuan Tai instantly enveloped in a powerful aura. It's almost cracked under pressure. Spiritual energy scattered everywhere. The entire underground palace also began to shake violently. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiankai realized it. This is the core of the formation. If Yuan Tai collapses, then this underground palace will also collapse immediately. But just as Zhang Xian was thinking about what to do, only seeing the heart, hurriedly shouting, don't kill me. I can take you to a safe place. Although the other party said so, but Zhang Xian knows, don't kill him now. Once the scripture is withdrawn, it will disappear. At that time, I will lose the strength. It's difficult to control the other party again. Just based on the current situation, I really want to kill him. I can't even run on my own. Besides, the other party has lived for tens of thousands of years. The mystery of this underground palace must be fully understood. Perhaps he can really take himself away. So I thought that if the scriptures didn't smash him to death, can we seal him off? If it can be sealed, he won't be able to take action against himself. Then there's no need to be afraid. But Zhang Xian hasn't figured it out yet. I saw a flash of golden books, suddenly swaying, opened the book immediately. Then he clamped his heart in. The next second, I saw the books that were originally shining with golden light, instantly turned into an ordinary book, falling downwards. Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately reach out and catch it. Then I opened the book and took a look. Only then did I realize that this heart had turned into a picture. But you can still see him struggling desperately on the screen. Just no matter how he jumps. I can't jump out of the screen either. At this moment, the heart in the book revealed a fierce expression. What are you trying to do? Shouting angrily. Quickly release me out. However, what Zhang Xian did not expect was, this scripture actually has the sealing effect. And it's so simple to block the other party. Think of this. I couldn't help but laugh. Then I told the other person that I didn't do anything. You'd better tell me where the safe place is as soon as possible. Just an old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Now I've tidied up for a little guy. He roared with anger on his face. I am a ruthless person that even Confucius fears. You little junior. How dare you disrespect me? Do you believe it or not? But I haven't finished speaking yet. I was completely stunned by Zhang Xian. It bounces directly like being struck by lightning. In the book, I flipped several somersaults in a row before stopping. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the scene in the book again. Speaking of being cruel, right? Okay, let me give Grandpa a smile. Let me see how ruthless you are. My heart is about to cry when I hear this. After all, he is a towering immortal and powerful figure in history. A ruthless person who once roamed the heavens and the earth. Even if it's a Saint Domain powerhouse, it's also like playing in front of him. Now trapped in a book, being bounced around by this fire altar. Helplessly, he eventually compromised. Because he knows it himself. We are currently locked down here. In books that make him feel fearful and unable to resist, the other party may turn themselves into ashes at any time. So he showed Zhang Xian a smiling face. Immediately report the situation here truthfully to him. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian immediately flew to the location pointed by the other party and stopped. After seeing the exit blocked, just make the other party hurry up. Command the puppet to dig open the blocked way out. However, even if the heart is delayed, it cannot be slowed down. After responding, The puppets in the distance came one after another. Start digging the road. At this moment, Zhang Xian was overjoyed to see a group of big guys digging. Just look at the book in your hand. I learned about some past events from him. I asked for an unknown amount of time. Zhang Xian just closed the book. As for what he cares most about, did Master Kong have congenital fetal toxicity? This old guy really doesn't know. Even if we kill him, we won't be able to find out why. After all, poisoning is such a secretive matter. Even friends wouldn't let him know. Not to mention the enemy. Just like Zhang Xian's journey. No one knows about his poisoning. So the Kong family must have been the same back then. Just through inquiry, Zhang Xian also knows. Kong personally took action back then. I have fought against it several times. Let him escape smoothly. Until the last time. They fought until the sky and the earth were dark. I was forcibly stripped of my flesh and blood. Fight until all the gods and souls are destroyed. He was indeed dead at that time. Just as a superpower of an era. How could it be that there was no backup? Actually, before he fought against Kongshur, he poured a drop of blood from his heart into this underground palace, and left a member of the alien tribe guarding it. Thousands of years have passed. Time brings great changes to the world. Heart blood has evolved over the years, finally converging into a heart. His consciousness gradually regained consciousness. He thought he could once again dominate the world when he woke up this time. I haven't had a chance to leave yet. I encountered myself being sealed in a book, turned into something resembling a painting. As for these puppets, although I have lost consciousness, but they are all his juniors. It took countless efforts to revive him. Therefore, his mind can easily control all puppets. You can also use last-minute attacks to restore their physical strength. After understanding these, Zhang Xian, knowing that the puppet wants to dig the way through, we still need some more time. So he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. However, on top of them, Luo Qiqi and the other two. I've been waiting for 5 days now. Can't wait for the teacher's appearance. I can't wait for a few staff members to come back either. So the princess wanted to borrow a wild beast from Xiaodong, return to Hongyun Imperial City to shoulder the rescue troops. At this point, Luo Qiqi also agreed with the princess's statement. After all, waiting like this is really not a solution. But just as the two of them had discussed it, a wild beast flew over their heads. At this moment, Luo Qiqi called out the people above. Not long after, the love clock of the young master who was preparing to return to the beast hall has landed. After, I understand that the two of them now want to ride the wind beast to Tanko. When renting wild beasts, I began to express my feelings to the two of them. I need the other party to agree to accompany me for a meal or something. I just agreed to give them a ride. Xiao Tang threatened the two of them if they disagreed. The two of them said that if they don't agree, don't say you want to ride the wind beast here. Even when I arrived at the beast hall, I didn't hide it from the beasts and rent it to them. However, the hot-tempered princess also caught fire. Give the other person a cold smile. Just as I was about to tidy him up, I heard the sound of soil rolling from the big pit. The two of them trembled uncontrollably upon seeing this. I can no longer care about the perverts beside me. When my eyes turn red, I stare straight at the big hole. I'm afraid I might miss something. But just because the two of them thought, when I finally see hope, I saw the mud layer being broken open, a huge head stretched out, and after seeing the puppet crawl out, there are no injuries on his body. At this moment, Luo Qiqi and his two companions turned pale in an instant. Understood, teacher will never look back. Shed floods down one's cheeks, standing still with a heart cut like a knife. Just the young Ho master behind him saw the two ignoring him. Another giant has emerged. My heart is full of strangeness. Why did they both see this big guy? I will be so excited. Do you like him big? So I wanted to be in front of the two of them. Show it off. The charm of being a 4-star animal trainer. No matter how tall he is always loyal to him. Thinking of this makes one's face full of arrogance. Step forward with big strides. Come up and say, below. Xin Zhongnai Xiaodong 4-star animal trainer. This friend doesn't know how to call him. It's convenient to come up for a training session. However, the two people who are grieving, seeing this guy say something to the puppet, I was momentarily stunned. But the young master here, seeing the shocked expressions of two beauties, I knew I had disguised myself this time. So he turned to the big guy who had half of his body exposed, said coldly, "What's wrong? Are you still looking down on me? Since it is so, then I'll let you know how powerful this young master is." Immediately, he waved to the nearby dragon beast. With a flick of his body, he jumped onto his back. Immediately afterwards, one person and one animal suddenly soared into the air and rose up. Who knew that the young master would leap into the air? He jumped off the back of the beast. This action looks elegant and graceful. Indescribable elegance, relying solely on this method. I don't know how many beautiful women I once attracted to embrace me. He has been proven to be successful time and time again. I also want to showcase it in front of the two of them this time. He can be in the air, see the two people below. At this moment, there is no excitement or admiration in the eyes. Instead, he closed his eyes with sympathy on his face. I was wondering why they were like this. It has landed in front of the puppet. Just haven't had a chance for him to react yet. I just saw it. Suddenly, a huge fist appeared in front of me, accompanied by a loud bang. I only saw the young master as a whole, instantly enveloped by a surge of energy. At the same time, the original path bomb flew back into mid-air. Not long after, he fell heavily. If this heavy blow weren't for him being the young hall master, there are so many life-saving treasures on him, probably died in mid-air before falling down. But even so, his current injuries, it's hard to recover even without 1 or 2 months. However, at this moment, lying on the ground, he struggled to open his eyes. Just as I was about to summon my spirit beast, I saw another big guy walking out. Immediately after, he got along with another guy, standing outside the hole with a respectful expression on his face. See here. The young hall master, who was seriously injured, was also stunned for a moment, but he hasn't finished being surprised yet. Then he walked out one after another. A dozen or so big guys stood in 2 rows outside the hole. At this moment, he was completely panicked. Why are so many people coming all at once? Is it difficult for these powerful guys? Waiting for more powerful figures to emerge. However, just when he was shocked, I saw 2 girls ahead. Excitedly shouted teacher. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly walked out of the hole. I see that the 2 of them are still here. I am also very pleased in my heart. So I asked, why are you 2 still here? And Luo Qiqi and the princess saw that she was living well. His eyes were filled with excitement as he welcomed him. Not long after, I was puzzled and asked why everything was okay. Subsequently, Zhang Xian revealed the situation inside. I explained it in detail to both of them. Just about the matter of the heavenly Tao scripture. It was replaced with the life-saving item given by his teacher Yang Xian. Speak it out. Luo Qiqi and the princess learned about the incident. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian finished speaking with the 2 of them. I just realized that someone was lying there not far away. My face was full of confusion. Later, he asked who this guy was. This is Luo Qiqi. I just met this guy. I told the teacher everything from beginning to end. Zhang Xianxian, after understanding the situation, let all the puppets go back to the underground palace. Just seal the hole. In fact, it was him who sealed the cave entrance. Just put all the puppets into the storage ring. After all, this is a group of Holy Land level teams. There is no reason to waste. Then he came to the young master's side. Make it convenient for him. How many people can we take to Shoutang? I heard the other person say that. Qin Zhong also agreed to ride with them. After all, he knew he had been beaten up like this. It's all caused by this guy in front of us. Although I don't know the cultivation level of the 3 of them. But in terms of age, it definitely won't be too high. I can't deal with them here. But it's not necessarily the case once it's in the sky. So I took a pill. I have recovered some of my physical injuries. Just slowly get up. Tell a few people that my spirit beast is not prepared. There is strong wind in the air above the house. You may need to be careful. After finishing speaking, jump onto the beast equipment. Zhang Xian and a few others also followed closely behind. But Princess Fair was a little uneasy at this moment. Using phonetics to say to Zhang Xian, this guy doesn't seem like a good person at first glance. Can't we walk well? Why do we have to ride? However, Zhang Xian ignored the princess, sitting aside and admiring the scenery. At this moment, Luo Qiqi saw the princess jumping off in a hurry. I also understand his concern. So it was rumored that Fair, you can rest assured. Teacher, he has his own opinions. The young master standing in front soon after, seeing 2 girls with a cold expression on their faces. But he was chatting and laughing with this guy. I was so angry that my face twisted. Then his face became friendly. Just chatting with Zhang Xiantao about everyday life. After chatting for a while, I asked about the other person's professional situation. I learned that he has only studied under a renowned teacher for 6 months. After only being in contact with other professions for 1 or 2 days, I couldn't help but let out a long laugh. Since that's the case, so you guys need to stand up well. I'm going to accelerate. The pervert in front of me heard the touching story of the old man. I just want to help him. So he shouted to the spirit beast beside him. Unexpectedly, this sound actually made the old man spit white in his mouth. Just now, after Zhang Xian came out of the underground palace, seeing Luo Qiqi and others still waiting for themselves, I'm also very happy. But what he didn't expect was, in broad daylight, surprisingly, someone with a dignified appearance dared to flirt with the princess and the 2 of them, and threaten them. So Zhang Xian didn't talk nonsense either. Let the other party ride the 3 of them directly to Shoutang. Unexpectedly, this young master named Qin Zhong not only agreed. Other party. I originally planned to use pets in the air for revenge. After all, he was just punched and flew out. I also believe it was caused by Zhang Xian. However, they flew in the sky for some time. Qin Zhong also began to communicate with Zhang Xian. During this period, I learned that the opponent was actually just a useless warrior. Just make a sudden movement. Pet Beast immediately accelerates and flies forward. At the same time, he also said a few words to the people behind him. You have to stand still. Just Zhang Xian, who was already prepared. At this moment, he just said a gentle sentence to this elder brother. You asked me so many questions just now. I don't have any good intentions either. Can you fly? Qin Zhong was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Who knew? Coldly snorted. This is an ability only possessed by the powerful in the Holy Land. Don't say I don't know. No one can see the entire Phantom Empire city. However, Qin Zhong had just finished speaking. I just saw the guy behind me. Suddenly, with an apologetic expression, he said, can't you? Sorry about that. I can hear this. I haven't realized yet. What does the other person mean by what they said? Just heard it. A dragon-like sound came from the other person's mouth. Immediately, the spirit beast beneath him shook violently. It's like losing the ability to fly, rapidly falling downwards. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhong immediately panicked. He was falling down and looked up at the guy in front of him, surprisingly, holding two girls suspended in midair. At this moment, he remembered what he said he could fly. What do I call losing this? Describing oneself as one of the 5 scumbags of the war. Not only can it fly now, can still hold 2 people. Therefore, this young master fell rapidly from a height of thousands of meters, causing a half-dead fall. And Zhang Xian slowly flew down with the 2 of them in her arms. Then I explained it to the 2 of them. Just now, I just borrowed teacher Yang Xian's magic weapon, to glide in the air. It's not flying. After understanding these things, Luo Qiqi finally understood. The princess also knows that this foreign teacher is mysterious and unfathomable. I didn't ask any more questions. Subsequently, the 3 of them woke up the spirit beast that fell just now. Take him and start flying back to the nearby beast hall. I only discovered that the beast hall was overcrowded as soon as I arrived, but just a few people are worrying about how to quickly cut in line. When renting a wild beast, just heard someone walk over and say, Master Zhang, why are you here too? Zhang Xian turned around and was also stunned for a moment. Isn't this Han Tangju from Wanlian City? Why are you here too? So I exchanged a few pleasantries with the other person. I just found out, because I helped him cure his stubborn illness last time. He won against his opponent, Luo Ming. This is the opportunity to come to the Rain Emperor city for further studies. So at this moment, he's just a 4-star animal trainer here. He's not the master anymore. After understanding these, Zhang Xian sought help from the other party. I want to rent an 8-year-old wild beast from Chongqing. We need to fly to Hongyuan city. So Han Chong took a few people to find his teacher. But as soon as he arrived at his teacher's place, he realized the spacious courtyard is filled with various cages. There are also various sizes of spirit beasts locked inside. However, just as Zhang Xian was puzzled, Han Chang's 5-star peak animal training teacher. Why do we switch to raising so many low-level savage beasts? I saw an old man looking at the book in his hand. He walked out with a face full of excitement. But when Han Chong greeted him and called for him, he didn't even lift his head. Keep looking at the book in your hand and say don't disturb me for now. When I finish reading the book, let's talk about it later if there's anything else. However, Han Chong saw that the teacher ignored him. I also awkwardly gave a bitter smile to a few people. Speaking of teacher, once caught up in research like this, just ignore everything. Zhang Xian responded with a gentle smile and said it's okay, because he is also very curious. What is the old man in front of us studying? But at this moment, the elder seems to have understood something in the book, glancing at the book with glowing eyes. I looked at the spirit beast beside me again. Then I saw him take a deep breath. Facing the spirit beast, he said a bunch of things that even people couldn't understand. Then I saw the spirit beast in the cage suddenly widen its eyes. He suddenly spat out when he opened his mouth. The old man looked bewildered upon seeing this. I thought I had made a mistake. I quickly shouted again, but after his shout, the hamster beast just flipped its eyes. Lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. My whole body trembled incessantly. However, those who witnessed this scene, several people suddenly felt scalp tingling. Immediately after, Luo Qiqi looked at Han Chong beside him with a shocked expression on his face. Did your teacher just shout Grant? Later, Han Chong introduced to a few people. This is the animal language that the teacher has been studying for decades. Now it has also achieved certain results. Zhang Xian was speechless when she heard these words, so I threw her away. This guy really dares to say. They all vomited up the spirit beasts. What kind of effectiveness is this? At this moment, the old man beside heard the conversation of several people, and their expressions. He awkwardly said to the students, Han Chong, didn't I let you learn on your own? What's the matter with running over to me? Upon hearing this, Han Chong quickly responded by saying that it was like this. Teacher, my benefactor is Zhang Shi. I want to borrow a spirit beast that is transformed into 8 layers to go to Hongyuan Imperial City. Can you hear the other person say that? The old man frowned. I responded by saying that this level of flying spirit beast, there are only 3 heads in the entire beast hall, and 2 of them were borrowed by the Huanyu royal family last time. I haven't returned it yet, although there is still 1 head left. He just came back from a long distance. I'm already exhausted. I'm afraid I won't be able to travel far again in the short term. Besides, I want to borrow a spirit beast of this level. Even if I were an elder, it wouldn't count. A meeting is required. Even obtaining the consent of the hall master is necessary. Listen here. Han Chang's face was also full of embarrassment, so I withdrew and sought second place. Even a barbarian beast with 7 mirrors can be used with the teacher. Can you hear the teacher's response saying that although there are 7 mirrors, but it's also impossible to fly such a long distance? However, Elder Jian Dai. The house looked anxious all over. He also shook his head. Speaking of the current beast hall, it's really impossible to provide the necessary wild beasts. However, there is one end, but he's not from our beast hall. But if it can be tamed, you guys are going to Hongyuan Imperial City. I'm afraid it won't take 10 days to arrive. Listen here. Han Chong also knows about the spirit beasts mentioned by the teacher. I'm smiling bitterly and telling a few people. It seems there's nothing we can do. I just remembered the magic of Zhang Xian, so my eyes lit up. I excitedly looked at the old man and said, that's right, teacher, that guy you're talking about. Although we cannot convince it, but Zhang Shi and his team, he can do it. However, the elder saw the students' excited and magical expressions on their faces. I couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shui next to me. With a disdainful cold snort on his face, he said, just rely on him. At this moment, Han Chong quickly explained to the teacher. Don't be fooled by Zhang Shi's young age. He is a genuine 4-star animal trainer. The original demon beast. He also tamed it effortlessly. And it seems that Zhang Shi also knows ancient beasts. It seems to be more effective than the teachers. Listen here. The old man was suddenly stunned, with a skeptical expression on his face. Just look at Zhang Xian and ask if you know the ancient beast language. Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, I have read a few books. I've learned a little bit, haven't I? Can you hear the other person say that? The old man, who was originally carrying a glimmer of hope, he waved his hand with a disappointed expression. What's the use of learning a little? I have been researching for 50 years. So far, I only know a little bit of fur. It's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Zhang Xian taking a deep breath beside him, shouted suddenly. At this moment, all the spirit beasts in the entire courtyard are lying on the ground, trembling with fear. And the old man also trembled uncontrollably all over his body. Immediately after, I felt a blackout in front of me, just collapsed to the ground, constantly convulsing. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed this scene, also, full of doubts. It's understandable that spirit beasts have reactions, but how could this elder do the same? And Han Chong on the side saw that it was always like this. I quickly walked forward, immediately pinched the other person to moderate their true chi. Not long after, the other party recovered, and the elder just woke up. He quickly got up with a face full of excitement. Look at Zhang Xian. May I ask if what you just shouted out was the voice of the true dragon? Subsequent communication with the agent. Zhang Xian only found out. On the other hand, there is also a true dragon book with 8 syllables. I also took it from his hand. I found that only one sound inside is correct. Everything else is incorrect. So he asked the other party. These phonetics, just for the life of the dragon bloodline, plays a suppressive role. Why did you lie down just now? At this moment, the elder sighed. Just say to Zhang Xian, why don't you come with me first? Quickly. The old man brought Zhang Xian to a stone monument. There are 5 big characters on it that read Dragon Rock Beast Tomb. Later, elder. Just talk about yourself and this 8 Chongqing Dragon Rock Beast. I told everyone to listen. The reason why I am influenced by Beast Universe. Mainly because they have the blood of their beloved pets flowing through their bodies. Once during a battle, I was seriously injured myself. At that time, besides myself and my pet animals, I was present. As mentioned earlier, that one. The purple-clothed celestial beast that can fly to Hongyuan Earth City within 10 days. It's just that Long Yensho sees my life hanging by a thread, despite his own injuries. Just gave me the essence and blood. Not long after, he also died as a result. Just said a lot to me before he died. But at that time, I couldn't understand what the other party was saying. So for so many years, I have been remembering his last wish. Also strive to learn the ancient teaching language. I just want to know what he said at that time. I can help him complete it myself. After listening to these, a few people also understand. Come here. Just Zhang Xian heard the other party mention that again. The purple-clothed celestial beast is also very strange. Since it's not a savage beast from Shaodong, why are we together? At this moment, the elder responded by saying, Actually, they are in a romantic relationship. And this purple-clothed celestial beast has a cultivation level of half. Not long after, the beast hall will arrive. No one can tame him at all. Just over the past 50 years, this purple-clothed celestial beast comes a few times a month. Not only did they launch a surprise attack on the beast hall, occasionally, he would also eat one or two spirit beasts. It made the beast hall complain a lot. The beast hall also paid a great price to capture it. But his strength and speed are just too strong and too fast. There's no way to catch him at all. So the elder also hopes to learn veterinary medicine. Can you communicate with the other party? What exactly is he going to do? Speaking of which, the elder couldn't help but ask Zhang Xian, will he be awarded in ancient times? After hearing the other party's definite response that they don't understand, my heart is also filled with disappointment. It's just that Zhang Xian saw the old man so helpless, just stepped forward and said, actually, elder, you don't have to lose heart either. Since you have been studying ancient grants for so many years, I must have collected quite a few books as well. If it's convenient, can you lend me a read? Although the elders hold no hope for this, but it's not easy to refuse if the other party wants to borrow it. After all, he knows he spent 50 years on it. I can't tell why. You ran, even if you let him take a look now, it's okay. Anyway, I can't see any flowers. However, Zhang Xianjian agreed with the other party. Just wave your fists and say thank you. Then he walked into the room pointed out by the elder. And on the side, Luo Qiqi, I can see the old man in front of me. There is a questioning tone in the words. I couldn't help but say that my teacher has always been calm and composed. Since going to read must have his own ideas, it's not difficult to learn one or two things. After hearing the girl's address, Elder Ku, I was also stunned for a moment. Thinking of the girl in front of me, both cultivation and temperament are exceptional. Can you be considered a top performer among peers? How could you recognize someone younger than yourself as your teacher? So I asked if you were his student. After receiving a positive response from the other party, the elder only then remembered what Han Chong had just said, so he continued to ask. Just now, I heard you call him Teacher Zhang. Is he a renowned teacher? However, Luo Qiqi has not yet responded to the other party. Han Chong, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and said to Zhang Shi, he is not only a 4-star renowned teacher, still a 4-star animal trainer and a 4-star physician. In the recent competition of renowned teachers in the Wancheng Alliance, also won the championship. So this time they went to Hongyuan Imperial City. I should go to a renowned teacher academy to study. Just the elder heard his students say that, furrowed his brow. He coldly snorted and said, since he's a 4-star animal trainer, you should know the difficulty of ancient animal language. How could it be so frivolous? But the old man hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Zhang Xian walk out of the room. Several people were stunned for a moment when they saw this, and the elder couldn't help but shake his head. Do you know that the ancient beast language is not that simple? I don't want to learn anymore. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who had walked up to a few people, responded by saying, it's indeed not simple. It's just that I don't want to learn. But language can not only hurt people, it can also save people. He may be perverted, but he's different. He actually spoke through language. Save a savage beast that is about to be crushed to death. Still using language and this terrifying spirit beast. We talked about the relationship between humans and beasts. Just now, the old man in front of him watched as Zhang Xiangang walked into the study. Just walked out right away. I couldn't help but sigh. Do you know that the ancient beast language is not that simple? I don't want to learn anymore. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Xian walked out, just respond that it's not easy. I just finished learning it too. A few people couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. And the elder looked at the other person with a stern expression. If we talk about changing, others may not know how many books are inside, but he knows it all too well. You should know that in the past 50 years, leveraging the power of trade unions, collect records and isolated copies of grants from various sources, and there are no less than hundreds of thousands of ancient books, even if it's him. It also took a whole 10 years to finish reading it once. The other party just walked in less than 10 minutes ago. Surprisingly, when he came out, he just said he had finished learning. This cow can't be blown like this, can it? Later, I couldn't help but ask the zombies, what do you mean by finished learning? At this point, Zhang Xian responded that what I meant was, I've almost learned it. Now we need to communicate with the spirit beasts. There's basically no big problem. Can you hear it here? The elder's face darkened. Just reprimand me, don't just talk nonsense here. The little time you've been in here, you probably won't even be able to finish reading a book. Surprisingly, he dared to talk about communicating with spirit beasts. That's not a big problem. However, just when Zhang Xian wanted to explain something, I saw a young man rushing over in a hurry. Speaking of elders, not good, that guy is here again. Listen here. The old man's face darkened. I don't have time to pay attention to this boastful guy who doesn't eat grass. I walked out with big strides. However, Han Shong on the side knew the seriousness of the matter. I followed along with Zhang Xian and a few others. In no time, a few people arrived at the gate of Shaodang. Here, I saw a huge spirit beast hovering in the air. On the thick hooves and claws, grab a little guy who has undergone triple transformation, and the former elder and several elders. There is also Lord Qin standing in the middle. They all looked at the situation in front of them with anxious expressions. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was the young master who can't fly standing behind a few people. Surprisingly, it was so fast. Just haven't made him think too much yet. Not far away, Elder Qian shouted, "Please put him down quickly. Even if there are any conflicts between us, I hope it won't involve Shou Peach, otherwise even if Longyan Shou survives, he will definitely be unhappy too." However, the purple-clothed celestial beast. I heard this old guy mention Longyan Shou, even more angry. A fierce roar. Pinch your palms tighter. It looks like it could be crushed to death at any moment. Elder Qian saw the situation, immediately changed tone. "Just comfort me by saying Heavenly Hero Beast. As long as you release him, whether it's animal blood or spirit stones, as long as money is enough, someone can do it. Not to hesitate to." After speaking, let's talk about the rest. A pile of mid-range snacks appeared in front of me, and some precious medicinal herbs. Just when the elder was about to give these things to the other party, Zhang Xian came out and said that what you owe is the Dragon Rock Beast. "But I don't owe this guy anything. It's not appropriate for you to do this." However, the elder has not yet responded. I saw the young master behind him suddenly shout, "Dad, it's him. It's this guy who caused me so much trouble. You must not let him go." Master, upon hearing this, my face immediately darkened. Then he turned his head and asked the elder if he knew this person. Elder Qian heard this. He responded by saying that he is a benefactor to my student. He is also a 4-star renowned teacher and animal trainer. After explaining, look at Zhang Xian. Waving his hand, he said that this man. "If you still want to continue to ring speak, please leave here first." Zhang Xian saw Elder Qian compromise blindly. It's also full of helplessness. So he walked out. Just as I was about to speak, the princess beside coldly snorted, "If we don't leave." The elder's face darkened upon hearing these words. He angrily rebuked and refused to leave. "Then don't even think about the spirit beast." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. The nearby hall master quickly gave a glance to the former elder. "Tell him to stop talking." Just the former elder looked at the strange expression on the hall master's face. It's also oily all over the face. Just as I was about to ask him what happened, the princess walked out and said, "If I remember correctly, your name is Qin Zhao, right? So you are the longevity of this place. The head of the main hall has made his own decision and has been named." My face turned pale instantly. Immediately clasped his fists and said that Qin Zhao had seen Princess Yufei. "You can fall into all kinds of meat and vegetables." The young master is blocked by several elders. I didn't see his father's attitude clearly either. I didn't hear the situation clearly either. I thought his father was teaching me a lesson. A few people exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, it's this woman and that guy just now." They vented their anger. None of them are good things. You must cover up this evil breath for the child. However, the hall master heard him say these words. My body couldn't help but shake. Almost died from a fall. Thinking of him meowing. "You bastard, are you trying to dig a hole and bury your father? How could I have a bastard son like you?" Just the elder beside saw the contorted face of the hall master. I couldn't help but ask what this was. The princess thought to herself. How many daughters does Lord Yi have? But I have seen it myself. It doesn't grow like this. Besides, as the head of Shaodang, Lord Yi can't do anything to you either. Why are you scared like this by a princess? However, the elder of the sect had a puzzled expression on his face. He is also rumored to be the 6th princess of Hongyuan Imperial City. Your Highness Princess Yu. Upon hearing this, the whole body is soft. I almost fainted. He is Princess 6. Why did he stand behind Teacher Zhang? Like a maid. Oh my god, if he's really a princess. What is the identity of this Teacher Zhang? Can let a royal highness princess so willingly following behind him? But it hasn't shocked the elders yet. I saw the hall master looking at the princess. At the same time, they also discovered Luo Qiqi next to him. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this girl. Excuse me, are you Luo Shi? However, when Luo Qiqi saw the other party, he also recognized himself. I also responded that Master Qin has good eyesight. Below is a 5-star renowned teacher. The former elder next to Luo Qi 71 heard these words. This old bone is trembling uncontrollably. What do I call losing this? What happened? Surprisingly, he has been in front of the princess and this 5-star teacher all alone. Qualification for pretending to be old. Then he looked at his student with a resentful expression on his face. Han Shong thought to himself, you guy, didn't you say the other party is just a 4-star spiritual master? Why are even 5-star spiritual masters his students? This is the undead elder and the hall master, who were scared and had a dull expression. The young master behind the crowd. I have also heard several people's conversations clearly now. Also aware of the seriousness of the. I was immediately scared and peed. Why are you so blind? How dare you flirt with the princess? Go up to the head of a 5-star spiritual master. It's over now. Even if I were killed on the spot, no. However, Zhang Xian standing in front. Everyone knows the identities of Fei. They were all scared into this urinary state. He shook his head helplessly and said, okay, now is not the time for small talk. Let's first deal with this purple-clothed celestial beast. I heard Zhang Xian talking. At this point, a few people finally recovered. Then the hall master politely asked, I don't know if Zhang Shi has a way to solve it. At this moment, Zhang Xian also ignored her sister. Just take a step forward, facing the spirit beasts in the sky. He said a lot of things that we couldn't understand, so Archie couldn't translate it either. It's just that the purple-winged celestial beast is different. He understood. So the two of them shouted there at each other. We talked for half a day with someone named. Everyone stared at the situation with big eyes and small eyes, standing still like crazy, motionless. Not long after, the elder saw Zhang Xian walking back. I quickly approached and asked Teacher Zhang, what did he say? However, Zhang Xian scratched his head as he approached. This guy wants you to die, because he said that the last thing he said to you about my Fengshu was, I'm not dead yet, but you buried him. Listen here. The elder's eyes darkened. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Almost fainted on the spot. I lost it. I always thought he told me to live well on. Don't be sad for him. As a result, Longyan Beast actually. But I buried him. What do I call losing this? However, after listening, the princess is on the side. I almost fainted too. He meowed and just heard him say he was fake. I thought it was a poignant story. I didn't expect this to be a thrilling story. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued. I heard the other party respond that they just keep saying no. What I heard from Tianxiong Beast is that the Dragon Flame Beast was only temporary. Will only be in a state of feigned death. As long as you recuperate and recover, it should be able to be resurrected. Although you buried it, just haven't been cremated yet. So there should still be a chance to save him. Can you hear Zhang Xian say there's a chance? The elder immediately burst into tears. Zhang Shi, how can you still say that? I've buried him for 50 years now. Even if it was a fake death at the time. So many years have passed. It has long become a real death. Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly upon seeing the situation and said, don't worry too much. Take me to take a look first. It's best to save it. There's nothing we can do to save it. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the spirit beast in the sky. Shout, hurry up and put down that spirit beast. After the celestial beast responded, just let go of the claw with a look of grievance. The spirit beast of the triple mirror fell directly. However, the elder who heard the other party say so, I dare not think too much about it. Just brought a few people to Ai Chan's place. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, this former elder actually built a tomb chamber for the savage beasts. In this way, there is hope to save him. So he came to the Dragon Rock Beast. I found that his whole body was like a stone. Although 50 years have passed, but there was no phenomenon of decay or anything like that. Then he reached out and touched it. Understand the situation roughly. I instructed the elder beside me. The item I am talking about now. Please take a note. Bring all of these over. There is still a chance to save him. Upon hearing this, the elder, great joy in my heart. So he began to remember the items that Zhang Xian needed. Not long after, everyone heard the items needed for it. It has a light fragrance. Xilingian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This is something that only soul sorcerers would use. Zhang Xian was surprised to see everyone. Just explained it briefly. These are just some special methods. It has nothing to do with the witch soul master. Don't think too much, everyone. Then continue to carry the items. Can you hold it? Hold it. Everyone heard the items he needed. There is a snake rank with a green-tailed snake. Startled again. The hall master couldn't help but ask Zhang Shi. This thing is extremely poisonous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I also waved my hand helplessly and said that poison doesn't just kill people. Can it sometimes save people? How many people heard this? I was stunned again. Using poison to save people. This is a tactic only possessed by poisonous masters. At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored everyone. Continue to make the elders remember the necessary things. After everything is explained, just wave your hand and say what you need above. Hurry up and prepare everything. Chen Chang dared not hesitate in writing classical Chinese. I hurriedly withdrew to prepare medication. 3 hours have passed quickly. The elder returned to the tomb chamber once again. At this point, he had already provided Zhang Xian with what he needed. I brought everything over. Zhang Xianjian thought it would take 3 or 4 days. I didn't expect Shotang's resources to be so good. We can collect everything so quickly. So I said it to everyone. Since everything is ready, could you please all go out? I need absolute silence during treatment. If it weren't for my instructions, I hope you can guard the outside for me. Don't let anyone disturb you. Everyone dared not say anything more when they heard this. I quickly backed out. Zhang Xian saw everyone go out. Just put the medicine into animal blood. We started treating the dragon rock beast. During this period, not only were silver needles used to infuse the true chi of the heavenly Tao inflow into the other person's body. He also used witchcraft to summon the opponent's soul. We also used the 5 elements formation. Finally, toxic and other methods were used. An hour has passed. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly walked out of the tomb chamber, and the elders at the entrance, seeing the other person shaking their head and coming out, I asked Zhang Shi how he was in a hurry. Can't you save it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying that it was already fine. However, the damage has been sustained for too long. I'm not sober yet. It may take a few more days to recover. Listen here. Chen Changlao couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Immediately rushed into the tomb chamber. But we haven't arrived at the door yet. I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole person was surrounded by the celestial beast behind them. I grabbed it with one claw. This pervert in front of me. I started being a demon as soon as I arrived in this imperial capital. Just as a pervert, Today, I finally met someone even more abnormal. The other party relies solely on their own efforts. I won against them. 10 super genius of Phantom Empire City. Just now. After the old man learned that his beloved pet was saved, excitedly, he rushed into the cemetery. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole person was surrounded by the celestial beast behind them. I grabbed it with one claw. Throw it aside. You know what? The animal blood required by Zhang Xian for preparing medicine just now, they were all taken from his body. Although this guy lost 3 barrels of blood, even though my body is a bit weak now, I just found out that the other party can come back to life. Excitedly, he pulled the elder aside. I rushed in myself. However, the former elder was even more excited than himself when he saw this group of people. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Immediately after, he followed in. Not long after, he walked out with a grateful expression on his face, kneeling in front of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment when she saw this. He really didn't expect this 5-star peak animal trainer. Kneel down as soon as you say. So he hurriedly stepped forward and helped it up. And at this moment, the elder quickly said, I still hope. Teacher Zhang, don't stop me. Saved his life. It's like I owe you my life. After speaking, he caught out several times in a row. Immediately after, he swore in front of Zhang Xian. If Zhang Shi sends someone in the future, I promise to die without hesitation. Zhang Xian saw that the other person's eyes were full of determination. I know I can't stop it either. So he also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Okay, go ahead. Since it is so, can you help me find one? Flying spirit beasts with 8-fold advancement. We're going to Hongyuan City. Listen here. The elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just as I was about to say something more, I saw the celestial beast emerge. He walked up to Zhang Xian and knelt down to the ground. At the same time, a huge head was rubbing around him. Everyone was immediately shocked upon seeing the situation. Even the hall master, who had seen the world before, froze in place. After all, for so many years, the beast hall has been badly harmed by this guy. During this period, countless experts were sought, but there was no way out. I thought he was stubborn by nature. It is impossible to tame a person. Now the hall master never dreamed of it. He only met with this teacher Zhang for less than 4 hours. Just willingly submit. At this moment, Zhang Xian also realized. So I looked at the other person with satisfaction and asked if you wanted to do it. Am I favored? After receiving a positive response from the celestial beast, Zhang Xian completed the ceremony of identifying himself with him by shedding blood. Then he said to him, it's okay now. Please restore your state as soon as possible. After the dragon rock beast wakes up, please gather together. Let's set off again for Hongyuan Imperial City. However, the nearby hall master. I can't go back for a while after seeing a few people. Just settle them down. 10 days will pass quickly. During this period, Zhang Xian also compiled a book on the heavenly way beast taming method. Now his understanding of animal training has surpassed that of the hall master. And on the 8th day, the dragon flame beast also woke up. Today, I saw that the purple-clothed celestial beast has fully recovered. This is how we bid farewell to Xiaodong. Straight towards the Hongyuan Empire. Direction flying. I just saw Elder Qian after a few people left. At this moment, I couldn't help but sigh and say, this Zhang teacher has arrived at the renowned teacher academy. Will inevitably become the most dazzling star. Just, Han Shong, who was standing aside, said with a strange expression on his face, Star, I'm afraid the renowned teacher academy is going to have bad luck. And after leaving, the three of them flew for 10 days. We have also arrived at the imperial capital of Honyuan. During this period, Zhang Xian also spoke from Luo Qiqi and the princess. Understood some information about the college. Not only do we learn from renowned teachers inside, there are still 10 minor professions to study. And the number of students in the college is all except for those within the imperial. Students from other first-class imperial cities will also be recruited. In order to encourage numerous students to actively strive for progress, the college has also created a list of renowned teachers. These 100 famous teachers and students who can make it onto the list, they are all geniuses among geniuses. After understanding these, Zhang Xian's heart was filled with infinite fighting spirit. Regarding this so-called renowned teacher academy, I became even more curious. Soon, several people also arrived above the academy. Shortly after, Luo Qiqi and the others take Zhang Xian to a larger courtyard. At this moment, Luo Qiqi also confessed to the teacher. This is where the freshmen of the college live. Not only are there new students from the Phantom Empire among them, there are also other second-class imperial cities. Even the geniuses of Hongyuan Imperial City are included. You have to be careful. Do not create any conflicts with it. Zhang Xian smiled at the words. Please rest assured, I replied. I am an honest person. It won't cause any trouble. Both of them were speechless when they heard these words. We're not far from dismantling the sky. I dare to say that I am an honest person. After the three of them separated, Zhang Xian walked into the courtyard. I only found out inside that there was no. However, just as he was puzzled, how could there be no one around at this time? I heard it on the wall ahead. The sound of collision came, so I walked over along the sound. After bypassing several aisles, I saw the wide courtyard in front of me. There is a small arena, and the people in the midst of the fight. There is a genius Hanling brought by Master Phone. Although his strength is in the late stage of the fifth mirror, facing the opponent's attack still falls behind. See here. Zhang Xian looked towards the audience, discovering Hong and Fengshe. Also, if young Master Huan and others are present. Just the three of them, Bjianghai. They all look rosy in complexion, blunt nose and swollen face. It looks like someone has just been beaten up. So he came behind the Red Lion. Asked the Red Lion, what are they doing here? And the Red Lion heard someone calling him. Turning around, I realized it was Zhang Xian. I jumped up excitedly. I couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, Zhangshi, are you okay? Great, really great. You came back too timely. However, Luo Xian and his companions in the audience heard Zhangshi's return. I also cheered excitedly. But Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions, even more puzzled on his face. Why is everyone so excited when they see me? It's just been half a month since we last saw each other. As for this, at this moment, Fengshe came up and explained to Zhangshi. You just came back and didn't know. Now this is the freshman assessment. Before entering the renowned teacher academy, all require passing the introductory assessment. Its content is different every time. There are passes and challenges to overcome. There are also decorations and dancing. And this year's is hunting. There are just more students participating in this hunt. After all, this hunting is in the mountains. Besides having powerful spirit beasts, we also need to prevent competition among freshmen. So in order to better pass this assessment, many cities have already formed alliances proactively. As a result, the number of personnel has increased. I'm not afraid of being killed by spirit beasts. Don't worry about others snatching the spirit beasts. And our Phantom Land City, also an alliance with second-class cities from Jinhai. But once the alliance is formed, everyone wants to take the lead. Having gained dominance through power, so we have the right to distribute hunting results. So now the competition on stage, it is precisely through the strength of both sides, to compete for the dominance of this hunting. Listen here. Zhang Xian also understood. Come here. So I asked how many matches were compared in total. What is the current session? After all, Zhang Xian's strength has improved. If we only lose half of it, he still has confidence in chasing back. I heard Zhang Xian say that. Hong responded awkwardly, saying that there were a total of 10 matches. We have already lost 9 games. If we lose this one too, it's just losing 10 games in a row, and they still lost to the same person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was instantly scared and turned pale with fear. Can't help but exclaim, what the hell? Are you saying that when someone strings you up, it's like this? Not only did Fengshe feel ashamed, but he also felt ashamed. Others also have a low expression on their faces. However, just as Zhang Xian looked speechless, when you want to say something, I saw the last person on stage also kicked out. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian felt her eyes darken. I almost fainted. You scoundrels, can I still be a good person? Even if I want to win now, I can't turn the tide. And at this moment, the young man on stage looked around for a week. Just smile and say it's okay. 10 rounds of competition have ended. You haven't won once. There doesn't seem to be any controversy over the matter of dominance, right? After the youth finished speaking, no one spoke up when I saw Honcher and others. Just keep talking, since there's nothing to say. Then follow the agreement. I followed Brother Fang's arrangement. Immediately after, he clasped his fists and said to the people not far away, please invite Senior Brother Fang. However, at this moment, Senior Brother Fang strode to the middle of the arena. Looking around a week later, just say that since we're in an alliance now, then I'll make the rules clear first. Hunting in 3 days. You must obey my unified arrangement. We will first select the prey from the Golden Sea Emperor City. But please also, don't worry, as long as everyone works together, it's not a problem to pass everything. As soon as these words are spoken, the people on this side of the Huanyu Emperor City are so angry that they grit their teeth and grind their teeth. Although I understand that as the leader of the alliance, I definitely want to enjoy privileges. But the other party spoke so directly, clearly not taking them seriously. And Wang Hu, who just won the game, seeing the other party's dissatisfied expression, just snort coldly. Not willing yet. With the strength of our Senior Brother Fang, willing to form an alliance with you. You are very lucky. Don't be ignorant anymore. However, just when everyone didn't know how to respond, when it's very embarrassing, Zhang Xian came out and said that she was indeed somewhat unwilling. Wang Hu saw someone interject. Raise your eyebrows. What do you mean, just staring at me? The renowned master of Emperor Huanyu. Since we have decided on the alliance, do you still want to change your mind now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, and then he responded that it's not appropriate to go back on his word. I just have an idea. I am also a famous scholar who came from Huanyu Emperor City. I was just unaware of your contempt just now, but since we've all despised it, I can't say anything either, so I just want to be fair. Received retail, let's rate together. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu, I immediately laughed and gave a rating. How dare you say that? Since the alliance has formed, there will be a main and auxiliary. With the main and auxiliary, nature cannot be fair. Listen here. Zhang Xian carried her hands behind her back. I know too, he said calmly. The competition just now. The Emperor City did indeed lose. Also divided into main and auxiliary roles. It's really difficult to get fairness now. How about this? Let you, Senior Fang, take action. If he can take 3 moves in my hands, I won't bring up fairness anymore. Allocate as you wish. Even hunted spirit beasts, we can do without any more. How did you like it? Wang Huan couldn't help but furrow his brow and look at the other person. I asked you earlier, what are you saying? And Zhang Xian saw the other person like this. I thought the conditions I set for myself were too high. So he changed his mind and said, what? Don't you have confidence? How about this? 1 move. As long as you, Senior Brother Fang, can hold a move in my hand. All spirit beasts hunted. Let's switch to the Empire instead. Is that finally enough? However, Wang Hu saw his serious expression on his face. I almost got angry on the spot. Senior Brother Fang in the middle of the arena heard this. Also, both eyes turned black. I can't help but faint. Zhang Xian noticed that the other party had been unresponsive for a long time. It's also very helpless. Is there still 1 more move that was just mentioned? How about this? I only use 1 finger. Is that finally enough? If I dare not again, I can do nothing about it either. Wang Hu and Senior Brother Fang heard this. Just spit out a mouthful of juice directly. Senior Brother Fang saw the other party's embarrassed expression. I am also filled with anger in my heart. Thinking of him meowing. Am I just so vulnerable? Can make you worry like this? So I snorted coldly, since you always say that. I also want to take a look. How did you defeat me with just 1 finger? If you could really beat me with 1 finger, let's put an end to the alliance matter. On the contrary, you lost. Remember what you said. The spirit beasts received. You can't even distinguish one from the other. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party agreed. Take big strides towards the arena. It's just that the people of Huanyu Emperor City heard him say that. My heart skipped a beat. But Wang Hu saw his senior brother angry. I couldn't help but say, Senior Brother Fang, why don't I teach this guy a lesson? If I lose, it's not too late for you to go up again. I haven't received a response from Senior Fang yet. Zhang Xian impatiently said, if you feel scared, why don't you two go together? I just need 2 fingers. Upon hearing this, both of them were simultaneously plunged into darkness. Almost got killed by Zhang Xian. Later, Senior Brother Fang just said to Wang Hu, just watch from the side. Let me know what strength this guy really has. As soon as the words fell, I saw him suddenly step on the ground. The whole person is like a wild beast rushing towards us. It gives people a sense of dragon and tiger power. Difficult to resist feeling. And the red lion beside saw the opponent's power so strong. I couldn't help but shout, Zhang Xian, hurry up. The teacher in front of us is trying to save his own student, not willing to spare the power of the aristocracy to venture into the royal palace alone. But I haven't entered yet. I was stunned by the strength of the guards in front of me. Just now, Zhang Xian is fighting for the alliance sovereignty of the imperial city. I mocked the two people on stage. However, senior brother Feng, who was angered and burned with anger. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to the other person. I saw him suddenly step on the ground. The whole person is like a wild beast rushing towards us. It gives people a sense of dragon and tiger power. Difficult to resist feeling. And the red lion beside saw the opponent's power so strong. I couldn't help but shout, Zhang Xian, hurry up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian faced such a fierce attack. He not only doesn't panic, but also, instead, he unsteadily extended his fingers forward. I clicked over. Feng and Han, among others, saw the situation. They're all crazy. After all, in their opinion, the opponent's strength. Even these magnificent 6 bridges, strong in the early stage of the heavenly realm. It's difficult to resist. Zhang Xian, this guy, just broke through to the quadruple realm a month ago. Now they are using one finger to confront it. Is this going crazy? And even if you have to use one finger, hurry up too, so slowly and tremblingly, like a dying old lady. Is this really Miao fighting? The figure of Brother Feng on the other side is as electric as electricity. The whole person looks like a cheetah. Even if you spend this month, strength really has good promotion opportunities. One finger can outperform the other. It is also necessary to narrate in advance. Use faster techniques. It's better now. Not only is it useless in terms of martial arts skills, even a little bit of organization is useless. Extend your fingers so slowly, even the weakest person can easily avoid it. See this tomb. Except for Hongshi and others who are about to faint to death, Ruohuan Gongzi and Spiral also felt a sense of darkness in front of them. My whole body suddenly went limp. However, everyone saw Zhang Xian's action, just sarcastically mock him for meowing. I thought he was some kind of god. Come up and provoke. I didn't expect it to be just a mallet. But just when everyone thought Zhang Xian would be deposed, as senior brother Feng approached, suddenly stopped. He not only shook his whole body, his face also became extremely unpleasant. Immediately afterwards, he kicked his front foot. I quickly took a step back, but these slow fingers, he pointed in his direction again. In the eyes of Lord Ruohuan and others, this senior brother Feng seems to have seen a ghost now. Such slow fingers reaching out. But he was scared and kept retreating. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Can't help but ask what's going on with this guy. Is it a draft? However, the red lion next to him only responded with a frightened expression on his face. He's not a fan. But the zombies found the opponent's flaws. Although the speed of the fingers is not fast, but every time it can point to where his flaws lie. It's okay if the other party doesn't attack. If it were an attack, once Zhang Xian hits the true chi between his fingers, it will inevitably lead to its immediate defeat, even death. And on stage, senior brother Feng. At this moment, he was also about to explode with anger, because he knows it himself. I just changed 5 body techniques and 8 sets of martial arts skills myself. Every time the other party moves, can accurately identify the fate of these moves. This eye is so sharp, even his teacher, even top-tier 5-star teachers cannot achieve it. So he was very puzzled in his heart. This Phantom Empire city, when did such a powerful home emerge? Hey, it's just that he's been thinking hard for a while. I jumped several times in a row again. If you know you keep jumping like this, we will eventually lose. I thought to myself that I was the first genius of the Imperial City. How could one be played with like this by the other party? Think of this. Grit your teeth. With a flick of his body, he suddenly rushed towards the other party. This pounce is like a tiger hunting its entire body, emitting extremely strong pressure. Simultaneously let out a roar. He suddenly pounced on Zhang Xian. However, Wang Hu next to him saw Senior Feng use his ultimate move. I thought this time I would definitely defeat the other party. But unexpectedly, I saw this guy standing across from me, with a helpless sigh on his face. What kind of roar? I was startled. Subsequently, I saw senior brother Feng lightly tapped by the opponent's finger, just lie on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Seeing this scene, Wang Hu's pupils involuntarily contracted. I quickly stepped forward and helped my senior brother up. He couldn't believe it. This move can be considered one of the strongest martial arts skills in the sect. Now the other party is just so gentle. You can break through the defense. And brother Feng lying on the ground. At this moment, except for a pale face, what puzzled him even more was that he was a 6 realms powerhouse. There are 4.8 million of them. The other party not only failed to use genuine energy, without using weapons, use only physical strength to break oneself through. This power cannot be achieved without more than 5 million tops. If he uses weapons and true energy, come and do it yourself. Isn't it just killing oneself? Think of this. Brother Feng, endure the pain, quickly stood up, clasped his fists and bowed, thanking him for showing mercy. And Zhang Xianwen, standing across from him, spoke classical Chinese. I just smiled lightly and said there's no need to hide it. It's just a sparring session. I heard the other person say that. Senior Brother Feng responded by saying that his skills are inferior to those of others. Let's put an end to the alliance matter. Then the two of them turned around and walked off the arena. However, everyone who saw this scene exploded. Spiral, these people are even more crazy. They really can't think of it. This domineering Senior Brother Feng. Surprisingly, not a single finger of Teacher Zhang blocked it. The red lion on the side lit up its eyes when it saw the situation. Just went up and asked Zhang Shi, how did you break through to the 5th level and approach the peak? Zhang Xian smiled in classical Chinese. A simple response was just a lucky breakthrough. Then asked the other party about their own students. Where are they now? However, when Hong saw the other party asking about a few people, I also stuttered and couldn't utter a word. Zhang Xian's face darkened when she saw this. I hurriedly asked what was going on. What's wrong with them? And Hong saw the other party suddenly look anxious. Just said release. Yesterday, someone from the Huaiwang mansion came to pick them up. We dare not stop either. Can you hear that the Huaiwang mansion has taken away its own students? Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened. Just ask the other party why they picked them up. At this moment, the red lion also replied with a helpless expression. I don't know either. The other party didn't say anything after it passed. After all, this Huaiwang Yuangshuan, he is the uncle of His Majesty the Lord of Hongyuan Imperial City, that is, the imperial uncle of the current dynasty. It can be said that one person is below 10,000 people. Its status is respected. Even the Princess Yufei we saw before. Everyone must personally call him Grandpa Xian. Yesterday, he suddenly sent someone over. I have to pick them up and stay for a few days. I don't see any malicious intent. Another powerful figure of the current dynasty. So there was no obstruction. Listen here. The more Zhang Xian listened, the more strange it became. I have no interaction with this Huaiwang Yuangshuan. As for a few students, it's even less likely. Then I thought of something. So I asked, did they do something wrong? Listen here. Hong Shi pondered for a moment. I just remembered that a small incident did happen yesterday. Subsequently, Yuan Tao had conflicts with others. Tell me about injuring the other party. Zhang Xian's face lit up at the words. Wrinkle tighter. I thought to myself that I wasn't here. These bastards are lawless. Surprisingly, he dares to cause trouble. Otherwise, why did the Huaiwang mansion take them away? Thinking of this, I would like to ask a few people where the White Palace is located. Kahongshi heard the other party ask about this location. I feel anxious. I quickly waved my hand and responded, do you want to go get someone? It's not feasible for you to go alone. But Zhang Xian doesn't care what kind of mansion the other party is. My own student has something to do now. Even if the heavenly King Laozi comes, it's useless. So he coldly snorted goodbye and said these useless things to me. Quickly tell me where it is located. At this moment, the red lion knew that Zhang Shi was angry. I can't persuade myself either. I had to point in one direction. And he said it's about 30 kilometers away from here. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I heard a sharp sound coming from the air. Immediately after, I saw a huge wild beast, quickly approaching Zhang Xian's side. At this moment, Zhang Xian didn't say anything to several people. With a leap, he arrived behind the celestial beast. He flew out in the direction pointed by the red lion. A few people also knew that something big was going to happen when they saw the situation. Now we can only find the princess. Only then can we possibly resolve this crisis. So he quickly went to the palace to find Princess Yufei. However, Zhang Xian flew here for less than 10 minutes. I saw a huge floating object. Judging from this demeanor, I can guess that this is probably the Huaiwang mansion. So they landed nearby. I only realized it when I came up to it. The strength of several guards standing in front of the door. They have all reached Huafan Liachongjing. But Zhang Xian can't care so much at this moment. Even if the opponent's strength is strong, I also need to go in myself. Besides, I'm not weak either. If it's a big deal, throw out more than 20 puppets. Think of this. Just walked straight towards the gate. However, the guard saw a stranger approaching. He sternly shouted that this was the Huaiwang mansion. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed to enter. Zhang Xian suppressed her displeasure upon seeing this. On the contrary, with a slight smile, he took out a famous teacher's post. Pass it over. It is said that the renowned teacher Zhang Xian will come to pay his respects to King Huai. I hope to hear another message. At this moment, the guard also looked at the other party in confusion. Then I took over the famous teacher's post. Just the name is written on it. There is no content or teacher level. So she asked Zhang Xian if she knew what level Zhang Shi was at. Do you know our prince before? This visit has been arranged in advance. Hearing the other person asking a question, Zhang Xian smiled. The response is that I have not seen King Huai before. Just friends with Princess Yufei. Mo Gao Yuan and Mo Sher are Gu Jiao. Several guards heard the names of Princess Fair and Lord Mo. Suddenly, he looked solemn. Although I have doubts in my heart, but I dare not neglect it either. Quickly beckon Zhang Xian to come and rest in the courtyard. After all, Lord Mo is not an ordinary person. Being able to become a renowned teacher with whom he has established a close relationship. Even the worst is a 6-star renowned teacher. Therefore, Zhang Xian followed the guards into the Huaiwang mansion like this. Not long after, the guard brought Zhang Xian to a pavilion. Let him settle down here and rest first. I will go and report to the prince myself. The guard quickly returned to the front again. Just say to Zhang Xian, Teacher Zhang. Your Highness, please. In no time, the two of them bypassed several aisles. We arrived at a spacious and tall hall. After the guard reported, he retreated. And at this moment, Zhang Xian strode inside. As soon as you come in, I noticed a middle-aged man sitting on top. Sitting beside him was an elderly man with white hair. Behind him stood a young man in his 20s. Although the cultivation of the two cannot be seen, but this young man, but without reservation, he displayed the aura of an 8-story mirror. Zhang Xian knows that the other party is not an ordinary person. He clasped his fists and said that he had met Prince Huai under the guidance of renowned teacher Zhang Xian. However, the prince did not speak at this moment. On the contrary, the young man beside him looked at him with fiery eyes. You are Zhang Xian, he said sternly. Zhang Xian saw this guy speak so rudely. I'm too lazy to pay attention to the other person. Take a few steps forward. I turned around and sat on the passenger seat across from me. And this young man saw Zhang Xian's attitude. My face immediately darkened. I'm talking to you, coldly scolded. Are you deaf? At this moment, Zhang Xian sat down, just looking at the young man with a serious expression. I responded sternly, saying that I heard it. Then he ignored the other party. Turning his head to look at the prince above, he said, Embrace the prince. I'm sure you can guess the purpose of my visit. The young man behind the old man saw the other person ignoring him. Just let out a roar. Since you heard my question, just answer my question first. Listen here. Zhang Xian, just look at the other person and tell them. Young people hear this. Also suppress the anger in my heart. He coldly snorted and asked me if you were Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian did not respond to the other party. The horse looked at the prince again. I heard that a few of my students, invited by the prince as a guest, I came here today just to pick them up. At this moment, the young man beside him was so angry that he exploded in place. The whole body's breath surged out. A suffocating sense of oppression, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Just shouted angrily and dared to tease me. Do you know who I am? But Zhang Xian saw the other party like this, still responding with an unchanged expression. I don't care who you are. Conferring at the Mingshi Tang and Xianai, a renowned figure who has fought alone against the alien race. Wherever you go, you must be respected and admired. You, a little dancer, dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Who gave you the courage? This conversation room. Zhang Xian's mind was calm at the same time. There is a hint of unspoken longevity in the voice. Cooperate with the aura of Master Tian Blade. It gives people a sense of invincibility in the face of danger. It feels like blaspheming him is like blaspheming a deity. However, Zhang Xian finished speaking. Seeing the other person speechless, their face turning pale, not waiting for the other party to react. Just keep talking about being a guest at the Huaiwang mansion. The prince hasn't spoken yet. You, a servant standing on one side, shout and scream here. But he still holds the prince in high regard. Do you take the senior in front of you seriously? Listen here. Youth's body shakes. The momentum just now immediately disappeared completely, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. He stuttered and couldn't say a word. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her big hand, shouting sternly, ignoring the elderly and young. Disregarding hierarchy, unknown identity. Can tell high from low? You are not welcome here. Get out of here. Young people hear this. His face darkened. I can't say a word anymore. As soon as he lifted his foot, he walked out. The prince and the old man who can see the scene in their eyes. I didn't expect it either. This 4-star renowned teacher actually said 2 sentences. Just say the 8th level powerhouse like this. Under helplessness. The old man shook his head and sighed. Just shout with your internal strength. Although the sound is not loud, but in the ears of young people. But it exploded like a thunderbolt. Youth's body shakes. My spirit immediately recovered, knowing that he was captured by the other party's oath beast. Suddenly turned around and looked at the other person. With a roar, I'm going to kill you. The whole body is breathing heavily. He suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. I said, you idiot. Isn't it good to be alive? I have to provoke this pervert. It's alright now. Forcefully breaking oneself into a comminuted fracture throughout the body. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the hall of the Huaiwang mansion. The prince hasn't spoken yet. The young man next to her began to give Zhang Xian a cold look. However, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was intentionally making things difficult. So he scolded the young man with a vow of longevity. Result: this young man of the Eight Realms powerhouse has indeed been recruited. And the old man in front of him was also very shocked to see this. He didn't expect it. The 4-star renowned teacher in front of me. Can you actually use a few simple sentences? Make the youth like this. So he shouted one. However, he woke up from his mistake as a celestial beast. Knowing for a moment that I was being played. The whole body's breath is wide open. He suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. The old man frowned when he saw this. Just a cold snort is enough. You still feel embarrassed and haven't lost enough, right? The youth was shouted at like this. The whole body trembled and immediately stopped. The breath on his body also dissipated. Nevertheless, but his gaze towards Zhang Xian was still filled with killing intent. At this moment, the prince awkwardly smiled and said to Zhang Shi's student, "He is indeed a guest at my mansion. I'll have someone invite me over right away." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. I just thanked the prince. At the same time, he also expressed doubts about the students below. Some stubborn and wicked. I don't think I'm disturbing the prince, do I? If there is anything that has been offended, I, Zhang Xian, am willing to take on the responsibility alone. The prince responded with a disturbance upon hearing this. How is that possible? Several students of teacher Zhang have extraordinary talents. I don't even have time to like it. After saying these, the prince also knows that he wants to keep things hidden. I can't hide it either. So he responded by saying, "Teacher Zhang, to be honest, the reason why I invited several students from teacher Zhang to come over, it was entrusted by Elder Yuan." At this moment, the old man beside spoke up and said, "Hello, teacher Zhang. Below is Yuan Chang, Wujiang Imperial City." Zhang Xian, the elder of the Yuan family, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, because when he and the princess returned here, I have heard him introduce it before. This Wujiang Imperial City is a titled Imperial City. He is one level higher than even Hongyuan Imperial City. It is an Imperial City with a 7-star renowned teacher stationed there. No wonder this idiot dared to roar and scream recklessly in front of the prince. However, just as Zhang Xian's face was full of doubts, the old man smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang, you're young. This state of mind surpasses the typical 6-star rating. Teacher is not weak among the famous teachers I have met. Truly a hero emerging from youth. Listen here." Zhang Xian clasped his fists in response, saying that Elder Yuan had been released from prison. At this moment, the old man smiled. "Anyway, say it. Teacher Zhang, can you cultivate your state of mind to such a level at the age of 20? Be calm and moderate in doing things. Free from arrogance and impetuosity. No wonder Master Tao values you so much. I only recognize you as a teacher. I don't want to leave you no matter what I say." Zhang Xian heard the other party calling out young Master Tao. My eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Ask Elder Yuan. The young Master Tao you mentioned is Yuan Tao. Subsequently, Zhang Xian only learned about it through the elder's narration. Yuan Tao used to be the young master of the boundless Imperial City. Their Longxi bloodline clan only needs to stay within a small area. It will automatically resonate with the bloodline. That's why we can recognize Yuan Tao. I also understand that all the members of their family, everyone has this bloodline, just accompanied by a long time ago. My bloodline is becoming increasingly thin. Fortunately, Elder discovered Yuan Tao's bloodline. Surprisingly, he is the purest among the same generation. I also have a complete bone vein. So he wants to bring Yuan Tao back. Let the family activate the bloodline in his body properly. After understanding these, Zhang Xian's face was also full of disappointment. I didn't expect a few of my own students to pass on their knowledge, all due to physical reasons, leaving oneself one after another. However, the young man next to him saw the other person's face full of doubts. I coldly scolded Elder Yuan for telling you so much. Do you still not agree? Young Master Tao is of the Longxi bloodline. Sooner or later, one must transform into a giant dragon. Soar up into the sky with one start. You are indeed a renowned scholar. Talent is also good. But in terms of body refining, it's too far behind. So in my opinion, you don't deserve to be the young master's teacher at all. I'm discussing with you now to give you face. Don't be ignorant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, his face darkened. I sternly retorted, you said I practice physical fitness. Not worthy to be Yuan Tao's teacher. Is that so? At this moment, young people get angry when they see each other. Instead, he gave a cold smile and replied that he was right. If you don't agree, we can engage in a physical battle. If you lose, then obediently let young Master Tao come with us. Admit that you are not worthy of being a teacher. If you win, I have no problem taking you as my teacher. After speaking, Zhang Xian showed no response. How about just roaring? Just say whether you dare or not. However, just as Zhang Xian was about to respond, I heard excited voices coming from behind. call out to the teacher. Turning around, I realized that the person who came was none other than Yuan Tao. Zhang Yang and the others came over with excitement on their faces. Seeing their fierce appearance one by one, Zhang Xian also felt very comforted in her heart. So he smiled slightly and said hello to the young man. You want to have a martial arts competition, right? Then we will only use the power of our physical bodies to compete. Several students were taken aback upon hearing these words. With a face full of anxiety, he wanted to call out to Teacher Ting. After all, they all know. The opponent has the bloodline of Longxi, Huafan, an eightfold powerhouse skilled in body refining. It's impossible to win against the opponent. But Zhang Xian had her hands behind her back. With a calm expression on his face, he looked at a few people. Don't worry, everyone. In front of me, he's just a jumping clown. Tanwei killed him with all his might. Then he turned around and looked at Prince Huai, asking him, I may need to trouble you again. I don't know if there is a secret room here. I have something to deal with now. After obtaining the opponent's shadow, Zhang Xian was soon guided by the prince. Arriving at the secret room, as soon as he came in, he called his clone over. Then explained the ins and outs of the matter. I told the clone once. After speaking, he instructed him. I'll beat the other person all over the ground and look for teeth when I go out soon. That's how I hid in the secret room and didn't come out. And the clone came to the living room with a gentle smile. However, the young man saw Zhang Xian walk out, not to mention the body. With a sudden shake, he rushed forward. Everyone was very nervous when they saw the situation, afraid that the teacher will suffer losses. Just Sun Chang on the side. But he confidently told a few people with a face full of confidence. Don't worry, you guys. Since the young master promised to compare with him, it's impossible to lose. But just when everyone was shocked, Zhang Xian not only had no intention of dodging, instead, he leaped and won a punch at the opponent, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Zhang Xian's clone being bounced out. The principal saw the situation. I also think that Zhang Xian is still too young. Normal octagonal mirror and youth fight. It's impossible to win a fight. Besides, you are just a martial arts revered strength. How could it not lose? However, the young man who originally had an excited face, suddenly feel. My fist head was smashed onto steel. A burst of intense pain suddenly came. I just felt like the bones in my hands were shattered in an instant. At this moment, I saw his pupils shrink. He really can't understand. This punch just now actually caused me to suffer such a serious injury. However, just as he was puzzled, Zhang Xian, who had just been bounced out, stomped her foot abruptly. He rushed towards the other party. The young man saw that the other party was full of loopholes at this moment. A joy in my heart. I don't care about the pain in my palm either. As soon as he raised his hand, he hit him on the head with an elbow strike, accompanied by a loud bang. The young man who thought he had picked up the big leak. I once again felt a sharp pain in my arm. Immediately after, I feel like the bones in my arm have been shattered by the shock. At this moment, he immediately burst into tears. Clearly possessing one's own Longxi bloodline, it is the existence of invincible defense. How to hit the opponent and end up hurting oneself instead. Elder Yuan on the side saw Zimu. My eyes widened like lanterns. He couldn't understand Zhang Xian being in a state of being beaten. Surprisingly, it can be so powerful. However, Zhang Xian only took a step forward at this moment. May I ask about my physical strength? Are you qualified to be Yuan Tao's teacher? At this moment, the young man responded with a mournful expression, saying Nini, you are qualified to be Master Tao's teacher. And the elder saw his appearance. I couldn't help but sigh. Then he took a pill and gave it to him to take. It's just that he's in this situation right now. It's probably impossible to restore it to its original state. After all, the biggest fear for those who refine their bodies is injuring their bones. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with an embarrassed expression on his face. Speaking of Teacher Zhang, do you think our young master can do it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I didn't wait for the other party to continue talking, just let out a sigh. Then he looked at the fat guy and said, Yuan Tao, come over here for a moment. Immediately after, I saw this chubby student with big ears. Come to yourself. He also showed a complex expression. After you return to your family, remember to cultivate well. Don't lose your teacher's reputation. Yuan Tao heard the teacher say so. Eyes turned red. I knelt down directly. Cry out, teacher. I'm not leaving. Don't push me away, okay? I just want to follow behind you. At this moment, Zhang Xian also felt very uncomfortable in her heart. I just feel my nose sour. Just shook his head and said, since the Yuan family has the complete inheritance of the Longxi bloodline, you should go with him. Thus, your cultivation can make faster progress. Follow me behind. This will only become your wisdom. After finishing speaking, he turned around and waved his hand, saying okay. As a student of my Zhang Sun, there's nothing good about being a mother-in-law. Strive to activate physical fitness as soon as possible in the family. Let the teacher also see your achievements. Then he looked at the elder beside him and said, "Elder Yuan, I'm a bit stubborn as a student. Please take care of me more in the future." I heard the other person say that. The old man's face turned pale. Just look at Zhang Xian again. My heart was suddenly filled with admiration. I responded politely with a few words. After Zhang Xian finished explaining the matter, his face darkened. He sternly said that Yuan Tao is my direct disciple. In the future, if you let me know that he has been wronged, or unfair, I will personally find Yuan to marry. After speaking, I received a positive response from the other party. Zhang Xian didn't say anything anymore. Stretch out casually. I grabbed the nearby wine glass and brought it over. I just offered a toast to the elder. Then the wrist rolled over. I took out a wine gourd and handed it over to the elder. Tell me to first connect that guy's broken bone. Then take this bottle of medicinal wine. His entire body's bones will remain intact as before. It won't delay cultivation either. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at a few students. Let's go. However, watching the source of the teacher's departure, I made a strong vow in my heart. I will definitely not disappoint the teacher's expectations. And the youth. After taking the long gown given to him by Zhang Xiangang, in a moment, all the injuries in the body remained intact as before. This left the nearby prince and elder stunned. Only then did a few people exclaim that this was a holy potion. Young people know that this holy medicine is incredibly precious. Eyes turn red. Kneel down directly to the ground, repeatedly withholding blood from Zhang Xian, who has already gone far away. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, who walked out of the Huaiwang mansion, turned her head to look at Sun Chang. Please find a server with a good environment for the next few days. Just stay close to the college. Just finished explaining. Sun Chang heard Wang Ying suddenly shout teacher beside him. I feel like I'm about to break through. Zhang Xian saw the situation, knowing that breakthroughs require opportunities. This matter cannot be delayed. So my spirit stirred up. Just communicate with the spirit beasts in the distance. Immediately grab the true chi. Everyone stood up in the sky. It fell on the back of the celestial beast. Soon, Zhang Xian will move at the fastest speed possible. Go to the room where the college resides. As soon as Wang Ying returned to her room, she sat down. I saw him wandering around with his whole body breathing nonstop, accompanied by a surge of energy gushing out from his head. Instantly broke through to Huafan Temple. Respected Zhang Xian upon seeing this situation. My heart trembled uncontrollably, because Wang Ying in front of us didn't break through cultivation first, but rather a breakthrough in one's mindset. See here. Can't help but say, what a great opportunity. I didn't expect this girl to be unwilling to talk even though she usually doesn't want to, but there is such a state of mind. Just Zhang Xian saw that his cultivation was getting faster and faster. I should use Healing Jing's technique soon. I don't have any useful techniques in my hands. Cultivate him. So he left the room. Soon after, we found Hong's family. Ask the other party if they have the 5 magic mirrors, the technique of using the 6 heavens bridge mirror. After understanding the situation, Hong's also helped Zhang Xian collect dozens of books. However, these quantities are still too small for Zhang Xian. Later, I learned from the mouth of the Red Lion. There will be a trade fair in the next few days. Don't even ask for thousands of copies inside. Even tens of thousands of copies are possible. And Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard about the trade fair. At this moment, the Red Lion explained. New students from various great cities. Most of them have their own cultivation techniques. They also brought their own local specialties. A few days before the assessment, this kind of trade fair will be held. First, let everyone get to know each other. Secondly, we can also exchange experiences in material cultivation. Enable everyone to make progress, so as to better pass the assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. Even busy asking the other party where this transaction is located. Let's go take a look now. People who can fly are not necessarily superheroes. He could be an old man. Just when this old man appeared, let the 30,000 people be extremely frightened. Just now, Zhang Xian watched her own students breakthrough cultivation to the 4 realms of Huafan. He's just different from others. Others' breakthroughs may simply be due to cultivation, and his breakthrough lies in his mindset. So Zhang Xian knows that the faster he practices, the faster the breakthrough, the faster it will be. So we found the Hong family. I need some 5 or 6 layers of martial arts manuals. He only has a few dozen copies now. Subsequently, through communication with the Red Lion, I just found out that the college has a new student trade fair. There will be many people inside. Take out your own secret code and exchange it. Understand these. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Let the Red Lion go take a look together. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a huge lake in the college. This is just the building of the trade fair. The ship is several kilometers away from the shore. People who come and go can only use small boats to cross the lake. Soon the two of them arrived in front of the boatman. Hongshire asked the boatman, "What is the cost of going to the trade fair?" Little does one think, The old man spoke with a medium-grade spirit stone. However, Zhang Xian heard about this price. I was suddenly scared and my eyes widened. I couldn't help but scream. What kind of ferry is this? You can live by the wall. Why do we still use boats to ferry people? And the elderly are also accustomed to this situation. So I responded with a faint smile, saying that if I think it's expensive, you can step on the water to get there. But you need to think carefully. This is Tuzi Lake. There are countless spirit beasts of the 7th and 8th levels inside. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you're dead. Listen here. When Hong Shizhen was hesitating whether to ride or not, suddenly, a spirit stone fell into the old man's hand. Then I saw two figures jump onto the boat in a flash, and instruct the boatman to set sail. At this moment, the Red Lion finally saw clearly. The two of them are senior brother Feng and Wang Hu from the previous alliance, and Wang Hu standing on the boat, watching the old man start sliding the oars in his hand. He looked at Zhang Xian with a proud expression on his face, laughing. I can't bear to give up even a snack. I still want to water it for a while, but Wang Hu hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Zhang Xian and her companions leap into the air from the shore. It landed on the back of a huge wild beast. Two people saw the situation. I suddenly froze in place. At the same time, he exclaimed in surprise. This celestial beast is a half-step transformed mirror with 9 layers of reflection, and his cultivation level is only 5. How could there be such a powerful animal pet? But just when the two of them were shocked, I saw Zhang Xuanqing sitting on a celestial beast. It stopped not far away. The thick wings suddenly flapped. Just rush straight to the surface of the water. Push your claws downwards. Just hold an 8-pound fish beast in your palm. Pinch it to death on the spot, and take the inner alchemy directly away. See here. Both of them, along with the boatman, were foolish. This is for freshmen, but it's a dangerous place of slaughter. This guy is really good. I came hunting directly. That's it. Zhang Xian guided the Tianxiong beast to keep hunting. Less than half an hour. I hunted down 30 or 47th and 8th mirrors. I have also gained a lot from the inner alchemy of the savage beasts. However, this scene was witnessed by the people on the building ship. They were both closely watched by everyone as soon as they boarded the ship. The Red Lion was also filled with concern upon seeing this situation. After all, Zhang Xian's cultivation level is far from that of Tianxiong beast. These people cannot understand how he was tamed. That's why everyone gave him the same look, and various different opinions. It's just that these are not bad things for Zhang Xian. At this moment, I saw him comforting Hong Shi beside him, saying it's okay. Then he looked at the crowd. Tell me that I have the ability to exchange the inner alchemy of 7 levels of spiritual beasts for the transformation of the mortal world. Cultivation techniques in the spirit realm. As long as a suitable technique is used, exchange it for an inner alchemy. Hong was also shocked to hear him say that. This is too cheap, isn't it? The inner alchemy of these 7 or 8 times advanced savage beasts is incredibly precious. This way, it's not a loss of life. So he quickly stopped Zhang Xian. I haven't received a response from Zhang Xian yet. At this moment, everyone rushed forward and asked this brother, is what you just said true? However, Zhang Xian also didn't care about the Red Master. Just respond to everyone with a gentle smile. I guarantee it with the reputation of a renowned teacher. Neither the old nor the young will be cheated. As for Qiao Tianjing's secret martial arts manual, exchange one inner alchemy with 8 layers of complexity for another. But the prerequisite is to be suitable for me. If it's not suitable, I won't take it. But don't worry, whether it's suitable or not. I just need to touch it. I'm sure I won't watch it. Inappropriate title and content. I will never open a book, so you don't have to worry about your martial arts being leaked. Even if it is appropriate, I will only watch it once and return it immediately. I won't ask for the original from you. Not even able to transcribe. Listen here. Everyone exploded. This deal is simply too cost-effective. So that's it. Everyone is in line. Present all the techniques you have collected to Zhang Xian. Not long after, Zhang Xian also searched through all the martial arts manuals. In the end, within an hour's time, Zhang Xian selected 2 books from numerous sources. After all, if there is no transaction, these people will all lose interest. So these 2 books were also randomly chosen by him. At this moment, Zhang Xian also stopped. Then I looked at everyone and said, everyone, I'm really sorry. I think that's all for today. If you still have the secret recipe for the 6 Bridges Heavenly Realm, please let me know. Bring it tomorrow. You can use one. Come in exchange for 2 inner alchemy pills of the 8-fold pure spirit beast that have been transformed and multiplied. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again excited. Everyone showed a look of wanting to get rich, cheering and cheering. After Zhang Xian finished speaking with everyone, and no longer pay attention to them, after exchanging a glance with the Red Lion, the 2 of them jumped onto the back of the celestial beast again and flew away. Just, senior brother Feng and Wang who are different from people of other stars. They were originally planning to come over and sell something. Result. Everyone on the ship has been attracted to Zhang Xian. The things they set up were not even seen by anyone. However, Zhang Xian here also returned to her residence. At this moment, I saw him organizing the newly collected techniques. It was passed on to the 3 students who were still by his side. The next day, Zhang Xian came to Luo Chuan again. Obtained nearly 1,000 copies. The secret recipe for the 6 Bridges Sky Mirror. At the same time, some remnants of body techniques and martial arts were also collected. After returning to the residence, Zhang Xian sorted out the techniques again. At the same time, the mortal world steps into the sky. Also, because of the body law fragments I received today, now I have also synthesized a book. A flawless body technique secret without any flaws. Besides, it also incorporates a technique from the Heavenly Dao Bridge Heavenly Realm. At the same time, he also wants the existing Heavenly Dao body technique. Merge with the mortal world and step into the sky. I only discovered it after merging it together. The content inside is dirty. It's impossible to cultivate at all. But Zhang Xian thought again. When flying, one can have the speed of the Heavenly Dao body technique. Since we can't synthesize the secret code, run 2 body movements simultaneously. Unexpectedly, he fell half dead as soon as he flew in the room. Zhang Xian, with a helpless expression on his face. I don't think there are many places to move around in the room. After getting up, he walked out of the room and greeted Sun Chang. I need to go out on my own. I took a ride on the celestial beast and flew out, accompanied by the darkness of night. Zhang Xian quickly found a quiet place. Come to a stop. He started his body fusion surgery. 1 night has passed. The next day, Hong Shi arrived at his residence. I didn't see that Zhang Xian was also very anxious. I quickly found Sun Chang to understand the situation. I just found out he went out last night. It's just that the assessment is about to start. I'm not coming back yet. Once this is missed, it's impossible to enter again. However, just as the red lion was stomping its feet in a hurry, Sun Chang saw his young master covered in dust, and walked back with a weathered face. He approached with a worried expression on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head and said, I'm fine. Never mind. Then he looked at the red lion and said, Red lion, here we go. And the red lion saw his disheveled appearance. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Others have to bathe and change clothes for this assessment. Dressed neatly. I want to strive to leave a good impression on the teacher being assessed. You go ahead with this sound. People may think you're just a scavenger, whether they mean it or not. So he asked with a blank expression, what are you like now? Are you really going to take the assessment? Then I saw the other person and said it's okay. Red Lion knows that the assessment cannot be delayed. I won't say much more. Just board the specialized flying spirit beast in the college. Quickly fly towards the direction of Lei Yuanfeng in the Hongyuan mountain range. We soon arrived at our destination as well. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the scene of surging crowds ahead. I couldn't help but ask Red Lion how many people there must be here. At this moment, the Red Lion lowered its voice. There are more new students this year than ever before. There are a total of 30,000 people. And I heard that the college only admits 20,000 people. In other words, the total number of people to be eliminated in this assessment is 10,000. Listen here. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. I couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect it. Here. Surprisingly, there are so many renowned teachers with 4 or more stars. However, just as Zhang Xian was feeling emotional, Feng Shi, Luo Shi, and others approached and said to Zhang Shi, we haven't formed an alliance with any other forces. Can these students pass the assessment? It's all up to you, Teacher Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I turned around and looked at the many students in front of me. I also took a look at their sincere expressions. I just smiled and replied, don't worry. I will do my best. Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to finish speaking yet. I heard someone shouting about this guy not far away. The one who defeated you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head to look. I just realized. The people who came were Senior Brother Feng and a stranger man. You can see this tall guy. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. After all, the other party did not conceal their breath. The power of this six-fold force emanating from the body give people a great deal of pressure. However, while Zhang Xian was observing the other party, Senior Brother Feng only responded that he was right. He's just a big guy. Obtained confirmation from the other party. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of me, covered in dirt and mess, I was also stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Senior Brother Feng and asked, is that a mistake? But Senior Brother Feng doesn't believe his brothers when he sees them. I quickly explained it. At this moment, the tall man looked at Zhang Xian with dazzling eyes. Since you can defeat Wu Feng, do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just wanted to reject the other party. But suddenly I remembered something, so I asked if the competition was possible. Is there just a bet? If not, there won't be any comparison. I heard Zhang Xian say that. The tall man was momentarily stunned. With that, his face darkened. I asked you what you want to bet on. You don't even know what I want to compete with you for. Do we need to place a bet? However, Zhang Xian waved her hand. Just respond by saying that no matter what you want to compete for. If there's any gambling, come. If not, don't hinder me. Upon hearing this, the tall fisherman snorted coldly, okay. Since you are so confident, I will fulfill you. With a flick of the wrist, a pile of snacks are placed in front of me. Just keep talking as long as you win. Take these 1,000 snacks directly. Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask if she wanted to bet 1,000 pieces when she saw the situation. At this moment, the fisherman beside saw the other person's nervous expression. Just carry your hands behind your back. With a proud sneer on his face, he let out a cold laugh. Then he said it was good. With your strength, I must have never seen so many snacks before. But you don't have to worry about not being able to pay. If you lose, I don't want your snacks either. You just need to be in front of all the new students. Just apologize to me. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian waved her hand and said, you're overthinking things. 1,000 mid-range snacks are too troublesome. I think it's better to just bet on it. Fishermen hear this. Can you stop being so funny? A mid-range snack. This can also be called a bet. I can spend more than this amount on my servants at any time. Actually, he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Zhang Xian take out a high-quality snack. Let's bet on one piece. I don't like this mid-range snack. However, when the fishermen saw the snacks in front of them, I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole body is soft. I almost fell to my death. Zhang Xian saw the other party trembling with fear. I can't speak. I couldn't help but curl my lips. With a disdainful expression, he said, alright, if there isn't one, then don't bother me. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Upon hearing this, the fishermen were instantly infuriated. So he asked Wu Feng on the side to take out the Ji Kung Fu. And when Zhang Xian saw the talisman in front of her, she touched it with her hand. I know this is a jade talisman refined by a saint. It has a life-saving effect. I agreed that the other party could use him as a bet. At this moment, the fisherman on the side saw that the other party had agreed. Just say since you agreed. Then let's bet on this hunting trial. Whose grades are high? Whoever wins. Zhang Xian didn't understand why. When I was about to ask the other party how to determine high grades, I heard a loud voice coming from ahead. Tell everyone to be quiet. Immediately after, I saw an old man, standing tall in mid-air, suspended in mid-air. Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened when she saw this. I am very shocked in my heart. After all, this is only about himself. First time seeing someone fly. And what sets the other person apart from oneself is, his flight is a control over nature. Instead of using true energy to push oneself, using the red dust to step into the sky, if there is no true chi, it's impossible to fly at all. But just as Zhang Xian was feeling emotional, the old man who was in mid-air slowly said, go down to Miju. He is the elder of the college. I am the examiner responsible for the entrance assessment of this new student. However, when the student standing next to Zhang Xian heard the name, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He is the legendary Elder Mi, the young man in front of us who is under 20 years old. In order to save over 200 conspirators who were besieged, unexpectedly disregarding one's own safety, directly enter this herd of over 400 beasts. This scene, more than 50 companions couldn't help but shout for help. Just now, Zhang Xianzhang made a bet with the tall fisherman. I want to know how he determines when his grades are high. An old man, suddenly standing in the air above the crowd. However, when the student standing next to Zhang Xian heard the name, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He is the legendary Elder Mazer. Zhang Xian heard this person shouting loudly. Just ask what's wrong. Is this elder very famous? Only then did the student explain. There are 10 famous teachers in Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. They have all reached the peak of 6 stars. Also appointed as one of the top 10 strongest elders, responsible for managing all matters of the college. This mysterious elder is one of them. Even the Lord of Hongyuan Emperor's City saw him. Everyone needs to learn about life. However, at this moment, the mysterious elder in the air also interrupted everyone's excitement. I just smiled. Just telling everyone about this assessment. I believe everyone already knew in advance. The Lei Yuan Feng in front of you all. I put in countless spirit beasts. These are all vicious individuals, repeatedly injuring people. One's crime deserves more than death. I imprisoned it on the mountain peak. You can go up and hunt. As long as you kill one head, you can transform into 4 levels. Peak level spirit beasts. Getting the inner alchemy means passing. Listen here. Zhang Shen finally understood why the alliance was necessary. Although Elder Mi only said a few short sentences, but this ruthless and repeated businessman, it proves that this assessment is difficult. Many students have also understood this point. Everyone showed a solemn expression. At this moment, Elder Mi also continued to say, The trial period is 1 day. That means you must obtain inner alchemy before sunset. And hurry back here. Only by doing these can it be considered passed. If you can't do it, it means failure. This also indicates that you have no connection with the renowned teacher academy. Additionally, I would like to remind everyone that, on the mountain, there are not only 4 types of spiritual beasts that have been transformed and multiplied. There are still 5 or even 6 levels at the end. You guys are going to hunt down spirit beasts. We should also prevent being hunted by spirit beasts. However, a student heard this. I also asked Elder Me with confusion, if we can hunt and kill spirit beasts that have transformed into 5 or 6 levels. I don't know how to calculate the grades. At this moment, Elder Me stroked his beard. I just smiled happily. That's a good response to the question. This involves the assessment of grades for freshmen entering the field. Those with high grades will be assigned to better classes, can accept guidance from higher level teachers, even if they perform exceptionally well, can also gain the favor of elders. As for how to evaluate, it's very simple to say. It's the points system. One head turning complex. The quadruple peak spirit beast can accumulate 1 point. And in the early period of Lingjin, 1 spirit beast can be exchanged for 10 points. In the midterm, it's 20. The late and peak scores are 30 and 40 respectively. As for the spirit beasts in the early period of Chaotianjin, they scored 100 points. Midterm 200 points. And so on. These points can be accumulated on one person. Then he can get better grades. Of course, scoring can also be used to pass assessments. For example, 10 people jointly hunted down a spirit beast that was approaching its early stages. It is entirely possible to evenly distribute these 10 points. As a result, all 10 people can pass the assessment. After finishing the content, suddenly, Elder Me's expression became solemn, and with a serious tone, he said, "This assessment, it is not allowed for famous teachers to snatch and kill each other. In other words, we can't just earn more points. Go think of other famous teachers. Once discovered, the qualification will be cancelled directly. The college will never hire." However, upon hearing the elder say so, many students looked disappointed all over their faces. After all, some people have already prepared to launch surprise attacks on others before they arrive. Prepare to seize the inner alchemy. At this moment, Wu Feng in the crowd also asked Elder Me, if it is not allowed to compete among famous teachers. There are renowned teachers who are favored. Can we use animal pets to hunt everywhere? Listen here. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Xian in unison. After all, there were many new students at the trade fair ahead. Everyone knows he has a head and a half step. 9-level heavenly fierce beast rice. Elder heard this. With a wave of his hand, he responded by saying that the famous teacher had animal pets. It can also be considered as one's own strength. However, animal pets can only be used for, if it exceeds. No matter how much inner alchemy is obtained, the score will not be calculated. Wu Feng heard that it can only be used once. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I nodded in agreement as I looked at the elder. If that's the case, then, his brother Yu doesn't have to worry about Zhang Xian's discomfort. However, after explaining the issue of being favored, the elder, looking at everyone again. Okay, that's it. Do you have any further questions? If you have any, just ask in advance. Don't violate the rules and lose the quota. I heard the elder say that. Another student asked if the formation could be used. The elder also responded by saying, whether it's formations or advanced weapons. Just like the pet animals mentioned earlier. Anything beyond one's own cultivation level. All can only be used once. After speaking, the elder looked around again. I found that everyone has no problems. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Let's go." After hearing the command, the voices of 30,000 people participating in the assessment are like locusts. Immediately rushed towards Lei Yuanfeng in front of him. And this fisherman saw everyone leave. Also turned to look at Zhang Xian and said, "Teacher Zhang, don't forget the bet we just made." After speaking, he sneered and walked away. However, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party. "Look at Luo Xian and the others behind you. Let's go in too." Quickly led by Zhang Xian, more than 50 people from the Phantom Empire city arrived in the jungle. Just walked in for a while and then, Luo Xian and others couldn't help but feel anxious. Surprisingly quiet in the mountains and forests. The entire mountain range, vaguely revealing a chilling aura. So I asked Zhang Xian if he wanted to continue walking forward. At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled. The response said that Lei Yuanfeng is incredibly wide. If the spirit beasts just hide, it's hard for people to notice. Just don't worry, everyone. I am an animal trainer. Finding them is also very simple. Then everyone walked forward again. At this moment, Zhang Xian stopped. "Please keep quiet, everyone." Immediately afterwards, I saw him flip his wrist. Holding a long sword in my hand, he suddenly chopped down the rock wall in front of him. Everyone is wondering, why did he do that? Just heard a roar. The rock shattered instantly. Immediately after, A gray figure rushed straight out, but Zhang Xian saw only a wolf with a seemingly reverent school spirit. Just turned around and said to a few people, "He's leaving it to you. I'll go ahead and take a look." After explaining, I saw Zhang Xian shake her body and leap forward. After traveling 7 or 8 kilometers, under the observation of his rational eyes, only then did I discover a herd of animals passing by on the ground. What's just strange to him is, so many different types of savage beasts. Why gather together for action? Is it a joint effort to surround and kill humans? However, just as he wanted to follow the trail, when checking the whereabouts of the group of beasts, Spiral and others have caught up. Zhang Xian saw that everyone was here. Just lower your voice and say to them, "Everyone, keep your voices down. We're about to do something big." Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian explained that based on my observation, just now here, there should be a group of nearby spirit beasts passing by. Just kill them. Our points are enough. Then let everyone follow me quietly and move forward. After walking for a while, I just realized that someone here has used magic arrays and ammunition, but no traces of hunting spirit beasts were found either. So I followed the trail with everyone and chased after them. Not long after, just saw the most dangerous canyon of Lei Yuan Feng, a line of sky. Seeing the terrain here, Zhang Xian suddenly realized, "What's up?" My body suddenly shook. Without thinking about explaining to everyone, I rushed over. Even when everyone saw the situation, they didn't dare to delay, just follow closely behind. In no time, they arrived near the edge of the sky. But we haven't arrived yet. I heard the sound of battle coming from inside. Zhang Xian saw the situation, also quickly arrived at a hidden place, and the celebrities following behind. Seeing the scene in front of me, my face suddenly turned pale. They really can't think of it. There are actually hundreds of savage beasts gathered here, and there's no way out of besieging the 200 famous soldiers. If we continue to fight like this, many of these famous teachers are probably going to die here. At this moment, a famous teacher couldn't help but ask Zhang Shi, the current situation. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying, "The duty of a renowned teacher is to protect the human race. Even if it is dangerous, we must maintain the innocence of the human race without extinction. Seeing the suffering of the same kind without rescue, even if they leave, there are principles in their hearts. In the future, it will be difficult to make any progress." The renowned teacher beside her Zhang Xian say so. My heart is filled with respect. The current situation is not just a joke. So he said, if Zhang Shi really wants to save people, even if our entire army is wiped out, we cannot save them. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened, quickly deducing the entire battle situation in one's mind. Soon after, when everyone was extremely anxious, Zhang Xian just spoke up. "Who among you has the flag in formation of the 5-star maze?" Zhang Xian has just finished speaking. I heard someone in the crowd say that he had all of these. After receiving it, Zhang Xian immediately entered the library to check the deployment method. After a few breaths, I looked at everyone again and asked everyone, "Do you have snacks on you?" I heard everyone say they carry snacks with them. Zhang Xian ordered again, saying, "Each of you has 10 snack fruits in your hands. If there are not enough people, borrow from those around you. Gather enough 10 pieces. We currently have a total of 53 people. Except for me. You have 52 people. Divide into 4 teams, named after East, West, North, South." After everyone understood, immediately retrieved snacks, and quickly divided into 4 teams. Trenched Zhang Xianjian, "Are you all ready?" As soon as his expression changed, he said seriously, "Okay, everyone, listen to my command. Must be strictly enforced. If there is a slight error, the 200 companions below may not be able to handle it. However, as soon as everyone listened to the instructions, all focused, also hold the snacks in your hands. Always obey the other party's instructions." However, at this moment, Zhang Xian did not speak, but instead, he leaped and flew out. Everyone sees this scene. I was instantly shocked and stunned. You should know that the hundreds of spirit beasts ahead are engaged in battle. He rushed over like this. In the eyes of everyone, this is like risking one's life. However, the savage beasts below saw someone flying towards them, simultaneously emitting a roar. Immediately afterwards, I saw them suddenly charging towards Zhang Xian. This series of attacks, Zhang Xian dodged with extremely strange body movements, and many savage beasts are ineffective in their attacks. Just let out a roar. Following that were dozens of attacks. Once again, they launched a massive attack on him. However, upon seeing this scene, the renowned teacher's hearts tightened. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the other party. What they didn't expect was, this zombie. Surprisingly, he can continuously swim and run on the green rocks. And every attack of the savage beast, he flexibly dodged them all. If it were any expert with 7 mirrors, none of them can achieve it. He is just a person who admires martial arts, but it can achieve this perfectly. How strong a predictive ability is needed for this? And Zhang Xian here finally jumped over the besieged crowd. At this moment, I saw him take a deep breath. Immediately after, a surge of true energy surged in. The array 7 in my hand suddenly shot down and out. Seeing this scene, a person who assists a professional array mage among famous teachers, I was scared and my face turned pale, exclaiming with a confirmed diagnosis, "This is only for 7-star array mages." Itazaki Sadatsugu. Everyone heard this. I really don't understand what he means. When the array mage explained with a frightened expression that in legend, only 7-star array mages with extremely strong spiritual power, even without a compass. You can also find the nodes corresponding to each formation chess. Then throw the formation chess out at the same time. Achieve instant formation. Ku Zhangshi collapsed. How could he do this? Everyone who heard the explanation. He also looked at Zhang Xian above with a shocked expression on his face. Just the array mage on the side, seeing the formation of chess pieces landing in corresponding positions one after another. But the formation was not activated. Thunder Star Titan. I exclaimed in shock, oh no, this is a place of spiritual chaos. If there is no spiritual energy supplement, even if the position where the formation flag is lowered is correct, cannot activate the formation either. When everyone heard this, immediately felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. If that's the case, isn't Zhang Shi and the 200 companions below finished? Just when everyone didn't know what to do, everyone's ears trembled. I just heard Zhang Xian using phonetic techniques to say, everyone, take your place. Immediately hold the spirit stones in your hands. People from different directions according to my command. Shoot in the designated direction. After hearing the command, no one dares to signal. Just throw the spirit stone in your hand in the designated direction. However, numerous spirit beasts suddenly saw the sky filled with spirit stones flying in. First, I was taken aback. Immediately after, I saw a wild beast leading me. They all attacked towards the direction of the attacking spirit stones, accompanied by a loud bang. This is like a storm's attack. The spirit stones shot by 4 teams. They all changed the direction of their journey. Everyone saw the situation. All of them couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that it was over. Everyone is experiencing it for the first time. Why should I let you? He's a pervert. He did it today, and it was done so thoroughly. Just now, Zhang Xian assigned 4 teams. Throw out the designated position of the snack king in your hand at the same time. However, the savage beast saw the sudden snack. They rushed towards the air one after another. Everyone saw the storm-like attack. After changing the direction of all snacks, I couldn't help but exclaim that it was over. But it's just that everyone is worried. When the consequences of not being able to activate the formation occur, all snacks that have been redirected, all fell under Zhang Xian's feet. At this moment, all the snacks came together, accompanied by a roar. A strong spiritual energy soared into the sky. Then it surged towards the direction of the flag below. Seeing this scene, more than 50 companions with the same surname all widened their eyes. Just stare straight at the scene in front of me. It's like seeing a ghost. This is simply unbelievable. Everything in front of me is real. No one dares to imagine being in such an environment. He can actually count the attacks of pet animals into it. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, who stayed in mid-air with the help of rocks, after activating with a cold greeting, I stomped down suddenly. Then a true chi shot straight towards the ground, accompanied by a roar. In an instant, the entire ground, it was shrouded in a thick mist. At this moment, the formation of the peers saw the scene. I couldn't help but shiver. Hedge with the spiritual energy of spirit stones. Change the true chi of the chaos formed by the battle again, and take the opportunity to activate. To what extent do we need to understand the illusion sect maze? Only then can we achieve it. Even Master Tao Ran, who created this formation, I'm afraid it's also difficult to achieve. And if Prince Huan and his companions see that the formation has already been formed, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, let's see how it goes. Please rescue the people inside. But just as everyone was marveling at Zhang Xian's extraordinary performance, at that moment, I heard the formation below. There was a roar and roaring sound coming out. The mist also began to boil. See here. What did you think about when forming the formation? So he exclaimed in surprise that he had suffered. These spirit beasts are too powerful. They are planning to forcefully break through the formation. I heard the other person say that. At this moment, everyone finally understood. After all, the formation is strong. Now there are hundreds of savage beasts below, along with spirits. If they attack together, this illusion sect maze will soon become irresistible. Is it difficult? Do we have to watch the formation collapse now? Think of this. Spiral couldn't help but look at the array mage. May I ask if you are familiar with this formation? Is there any other remedy now? Upon hearing this, Master Jin shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, yes. Unfortunately, this not only requires a 5-star array mage, and you also need to have the strength of the 6 bridges heavenly realm to do it. Otherwise, it's impossible to maintain the formation at all. When everyone heard this, my face turned pale instantly. After all, there are so many people now. No matter how we work together, I want to break through to Qiao Tianjin in this short period of time. It's impossible at all. So someone suggested that everyone should leave first. Go and ask for reinforcements to come and save the people. Otherwise, once the formation is shattered, when the spirit beast broke through and debuted, we will inevitably be unable to escape the solution. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw everyone suddenly look stunned, gaze ahead. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but look forward. Just this one look. He's also stupid himself. However, at this moment, I saw Zhang Xian standing on the rock, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy around them. At the same time, his aura is becoming stronger and stronger. Accompanied by a roar, Zhang Xian suddenly broke through to the Tianqiao border. At this moment, his gaze was like electricity, looking at the formation below that is about to lose its hold. Finger flick. I saw a true chi split into hundreds in an instant. Just like different locations, the aura of the formation has passed. The formation has stabilized. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, so he returned to the crowd and said, "Okay, the maze has finally stabilized. Now neither side can fight. Let's find a way to save people." Everyone was stunned at the words. Then I asked if theoretically it is possible. But it's full of wild beasts inside. How can we save him? Watching Zhang Xian in the mist formation ahead. At this moment, with a gentle smile, he said that it wasn't difficult. "Just wait here. I'll go in and save people myself." However, Zhang Xian had just finished speaking. I haven't waited for everyone to react yet. I saw him leap forward. I jumped straight into the maze ahead. Everyone almost fainted when they saw this. And one of the famous teachers. At this moment, I couldn't help but exclaim that it was over. He jumped straight into the maze. Once surrounded by savage beasts. Even if you don't die, you also have to die. What should we do now? Seeing the other party so anxious, the weak young master next to him spoke up and said, "Don't worry for now. Zhang has never done anything reckless. His daring to jump also shows that he has enough confidence." Then everyone began to discuss Zhang Xian. What methods does he have to rescue people? At that moment, I heard it in the maze. Suddenly, there were bursts of roaring sounds. At this moment, everyone's faces darkened, full of anxiety. Just as I was about to rush down to save Zhang Xian, I heard another roar coming from below. Just what puzzled them was, why is this sound called such a ghost? This doesn't sound like an angry roar. Why do I feel like the beast is actually scared? And at this moment, Zhang Xian, who was in the maze, was walking slowly forward. It is indeed difficult for others to see the environment clearly, but he has hazy eyes. This maze is nothing to him. So the savage beasts cannot detect Zhang Xian, and he, but they can clearly see each other's every move. At this moment, I saw his body shake. Just jumped straight ahead. Lift your hand and directly press down a spirit beast to the ground. Then he spoke to the other party in animal language. Surrender or death. You choose it yourself. However, the spirit beast saw that the other party was proficient in animal language. Their strength is so formidable. I dare not hesitate either. Kneel down immediately and choose to submit. Just a coincidence. A savage beast willing to submit. At this moment, I suddenly felt a stream of air rushing into my body. The injuries on his body were not only intact in an instant, but also as good as before. Blood vessels are nourished by this airflow. It has also become more refined. Feel the possibility of breakthrough at any time. At this moment, the spirit beast knew that its own opportunity had come. Eyes turn red, let out another soft roar. And Zhang Xian found out about the other party's sincere devotion. I also nodded to indicate, let him wait here for himself. So he continued walking forward. He just remembered what the elder had said. These spirit beasts are extremely vicious. Even if we kill them, it's nothing. But in Zhang Xian's heart, this is ultimately life. Being able to tame is much better than killing. Of course, if it's better to die than obey. Those who are unwilling to submit. He also doesn't mind killing directly. But as Zhang Xian walked deeper and deeper in the mist, the screams and screams of the spirit beasts are also incessant. More and more spirit beasts are being tamed. More and more die-hard extremists are also being killed. However, as Zhang Xian walked, also taking advantage of the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy, enhance and consolidate one's own cultivation. An hour has passed. Zhang Xian also successfully reached the peak of the Six Bridges Sky Realm. This restored the power of his true chi once again. It has already reached 8 million strong moves. This is comparable to the early days of the Seven Mirrors. If combined with the physical body, 4 million, 3.2 million with strong and soul power. Even if it becomes complicated, even the early strong can fight. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian looked around again with a rational eye, discovered that all spirit beasts have been resolved. So I just smiled lightly. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The mist formation immediately receded. Yixianshan reappeared in front of everyone again. Just 10 minutes before Mijin recedes. At the middle of the valley now. Over 200 renowned teachers here. At this moment, everyone is sitting on the ground, recovering their true energy. Some are panting heavily. There are also some people looking around. These famous teachers who originally came to hunt. Not only are there no beasts at all now. Instead, he was ambushed by spirit beasts. Almost everyone is injured now. If it weren't for this sudden maze, I'm afraid they have become a pile of shredded salted fish. Not long after, there is a recovered famous teacher in the crowd. I saw a figure standing ahead. Full of confusion. Everyone is recovering. Why does this person still have the energy to walk around? Take a closer look. I just realized that this person was at the trade fair yesterday. A renowned teacher who trades inner alchemy for secret manuals. So he said to everyone, look, the person in front. It should be the people who set up the formation to assist us. He is Zhang Xian and Zhangshi from the Phantom Universe Empire, although his strength is only 5 mirrors. But he has one head. Half of the 9-layered male beast with a childlike body. Listen here. The renowned teacher beside me felt a sense of joy in his heart. I'm looking forward to saying this to you. Aren't we saved now? Just the famous teacher sitting next to him was so excited. I couldn't help but interrupt. It's not that easy. There are over 400 spirit beasts here in total. Nearly half of them have reached Xiao Tianjing. In addition, the valley is so narrow. Don't say half a step, 9 layers. Even if it's a true 9-fold one, come over. I'm afraid it's not enough to kill. When everyone heard this, my face immediately darkened. They thought they had a 9-pound beast to help them. There will be a glimmer of hope. Now it seems that we can only wait until we die. However, the famous scholar who spoke just now, at this moment, he sighed again and said, don't think so much about it, everyone. Good recovery. Power now. We can only hope that Elder Me knows that we are in danger. I will personally take action. Otherwise, we can only carve out a bloody path on our own. I just don't know if I can successfully break through. But this famous teacher hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard the roar of wild beasts coming from all around. Everyone immediately stood up and pulled out their weapons upon seeing the situation. Be prepared for battle. Just haven't waited for the 2 famous teachers to take action yet. I saw the mist formation in front of me suddenly shake, instantly disappearing in front of my eyes. Immediately after, I saw a figure slowly walking towards them. Seeing this scene, everyone is a bit at a loss. As the fog recedes, Zhang Shenkai stood in front of everyone and said, okay, don't be nervous, everyone. You have already been saved. Everyone was stunned at the words. What was saved? Later on, it was discovered. The herds of animals that were just besieged are now lying on the ground. Look respectfully at the man in front of you. See here. Everyone is stupid. Has this been tamed? The mist formation has been launched until now. Less than an hour's worth of effort. I have tamed over 400 spirit beasts. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Xin again. It's like seeing a ghost. Everyone was so scared that their eyeballs were about to fall off. However, it was not just them who were shocked. The young master Ruowan and others above the rock. When I saw the scene in front of me, I just feel a blackout in front of me, directly limp and fall to the ground. My companion beside me watched the insect beast lying on the ground. When he turned his gaze back to Zhang Xian, shout again, Zhang Shida Tower. His cultivation. Everyone turned to Zhang Xian upon hearing this. At this moment, everyone went crazy again. Didn't he just break through to Chao Tian realm? We're at the peak now. Am I serious about losing him? An hour in such a fierce battle. Not only did they tame all over 400 spirit beasts, I also broke through a major level, and the place that is on the horizon. When someone was shocked by this, Zhang Xian spoke slowly at this moment. Speaking of these spirit beasts that I killed, at all tamed spirit beasts, it should be enough for your points. So everyone doesn't need to continue. Hurry back and complete the assessment. As soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian's body shake. Just step on the walls around the canyon and jump higher and higher. However, everyone watched as the figure disappeared into the canyon. Everyone's eyes turned red as they said, not for myself, only for humanity. He is the true master teacher. The white fluffy spirit beast in front of me is so cute, but he's a pervert who wants to give him a painful hand. This behavior is really difficult to understand. Just now, after Zhang Xian rescued over 200 famous teachers in front of the valley, and also killed and tamed over 400 savage beasts, to everyone, let them complete the assessment. After speaking, he disappeared in front of everyone. However, just as everyone was moved by this, the renowned teacher beside couldn't help but say, although zombies don't care about these spirit beasts, but can we really be so shameless? Take these spirit beasts as your own. If it weren't for the help of zombies, We must have died a long time ago. In pursuit of his favor and the fruits of his hunting, this is not even as good as an animal. As renowned teachers, how will we face our ideas and morals in the future? However, from above the rock, Ruowan Gongzi and Luo Xian, who came to the front. I heard the other person say that. Also interrupted, since everyone has this idea. So I have a suggestion for you to see if it's feasible. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly asked the other party to continue speaking. At this moment, Luo Xian said to Zhang Shi, since let's not continue, we'll just listen to him. Everyone bring these spirit beasts back to complete the assessment. Just that everyone only needs 1 point. Being able to pass the assessment is sufficient, and I want to remember everything else. On the name of Teacher Zhang. What do you think? I heard the other person say that. Everyone nodded repeatedly, responding that this is what should be done. These spirit beasts were originally tamed and hunted by Master Zhang. Naturally, it should be recorded in his name. So everyone divided their work and cooperated. Bring back all the spirit beasts on site to the academy. However, Zhang Xian, who had already jumped out of the valley, I was unaware of the decisions they made, waiting to fly straight towards the mountain peak. After all, I have tamed so many spirit beasts just now. It also proved some of his speculations in his heart. He had previously discovered many spirit beasts, systematically attracting humans into the ambush circle. Conduct a siege. A doubt arose. These guys, how do they know about human movements? How to avoid various traps? And the spirit beast responsible for attracting everyone. There are only savage beasts at the level of 5th level in spirit realm. It's impossible to find out. A trap that even many famous teachers find difficult to detect, unless there is something guiding them from behind. With this speculation, Zhang Xian finally decided to take action to save the person. By the way, tame spirit beasts. Inquire about its internal information. As a result, during his taming process, sure enough, some questions were asked. The reason why they were able to succeed makes so many humans on the list. There is indeed a spirit beast behind them giving them guidance. And this spirit beast, it is the billion-dollar wind mother of the 7 realms. But now Zhang Xian is still very puzzled. Why does this migratory ant bee mother need to help these spirit beasts? After all, it has so many migratory ant bees. Their heads are the same size as ants, being able to fly freely in the mountains. And it's not easy to be detected. It is entirely possible to predict human actions in advance. Make a judgment in advance. So freshmen can't hurt it at all. There's absolutely no need to take the risk of integrating other spirit beasts, specially designed to fight against humans. If discovered by Elder Me, I will definitely kill him. Think of this. Zhang Xian is still confused, but that's not what he cares about yet. After all, Zhang Xian is now rushing towards the mountain peak. Not to kill him, but to get his beehive, because he learned from the savage beasts. The space inside the honeycomb is like a storage ring, but the difference is, he can put living creatures inside. That means if we had this treasure, what pet animal or its body is placed in it, it will not be affected in any way. However, Zhang Xian followed the 1,000-winged bee all the way. I ran for about half an hour. We have also arrived at the halfway point of Lei Yuan Peak. Just here, Zhang Xian just realized, these 1,000-winged bees crawled into a huge cave. What he didn't expect was, at such a high place. Surprisingly, I was able to meet Fisherman and Wu Feng. At this moment, I saw them standing outside the cave and lighting a long spear. Its smoke lingers around, drifted straight into the cave. However, upon closer inspection, Zhang Xian, I just realized that the long incense they were holding in their hands was Shaolin incense. No wonder this guy dares to bet with me. There used to be this battle. Bijin Zhang Xian knows. The scent of this longevity forest fragrance can attract discomfort. Hearing too much at the same time can also lead to a state of slumber. That's why the other party dares to act recklessly. Make such a big bet. It's impossible to use him to bewitch billions of storms. He can exert countless spiritual powers to control thousands of wind turbines worth billions of dollars. How powerful is this soul power? This little trick is unstoppable in front of him. Nevertheless, if they keep messing around like this, the 1,000 ant bee mother will definitely be discovered by them. It may be difficult to obtain the beehive by then. Thinking of this, I came up with a plan. So I pulled out the clone. Let the clone go ahead and pretend, intentionally chasing a savage beast in a 7-fold mysterious realm, and dress up and shout out the sound again. Sure enough, they heard someone below chasing after their wife and admiring her. The beast couldn't help but get excited. Fisherman can no longer resist. I just gave an explanation. Let Wu Feng stay in place. I jumped out myself. However, Zhang Shui hidden on one side, watching the calm outside the valley. Focus your gaze on Ming. Don't hesitate anymore. The body shook and flew straight into the cave. Upon entering the cave, I see it's pitch black inside. Immediately open the eye of reason. At this moment, I realized that there was a layer of migration wind lying inside, so he slowly flew forward. Soon after, I saw a honeycomb the size of a football, hanging on the rock wall. Give people a feeling of bathroom casting. You can tell at a glance that it's not ordinary. And next to the honeycomb, it's a fur-covered creature. A spirit beast in snow-white color, human-like height. This white and chubby one. From a distance, it looks like a snowman. After seeing it, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it. Shen Yu Fengmu actually looks like this. However, just when Zhang Xian was very curious in her heart, unconsciously, a trace of true qi emanated from the body. And in front of me is this snow-white, billion-dollar honey. It seems like I've discovered something. Hold your eyes and take a look. Immediately flash over to Zhang Xian. As soon as I raised my hand, I slapped my palm in the face. Zhang Xian dared not hesitate upon seeing the situation. Instantly activate the true qi of the whole body. He threw a punch and greeted her. This punch combines 3 types of power, comparable to the strength of Huafan's 8-fold mirror. At the moment when the fists collided, strong fluctuations were also triggered inside the cave, and the traction wind mother has not yet reacted. The entire snow-white body flew backwards. It hit the wall straight before stopping. At this moment, he knew that the man in front of him was stronger than himself. I also know that I cannot compete with it. Shaking body, he flew straight towards the direction of the honeycomb. I want to take away the beehive. Get out of here as soon as possible. Zhang Xian saw the situation. A flash immediately blocked the other party's path, and he swung a palm and directly chopped the bee mother to the wall. Immediately, there will be no more opportunities for the other party to escape. A flash came up to him again. Just say to the bee mother with a grant. I'm giving you 2 choices now. Either submit to me, be my favorite. I can help you improve your strength and recover from your injuries. Otherwise, I'll let you die now. Zhang Xian has just finished speaking. Close both fingers. A stream of heavenly Dao Qi surged into Fengmu's body. However, the wind mother who feels this true Qi bringing changes to her body. No more hesitation. I immediately agreed to the other party. At this moment, Zhang Xian also understood that he needed to voluntarily submit. I nodded with satisfaction. Just finished the contract. The soul can communicate with it. Only later did I realize his current beehive. At present, he can only carry himself. To make him bigger, he still needs to evolve. After learning about these, Zhang Xian also had a helpless expression on her face. He originally wanted to use a beehive. Let's form an army of spirit beasts. Now it seems that we can only think about it. However, just as he was thinking of leaving this place, I heard footsteps coming from outside. At this moment, I remembered. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted during the fight just now attracted the bees outside the cave, so I let the bee mother return to the hive. Put the honeycomb back into the storage ring. When I was about to go out after finishing all of this, I saw a night pearl thrown in from the entrance of the cave. Zhang Xian saw a bright sky around her. I immediately panicked. If the other party finds out that he has come in, this is so embarrassing. So my finger flicked. A true qi directly shattered the night pearl. Then the cave returned to darkness. No more hesitation. With just one stomp of his foot, he activated the heavenly Dao body technique. Suddenly flashed out. And it wasn't just Wu Feng who came in, but with Yu Ming. Just the 2 of them suddenly felt a flash in their eyes. Only then did I realize that someone had escaped, so he ran out of the cave to check. But nothing was seen. Trace. At this moment, the fisherman quickly returned to the cave to take a look around. I just realized that there's nothing inside. At this moment, I also understood. Come here. Someone just used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain against them. Seizing the opportunity, they snatched away the spirit beasts they had lost consciousness of. The bastard who roared with a heavenly roar. How dare you give me this set? However, Zhang Xian, who was far away from the valley, it stopped in an empty place. At this moment, he also released Fengmu. Why did you instruct these spirit beasts to fight against humans? Upon hearing this, Fengmu, I just responded that it was Xiang Beast who forced me to do this. Listen here. Zhang Xian also furrowed his brow tightly. After all, he has read many books about spirit beasts, but I have never seen the purple sun beast before. So they began to communicate in animal language. Not long after, Zhang Xian found out. This purple sun beast was a few days ago. Just unite the spirit beasts of the entire mountain range. We need to deal with the 30,000 people who entered the mountain together. Just Fengmu doesn't know what strength the other party has. I only know that he is unfathomable. The only thing I know is that he lives at the top of the mountain range. After understanding these, Zhang Xian dare not hesitate. Let the bee mother return to the hive, and incorporate it into the storage industry. With a leap, he flew up to the summit. It took almost 10 minutes to fly to the top. The area of the mountain peak is extremely wide. It looks like a vast expanse of white. There are no foreign objects. So it was on this mountain peak. Search around for this purple sun beast. Not long after, it was in the vast white snow. Discovered a larger thatched hut. Seeing this thatched cottage, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. After all, he knows that Lan Shou usually lives in caves. And we can't build a thatched hut either. Is it possible that this big guy is someone else's pet? If that's the case, then, what kind of purpose does this person have? Why kill many famous teachers in one fell swoop? Isn't there a person behind this savage beast? But it's an alien race. If that's the case, these freshmen are going to have big things, aren't they? I held my breath at the thought of this. Slowly moved forward and approached. Sure enough, it flew near the thatched hut. I just found out. There is a huge spirit beast lying on the ground inside. However, Zhang Xian, who doesn't know much about this savage beast, is also very curious. But just when he wanted to fly closer and observe the other person, I heard a gust of wind in the distance. Immediately, I saw a spirit beast flying towards the grass hut from afar. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian dared not hesitate. Immediately flew over to the nearby snowdrift. At this moment, I saw the flying spirit beast approaching the purple sun beast. Speaking of adults, I have already followed your arrangement. Trapped thousands of renowned teachers. They are temporarily unable to escape. Most people were also injured. I heard the flying beast say that. Zhang Xian's face turned pale instantly. If this continues like this, I'm afraid many people will die at their hands. However, upon hearing the report from the flying beast, the Ziyang beast, at this moment, he also got up and walked out of the thatched hut. Just look at the other person and say, did you do this? Continue to expand the scope of encirclement and suppression. Upon hearing this, the flying beast responded by saying, just over 200 people who were trapped in the front line just now. I was rescued. And speaking of this, the flying beast stopped, because he himself couldn't believe it was true. The purple yang beast looked at his hesitant manner. Roar and what? Quick, this roar carries its own pressure. The weather on the entire mountain peak seemed to have darkened. And Zhang Xian, who was hiding on the side, feel this aura that only saints possess. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If such strength really needs to be used against freshmen, I'm afraid these 30,000 people combined are no match for him. Moreover, these students come from all directions, still unable to unite and face the enemy. Think of this. Zhang Xian only feels that scalp numbness. However, after the flying beast was roared, I quickly responded by saying, and these spirit beasts have cut off contact with me. I feel like they have betrayed me. Listen here. Purple young beast eyes furious in fierce light. He angrily rebuked him for his great courage. These guys dared to cut off contact. Betrayal and me. The pervert in front of us is behaving today. Even the perverted gorilla witnessed his actions. I was scared to pee. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the mountaintop. Two spirit beasts were found communicating how to encircle and suppress cloud beasts. Just this purple yang beast, whose strength has reached the holy realm. I know that some savage beasts have rebelled. I was very angry and asked the other person to speak clearly. At this moment, the flying beast dared not hesitate upon seeing the situation. So I just took a moment in the sky. What happened with the billion-dollar wind mother? I reported to him from beginning to end. Listen here. Zhang Xinkai, standing beside, was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect that after I left. Wu Feng and Yu Ming were knocked unconscious by this flying beast. Then I saw. He gave the thief their storage rings, and after Ziyang beast took the ring, spirit enters into it. I didn't find Xiani Fengmu inside either. So he said to the flying beast, you continue to search for the whereabouts of Fengmu. As long as he's still alive, we will definitely send Xiani Feng to notify you, before there is any news. It may be hard for you to run back and forth a few more times. Don't make any mistakes during this period. The flying beast nodded at the words and gestured. With just one movement of its wings, it flies straight into the sky. However, after Ziyang beast watched the other person leave, tighten all muscles in the body. The huge body is suspended straight in mid-air. Look to the side with eyes like electricity. This time he actually spoke in human language. The guy hiding there, you can come out now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my whole body trembled uncontrollably. Immediately following, when I noticed that the other person's gaze was fixed on me, Ho's breathing suddenly became rapid, just based on the opponent's strength. It's too late to run now. Think of this. I took a deep breath. So he stood up and said, I didn't expect it. You still discovered it. At this moment, Xiangshu examined the other party and, just keep asking if you are the new famous teacher. However, Zhang Xian also knows, even in the face of absolute strength, one cannot play tricks. I just nodded in response. After receiving a response from the other party, Ziyang Shotsai praised that he has not yet entered the academy. We have reached the peak of Chao Tianjing. Can you find this place again? Not bad. Even if they are not the top figures among freshmen, it's not that bad either. After speaking, looking at the other person's face, although there was no fluctuation. Hands behind your back. It seems like I want to do something, so I coldly snorted and advised you, don't fidget in front of me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my temper. Listen here. Zhang Xian immediately looked at him with a calm expression. Speaking of temper, I'm also afraid that I can't control my temper. I'll beat you to death alive. Upon hearing these words, Yang Shou was initially taken aback, with an expression as if watching a monster. Looking at the young man in front of me, thinking to myself, I am a holy beast. You're just Xiao Tianjing, that guy. I want you dead now. You don't even have to do it yourself. Just relying on your soul alone can kill you directly. Now you dare to speak shamelessly in front of me. You can't control your temper. Will kill me to death. So his face darkened, looking at the other person with dazzling eyes. Are you very confident? Zhang Shuwen's expression remained unchanged. A calm response said that I am not confident. What I just said was the truth. How about now? I'll give you a chance. If you recognize me as the master, I can spare you from death. Upon hearing this, Ziyang is thin with a face that is iron green. Suddenly, the whole body's aura opened up. With a roar, the ignorant are fearless. It seems that you don't know what's going on with you. Who speaks? Since you are so ignorant, you don't know the height of the earth. I will make you pay a heavy price for this. As soon as the words fell, I saw his thick palm suddenly extend out. He suddenly smashed it over. This palm carries a profound spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, a huge palm formed in front of Zhang Xian, like covering the sky and earth. Skyward descent. It seems like the entire mountain peak is within his grasp. It can destroy the general. Therefore, this palm has not yet fallen. Dissolve all the snow on the ground. It gives people a feeling of a shooting star base falling from a mountain peak. However, standing still, Zhang Xian faced such an astonishing scene. Without fear, I also disdained dodging. Instead, he coldly responded by saying that he didn't know the height of the earth. Is that so? I think it's you who will have to pay the price. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Throw the books that imprison cruel people into the air. Then he ordered the ruthless person, come out and kill him for me, damn it. The ruthless classical Chinese in the book immediately shouted out a broken word. When this sound comes out, like the sound of heaven and earth, the palm of Ziyang Beast's hand immediately turned into a spiritual energy. Disappear in smoke. However, when Ziyang Beast saw the opponent's treasure, it only said one word. Just smash your full force blow to pieces. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Knowing this person's magic weapon is not easy. Don't hesitate anymore. Just fly straight out. I just flew less than 10 meters away. I just feel a blackout in front of me. A voice shot straight into my mind. Li Xing said to him, I'm here to escape. Indulge in wishful thinking. At this moment, the body of Ziyang Beast couldn't help but shake. Fell straight from mid-air. However, Zhang Xian saw the ruthless person so fierce. Just take back the books. I held it in my hand and touched it. Just praised it as good. Sharo, it seems like you're not bragging. And the ruthless person in the book was touched like this by the other party. He also has a blank face. Just the purple sun beast lying on the ground saw this scene. I almost fainted. He originally thought this peak figure in the book was. It could be his teacher or guardian. I didn't expect the other party to be a powerful beast like Pet in the book. Just touch it with your hands. What exactly did I lose the sky for? The means used by the purple sun beast to see books. No, there must be a peak powerhouse of the alien race inside. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. After all, he has lived for tens of thousands of years. I also know people from the royal family of the alien race. Not only can it disguise itself as a human, you can even disguise yourself as a famous teacher. There used to be a person like this. Not only did the disguise succeed, but I also obtained confidential information. Almost caused a major defeat for the Master Teacher Hall. If Kongsher hadn't discovered it in advance and turned the tide, I'm afraid the ones who failed were not the alien races, but it's the human race. And Zhang Xian in front of us. In his opinion, he is no different from humans, another renowned teacher. So the Ziyang Beast conjecture. He may be the king of the alien race. Otherwise, how could such a strong expert be defeated, treated like a lapdog? At this moment, Ziyang Beast thought, if the other party is really a member of the royal family, once he is admitted to the academy, so it will inevitably suffer a devastating blow. Even the human race will become cute because of this. So his eyes were filled with killing intent. Just let out a roar and I'll kill you. As the palm moves in a row towards the snow, the huge body immediately rushed towards Zhang Xian. This powerful aura is like a sharp blade. It seems like we're going to destroy the entire mountain peak. And the ruthless characters in the book, still worrying about being touched by Zhang Xian just now. When feeling depressed, I saw this big guy charging towards me again. Anger erupted in my heart. With a loud roar, lie down for me. This is accompanied by the unique characteristics of the alien race, the sound of killing intent. The purple sun beast is like a fly that has been caught in a swatch, directly pressed to the ground. At this moment, despite being subjected to a tremendous force, the purple yang beast, suppressed to the point of being unable to move, still looking at Zhang Xian not far away with red eyes, roaring, "I'm going to kill you." However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. It's also quite speechless. "Did you just want to kill me that way?" Immediately after, I heard Xiangshu roar and say, "I have to kill you today." So he responded, "Since you want to kill me so much, then let's see if you can do it." Zhang Xiangang finished speaking. I just snapped my fingers. Order on the road. Go beat this guy to death. With over 20 puppets jumping out, accompanied by a series of roars. I saw the puppet suddenly face the purple yang beast lying on the ground. Rushed over. I haven't waited for the Ziyang beast to react yet. Numerous puppets have arrived and beaten up indiscriminately. You know what? The strength of each puppet in this group is the same as that of the winner. Being beaten up by them in such a group. Don't say it's this purple sun beast. Even the difficult beasts of the Holy Trinity realm, they will still be beaten to death. At this moment, Zhang Xian watched as the other party was about to be beaten to death. How about just calmly saying, "If you recognize me as the master now, I can spare you from death." But his response was that the Lord was in front of me. Indulge in wishful thinking. Zhang Xian didn't expect it. This holy hand who colludes with the alien race. I'm on the brink of death, yet I still have such backbone. So he sighed and continued to beat me up. Beat him until he surrenders. The puppet after hearing the command. I started punching and kicking Ziyang beast again. A few minutes have passed. Zhang Xian can hardly catch her breath when she sees the other party. It's also a bit unbearable to bear. So he said that since you have such backbone, I don't want to submit to you. Forget it. I just need to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer truthfully, I'll let you go. Otherwise, even if your physical body dies, I can also extract your soul and refine paper, make you unable to survive. Seeking death is not possible. Now tell me, have you been assigned by the alien race? Come and kill many enlightened masters. Just say those alien spirits, the exact location of the tribe members. I can give you a satisfying experience. I heard the other person say that. Ziyang beast almost fainted. I couldn't help but mutter that the alien tribe had assigned me. I thought to myself, he's meowing. What nonsense is this guy talking about? I have a woolen relationship with the alien race. Or is it elder me? I begged in front of my door for 2 whole months. He said he wants to promote various righteous causes. Promise me various benefits again. I'm too lazy to come here. On the contrary, it's you. I'll use the heart of a master of the alien race to deal with me. Now let the alien puppet dance wildly again. In the end, he came to ask me, has he been assigned by the alien race? He meows me. Do you dare to be shameless again? Who would do such a thing as you? However, Zhang Xian looked at the other party. He looks like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. Drinking wings as soon as eyebrows furrow. Why haven't you admitted it yet? Believe it or not, I can kill you in minutes. Ziyang Shou heard this. I also know. The other party intends to splash dirty water on themselves. If you loosen your mouth, my reputation will be in vain for the rest of my life. What kind of face will you have to meet the master then? The old dean fought his whole life to defend humanity. As a pet animal. If we submit to the alien race, nonsense at will. Even if they survive by chance, they will feel guilty and die. Think of this. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he responded that if he wanted to kill, he would kill, although I am a beast. But he is not someone who is afraid of death. No matter how you insult me, I cannot do anything to betray my master either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I am very angry in my heart. I didn't expect this guy to protect the master of the spirit clan. Better die than obey. So as soon as his eyebrows furrowed, he let the puppet continue to beat him to death. At this point, the ruthless characters in the book couldn't bear to watch anymore. If the zombies really want to continue fighting, he just spoke up. I'm afraid he might die here. At this moment, Zhang Xian also realized. The puppet hit the target right away. Just didn't hit him. The clothes can't extract words from him. What's going on here? But if I really want to kill him, I'll beat him to death. Who assigned him? Why did they launch surprise attacks on many famous teachers? This matter will become an unsolved case. I want to find the alien tribe in the dark when the time comes. I'm afraid it's even more difficult. In that case, famous teacher colleges can also be in great danger at any time. Think of this. Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Wrist flip. Just take out a wine gourd. After all, since the last incident with Hongshi, he knows that using wine hides the true essence of the heavenly Tao. Very convenient to use. So I bought a lot of wine gourds and put them on my body. However, at this moment, he was seen injecting his true energy into the gourd. I poured it over to Ziyang Shou. 1 hour later, Zhang Xian watched as the other party's injuries fully recovered. Let the 4 puppets press down on his hands and feet. 2 puppets tore open his mouth. I forcefully poured half a pot of wine into it. Half an hour has passed quickly. The other party has fully recovered. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he ordered the puppet to continue walking. However, Zhang Xian tossed Xiangshu 3 times like this. At this moment, I saw that he was already beyond love. However, the other party still hasn't said anything regarding the matter of the alien race. See here. Zhang Xian was also full of helplessness. However, it seems that the deadline for the assessment is almost up. If we continue, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it back for the assessment. So the puppets stopped. We'll only continue beating them tomorrow. Just Zhang Xian looked at the big guy in front of her. How should we handle this now? Today. These 2 guys are extremely arrogant and mocking perverts. He's a scumbag. But unexpectedly, it hasn't been 2 seconds yet. Lying on the ground, spraying grape juice out in big gulps. Just now. Zhang Xian wants to investigate this gorilla. Who exactly is it? He instructed him behind the scenes to encircle and suppress Zhu Dongming's affairs. Just subject him to severe torture to extract a confession. But unexpectedly, the other party couldn't help but be so hard-mouthed. More than 20 puppets fought half dead. In the end, there was no mention of it at all. So Zhang Xian was also very helpless when she saw this situation. I know I can't beat him to death, but I can't refuse to beat him. So he recovered his injuries until they were fully healed. Let the puppet continue to hit him again. As a result, it caused trouble for 3 boys. The other party still refuses to reveal who their owner is. Helplessly, Zhang Xian watched as the assessment time was approaching. Continuing like this won't reveal anything. So he took out the honeycomb and squeezed the purple yang beast and bee mother together. You can see them squeezed into this ghostly shape. He looked embarrassed and said to them, "You guys stick to it first, stick to it. I will release you once I find a place to live." Just received the storage ring from the beehive. I just realized where the purple sun beast was lying earlier. There are 2 storage rings. Zhang Xian picked it up casually. Because they were communicating earlier. Zhang Xian knew it. These 2 rings. After the flying beast knocked out the 2 fishermen, snatched it over. So Zhang Xian, who had received the ring, felt a surge of energy. I just checked the items inside. I found that they have harvested a lot of spirit beast inner alchemy. This quantity is not only enough for him to pass the level. It should also be enough to bet with the fisherman. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian stopped hunting. However, what he didn't expect was the flying talisman that the other party wants to use for betting is also inside the ring. Seeing this, Zhang Xian knows that she made a profit this time. So he happily flew straight back down the mountain. Not long after, he also returned to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, I saw that there were already many famous teachers standing in front of me, forming several slender lines and spreading forward. There are some senior teachers standing at the forefront. Positive and negative responsibilities will be assigned to each student's internal alchemy, counting quantities and categorizing their grades. However, Zhang Xian, who was queuing on one side, I also heard the surrounding students discussing this being. I heard that everyone has been ambushed by the savage beasts. Many people have also suffered serious injuries as a result. But fortunately, no one died in this encirclement and suppression. Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Fortunately, I managed to control Xiangshu. Otherwise, the plan of the alien race will definitely succeed. It's just such a big credit. I can't apply to Mingshi Hall either. Otherwise, it would have saved 30,000 talented teachers. So what? Can we also have a few top-grade masters as rewards? The matter of being cruel and puppet on oneself. It's hard to explain either. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian also sighed helplessly. Later, I heard the famous teachers queuing up discussing. Someone came back this afternoon to complete the assessment. Not only did it pass the level, and the points are also frighteningly high. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to speculate one after another. Who exactly is this student? And Zhang Xian heard that the person who came back at noon to complete the assessment, higher than people who score over 700 points. I also think this person's strength is terrifying. After all, I want to get this score. At least 6 or 7 heads need to be killed. Spirit beasts in the heavenly realm of Luchankyo. Think of this. He also spoke in admiration and said, find an opportunity to see and experience. I really want to see what kind of powerful person they are. Being able to educate such a powerful genius. But just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about it, I heard a voice full of arrogance. More than 700 points. Even if it's 1,000 points, what's the point? Compared to me, it's nothing. And the few people discussing on the side, I heard someone say such arrogant words. At the same time, with a frown, he turned his head and looked over. But at first glance, they all took a step back. At this moment, I saw 2 young people speaking, walking towards them with big strides. The powerful aura of Qiao Tianjing emanating from him, make them shiver with fear. And the 2 ignored the shock of others. He walked straight up to Zhang Xian and said, Master Zhang, Just come back. Do you dare to join us in verifying the points? When Zhang Xian saw someone coming, they also nodded and agreed to go with him to test the inner alchemy. Therefore, 3 people arrived at the senior in charge of reviewing ahead. Yumin immediately clasped his fists and said, I made a bet with this Zhang Xiyu. Please ask a few senior students to help us verify our points. I heard the other person say that. Senior responsible for review. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. You didn't make a bet. What are you betting on? This is. Yumin Kai explained in detail the matter of his gambling appointment with Zhang Xian. I told them to listen. And hearing that the bet is a top-grade spirit stone, not only did it startle the students around, even the senior students responsible for the assessment were stunned for a moment. After all, this top-grade spirit stone, not everyone can take it out. After lamenting, the senior just nod and agree to have the other party notarize for them. So they each took out their inner alchemy. However, the 2 without the storage ring. I took off the package behind me, place all internal alchemy on the ground. Everyone saw so many inner alchemy pills. They were all startled. Not only does it contain the inner alchemy of the 6th-level barbarian beasts inside, and there is also the inner alchemy of the 7 realms realm, but this inner alchemy of the 7th-level realm, that's as much as 1000%. Add other words, I'm afraid I'll be back this afternoon. The genius who completed the assessment. I can't compare either. No wonder these 2 guys are so arrogant. He really has some arrogant capital here. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party. Surprisingly, he was able to slay savage beasts in the 7th-level realm. At first, I was also stunned for a moment. Just thinking about the storage ring they left behind. There are no animal spirits. I understand now what's going on here. So he also released his inner alchemy. Verify with the senior responsible for review. But when the fishermen saw the inner alchemy he released, they looked so familiar. My heart suddenly trembled. After hesitating for a moment, I finally thought of the spirit beasts in the mountains. Poison also has many spirit beasts of the same kind. So I didn't think much about it anymore. But now he's actually relieved. After all, before this, he still thought that the other party could easily defeat Wu Feng. Dare to take out another top-grade spirit stone as a bet again. I have been feeling a little uneasy in my heart. Now seeing the comparison of the other party's quantity, I still have some gaps myself. I couldn't help but feel happy in my heart. Immediately, he confidently clasped his fists at the senior students in front of him. Please ask the seniors to verify their points. However, this senior, both sides have produced so much inner alchemy. My heart was also filled with shock. After answering, we will start reviewing the inner alchemy of both sides. 10 minutes later, after repeated review by senior students, the results are also out. At this moment, the senior announced that this is located in the junior brother, with a total of 2,658 points. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was immediately in an uproar. Others can't even get a single point. But this guy got over 2,000 points. Such a terrifying score. The one who came back at noon, no matter how many. Compared to it, there may be a significant difference. However, just when everyone was shocked, the senior once again announced that this junior brother Zhang's total points are 2,580. After hearing the total number of points, everyone was stunned for a moment. This Zhang teacher is only 70 points behind. Oh my god, this is such a pity. And Zhang Xian also fainted when she heard her score. I'm putting on a big haircut now. Is it difficult? Without a top-grade spirit, it's really gone. What should I do if I lose this? But the fishermen on the side saw themselves winning. Just put on a silly face and say it's okay. The outcome has been decided. Teacher Zhang, do you have anything else to say? It's not true. Please take out the bet. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian shook her head and said, this is the total score of the 2 of you. It doesn't mean you have already surpassed me. Upon hearing this, everyone also felt that it should be the case. So he also cheered and said, that's right. This is the sum of the 2 of you. How can I compare it to Zhang Shi alone? This is not fair. And Wu Feng on the side seemed to have known he would say this earlier. With a smile on his face, he responded that Elder Mi had once said, when everyone cooperates, you can freely select points. I only need 50 points. The rest belongs to Ming. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was speechless for a moment. He's really meow, he's shameless meow. This clearly means that 2 people are jointly bullying one person. That's too shameless. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also full of anxiety. After all, Elder Mi did indeed establish this rule. Although the other party's actions clearly indicate that they are deceiving themselves, but it's not a foul either. After pondering for a moment, just looked at the clear instructions responsible for the review. May I ask how many seniors? Has the hunting time ended? How many people heard this? I watched the sunset above my head. Just responded that the review will only end in about 10 minutes. However, the fisherman who heard their conversation, I also understand what the other party wants to do. So I just laughed and said, "Are you okay? Do you think time is not over yet? I still want to go hunting now. This is only 10 minutes of time. Do you think you'll have time?" Wu Feng on the side also agreed. "Just obediently admit defeat. Don't say it's been 10 minutes. Even if I give you 20 minutes, you can't succeed either. Besides, I only got 50 points just now. If what we need now is 1 point, you must kill the spirit beasts at the level of Qiao Tianjing. Can exceed, or kill 2 spirit beasts in the spiritual realm. Do you think these times can really be achieved? Don't daydream." However, Zhang Xian ignored the doubts and ridicule from the crowd. A movement in my heart. I raised my head and let out a scream in the air. Immediately after, the celestial beast flew over from not far away. Soon they also came above everyone. At this moment, Zhang Xian took a step forward. I don't know what I said to Tianxiong beast. His wings suddenly flickered. He flew straight towards the mountain peak. Seeing the scene in front of me, the fisherman's face on the side. When the color fades, it turns iron green. Then I looked at Zhang Xian. Ask if this is your half of the 9 heavens beast pet. Isn't this one that can only be used once? Have you never used it during the day? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying, I haven't used it before. Hearing the other party's response, the corners of their mouths twitched. I almost didn't cry. So everyone was at the foot of the mountain with different emotions, waiting for the celestial beast to reappear in the sky. It's just less than 2 minutes. He reappeared in the sight of everyone again, and he also completed the task assigned to him by Zhang Xian, caught a spirit beast and flew back to the crowd. But Zhang Xian watched as the captured beast became tighter and tighter. It looks very familiar. Later on, I realized, this is not on the mountaintop. The flying beast who accepted bribes and reported work to Xiang. Thinking of this, I quickly looked at the fisherman beside me. At this moment, I saw that their eyes were open to each other. A grimacing expression. It's like seeing an enemy who killed his father. Then I heard the fisherman roar, Zhang Shi, quickly let your beloved throw this guy down. I have some personal grievances to settle with him. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. He also shook his head helplessly. Immediately let the pet animal throw it down. After hearing the command, Tianxiong beast, I dare not hesitate either. Release the flying beast as soon as possible. And at this moment, the fisherman's ship is approaching a state of madness. The flying beast fell straight down. Open your whole body's true chi. Just jump up suddenly, and threw a punch at the opponent. It's just that everyone watched the scene inexplicably. Why did zombies capture savage beasts? This guy is going to kill. Is this stealing monsters? But just when everyone was puzzled, the flying beast that was thrown down also woke up at this moment. Watching someone attack me. Immediately extend your body length towards the other party. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw fisherman jumping into the air. Like a cannonball, it is rapidly falling downwards. Next, I saw a big hole on the ground being smashed by him. Wu Feng, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to investigate the situation. At this moment, I saw the fisherman spraying out in big mouths. I don't know, I didn't wait for him to react. The wings of the flying beast in the 7-level realm just unfolded. Turn around and fly towards the distance. Therefore, he anxiously asked Zhang Xian to bring him back. After all, their storage rings. It was taken away by this flying beast. If we don't bring it back now, after he flew away, there could never be such a thing again. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he also responded with embarrassment, saying to retrieve it. I also want to, but my beast worm can only be used once. Just now, this opportunity was also used to catch this guy. If you use it again, it's considered breaking the rules. The seriously injured fisherman heard this. Spray out another sip of juice. So he gritted his teeth and shouted zombie loudly. As long as you catch the spirit beast back, I can give up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying, are you willing to admit defeat? Okay, then you have to lose to my Jikong talisman. Give it to me first. Upon hearing this, the fisherman couldn't help but shake his body for a moment. So he said, don't worry. As long as you catch this guy, I will definitely give it to you. After all, this talisman is on Zhang Xian himself. The other party cannot bring it out. So he pretended to be pitiful at this moment. The response says that's not possible. You'd better give me the Qi Kong Fu first, so that I can instruct the spirit beasts to take action. Otherwise, what if this violates the regulations? I'm afraid I won't pass the assessment. You're not giving it to me. Isn't it worth the loss to me? I heard the other person say that. Yu Ming exploded instantly. How terrifying is the strength of this pervert in front of us? Not only were classmates shocked to the point of incoherent speech, even the opponent was scared to tears. The key is that the teachers in the college have changed their names to senior brothers. Just now, fishermen were robbed of their own storage. The flying beast of the ring was knocked down and lay on the ground spitting blood, but he hasn't recovered yet. The other party spread their wings and turned around to fly into the sky. Seeing this situation, the fisherman panicked. Immediately asked Zhang Xian to help him retrieve it. Zhang Xian doesn't want to pay attention to him. After all, their storage rings are with him, so he casually evaded the other party with a few words. At this moment, the senior in charge of reviewing on the side watched the sunset. Just say it to a few people. Time out. However, the fisherman saw that Zhang Xian refused to help them just now. Just shout loudly at a few senior students. He just missed catching the spirit beast. My points are still lower than mine now. This also indicates that he has already lost. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded with a displeased expression, saying to the senior, "You just saw my animal pet too. Captured a spirit beast haul that returned to its original 7 times. If it weren't for his obstruction, the inner alchemy must have been obtained. I was also able to smoothly increase my points by 1000. He deliberately blocked me from taking the inner alchemy. Let the wild beasts I captured fly away without saying anything, and there are also intentions to make me violate the rules. By doing so, the college expelled me. Most important of all, he made a bet with me. I don't even have any gambling capital. Just trying to deceive my top-grade spirit beast, then take a step forward. Speaking with righteous words, I hope the senior can uphold justice for me." Several senior students were also in a difficult situation when they saw this. In theory, fishermen are indeed playing tricks. Zhang Xian should win, if we just focus on the results instead of the process. But this fisherman won. After a few people exchanged a glance, one of the senior students spoke with a divine heart. "You two are both outstanding figures in your hearts. There's no need to hold grudges over this. I think it's better to give up on this gambling agreement." The fisherman coldly snorted and said, "No. Since you bet, you must abide by it. Losing means losing. There's no reason to look for it." The seniors saw the other party's attitude like this. "I dare not draw conclusions without authorization." Later on, he responded that he didn't want this. Like that. "I think we should leave this matter to Elderme to handle. We can't make up our minds either." After speaking, I saw that the other party agreed. The senior asked, "Is that okay? Tell me your names. I'll register my grades first." Upon hearing their words, the fisherman's eyes instantly lifted. He looks very confident. After all, he thinks his score is higher than the other parties. No matter who makes the decision, I'm not afraid. Later, it was introduced that my name is Yu Ming. The guy who lost is named Zhang Xian. He just finished speaking. I just saw these seniors who have always been very calm. Suddenly, my eyes widened bigger than a cow's. Excited, he walked aside and said, "Junior brother Zhang. Nini, you are Zhang Xian. You are Zhang Xian, a renowned teacher from the Phantom Empire City." Teacher Zhang? However, Zhang Xian saw the other person's expression. The response was full of doubts, saying, "Yes. I am Zhang Xian from Huanyu Emperor City. What's up?" At this point, several senior students confirmed that he was Zhang Xian. Immediately went crazy. Subsequently, several people took turns introducing themselves, and let him face any difficulties in the future. You can directly contact them. And tonight I also want to welcome Zhang Xian and clean up the dust. And one of them is even more exaggerated. Take out thousands of gold and stone inscriptions directly and insist on giving them to Zhang Xian. However, other second-year seniors responsible for reviewing. I heard the conversation. All gathered around. The beast went crazy and began to offer various energies. Zhang Xian, who can see the situation in front of her. I'm already stupid. What the hell is this? Could it be that the news about the crazy couple Purple Yang Beast has leaked out? That's not right either. When at the top of the mountain, ruthless people have a sense of caution. I haven't seen anyone either. What are these people crazy about? I didn't do anything else either. However, just when Zhang Xian was confused, the fishermen on the side were almost infuriated to death. I thought to myself that I had clearly won. Why aren't these guys here to talk to me? Instead, go find one. Losers ask for warmth and comfort. Not only inviting meals, but also delivering things. My cat's winner is me, okay, but it's all about understanding the heart. When you can't hold back for this. Someone angrily scolded me and said, "What's wrong with you guys?" As a senior, I didn't review it properly. What kind of organization is it all piled up here? What's it to him if everyone still wants to curse at him after hearing this? When I found out that the person who came was a white lion, I quickly backed out. No longer dare to surround Zhang Xian. However, this person may be unfamiliar to some freshmen. But as second-grade students, we all know. This 6-star renowned teacher. Aries are always serious people, although not a direct disciple of Elderme. But its status in the academy is also extremely high. This is the white lion walking up to it. A calm and confident expression. After scanning this group of second-grade students, I angrily scolded the teacher for asking you to come over for review. I appreciate your diligence and seriousness. Diligent and enterprising. Who allowed you to engage in illicit relationships without permission? The gang has formed a team. Teacher Bai finished scolding. After seeing everyone leave with a red face, just come to Zhang Xian's side, immediately changed to a smiling face. Bao Quan Gong Shindao's senior brother Zhang. Teacher, please come over. Everyone was dumbfounded at the words. Isn't Zhang sure new here? Can this 6-star renowned teacher be called a senior brother? Accompanied by various discussions and speculations among this group of freshmen. Take the entire audit site. It turned into a lively discussion conference. Although Zhang Xian is very puzzled about this. But if it continues like this, it's even harder to keep a low profile if you want to. So he nodded to Master Bai as a gesture. Just followed him away from the scene. However, the fishermen who were standing still were also about to collapse at this moment. He really can't figure it out. My own score is clearly higher than the other parties. Why did this situation occur? With the anger in my heart, I couldn't hold it anymore. Just let out a loud roar. Why? I clearly won. At this moment, the senior beside him was about to go crazy when he saw him. It's full of sympathy. I said to him before, junior brother you? Why do you still think you won? Do you know the total score for zombies? Fisherman who hears someone talking to them. He snorted coldly. How many can there be? Didn't the senior just calculate that it was 2,580 points? The senior couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Then he shook his head and responded, yes. If 2580 is really the only score available, then, do you think Bai Shi would call him senior brother? He is now elder me. Who are the students to be admitted by name? 2,580 losses, can you still say? To be honest with you, his total score is 43,724 points. Upon hearing this, the fisherman looked incredulous and said, how could this be possible? The senior just calculated that it was 2,580 points. How could there be such a high score of over 40,000? At this point, the senior saw that the other party did not believe him. Just keep explaining. Zhang Shidan relied on his personal strength. Saved over 200 trapped spirit masters on the front line. Once again tamed He Lingjing and Xiao Tianjing. There are over 400 spirit beasts in total. How could I not earn over 40,000 points? As a renowned teacher, you should also be aware of it. To tame savage beasts, it's much more difficult than hunting, isn't it? Only when everyone heard this did someone react. Ask, is this zombie? The seniors said. The peerless genius who came back this morning. At this moment, the senior also nodded in response to us. You're right. This person is none other than Teacher Zhang. His grades will be out at noon. Moreover, Elder Me and Lord Mo are both vying to see him. So this is located in Junior Brother. You want to win with a score of around 2,000. Do you think it's possible? Immediately after. I just told everyone about the events of the first day. Students who understand the ins and outs. Look at this fisherman with disdainful eyes. Zhang's family saved their companions. Not willing to sacrifice one's own safety. One person broke into the community. Not only is there no greed for merit, not yet arrogant, not required either. Others repay others for their state of mind and attitude. With your bear-like appearance, you still want to compete with others. What to compare? You will play tricks, run away the wild beasts they captured. Still more arrogant and domineering than you. You're shameless. However, the fisherman saw many strange eyes turning towards them. I couldn't help but feel a jolt in my heart. At this moment, he and Wu Feng exchanged a glance. I cried out in grievance, and on this side of the screen, Zhang Xian is following behind the white lion. For the senior just now. The matter of calling oneself senior brother to the other party. Still looking bewildered. At this moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. Just asked the other person about this white lion. I wonder if Elder Me is suitable for me. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi turned around and saw his bewildered expression on his face. First, I was taken aback. And then he replied, do you really not know? After speaking, seeing the other person shake their head and say they don't know what's going on, I just thought in my heart, it's good that others do good things without expecting anything in return. He does good deeds without expecting anything in return. I completely forgot about it. Such a broad mind and magnanimity. That's really admirable. Later, he said, don't worry. This is a good thing. You'll find out in a moment. So the two of them continued walking forward, one in front and one behind. Not long after, they stopped in front of the pavilion. At this moment, Bai Shi took a step forward and said, Teacher Zhang has arrived. After your elders saw the other party arrive, I started praising him. Then he also made it clear to the other party. I have expressed my desire to accept him as a personal disciple. Mo Tangju on the side knew very well that Zhang Xian's teacher was Yang Xian. I quickly dissuaded him. No matter what he says. Ni Changlao did not give up either. Still communicating with Zhang Xian. I hope he can be my own biological successor. After all, Zhang Xian forcibly increased his strength in order to save people, without considering returns. These 2 points of character and temperament meet the requirements of Elder Me. You know what? He spared no expense to plead for Xiangshu. exam and many new students. I just want to choose one that suits me. I have finally found nature and I am unwilling to give up. However, Lord Mo also knows the other party's thoughts. It's just Yang Shi's strength. It's not something they can afford to provoke. When I was about to explain the situation to my old friend, a student in charge of assessment ran over. The report states that all new students' points have been reviewed and approved. A total of 6,487 people passed. Elder Mi's classical Chinese immediately froze. Why is it only 6,000? What's going on here? Hesitated for a moment. Just say to Zhang Xian and Lord Mo, both of you, please sit down for a while. I come whenever I have something to do. After speaking, he flew out, and Zhang Xian probably guessed what was going on at this moment. If my heart doesn't want this Xiangshou, then definitely not like this. We have to clean him up when we go back. However, Elder Mi quickly flew to the summit as well. I just arrived at the grass hut but didn't find the purple sun beast. When I was wondering where this guy would go, I just saw a pit on the ground. Upon closer inspection, I realized there are not only traces of fighting here, and there is also the killing spirit of the alien race. The more I look at it, the more anxious I feel. There are also more and more footprints. After counting around, I realized there are nearly 20 pairs of footprints here. All of them are left by powerful members of the alien race in the Holy Land. I thought this was the territory of the renowned Teacher Academy. How could more than 20 members of the alien race infiltrate the crowd? Not discovered. And now they have secretly captured the purple sun beast. If that's the case, then it has already involved the stability of the entire human race. We must investigate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire Hongyuan city may have a potential crisis. I dare not hesitate when I think of this. Immediately get up and fly down the mountain. In a moment, I returned to the courtyard. However, Mo Tang insisted that his old friend left in such a hurry. Now that I'm back with a worried expression on my face, it's full. I asked Lao Mi in confusion. What's wrong with you? Elder Kemi glanced at Zhang Xian and then I didn't speak up. After all, the appearance of a holy domain level alien group involves too much involvement. Any news that has a little bit of leakage, it is bound to cause a sensation. Although he is one of the top 10 elders, he dare not take this risk. And Zhang Xian saw the other person's hesitant expression, knowing that staying here makes it inconvenient for the other party to speak up. So he clasped his fists and said, since the elder has returned, I happen to have something here too. I left first. Elder Kemi heard Zhang Xian say he wanted to leave. After all, I've been wanting to collect the other party just now. For their own students' personal transmission. I have to avoid them now when I have something to do. This clearly treats him as an outsider. So I responded by saying that it's actually nothing serious. This matter involves significant implications. But I believe in Zhang Shi's character. I told you, it's okay. When I went out just now, found traces of the Bailing tribe. Later, I heard Lord Mo ask what level it was. Elder Mi only responded by saying that he judged based on his breath. Their strength is only higher than mine, not lower. And the quantity is quite large. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my heart suddenly shook. This pervert in front of me just made a small gesture. I have gained a large number of fans. But unexpectedly, we welcomed another guy with a long idle life. But his reappearance, can perverts still grasp it? Just now, Elder Mi flew back with a pale face. Just tell the two of them. When he just went out, discovered someone who was only slightly stronger than him. The traces of the alien race. And the quantity is quite large. Listen here. Zhang Xian was puzzled in her heart. Just think of the purple sun beast that I suspected earlier. He is a spy of the alien race. It seems that I didn't guess wrong. Fortunately, it prevented his conspiracy. Otherwise, now it's not a problem of over 20,000 people failing to pass the exam anymore. I'm afraid everyone will die because of this. However, at this moment, Elder Mi took matters into consideration. After telling the truth to both of them, just explain to them again that this matter is not insignificant. I hope you two don't spread it outside. I will convene a meeting of the top 10 elders, resolve potential hazards as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lord Mo nodded and gestured. Later, I asked what these new students should do. Elder Mi frowned upon hearing this. After all, he is also worried about this matter. The original plan was well planned. I didn't expect Ziyang to reveal this matter. Now only 6,000 yuan is accepted. This is undoubtedly a major loss for the college as well. However, Zhang Xian on the side suddenly thought of something about this matter. So I told the elder that I had an idea. Do you think it's okay? I currently have over 40,000 points. Even if I give each person 1 point now, it's still enough. So those students without grades, I want to give each of them 1 point. Can you see it? Elder Mi was first stunned by the classical Chinese. Then he responded that this was not acceptable. After all, it was earned through your hard work. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand and said that it was actually nothing. Keeping points is useless. Didn't you just say it too? There are currently 10 tribe members roaming around, intending to launch a surprise attack on the academy. Since it is so, the larger the team of famous teachers, the better. These geniuses are selected from all over the world. Give them a chance. It's about giving the future and hope to the human race. I hope, Elder, you don't stick to those formalities anymore. After listening to what Zhang Xian said, Elder Mi clasped his fists solemnly and said, since Zhang Shi has made such a decision, I won't refuse anymore. Now I will inform all the celebrities about this matter. After hesitating for a moment, continuing, let's talk about Zhang Shi's broad-mindedness and magnanimity. I admire you again in the future. How about this, even if I owe you a favor? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He scratched his head with a helpless expression on his face. I don't know how to respond to the other party. After all, human feelings are something. It's of no use to him at all. If we exchange a few top-notch officials for him, I reckon this guy will jump up happily. On the other hand, Mo Tang's opinion was reluctantly expressed by Zhang Xian. I quickly said, Teacher Zhang, just accept it. Elder Mi's kindness is invaluable. I have been dating him for no less than 200 years. Even if you want it, you can't get it. Upon hearing Lord Mo's advice, Zhang Xian also knows whether to accept this favor or not. It's also a bit difficult to make the other party step down, so he reluctantly nodded in response. Thank you very much, Elder Mi. At this moment, Elder Mi saw that the other party agreed. Just let the two of them wait here for a moment. He will first arrange things for the freshmen. After speaking, turn around and leave. And on this side of the assessment site, at this moment, I saw a severely injured person, enduring the excruciating pain on his body, struggling to stand up. A few steps to reach the fisherman. Hug him and say, Brother Yu. Hu Qing is a renowned teacher in the Qingyuan Imperial City. As long as Brother Yu is willing to give me a point, let me pass this assessment. In the future, I am willing to be like a cow or a horse for you, to repay kindness. However, at this moment, the fisherman, when I was angry about losing to Zhang Xian, but I heard this unfamiliar guy, suddenly ran over to ask for the grave. My face immediately darkened. I angrily scolded him and said, I'll give you a grave. What do you count? Wu Qing heard the other party say so. My face immediately turned red, but he finally got to this point after much effort. If I give up now, I have no chance of becoming a member of the college. As a result, the medicinal herb that can cure his stubborn illness, it's impossible to obtain it. After all, he risked his life for this medicine. Only then did I have the opportunity to come here. I originally planned to kill a savage beast. You can pass the assessment. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by spirit beasts, causing serious injuries now, not to mention, I didn't even get a single point. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and knelt down on the ground. Just asking Brother Yu to give me 1 point. Just let me pass the level. Just promise. What should I do in the future? I won't even furrow my brow. At this moment, the fisherman still responded with a disdainful expression. Tell me about a small character in the late stage of the 4th level of complexity transformation. I haven't even reached the peak yet. Even if I want to be my servant, I don't want to. Get out of here. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll throw you out now. However, the students around saw Zemo. I also think this person is using this method to demand points. I also feel that there is a sense of dignity and authority. If it were to be spread, this is the #1 profession in the world, and it also has a reputation. Teaching and educating students. Teach the world. So they all started cheering and saying, you better go. Since I have no connection with the college, don't stay here and embarrass yourself. Famous teachers are not here for you to ask for them. If you don't work hard yourself, you can't blame others. I heard everyone say that. Hu Qing also knew that she had no hope left. Even if one abandons their own face, no one will give themselves a point anymore. Instead of this, it's better to leave with some dignity. So we walked towards the back together. Just turned around. I heard a sound coming from the air. A total of 6,487 people passed this assessment. Without points, it indicates that the assessment cannot be passed. I have no chance of attending the renowned teacher academy. But everyone doesn't have to be sad either. After learning about this news, Zhang Shi from Huanyu Emperor City specially found someone willing to use their own points. Distribute to everyone. Make everyone pass the assessment. Let's make our master teacher hall stronger and stronger. On the 3rd, I also agreed with Zhang Shi's approach. So from today on, you will all be freshmen of the renowned teacher academy now. Everyone heard this. Everyone was stunned for a moment. I was shocked in my heart. Zhang Shi actually shared his points with everyone. At this moment, Hu Qing had a snow-white face. Tears couldn't help but flow down my cheeks. My body swayed and I fell to my knees. After making a vow, zombie, you will be my benefactor. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Never frown. However, Yu Ming and Wu Fengjian had many people who did not pass the level. Everyone is grateful to each other. My body suddenly swayed. Black eyes. I feel like I'm not doing well anymore. I just rejected someone for 1 point. This guy is really good now. I split the score among everyone in one breath. What's going on with his meow? However, Elder Me was in mid-air. Everyone knows it. Just instruct the senior student in charge of the assessment on site. Let him lead the freshman to the place where the college resides. After explaining, get up and fly to the courtyard. As soon as he came down, he said to Zhang Xian, we arranged a separate residence for him. You don't have to share a dormitory with others. This also facilitates his cultivation. After all, as one of the top 10 elders, he also eligible to arrange accommodation conditions for students. A top genius like Zhang Xian. In his heart, nature cannot be like others, living in a chaotic dormitory. However, upon hearing the elder say so, he also understands the meaning behind it. I have too many secrets of my own. Being able to live alone is naturally the best. So he quickly clasped his fists and said, thank you, Elder Me. So the three of them got up and headed to the academy. Zhang Xian held the elder's decree. Go find the person in charge of accommodation. And the elders and the abbot went to the meeting, discussed the affairs of the alien tribe with other elders. Soon the two of them arrived at the conference hall. Soon after, other elders also came one after another. At this moment, Elder Me saw that everyone had arrived. Just take away the matter of Xiangshu being kidnapped by the alien tribe. Speak it out. After everyone learned about this matter, I am also very worried about the safety of Xiangshu. At the same time, we also discussed how to identify this group of alien tribes. Just a mixed population. We discussed for half a day. I haven't been able to come up with a practical and feasible plan either. Later, the elder in charge of Dan Academy said, let's do this. The priest of the imperial city who was granted the title. These days, I will come here to establish the new dean. Simultaneously investigate the cause of death of the old dean. We can quietly report this matter at that time. Ask him to help investigate. After speaking, everyone hesitated for a moment. So he continued, I know what you're worried about. Can silently trap Senior Xiang. The opponent's strength has exceeded our imagination. This matter must be reported. But this elder just finished speaking. Someone came forward to report. The pastor has arrived at the reception room. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and headed forward. After all, this pastor is a renowned teacher of the 7 stars. I started coming here from the Forbidden City a month ago. Everyone looked left and right. Now I finally hope for him. Soon everyone arrived at the reception room. He respectfully clasped his fists and bowed to the pastor, Junior. However, the pastor saw that everyone was here. Get up and introduce to everyone. This Luoshire is one of my juniors. It has reached the 6-star level. I want to experience hospitality here. Could you please help arrange it? Everyone was stunned at the words. Then he was shocked all over his face, looking at the woman beside him. At this moment, the other party also stood up and bowed to everyone, saying, Ruwashi has met all the elders. At this moment, everyone feels unbelievable. A renowned teacher who has achieved a 5-star rating at such a young age. Unless they are descendants of saints. Otherwise, how could there be such a talent? Think of this. The elder in charge smiled and said, if one had achieved such success at a young age, it really makes me blush. How about this? I'll arrange it for you now. But I don't know what you're good at. What department do you want to go to? I haven't waited for Ruwashi to speak yet. The pastor said, didn't you just recruit new students? I think it's better for him to give a lecture. By the way, we can also enroll some students. He can only receive a few, let's call it a few. But the elder of the courtyard was first stunned by classical Chinese. Then nod your head. After all, the college has rules. The new teacher is not qualified to teach in class. Since the pastor personally spoke up, the elder had no choice but to agree. And everyone saw the pastor's attitude. Several elders also confirmed their speculations in their hearts. If this woman were not a descendant of the sage, it's impossible for him to specifically explain this matter. Quickly, the elders have arranged the matter of the fallen corpse. Go back to the tomb chamber. I told the story about the alien tribe once again. However, after understanding the situation, the tomb chamber. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I was still thinking before. No matter who is established as the new dean, you definitely don't admire it. Not conducive to management either. Since this incident has occurred, who among you 10 can find Xiangshu first, and rescue him, being able to gain his approval? Whoever can become the next dean. And Zhang Xian on this side of the screen also came to the elite area of the college. Just came to the hall. I couldn't find the person responsible for arranging accommodation. Instead, I saw 3 old students discussing issues related to cultivation. So he greeted her with a smiling face and said hello. At this moment, a few people heard someone say, I just realized what I said. I just saw a strange face. Everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. I asked who you are. Zhang Xianwen researches and retrieves the warrant. Tell a few people that I am a new student this year. Elder Me asked me to live here. Could you please arrange it for me? Several people were stunned for a moment when they saw this. Then he took the warrant. After careful observation, it is indeed the token of the elder. One of the young people clasped his fists and said, "This junior brother. Please wait for us to discuss and we will take you there." So a few people came to the side. One of the seniors spoke up and said, "The other party can receive personal arrangements from Elder Me. I'm sure he must have extraordinary talent. Just happened to be a junior student from Courtyard 1 in Ding District. Just entered the 2nd grade. It is currently idle. It's entirely possible to let him live in." The old student beside heard his classmate's proposal. Just express opposition. This person was arranged to go to District 1 as soon as he arrived. I'm afraid it's not very good. At this moment, another old student also agreed, yes. Although Chang Yu has left that position. But the others behind have been watching closely. This junior was assigned to the college as soon as he arrived. I'm afraid those guys won't agree. I heard the two of them say that. The senior laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? This was arranged by Elder Me. Even if you don't agree, what can you do? Anyway, it's not me who should have a headache." Just in time to see how good this new student is. Can Elder Me personally bestow the token? The two of them also felt that what they said made sense. So a few people decided and came to Zhang Xian's side. Speaking of this junior brother. "This way, please." Quickly, Zhang Xian followed behind the three of them. Just arrived at the forefront of the other courtyard. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. Zhang Xian also nodded with satisfaction and smiled. At this moment, the senior opened the door of the courtyard and, I just handed over the key. However, Zhang Xiangang took the key. After thanking a few seniors, I just saw it. A young man walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Angrily rebuked Dao Huangxing and Zhou Tong. "What do you guys mean exactly? I have taken it from you so many times. I won't give you the keys here. Why give a new one now?" Immediately after, another man and a woman approached and said, "First grade. When did you arrive?" This is the first person. "As soon as I arrived, I wanted to move into Courtyard 1 of Ding District. Do you think you're that pervert Chung Yu? This pervert used to never break through the heavens and earth in a single day. His soul has nowhere to rest. Alright, today's pervert is about to start acting like a demon again." Just now, Zhang Xian helped the college solve the problem, a major challenge for the pass rate of new students. Afterwards, Ni Changlao gave him a command. Provide him with the benefit of living in a separate courtyard. Several senior students just brought Zhang Xian to the number 1 courtyard in Ding District. I was stopped by several students living in Ding District, and mocked him a bit. At this moment, Huang Xing saw several people questioning him. I quickly explained that a few people, please calm down. Zhang was not arranged by me, but Elder Me personally confessed. The three of them were stunned at the words. Then I saw Wu coldly snort and say, "I don't care if the elder instructs me or not. I want to live here. Firstly, we need to have abilities that surpass ours. Otherwise, it's not just me who disagrees. All first-year students are dissatisfied." After speaking, he looked at Zhang Xian and said about this friend, "Do you dare to compete with me?" Huang Xing saw the other party like this. I quickly used phonetic techniques to say to Zhang Xian, "Master Zhang, this person is called Wu Chan. Last time, he came in 2nd place compared to his grade. This person's cultivation has already reached the peak of Qiao Tian realm. Just the mood scale hasn't been reached yet. I can't advance to become a 5-star famous teacher." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he asked with a puzzled expression using phonetics, "Why is there still a large amount of grade here?" At this point, Huang Xing responded by saying yes. There is an annual competition among students of the same grade level. Compete against various abilities of renowned teachers. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of talent qualified to live here in Ding District. After understanding these, Zhang Xian smiled. Looking at Wu Chan, she asked if she wanted to compare with me. "No problem. I don't know what you want to compete with me for." After Zhang Xian finished speaking, I heard the other party say they were going to have a martial arts competition. After nodding in agreement, I turned my head and looked at the two people beside me. "Keep asking, what about you guys? What do you want to compare with me again?" Upon hearing the other party's question. Upon hearing this, the girl Ran Xiaoxiao responded, "Do you want to compete with me? Okay, then I'll compare myself with you." Oath of longevity. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Nan on the side also said that since that's the case, let me also compete with you in martial arts. At this moment, Huang Xing quickly used phonetic techniques. Consider these two individuals as 3rd or 4th in grade. Introduced guidance to Zhang Xian. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian looked at the female name next to her, Ran Xiaoxiao. "Let's say that. I won't bully you either. You're Ran Xiaoxiao, right? Now it's up to you to act for me. Teach them both a lesson first." Xiaoxiao was immediately stunned upon hearing this. Then he responded in surprise, saying, You want me to act for you? We still need to teach them a lesson. Thinking of him meowing. This guy can't be a fool, can he? However, Zhang Xian ignored the shock of others. I just smiled and said it was good. Your body's true chi is circulating in reverse. Difficult to break through and lift 2 positions. Accumulated for about 3 months now. Do you feel itchy all over your body? After speaking, the other person looked surprised. Just keep talking. The reason why these 2 positions cannot be crossed by you, it's because your true chi is not working properly. Now listen to my instructions. Air sinking into the sea, wandering through Dantian. So Zhang Xian continued to say, lucky methods for dozens of acupoints. And Ran Xiaoxiao heard the other person's words accurately. When Wu Zhang hesitated whether to give it a try or not. I just feel the true chi in my body. It started running involuntarily. At this moment, he thought of something. My face turned pale. I almost didn't cry out. Thinking to myself, I just got to know each other. Saying it's better than breaking your promise will lead to longevity. I haven't prepared myself yet. The other party has already started. How could this guy cheat like this? But it's just that he wants to control the flow of true chi in his body. When not tempted by Zhang Xian, I just feel that the 2 acupoints on my body are indeed much easier. It is even possible to break through at any time. I wonder if everything the other person says is true. Think of this. I will no longer suppress the circulation of true chi in my body. Strictly follow Zhang Xian's instructions and follow Zhao Zua. At the moment when he had a thought, the true chi of the whole body rises to the sky. The substance in the body disappears accordingly. The whole person's aura looked even more fierce. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand and said, okay, you go compete with them in martial arts. Ran Xiaoxiao responded firmly with a classical Chinese expression in her eyes. He rushed over to the 2 people beside him. However, the 2 people who were still waiting to compete with Zhang Xian, seeing Ran Xiaoxiao suddenly rushing over, I was suddenly startled. Immediately after they exchanged a glance, like thinking of something. After dodging several attacks from Ran Xiaoxiao in a row, just coldly snorted and said, do you think you're bewitching Ran Xiaoxiao? It can surpass us. We've been together for years. We've fought dozens of times. I already know his martial arts techniques like the back of my hand. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiaonan on the side has been beaten into a pig's head. Seeing this scene, unprocessed eyeballs are about to fall out. Thinking to herself, Ran Xiaoxiao is among the 3 people. His strength is the worst. How can we beat Xiaonan until he has no fighting power now? But just when his heart was full of doubts, I saw Ran Xiaoxiao flash over and approach me. Launch a powerful palm. Directly shoot it out. Zhang Xian saw the ghostly appearance of the other party being beaten up. I'm a bit sorry too. And Huang Xing and a few others on the side saw this scene. My eyeballs are almost falling off. How perverted is this guy? These 3 are the top 4 in terms of age. I only said a few words. Let one of the women type the 2 people ranked ahead of him like this. And he's also obedient to this guy. At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the shock of several people. Wave your big hand. Just say to Huang Xing and the others, can you arrange for the 3 of them? After finishing speaking, he walked straight into the courtyard and closed the door. After returning to the room, he began to close his eyes and contemplate. After all, he finally arrived at the academy after much effort. So what I most want at this moment, just learn all the books on the top 10 professions here. Once these knowledge are learned, not far from being assessed as a 6-star renowned teacher, I just want to enter the techniques of these 10 professions. We need a 5-star renowned teacher to enter. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian got up and walked out of the courtyard. I'm thinking of taking exams for a few auxiliary professions first. Let's talk about obtaining the 5-star famous teacher. We will soon arrive at the competitive training center. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, not only is there a constant flow of people here, and students from the 7th and 8th levels can be seen everywhere, there is even a 9-fold altar wind power. Seeing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh. There are really too many geniuses in the academy. Therefore, just walked into the branch of the trainer union ahead. Upon arriving at the front desk, I just saw the girl and looked over with a smile on my face. I don't know what this senior needs. Later, the girl saw the other party and said she wanted to assess the trainer. I quickly asked, do you know how many stars the senior needs to be assessed for? I will arrange it for you now. Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian also hesitated for a moment. After all, according to his theoretical knowledge, wanting to get 6 stars is nothing. Just not enough in terms of cultivation. So Zhang Xian said, let me get a 5-star rating first. The girl nodded at the words. A slight smile in response agreed. Please bring the senior's 4-star badge and student ID card. Please register for me. Zhang Xian suddenly heard the other party's words. His face turned red. I didn't say these things awkwardly. As soon as these words are spoken, the girl was immediately stunned. The smile on his face couldn't even wrinkle tightly. You haven't asked any of these questions with a frown on your face. How do you get a 5-star rating? And you're not a student. Why come to the academy? Seeing the other person's expression, Zhang Xiancheng is afraid of being misunderstood and causing trouble again. So I quickly explained it. Girl who understands the situation also introduced the rules to Zhang Xian. At this moment, she realized that the assessment still required credits, and assessing a 5-star career requires 2 credits. If you score 6 stars, it will be 4 credits. After listening, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. She just arrived at the union. I saw many students queuing up. Those mid-level weapons at level 0 only sell for half a point. We need to switch to mid-range snacks. I can't take down even a few hundred of these weapons. Now this assessment requires 2 credits. Suddenly, Zhang Xian remembered the girl's introduction just now. So I quickly asked, that's right. I just heard that. Earning credits requires completing academic tasks. Or break the record. I would like to know how breaking the record was achieved. The girl almost fell to death when she heard her footsteps slip. Just haven't waited for him to speak up yet. Zhang Xian, just keep talking. Are there any records here that can be broken? I want to give it a try. Upon hearing this, the woman went completely insane. However, as a renowned teacher, she also finds it difficult to express herself. I had to suppress the anger in my heart. Just respond with a casual gesture, okay? Since you are so eager to break the record, then I'll take you there. But I advise you to think carefully before entering. This is not something that everyone wants to break. Otherwise, why do other students still squat and help others practice the piano? Come out and set up a stall. Sell various items. Even risking life and death to run out for various trials. This record not only represents honor, it also represents dignity. If you can't break it, if you wander around casually, you will still be punished. To the punishment, hear this. Zhang Xian also nodded with a slight smile. I responded with a good sentence. I got it. Here we go. The girl still refuses to give up when she sees the other person. Just give me a cold snort, okay? Then come with me. Assume. I'll see how you got thrown out later. As a new student. Since I don't know how high the sky and the earth are. So I quickly bypassed a group of people. Arriving at a stone gate. And there are various records marked next to it. Among them, 10 minutes melted the iron black crystal. Sanmei completed 6-star alchemist team. The 3784th year of the teacher academy. There are still shadow terrorists living for an hour. The night when the cold ice and iron melt. There are also those who stay in the underground fire passage for a full 17 minutes. Numerous records. This not only details the results and who completed them. And the time is clearly marked. See here. Zhang Xian's face also became solemn. Have to say. These records are indeed shocking and alarming. Not to mention anything else. As for latte black crystal. This thing is one of the most difficult ores to refine. Even if the 7-star alchemist wants to refine it, it's difficult to achieve without even half an hour. But this lineup, surprisingly, it was completed in just 10 minutes. This is really scary. However, the girl next to her. I saw the other person just now repeatedly saying that they want to break the record. Now he has a terrified expression on his face. I couldn't help but laugh. Later, he asked how it was. You have also read what was marked above. Do you still want to continue breaking records now? Zhang Xian scratched her head at the words. The response states that it can still be broken. It's just a bit troublesome. This is a trainer behind the two of them. Listening to their conversation. I couldn't help but take a step forward and laugh, saying Li Xian, where are you from? Find such a arrogant guy. The girl heard someone calling her. Turn your head and take a look. I was suddenly startled. So he quickly, reply and report to Senior Luo Yan. This is the new student who just arrived today. However, upon hearing this, Luo Yan shook his head and said, young people nowadays are becoming increasingly unruly. Record channel. Countless predecessors of the college. The monument left by endless efforts and dedication. Anyone can come here to observe and comment on it. Speaking of which, this Luo Yan raised his eyebrows. He scolded me and said he wouldn't give me a chance to step down. Upon hearing this, Li Xian quickly nodded in response. Then he pulled Zhang Xian aside and walked away. But unexpectedly, they couldn't move the other party. Instead, I saw him. With a helpless expression, he looked at Luo Yan not far away. Are you the dean of the Refining and Gas Institute? Upon hearing the other party's question, Luo Yan was momentarily stunned. Then he responded by saying that I am not. And other gas refiners watching the excitement. I don't know what Zhang Xian means. They all looked at him with confusion on their faces. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to ask, are you one of the top 10 famous teachers in the college? Seeing the other party respond again, I'm asking such a question. You are the elder of the Qi Refining Academy. Luo Yan was puzzled by Zhang Xian's series of questions. With that, his face darkened. I angrily rebuked you, saying that I am not the one who said all of this. What do you mean by asking these questions now? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian pointed at him with a disgusted expression. saying that since it's nothing, why are you making such a fuss here? I'm talking to someone. It's none of your business. You're so meow, he's like a splash of water that doesn't bloom. What garlic are we putting here? Li Xian, the girl beside, heard the other say so. I almost fainted on the spot when my body shook. You know what? The senior Luo Yan in front of us is not only a 5-star renowned teacher, it is also among the top-ranked gas refineries. 5-star peak alchemist. Even in the 4th year of college. Top 10 super geniuses. You're a new student who doesn't talk well. Instead, he publicly cursed at others. Oh my god, even if the gods come now, they can't save you. However, Luo Yan couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. The whole body emits extremely strong pressure. Just let out a loud roar and say it to me again. Zhang Xian, this pervert. They are trying to break a 17-minute record, and a life shortened by hundreds of years. This 5-star peak chi trainer. I just stayed in this damn place for 3 minutes. You can walk horizontally in the college. And now that the pervert has collapsed, he is truly incomprehensible. How could such a record be made? Just now, the top 10 5-star teachers in the 4th grade of this college, and the peak chi trainer, being scolded by Zhang Xian, unable to contain the anger in my heart, just let out a loud roar. What do you mean? However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Just look disgusted and say it's nothing. Just asking you to do what you should do and go there. Don't delay me earning tuition here. After finishing speaking, I didn't bother to deal with the other person. I turned around and continued to look at the records on the wall. Soon, Zhang Xian chose one on the wall. I feel confident. I just turned my head and looked at Li Xian behind me. Let's just talk about this. Can you help me apply for it? I want to challenge the record. People watching the excitement around heard Zhang Xian say so. They also looked at each other in confusion. It's really incomprehensible. As a new student, he just came to report. Not only did he offend the senior students, now we still need to challenge the record. Doesn't this guy have any self-awareness? However, the girl heard this. I was also startled and let out a cry of surprise, my eyes wide open. You have to challenge. At this point, Zhang Xian also responded positively, saying yes. I want to break through this underground fire tunnel. Can you see how to help me apply? Everyone saw that the other party not only really wanted to challenge, and also chose the underground fire passage. They were discussing it one after another. How could we hire such a fool this year? Even Luo Yan, who had just been infuriated. Now I am also scared and have a face full of dementia. He meowed and thought this guy was so arrogant. What kind of strength will there be? It turns out he's just a mentally disabled person. This fire passage is known as the death passage. Over the years, those who want to break records are either dead or disabled. Not to mention anyone else. Even if the Saint Domain powerhouse who left a record. 6-star Chi refiner Lu Han. Despite staying inside for 17 minutes, it broke the record. But the whole body was also burned without a piece of good meat. As a result, it also damaged the foundation. He eventually died before reaching the age of 150. After all, this Luo Yan has also experienced it before. I just stayed for less than 3 minutes. Unable to bear it anymore, he voluntarily escaped. And even if others haven't gone in, I have also heard rumors, knowing its horror. To mark the records on the record wall. List categories. The last thing people want to break. This underground fire passage can definitely rank first. However, at this moment, Li Xian. It seems like the other person doesn't understand anything. He brought in here again by himself. We can't just watch him die without considering it. So I advised him about this underground fire passage. Countless flames gushed out. No way to dodge. I think you should consider switching to something else. Zhang Xian saw that the other party was worried about her. Just smiled slightly and replied, don't worry. Just help me arrange it. If I can't hold on, I will come out. Li Xian knew she couldn't dissuade him. I can only say, actually, if you want to break a record, you don't need to apply. As long as the leader holds down the portal of the recording channel ahead, then say your name. What is the record you want to break? The agency will automatically send you to the corresponding place. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded and thanked him. The other party strode to the door. Reaching out and pressing it, he said, challenge the recorder. Zhang Xian breaks through the underground fire passage. As soon as the words fell, I saw the stone door slowly open. After entering, I realized it was pitch black inside. Immediately after, I felt a sudden shake on the ground. Not long after, it stopped. Zhang Xian discovered. It's still pitch black in front of me. I can't see anything. Just about to start the Eye of Reason. When checking the situation, I saw the flames around me instantly ignite. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt extremely hot. My face immediately darkened. She thought, this place will be like the core fire of Huaqing Pool. I didn't expect it to be like an oven here. As long as he stops running the steam, they will be roasted directly. If this continues like this, Zhang Xian, don't say she can stay here for 17 minutes. I'm afraid it won't be able to support for 2 minutes. So I decided to let the clone come out. Hide yourself first. As long as you break the record, it's fine. But Zhang Xian also felt that this flame was similar to a normal hot pot. Just thinking about this, there's no rush to adjust the score. Stretch it out and see what's going on first before we talk about it. Immediately opened the eye of reason. I quickly discovered it. The fire in this passage is a man-made formation. The array machine used is the core red rock. After understanding, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. I was so excited that I almost jumped up, because the martial arts he practices are profound and profound. The second defect. You need to use the core red rock to train it. This thing is extremely rare. It's very difficult to find it normally. But now we meet here. So Zhang Xian was filled with joy at this moment. Let out the true energy. Protect yourself and immediately sit cross-legged. At the same time, the operation of the red dust steps into the sky. The whole person began to hover in the middle of the passage. Immediately after, with a single thought, the golden body was activated. The spiritual power of the flames surrounding the second level. In an instant, he crawled into Zhang Xian's body. Accompanied by a sound. His body was tempered by flames. The severe pain caused by it. Strength is also increasing at a visible rate to the naked eye. Quickly, his physical strength increased from 4 million to 8 million. The highest density. Immediately afterwards, he exhaled a foul breath. Get up and look around. At this moment, Zhang Xian realized. After mastering the second level of Woyao Golden Body, the heat here no longer affects him. Just there's still some time left until the 17-minute record. Think of this. Zhang Xian immediately dropped her soul body out. So, one soul, one body. Just keep absorbing crazily. The spiritual energy refined by Emperor Star's red beauty. Time passed by bit, and those who watch the excitement outside become more and more anxious as they wait. I thought this new student would come out in 3 to 5 minutes. An hour has passed and no one has been seen yet. Everyone suspects that Zhang Xian has been roasted inside. But Luo Yan on the side doesn't think so. After all, he has moved forward. So there have been specialized studies on this as well. Knowing that channels have recognizability. Once the challenge recorder is discovered, lost the breath of life, it will be sent out immediately. So the other party hasn't been sent out yet. That means he's still alive. And they're still persevering. Think of this. Luo Yan couldn't resist anymore. I quickly asked Li Xian beside me. Make sure the other party is really a new student this year. After receiving recognition from the girl, he can no longer stand. After all, no matter how strong a person's physical body is, it's also impossible to stay that long. So I ordered the girl to watch here. Go find your own teacher. Let's see what happened. After speaking, he quickly walked out. I quickly found his teacher. Yuan Hong, Vice Dean of the Refining and Gas Institute. At this moment, Luo Yan told the other party about the passage. Halfway through, he was angrily rebuked by the Vice Dean and turned into a fool. This is just nonsense. I said Luo Yan. Others don't understand these things. Don't you understand either? The Earth Fire passage is a test of the physical body. He is a new student. I have not yet received systematic college education. How could you possibly stay inside? However, just as Luo Yan was about to speak up and explain, the Vice Dean sighed and said, forget it. You're just a student. If someone really wants to challenge the record, you really can't stop me either. I didn't mean to blame you for saying so much. I just feel that students nowadays, I'm becoming increasingly overconfident. To be honest, these are the worst things I have taught recently. Then he took out a jade bottle and handed it to the other party, and said it's Qingling liquid. Can treat burns. You can use it. At this moment, Luo Yan saw the teacher stop. I quickly continued with what I just said. Teacher, this new student. He has been in for an hour now. It hasn't come out yet. The Vice Dean felt a sudden blackout upon hearing these words. I almost fell down. After calming down, I hurriedly asked you and said he had been in for an hour. It hasn't come out yet. After receiving a positive response from the other party, the Vice Dean was directly infuriated. Just roar at the other party. It's been an hour now. It hasn't come out yet. You're only now saying it's useless. Do you think there's no movement from the agency? He's still alive inside. That's right, as long as a person dies in the underground fire tunnel, the agency will automatically send him out. But as soon as he entered, he was burned to ashes. There are no bones left. The mechanism is also silent. I heard the teacher say that. Luo Yan suddenly became foolish. At this moment, the Vice Dean waved his hand and said, let's go. I'll go with you. Open the channel. Let someone clean it up. The depth of my voice is becoming increasingly unclear now. This kind of person is still a trouble even if they are alive. I haven't waited for the Vice Dean to step out of the door yet. I just felt a jolt under my feet. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise was heard coming from not far away. The two of them quickly ran out of the room to check the situation. Upon seeing the situation, at this moment, a renowned teacher hurriedly ran over. Shouting is not good anymore. Yenshir's fire has reached him. The two of them dared not hesitate upon hearing the words. Hurry over quickly. Quickly arrived at the passage. Luo Yan saw the hall filled with smoke and dust. I couldn't help but look at Li Xian, ask what exactly happened. At this moment, Li Xian's face was filled with tears. I responded with a mournful expression, saying that I don't know what happened either. Suddenly heard a roar. And then it turned out like this. However, Luo Yan saw this expression. Just when I was about to say something, I heard a few coughs coming from the smoke and dust area. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look when they heard the sound. Only then did I realize, a person slowly appeared in the smoke and dust. Luo Yan was so scared that his face turned blue when he saw this, and Li Xian saw that the other party had identified it. I quickly rushed forward and asked how you were. Are you all right? At this moment, Zhang Xian turned her head and looked not far away. The passage that has turned into ruins. I replied awkwardly, saying I'm fine. It's just that this underground fire passage seems to be broken. Everyone fainted when they heard this. He meows like this now. Is it still funny? And the vice dean next to him came out when he saw someone. I couldn't help but shiver. Later asked. You are the new student who just went into the trial. Seeing the other person nod and talk about things. Just keep asking, didn't you go in to challenge the record? What exactly happened here? However, Zhang Xian saw the old man in front of her continue to ask. Although I don't know him myself, but I can also feel the scent on the other person's body. The old man's strength is not comparable to that of Lord Mo, so he replied with an embarrassed expression on his face. I don't quite understand this either. Just entering inside, I just realized that this underground fire passage is not too difficult, so I just stayed and practiced, and then it collapsed unconsciously. Actually, Zhang Xian knows it herself. Why did this place collapse? It's also because the soul absorbs spiritual energy, the reason for inhaling too quickly. This leads to the depletion of the spiritual energy of the red rock at the center of the earth, causing the entire formation to lose its energy maintenance. Only then will the passage collapse. But he also knows he can't afford to pay, so I had to shamelessly pretend not to know. But when everyone heard him say it, they didn't realize it, including Vice Dean Yuan Hong. They all fainted. He meows this guy. How dare you say such shameless words? This underground fire passage, standing tall in the academy for at least 3,000 to 4,000 years, so many people have no problem breaking through. Unfortunately, when it came to you, it collapsed. And now it's actually using a sentence without realizing it. I just want to get away with it. Even if it's deceiving ghosts to eat tofu, ghosts don't believe it. You pervert. Is it that difficult to tell a sincere lie? At this moment, Vice Dean Yuan Hong couldn't help but. His face darkened. Just keep asking. Tell me what exactly is going on here. Zhang learned classical Chinese and knew that simply saying a few words could not deceive the other party. I can only say that after entering the passage, seeing the heat of the flames inside, just right to urge physical exercise, I couldn't help but absorb more blood. So what is the reason for the collapse? I don't know how to reply now either. Yuan Hong was speechless when he heard the other person say that. This underground fire passage contains 4 core red rocks. Each piece has infinite scorching spiritual power. Ordinary people will be burned to ashes if they come into contact with it. Even if it is absorbed by a 6-star alchemist, they will all be burned alive. But you told me that you think it's perfect for refining your body. That's why I absorbed more. How much did he absorb? This will cause the entire passage to collapse. So he looked at Zhang Xian with a stern expression. I was about to ask the other party how much they had absorbed. I saw him looking over with hope. Speaking of this senior. Excuse me. Just now, I was at this underground fire station. I stayed for about an hour. It should be considered a record-breaking achievement, right? Can you exchange credits for me now? Yuan Hong classical Chinese was instantly infuriated. Thinking to myself, he meows, you little rascal. Make the entire gas refining academy jump around like chickens and dogs. Now he meows like ruins. You still have the audacity to talk to me. Do I still have to face you if I lose you? The more he thought about it, the angrier the Vice Dean roared. Exchange credits. You still have the audacity to mention to me that you want credits. The change in face shape is over today. Not only did they destroy their mechanism, even the entire college was demolished for him. The key point is, the dean now demands that he compensate for all losses. After hearing this huge sum of money, the pervert, sitting on the ground and crying to death. Just now, Zhang Xian took over the Refining and Gas Institute. Mechanism formation used to break records. Get it down. He not only did not answer the Vice Dean's question directly, ask the other party if they have already broken the record. When can I exchange credits for him? However, Vice Dean Yuan Hong heard the new student in front of him. How dare you even mention credits? Angry and cursing loudly, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment when she saw the other party like this. Then he looked at the old man. What do you mean? Did I break the record without any credits? At this moment, Yuan Hong waved his big hand. Just coldly snort and break the record. Need to record the fairness of the channel. It's all collapsed like this now. Who knows if you used any magic weapons inside? How did you persist for an hour? Zhang Xian was stunned when she heard this. I thought breaking a record would earn me some credits. What about assessing a 5-star chi trainer? Judging from the other party's tone now, they are unwilling to give it. Then I had to shake my head helplessly. Since there are no credits for this, can I go in and challenge other projects? Luo Yan on the side can no longer stand. Step forward. Just coldly snorted and said, are you pretending to be confused? Look at the appearance of the recording channel. Can we continue to challenge? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian scratched her head and asked, now I want to earn credits. What shall I do? At this moment, Luo Yan looked at him sympathetically. What should we do in response? You've made the recording channel look like this. Don't think about credits anymore. What you should be thinking about is how to lose money, right? Immediately after, Yuan Hong also spoke up and said, I roughly calculated it. Judging from the damage today, more than 20 high-quality snacks worth. Just thinking that you are a new student. It's not intentional either. Can you compensate half of it? Just take out 10 high-quality snacks. Listen here. Zhang Xianchen raised his doubts fiercely. I was almost scared to vomit blood. Where did he meow to find 10 high-quality snacks for you? So he shook his head and replied, no. Just finished speaking. I just thought of something. Just saying again, do you think this is okay? I'll go over first and see if I can fix it. If it can be repaired, there's no need to compensate. Is that okay? The Vice Dean looked at Zheng Shui with a frightened expression upon hearing this. Just because you want to fix it too? Are you kidding? At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded with a sincere expression on her face. The response said it was not a joke. It's true. If it can't be fixed, then guide you to practice qi, or guide you to improve your cultivation as compensation. Listen here. Luo Yan beside him suddenly fainted. He couldn't believe what he heard was true. Thinking of you, you pervert. You're just a new student. How dare you say such a thing? Did you burn your brain inside just now? However, at this moment, Yuan Hong was already raging with anger. Just sternly rebuked, saying hello, you newborn egg. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Zhang Xian only realized when he heard this. Then he quickly explained with embarrassment on his face. Well, I mean, let my teacher guide you in cultivation. Then I saw that the other person's expression softened a bit. I just said again that I am Yang Xian. I once advised Mo Gao Yuan, Lord Mo. Elder Me also admires him greatly. You see, this is the warrant that Elder Me gave me. Yuan Hongwen heard these words. His face immediately became solemn. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. After all, he knows the strength to guide Lord Mo. Definitely a renowned teacher with over 7 stars. Then he said, since you have the leader of Elder Me, I'm sure he trusts you a lot. Now I can give you a chance to fix it. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. So I quickly thanked the old man in front of me. Then I took a few steps forward and arrived at the collapsed passage. Reaching out and touching it reveals all its flaws. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian waved his big hand and threw the formation plate out. Just ignite the earth's core fire beneath the passage. Then a series of dozens of formation flags were thrown out in succession. Not for another while. Everyone, including Vice Dean Yuan Hong, seeing the opponent's quick formation technique, everyone was startled. It's just that Yuan Hong is a bit anxious about something. Although the current wildfire has been ignited, but the temperature is not high. Is this really feasible? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just respond with a gentle smile, saying that Qin Lao can rest assured. No further explanation will be given afterwards. Wrist flip. Throw out another row of vibrators, accompanied by a fiery sound from Zhang Xian's mouth. Immediately start the vibration disc. The earth's core fire that is about to burn to the roof ahead. In an instant, it contracted. This caused the temperature of the flames in front of everyone become higher, more powerful now. However, Zhang Xian, who had completed the formation, ignored everyone's expressions. Okay, that's it. The underground fire passage has been repaired. Then he looked at the Vice Dean and said, this elder. You see, I have restored the underground fire passage. I don't think we need to compensate, do we? At this moment, Yuan Hong heard the other party say so, only to slow down from shock. With a wave of his hand, he responded that the appearance had been restored. Just whether there is a specific effectiveness of the underground fire channel or not, we still need to conduct personal experiments to know. After speaking, he strode into the passage. Zhang Xian saw the other party enter it. The scattered flames around immediately focused on him. In an instant, the flame's heat suddenly rose. I couldn't help but turn my head and look at Luo Yan behind me. Ask the way. The formation of the heartfire drawn by your union of alchemists. What material is used for refining? And it was made. At this moment, Luo Yan thought for a moment before responding that it was Yu Qing. It's to cooperate with Lu Yongjin. It is also made of fused diamond iron. Listen here. When Zhang Shentong and Kong Yisua were about to say something, suddenly, the ground. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. Immediately, I saw a huge gust of air in the passage. Rushed out the vice dean who had just entered it, and the civil servants watching outside, also affected by this powerful wave of energy. Flip over to tens of meters away. It hit the wall hard before falling down. Seeing the scene before my eyes, Zhang Xian's heart suddenly panicked. I couldn't help but hurt someone. Just now, only half of the channel was overturned. Now it's all upside down, and the main hall of the Qi Refiner Division has collapsed. How should I compensate for this? What can I compensate for? Think of this. Zhang Xian immediately burst into tears. At this moment, Luo Yan stood up again by the wall, and other famous scholars. Seeing the ruins in front of me, everyone looked at Zhang Xian with a fierce expression. It seems like I'm going to eat half of it. However, Luo Yan roared at the other party with a meow. What the hell have you done? After cursing, he immediately turned around and confessed. Let the two people behind keep an eye on Zhang Xian. Don't let him run away. I led others to rescue the teacher myself. How many people haven't arrived yet? I can see it from the dust. The vice dean walked unsteadily out. Everyone was filled with worry when they saw the situation and greeted them, caring about the other party's situation. However, the disheveled Yuan Hong. Then he looked at Zhang Xianpao not far away with fierce eyes. Who exactly is Xiao Dao? What are you doing here? Can you hear the other party's response saying? Just to assess 5-star gas refiners. Yuan Hong was so angry that his whole body trembled. Even my teeth are about to shatter. He angrily rebuked once again for taking the exam for a 5-star Qi refiner. Are you looking for an assessment? I think you came here intentionally to demolish our college, right? Zhang Xian's face turned red when she was told at this moment. I just responded by saying that it's not intentional. The matter has come to this point. How do you think we should compensate? I can earn money to compensate. Listen here. Yuan Hong's face turned pale with anger. Then he looked at the other person with an electric gaze, roaring loudly, you want compensation? Do you know what the current losses are? The entire channel, along with the distribution of guilds. If they all add up, 3,000 high-quality snacks are not enough. You actually told me that you made money and compensated me. I'll ask you, how do you want to make money? What can I compensate for? Zhang Xianwen cried again after hearing these words. He only has one high-quality snack all over his body. Even if all the assets are added up, it will definitely not exceed 10 pieces. How should I compensate for this 3,000? Think of this. He only thought of something while crying. He looked at the old man with a pitiful expression and said, why don't we? I am repairing them one by one. Do you think it's okay? At this moment, the vice dean heard him say so. I have been so angry that my whole body is limp. He meows me. How could this guy be so shameless? Just now I confidently said that it can be repaired. What's the result? This was originally half of the channel. Just lost 10 top-grade spirit stones. Now it has become 3,000 pieces. This has increased by a full 300 times. But even so, this guy actually doesn't know anything. Still talking nonsense here. We still need to fix it. Repair, repair, repair. You meow, Xiao. However, Zhang Xian saw the old man's expression, knowing the other party's misfortune. So he quickly said that if he needed the Heavenly Palace technique, I can first assess a Celestial Palace master. It's not a problem to come back and fix it again. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong, I almost cried. I meowed him for half a day. I used to be arguing with this fool all along. God knows, just say a few more words to the other person. All of them will affect one's intelligence. So he waved his big hand. Just explain to everyone. Tell me you guys have kept an eye on this kid. I'll come as soon as I go. Everyone heard this. I responded with a voice. Just surround Zhang Xian. Soon, Yuan Hong arrived at the dean's office. But as soon as I walked in, I hadn't waited for him to speak. I saw the dean say that you came just in time. I was planning to send someone to find you. There is an important matter to discuss now. You come in first. Then take it to the secret room. I told him about the appearance of the alien race once. Also, Xiangshu disappeared. Who has found the top 10 elders now? Tell me about who will be the dean. After finishing these, the dean instructed the two vice deans to prepare immediately. Hurry up ahead of other departments as soon as possible. Find out Xiangshu. Dean Zhao has just finished speaking. I heard two deputy courtyards standing up at the same time. Say there is an urgent matter to report. Therefore, let Vice Dean Xiong, who manages the teaching area, speak first. At this moment, Xiong Bing nodded. The response is that the situation is as follows. Some time ago, Some students have discovered it. The ruins left by Senior Wu Yangzi back then just applied to me for a trial. After all, you all know that this is a common occurrence, so I didn't take it seriously either. Just give them some credits and let them go. I didn't expect them to actually find the ruins now, and it also brought the body of Senior Wu Yangzi. After all, this matter involves significant implications, so I hope the two can identify together. Listen here. Dean Zhao quickly spoke up and asked, where are these students and their bodies now? Dean Xiong only responded at this moment, saying that you guys wait a moment. They are all outside. I'm going to pick them up now. Quickly brought a few people in. Several people were also shocked when they saw the body. After identification, find, there is a magical artifact created by Wu Yangzi on this body. It confirms the identity of the other party. So the dean looked at a few people with satisfaction. You said you did a great job. I will apply for credits from the college. Give you heavy rewards. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi, Princess Fair, and others report to the entire bank for guidance. Thank you, Dean. However, after seeing the body, Dean Xiong, I couldn't help but ask. Senior Wu Yangzi's body has been found. What about his inheritance? At this point, Luo Qiqi responded that the inheritance had been found. I was also adopted by Senior Wu Yangzi as a family member. But will this thing be handed over to the School of Transportation? I am not the only one who can make decisions. Upon hearing this, the three deans' faces were unusually excited. Later, Dean Zhao quickly nodded in response and said, it's not too late to make a decision after you have discussed it together. Before this, can I guarantee that no one will make things difficult for you? Princess Fair on the side seems to have misunderstood a few people. I quickly explained that it was not for us to discuss, but it's another person. As long as he nods in agreement, this inheritance can only be passed down. Several deans heard this. I asked another person in confusion. Who is he at this moment? Luo Qiqi responded with excitement on his face, saying, it was this person who saved all of us, and it helped me inherit it. If it weren't for him, we must all be dead by now. There's more. It's the reward that the dean promised us just now. We can do without anything, but we hope the college will reward this person. Dean, upon hearing this, asked with a furrowed brow, is there still danger in this ruins? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi, I handed over the books left by Wu Yangzi to him, and said, this was originally a senior without adopted children who was captured by the alien tribe. The message he personally left behind. However, the dean who received the book flipped through the content. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Did you encounter a puppet of the alien race in the underground palace? Subsequently, Qiqi recounted the events of that day. I told it from beginning to end. After listening, all three deans were dumbfounded. After a while, he said with a look of admiration, willing to sacrifice his life and death, fighting against the puppet of the alien race alone. This kind of selfless mentality can truly be called. What came to Dean Zhao's mind immediately after the renowned teacher? I quickly asked where this person is now. Are you still alive? I heard the other person say that. Luo Qiqi responded that of course he is still alive. Otherwise, how can we expect you to reward him? He is not only alive now, and also participated in the college's assessment. I estimate that I have become a new student in the college now. Several elders were all stunned when they heard this. They thought this would cost them their lives. A selfless person would be a renowned teacher with a rating of 6 stars or above. I didn't expect it to be a newly enrolled little guy. Vice Dean Ishihara Hong couldn't help but ask, what's his name? I'll send someone to find him right away. Do everything possible. We need to lure him to our gas refining academy. However, when Luo Qiqi saw the excited expressions of several people, he responded proudly, saying, he is my alchemy teacher, Zhang Xian. This pervert in front of me, today, subverting everyone's perception of this famous teacher continent. It turns out that a person can be so abnormal when they become abnormal. Just now, Zhang Xian organized the entire gas refining union, and the record-breaking mechanism caused the collapse, in order to avoid losing money. Still thinking about destroying everything bit by bit. Fix it. So Vice Dean Yuan Hong really can't do anything about him. Just as I was about to hand this matter over to the dean for handling, I learned from Luo Qiqi's mouth. The voice of this person named Zhang Xian is to disregard her own safety. The renowned teacher who fights against the puppet of the alien tribe alone. He's starting to feel bad when he hears this. So he asked Luo Qiqi with a shocked expression on his face. The alchemy teacher you mentioned is named Zhang Xian. Is he a young man around 20 years old? Does he have another teacher? However, when Luo Qiqi heard the vice dean's question, he said with a puzzled expression, do you know my teacher? My teacher's mentor's name is Yang Xian. I heard it's a famous teacher with over 6 stars. Is it 7 stars or 8 stars specifically? I didn't ask much either. Vice Dean Li Yuanhan was dumbfounded when he heard this. The whole person also trembled involuntarily. I thought to myself that this guy, it was intentionally sent by other colleges to cause trouble. I never dreamed of such a origin. At this moment, Dean Zhao standing beside him. Look at the other person's almost crying expression. I can't help but ask what's going on with you. Yuan sure heard the dean's question. Yuan Hong only realized at this moment. Therefore, just told a few people what happened just now. And the person who caused such a big commotion. It's exactly Zhang Xian that Luo Qiqi just mentioned. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Just Dean Zhao. After learning about the legendary experience of this zombie, now these things can no longer be considered shocking. It can only be said to be a small fuss, so he explained that the Earth-Fire channel is a strength array for detecting the physical body. The stronger the challenger, the stronger. The longer you stay inside, the longer. And if this Zhang Shi is really the one they said he is, inherited by Senior Wu Yangzi, I have also cultivated the spirit of martial demons. It's not difficult to persist for an hour. At this moment, Yuan Hongkai looked embarrassed and said, I didn't know about the other party's situation before. I thought it was intentional. So let him compensate for this. Dean Zhao responded only after hearing the words, saying that there was no need for compensation. The inherited axe and diligent training technique left by Senior Wu Yangzi, if handed over to the college, its value has far exceeded thousands of top-grade masters. Besides, we don't want him to compensate for this genius. We also need good rewards. And we need to find a way to keep him in our Qi training academy. It's indeed settled like this. Additionally, Mr. Yuan, didn't you say, is this Zhang Shi going to be assessed as a 5-star Qi trainer? Just let him take the exam. As long as it passes. Just say I'm willing to accept him as a student. After the dean finished speaking, seeing Yuan Hong nodding, it should be good to proceed. Continuing instructions, please arrange for Zhang Shi's assessment. By the way, you must have a good attitude. Don't let him think we're starting college. Sorry, meritorious minister. However, Yuan Hong heard the dean say so. He walked out with a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, the dean turned around and looked at Luo Qiqi and others. Your contributions are also significant. I will go to the hospital to get you a few pills, and personally take action to wash the essence and cut the marrow for you. However, Zhang Xian on this side of the screen, just giving Luo Yan a tight grip on the side. It made him want to step forward and take a look. No matter how much it is repaired, it cannot be accessed. So he helplessly said to Luo Yan, don't be like this. I'll go up and take a look. Maybe I can really fix it. But Luo Yan saw that the other party still did not repent. He keeps saying that he wants to repair it. Instantly, anger surged up. Just rushed towards Zhang Xuanhe's red gallbladder. Do you dare to say one more sentence? Believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes. But Zhang Xian also explained with a pitiful expression on her face. I am truly capable of repairing it. That was just an accident. If you don't believe me, can you give me a decent person with better quality? I'll bring the fire over here. Let me show you the underground fire tunnel again. At this moment, Luo Yan couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. My body suddenly shook. His whole body exudes a dragon-like aura. He raised his hand and patted Zhang Xian. Just as Luo Yan was about to hit Zhang Xian, I saw a figure flying over like lightning. I grabbed Luo Yan with just one hand. With a backhand swing, throw it aside. However, Luo Yan fell to the ground. Just about to get up. When rushing towards the person who knocked him down, I just realized that this person is my teacher. So I was stunned for a moment. Isn't the teacher very angry with this guy? Do we even have to take action to teach a lesson? Why stop now? But just because he had doubts all over his face. Just as I was about to go up and inquire about something, I saw the teacher who had been angry just now. Suddenly, with a smile on his face, he said to that guy, Are you alright? Are you injured? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? That guy with no eyes. Listen here. Luo Yan's body suddenly shook. Just went crazy. What's going on here? Didn't you just want to kill him? Yes? Why did you suddenly have this expression of pleasing the other party? This is not just him. Even the famous teachers watching the excitement around them. Everyone was shocked by this wood. Almost fell to death. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. It's also a confused response, saying it's okay. Don't vent your anger for me. Yuan Hong heard him say it's okay. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he turned his head and looked at Luo Yan, screaming, What are you doing there? Hurry up and apologize to Teacher Zhang. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan responded with a face full of madness, saying, Teacher, why should I apologize? You forgot that he took the power and recording channel. But Yuan Hong didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Just angrily rebuked and said, Enough. You go down and reflect behind closed doors for me. Without my instructions, you are not allowed to go out. After speaking, ignore him. Change to a smiling face again and say Master Zhang to Zhang Xian. Aren't you coming here to assess a 5-star alchemist? I'll take you to the Qi Hai assessment now. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. also full of doubts. What kind of nerve is this old hare? Why did it suddenly become like this? Just heard him mention the assessment. I couldn't help but respond by saying to go to Chihai. But I don't have any credits yet. I can't go. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to earn credits. Yuan Hong quickly turned around and said, Luo Yan, don't rush to leave for now. Take out your credit card and give it to Teacher Zhang. Luo Yan burst into tears at this moment. What exactly happened here? They made a mess of this place. Not only does it not punish, instead, he still needs to be given credits. And you also need to give him mine. Teacher Tiana, is it today? Be out of ideas. So that's it. Zhang Xian not only does not have to compensate for all the losses here, I also got 2 points for free. Go to the 5-star practice room for Chihai assessment. Just many famous teachers who saw this scene, still standing still and going crazy. They really can't figure it out. What happened just now? Zhang Xian is also confused about this. Follow the old man in front of you to take the exam. At this moment, Yuan Hong pointed to. You just need to bring your credit card in for. Placed on the stone platform in front of the door. You can go in for the assessment now. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say they wanted a badge. I just explained with embarrassment on my face. I am not yet a chi trainer, so now there are no badges at all. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong immediately took a sip of juice. However, many famous teachers who followed to watch the excitement on the side. My eyes are about to fall to the ground. He meows you, a person around 20. A guy who's not even a 1-star alchemist. As soon as you speak, you will be assessed with 5 stars. The result is that the gas refinery will become like this. I dare to say that I'm not here to cause trouble. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the old man and other. A shocked expression. I quickly explained. I have personally studied gas refinery. Just didn't have a chance to assess the level. How about this? I started taking the exam from 1 star. Can we assess 1 star here? Do we need to assess apprentices before? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong, I just feel a blackout in front of me. I feel like I'm almost turning into a lunatic. If I hadn't just heard Luo Chichi and the others say, this guy in front of us is such a genius. I really want to slap him to death. So I forcefully suppressed the depression in my heart. With a helpless expression on his face, he replied that apprentice, you don't need to take the exam anymore. Let's directly assess a 1-star chi trainer. Strive to succeed today. As for the 5-star rating, let's discuss it later. Then he turned his head and asked the students behind him, you guys? Who has an apprentice token? Everyone was speechless when they heard this. After all, the famous teachers who can. The worst ones are all chi trainers with a rating of 4 stars or above. Who else has such a low-level thing? However, just when Yuan Hong was at a loss, Li Xian came up and said, Vice Dean, I have one here. Zhang Xian watched as the old man took. Just nodded in gratitude. The two of them then walked in towards it. I suddenly thought of something and stopped. Turn around and ask the Vice Dean if he passes 1 star but doesn't come out. Do I still need credits to continue taking the 2-star exam? I heard the other party say that as long as they don't come out within 2 hours, it's no problem to continue taking the next level. Just 2 hours to succeed in the 1-star exam, even if it's pretty good. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded and gestured. Just put the token on the stone platform. As soon as the stone door opens, Zhang Xian walked straight inside. So people outside also didn't want to leave. I just want to take a look. This guy can make the Vice Dean suddenly change his attitude. How magical is it really? Accompanied by the voices of discussion among the crowd. Time flies and it's already evening. At this moment, Dean Zhao and Vice Dean Xiong also arrived. When I saw Yuan Hong, I asked him about his current situation. At this moment, Yuan Hongkai awkwardly recounted Zhang Xian's decision to take the arts exam. I told them once, but it's been almost 2 hours now. I don't know if the other party succeeded or not. The two deans heard that they are only taking the arts exam now. Also stunned. Not long after, Dean Zhao just said that this Zhang Shi is really amazing. I just wanted to take the 5-star exam without passing the Chi Refiner exam. So he asked Yuan Hong to go to Shirtai and try it out. See if you can apply for a 1-star badge. Yuan Hong only realized after being told by the dean. Yeah, how could I even forget my knowledge? Isn't it enough to just apply? If it's not successful, the badge won't be issued. If successful, the badge naturally came out. Thinking of this, I took 2 steps to the stone platform and reached out to press it. Then I saw a flash of light on the stone platform. After a shake, I saw a badge emerge from the stone platform. Dean Zhao saw the situation and asked Yuan Hong to press it again to try. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hong's heart was also filled with curiosity. So I reached out and pressed it down. Sure enough, the light flickered again. Another badge has appeared. Dean Zhao was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Since I completed a 2-star exam in one go within 2 hours, It hasn't come out yet. Is it possible that he still wants to aim for a 3-star rating? Just Yuan Hong shook his head and said, being able to get 2 stars is already impressive. It's impossible to successfully get a 3-star exam. However, Dean Zhao interrupted him. Just respond by saying that if it doesn't work out, just give it a try and you'll know. So he took a step forward and pressed down on the stone platform. Immediately after, the light reappeared. The Samsung badge appeared. At this moment, all the people standing in front of the stone platform were stunned. Yuan Hong saw the dean's expression. I can no longer suppress the palpitations in my heart. I pressed down on the stone platform. Who knew I would see a 4-star badge? Accompanied by the light, it emerged simultaneously. Yuan Hong's throat immediately dried up and he said, 4 stars. He really plans to reach the 5-star rating within 2 hours. Alchemist. I thought to myself, this guy keeps saying he wants to assess a 5-star alchemist. It was originally treated as nonsense. I think it's impossible to succeed within a day. Now he actually did it. I have been assessed 4 times in less than 2 hours. Refining 4 weapons that meet the conditions. How did he do it? It hasn't come out yet. Is it difficult to achieve a 5-star rating? Think of this. Li Yuanhong's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the leader couldn't help but press it down again. But this press, the 5-star badge jumped out. At this moment, everyone on the scene exploded. Yuan Hong was so excited that he started crying. This 5-star refining. When did Qishir become so easy to test? You should know that he has been studying for decades. After much effort, we only managed to get 5 stars. It took several decades to upgrade from 5 stars to 6 stars. Now this guy, jumping from 1 star to 5 stars in 2 hours. This scene directly destroyed his cognitive perspective. It's just over 5 stars. Why hasn't this pervert come out yet? Why are you staying inside? Is it difficult? How could this be possible? But just when Yuan Hong was struggling in his heart, Dean Zhao stepped forward on the side. I pressed down on the stone platform. Then I saw a flash of light. A dazzling 6-star badge slowly rises. At this scene, there was only a light and a loud sound. I can no longer hear any sound. Everyone stands directly in place and visualizes in front of their eyes. This pervert is doomed this time, treating a 7-star renowned teacher as a delinquent. I want to use puppets to kill him. When starting the Heavenly Dao library to check for its defects, immediately crying and fainting on the spot. Just now, Zhang Xian is holding an apprentice token. Enter the 7 Seas Assessment 1-star night training program. Just within the designated 2 hours, Yuan Hong went to the hospital. Still thinking about, can the other party complete the 1-star assessment? The dean came up to him, after learning about the situation from Yuan Hong's mouth. Not paying attention to each other either. Just pressed it a few times in a row. 6 badges collapsed directly in a row. See here. Everyone, including the dean, was stunned by the truth. Not long after, Yuan Hong's face twitched as he looked at the dean. Ask within 2 hours. I refined 6 weapons in one breath. From 1 star to 6 stars in a row. Can you do it? Dean Zhao sighed in shock and said to me. I can't make it. I heard the dean say that. Yuan Hong awkwardly asked, what did you say earlier? The apprentice is. The dean heard that. Suddenly, his face turned red. When I was thinking about how to respond, I heard the gate of the 7 Seas passage slowly open. The voice sounded. And Yuan Hong turned his head. I saw Zhang Xin dragging her tired body out. He walked over with admiration on his face. Speaking of Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Immediately after, he handed over the badge. However, Dean Zhao also walked over excitedly. Quickly introduce yourself and say that Teacher Zhang has worked hard. My name is Zhao Bingshu. Introducing Zhang Xin again through Yuan Hong. I just found out. The old man in front of us is the dean of the Qi Training Academy. And one of the top 10 famous teachers. So he clasped his fists and greeted the other person. At this moment, the dean praised Zhang Xin with a smile on his face. Then I told the other party. I want to take him as my disciple on behalf of the teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned. And the dean saw that the other party did not respond. Just say it immediately. The teacher below is the 7-star famous teacher from the Imperial City. He loves geniuses like Miss Zheng the most. So I want to accept you as a disciple on behalf of the teacher. Everyone exploded at the words. If that's the case, then, isn't this guy able to walk sideways in the academy? Not only is he a junior of one of the top 10 famous teachers in the college, and he is also a disciple of a 7-star renowned teacher. However, Yuan Hong and Xiong Bing also went crazy. First grade freshmen. Even the students or guys who don't know anything, now directly become the junior brother of the dean. But just when everyone was shocked by this, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded by saying that Dean Zhao, I'm really sorry. Under the tutelage of Yang Xian, therefore, I don't have any plans to join anyone else's sect yet. Everyone is dumbfounded when they hear this, and the girl Li Xian shed tears even more. Even students of 7-star master are unwilling to do it. What the hell is this guy thinking? And Dean Zhao also froze in place when he heard these words. I was originally worried about accepting him as a student. If the other party disagrees, it will harm others. I didn't expect him to become my junior brother and still disagree. Oh my god. Doesn't this guy know that he has a backing in the academy? Will there be many permissions and benefits? Then he sighed and said, I don't know if Zhang Shi has achieved success. Consider me reckless. Then he couldn't help but ask again, do you know Yang Xian? Where is Yang Shi located in the renowned teacher hall of the Imperial City? Forgive me for my ignorance. I have never heard of this name before. If you can, I really want to meet Teacher Yang. He is able to educate such excellent students. Admire again in the future. I hope Teacher Zhang can help facilitate it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. After pondering for a moment, he responded that home is a leisurely cloud and wild crane, not seeking fame and fortune, also residing without a fixed abode. He always comes to me on weekdays. Next time he comes to see me, I will definitely convey the dean's message to him. After speaking, the dean smiled with satisfaction. Just then he said that he had consumed too much. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After seeing a few people agree, Zhang Xiankai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. After a few people finished, we turned around and left. At this moment, Zhao Yuan thought of something, so he took a warrant and handed it over. And say it like this. Teacher Zhang, you took him to the elite area and obtained a set of exclusive courtyards. It will be more convenient for us to meet in the future. However, Zhang Xian reluctantly took over the command. After all, he had already refused to be someone else's junior brother just now. Although I have my own separate courtyard, it would be impolite to refuse again. So after thanking the dean, he bid farewell to several people again. After Zhang Xian left, she returned to her residence and began to meditate and regulate her breath. At this moment, he recalled absorbing the red energy of his beauty. When the soul body breaks through to 10 meters, there have been some changes. Due to time constraints, I didn't have the chance to check. When I think of this, I will drop my soul body as soon as I have a mental movement. Only then did I realize. There is a gray-blue substance inside the soul. It swims around in the body like a parasite. Take a closer look. I just realized that this thing is congenital fetal toxicity. Zhang Xian always thought this thing was just physical. I didn't expect to use soul bodies as well. Perhaps it's because the soul body was relatively weak in the past. I can't find it. At this moment, I only feel the sensation after breaking through 10 meters of bone. Now it's troublesome. In terms of physical body, there is also the true chi of the heavenly Tao that can suppress it. But there is no soul body. Thus, the stronger the soul body. Isn't it true that the greater the congenital fetal toxicity? Think of this. Zhang Xian's face was full of frustration. So I thought of the top 10 professions in the college. There are also Mayan and Ginghong Academy. These two professions can bewitch. There should be books about the soul. After all, the profession of which soul? Zhang Xian has also received all the inheritance from Mo Hunshang. There is no way to suppress this fetal toxicity, so now we can only place our hope here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to wait until the age of 30 to die. Think of this. He was already very tired, but now he has no sleep at all. So I wanted to go see Sun Chang and Wang Ying. They quickly drove Tianxian to fly for more than 10 minutes, arriving over the courtyard rented by Sun Xiangang. But just as he was about to jump in mid-air, only then did I discover the quiet surroundings of the courtyard. Surprisingly, there are 4 strong individuals who have transformed into the eightfold bed and entered the void. Hide in the corner. It would be difficult for others to notice, but Zhang Xian's discerning eye, but it can clearly discern the positions of several people. Now, although he doesn't know what these people really want to do, but you can stay here all night long, definitely not a good person. So he moved his body and flew down from mid-air, coming behind someone. Concentrate all body strength in the palm. He suddenly pressed down on the other person. The other party fell to the ground and couldn't get up with this pressure. After all, the current Zhang Xian, the total sum of all his powers has reached 20 million. Powerful move. Even if Huafan advances 9 times, he can fight against one. Immediately after, the body movements were like electricity. I haven't waited for a few people to react yet. They were all knocked down by Zhang Xian's palm. Then they were all thrown into the courtyard. The courtyard finally called Sun Chang and others. Several people rushed out upon hearing the sound. Seeing Zhang Xian return and the few people lying on the ground, everyone was startled. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked Sun Chang to see who these people were. Why are you hiding in the yard? Only Sun Chang and a few others watched for a long time. I don't know these people either. So Zhang Xian woke up one of them by taking a picture. Ask the other party why they came here. But someone who just woke up. At this moment, a trembling response was made. We're just passing by here. No intention of offending. Zhang Xian immediately became angry upon hearing this. With a wave of his hand, he confessed. Kill them. Throw the body outside the city. The celestial beast hovering in mid-air heard the command. Just let out a roar. Immediately after, it flew down. The black-clothed man who speaks. I grabbed him with just one paw. The man in black mercilessly pinched himself when he saw the savage beast. I immediately panicked. So he quickly shouted, "Don't kill me." I said, "We are only following orders. Please spare your life, sir." Subsequently, from the other party's mouth, Zhang Xian just found out that they are people from Linkai Pavilion. At this moment, Sun Xiangxai remembered that he had been to Linkai Pavilion today. Just explain it. Linkai Pavilion is a place in Hongyuan City where treasures are collected and sold. I went there today. I was originally planning to stay at the Qijin building in the Huanyu Emperor City. Sell the treasures obtained. It should be able to sell at a decent price. I just found this Linkai Pavilion. Unexpectedly, I ended up in a black shop. Attracted these guys. After understanding these, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Just angrily rebuked the other party, saying that they dare to think about my things. What a big courage. Then he ordered Sunshine to abolish the cultivation of several people. Tie it up again. Send it to Lin Kej at dawn. After explaining, he called Zhang Yang and a few others to the room. I took a look at their recent cultivation achievements. A few words of guidance. I just passed on a few copies of the Six Bridges mirror technique to him. This is evening. Zhang Xian returned to her room. With just one flip of the wrist, Xiangshu was thrown out. However, after Xiangshou, who only had half his life left, came out. Seeing the king of the alien race in front of me. Just roar and kill if you want to. Want me to betray my master? Indulge in wishful thinking. Just Xiangshou has just been released. The pastor in a courtyard of the college suddenly felt his breath. He suddenly stood up. At this moment, the girl next to him, Luo Ruoshi, saw the situation. I asked in confusion what was going on. The pastor quickly spoke upon hearing this and said to report to Miss Ruoshi. I seem to have sensed the scent of the purple sun beast. The pastor of this 7-star renowned teacher in front of us, previously referred to as a junior in front of numerous deans, but now he respectfully calls him Miss. It seems that, Miss Ruoshi in front of me, same as the top 10 deans guessed. It is highly likely to be a saint sect, the young lady who came out to gain experience. At this moment, the girl heard the other party mention the purple sun beast. Just asked about the purple yang beast you mentioned. Is it that old dean's pet? After receiving a positive response from the other party, the girl also knows his thoughts, so he spoke up and asked him to go out and take a look. The pastor was very grateful upon hearing this. After nodding in agreement, immediately flew towards the direction where the breath was emitted. After seeing the other person leave, the girl also furrowed her brows tightly, looking at the starry sky in front of me. I sighed and said that the pastor could find things so easily. Why am I so troublesome? If I had known, I would have taken that thing out. So now we can only feel the approximate range. Find it this way. I really don't know when to find it. However, Zhang Xian on this side of the screen, looking at the purple sun beast in front of me, up to now, still unwilling to reveal the alien race behind it. He also shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect you, the gorilla, to be so loyal. Are you really not afraid of death? Xiang Shouwen. What's so scary about biting your teeth and shouting die? To be honest, I can be with my master. Even if it's death, it doesn't matter. And Zhang Xian saw the other party's unyielding expression of preferring death over surrender. I couldn't help but shake my head. If I really think I can make a move, you can't speak to him. This guy's mouth is too hard. So he threw him back into the beehive. Pull it outside the city and let the puppets beat it up before speaking. So he flew out. After all, it's late at night. Zhang Xian is not afraid of anyone seeing her. And someone just came to launch a surprise attack. Let the celestial beast stay and watch over the yard, in case of emergency. But his front foot just left. The priest arrived above the courtyard. I noticed that my breath is gone. My face immediately darkened. Then I saw it under the starry sky. A figure flashed by in a flash. See here. The pastor raised his eyebrows. This late night, why is someone flying? Accompanied by doubts in my heart, I chased after him. However, Zhang Xian, who is currently flying. Suddenly, I felt a breath following me. I couldn't help but turn my head and take a look. Indeed, someone is chasing after me. Zhang Xian just experienced a surprise attack by someone from Linkai Jijai. So I think the person who is currently flying after me, it was also sent by them. What he didn't expect was, this black shop actually made such a big deal. Even the strongest members of the holy domain have been mobilized. It seems that, the things I got in Qijin Tower, there must be precious treasures inside. Thinking of this, keep flying outside the city. Let him out of the city. At that time, let the puppet kill it directly. I thought about it for a moment. I don't think it's appropriate. The strong in the Holy Land realm. In Honyuan Imperial City, it is also the pinnacle of existence. If we kill the other party, it will definitely attract investigation. in case it is found. The matter of this spirit clan puppet cannot be explained clearly. I hesitated for a while. A movement in my heart. I just thought it was time for Yang Xian to make an appearance. Thinking of this, too, without hesitation, the whole body muscles wriggle. The face gradually changed, quickly transformed into the appearance of Yang Xian. After completing the disguise, just quietly change your own breath. It feels ethereal and still difficult to fathom. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quietly turned his head and looked over. Let out a low cry in your heart and fly through your mind with a defect, while checking the other party's information. But this almost scared him to death. He meows. How could the person chasing after you be the 7-star spirit master? Holy domain triple strong. I lost it. Luckily I didn't use the puppet. Otherwise, the person who died would probably be myself. So he gritted his teeth and continued to open the pages of the book in his hand. View the other party's defects. See what can be utilized. Can be flipped to the back of the book. Zhang Xian is completely foolish. This pervert in front of me. Surprisingly, he became the uncle of the 7-star master. But it's not too late yet. The other party is actually so arrogant now. I want to buy all the treasures in their treasure pavilion. Just now, Zhang Xian has just dealt with a few people who came to ambush. I was thinking about flying outside the city, when the puppet comes out and beats up the purple yang beast. Just rushed behind and someone chased after him. I was originally planning to lure the other party out of the city, kill it again. I just thought of killing the holy domain powerhouse. It may cause a lot of trouble. He transformed into Grandmaster Yang Jian. I want to use my aura to intimidate the other party. Unexpectedly, when using the Heavenly Way library to check for defects, I just realized that the other party is the revered 7-star spiritual master of Holy Domain 3. At this moment, Zhang Xian knew that no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. Therefore, put all the information about the other party into your mind. Immediately after, the true chi in the body began to circulate. It stopped flying, hands behind your back, standing in mid-air without looking back, suspended in the wind, like immortals. I said coldly that my friend behind me has been following me for so long. That's enough, isn't it? At this time, the pastor also come to a stop. I smiled and responded by saying that I could feel the scent of an old friend. Specially came here to search. Seeing Brother Dao step into the air and leave, I can't help but come and take a look. However, this friend is quite unfamiliar. It seems like I've never seen it before. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian still haven't turned around. It used to be a cold and indifferent tone. Tell the visitor that you came from the Forbidden City, the powerhouse of Hongyuan Imperial City. How many do you know? I heard the other person say that. Mu was immediately stunned, thinking to myself that I am just flying. It did not demonstrate its strength. Besides, he didn't even glance at himself. How do you know all of this? So he asked with a puzzled expression on his face. How did you know I came from the Forbidden City? At this point, Zhang Xian did not directly respond to the other party. Instead, he revealed the peculiar martial arts he had practiced, and point out those who can practice this technique. It must be someone from the sage family of the wooden sect. As soon as these words are spoken, the pastor can no longer stand. After all, he is a sage and a powerful figure. No one knows about this matter at all. And the magic of the Mu family never spreads to outsiders. Is it possible that he is also a member of the Mu family? Thinking of this, I quickly asked who you really are. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, shaking his head as if entering a memory, he responded by saying, "Who am I? It seems like I haven't been out for many years. Many people don't recognize me. I just wanted to ask you, who is the current head of the Mu family?" The pastor heard. I didn't intend to respond. I just thought that as long as I inquire in the Forbidden City, we can know who the head of the Mu family is. Instead of this, it's better to say it out loud. Let the other party also know their identity. So he spoke up about the current head of the household. It's a family letter, Mu Yan, this fellow Daoist. Is it possible that you still know my family letters? Zhang Xian shook her head in response to this younger generation in classical Chinese. I don't know. I had a chance encounter with his father, the little Taoist Mu Tian. Listen here. Mu raised his eyebrows, thinking to Mu Tian, the ancestor, growing a 1,300-year-old antique. In the other person's mouth, it's just a kid. Is he also an old monster of that era? Just the person in front of me doesn't look like. However, just when he was puzzled, Zhang Xian told about his expulsion from the family. At the same time, he also took into account the attributes within his body, resulting in a suppressed vision of his cultivation and talent. I explained it in detail once. The pastor heard this. The whole person is not doing well anymore. How did the other party know so clearly about their own affairs? Is it difficult? The person in front of us is a renowned Brazilian teacher. If it's really a famous Brazilian teacher, how did it appear here? Zhang Xian didn't wait for the other party to hesitate. Just keep talking. Don't you want to return to the door of the sage again? Listen here. The priest suddenly froze for a moment. With a flushed face, he responded by saying, even if I want to go back. What face is there to go back with? At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her big hand. Just keep talking. Since I had a chance encounter with that kid Mu Tian, now we meet again. It can also be considered fate. Okay, I'll give you some guidance. It also prevents you from being so silent. I am now sending you a set of laws. Just need to practice diligently. Remove a hidden danger. It's not difficult. The pastor heard from the other party that he was going to pass on his own teachings. I feel very incredible. Advanced teachers observe the rules of heaven and earth. I usually don't easily point others out, unless there is some causal entanglement. Just like the heavenly master Kong in the past. Although claimed to have 3,000 disciples, only 72 people can obtain the true transmission. I only met him for the first time. Why does the other party need to guide themselves? After all, Mu was once deceived when she was young. This led to being expelled from the family. Nowadays, it is impossible to easily believe others' words. So his face darkened. Immediately ask who you really are. What is the purpose of passing on my Dharma formula to me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian sneered and asked who I was. Are you pregnant? Doubt my identity. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a roar, I saw inside Zhang Xian's body, a powerful and melting aura emanated, rising with a loud voice. At this moment, the pastor felt this momentum. My whole body couldn't help but tighten. I just feel like I'm in front of this force. I am as weak as an ant. It seems like it could be crushed into pieces at any moment. But just when he was shocked by it, the breath inside the other person suddenly began to circulate again. A roar sounded particularly shocking in the late night. This feeling is like he has transformed into nature, received recognition from heaven and earth. Irrefutable. Think of this. The tomb chamber cannot be controlled by the contraction of the pupils. My whole body suddenly trembled. Immediately after, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Nini, are you the renowned master of the heavenly blade? At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her big hand. This intimidating aura disappeared with it. Once again restored the ancient well-known wave. A profound and unfathomable appearance. Immediately after turning around, he looked at the other person with fiery eyes. The pastor took a closer look. I'm completely panicked. But this is the eye of fame and fortune. It is now completely certain. The man standing in front of oneself. An existence second only in strength to the celestial terror master. So I immediately bowed. With a sincere expression, he said that the younger generation's cemetery was reckless. I hope senior can provide guidance. Let me get out of confusion. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the situation. The response is that this is the proper etiquette for younger generations. But you don't have to worry either. I won't argue with a younger generation either. As soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian extend his finger. A spiritual energy quickly enters the other person's mind. However, Newferton's face turned pale as he felt all of this. I am a 7-star celebrity. Soul and chi are powerful. The other party can actually pass on their soul skills to themselves. This doesn't have an 8-star premium level. It's difficult to achieve this, but he hasn't given it much thought yet. The knowledge in my mind surges wildly. I absorbed the content shortly after entering it. Immediately operate the true chi according to the legal decision. Only then did I realize. The chaotic breath inside the body is completely suppressed. So he saluted again. Getting guidance from seniors. Cemetery sensitive. Senior Takeuchi has bestowed upon me the grace of imparting knowledge. I don't know the teacher's name. Zhang Xian heard the old man in front of her call herself a teacher. Surprised. I couldn't help but repeat the words teacher in my mouth. Just the pastor heard the other person say that. I just remembered about my seniority. So I quickly said it was my recklessness. Senior and ancestor are of the same generation. I should call myself Shizu. Hearing the other person change their words, Zhang Xian looked even more bewildered. Originally, he heard the 7-star famous teacher call himself a teacher. Everyone was very surprised. I didn't expect my hesitation to cause the other party to misunderstand. Now I don't even worship my teacher anymore. Change your name directly to Shizu. But now the other party is calling it that. I'm sorry to let him call himself a teacher again. So I reluctantly nodded in response. Speaking of this work, Yang Xian. After finishing speaking, the two of them had a brief chat. Zhang Xian said, if we have fate, we will naturally meet again. Just flew away. Quickly arrived the next morning. At this moment, Zhang Xian and Sun Shang also arrived in front of the Black Shoplin cage. This trip is just for what happened last night. Show some color to the other party. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, this building is actually a huge flag of the Heavenly Palace. After feeling emotional, he led Sun Chang into the hall. Immediately after, he instructed Sun Chang. Ask him to call the service personnel here. Soon Sun Chang also found the person. At this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the waiter following behind Sun Chang. Are you in charge here? Getting a response from the other party is not in charge here. But when you can make the decision, Zhang Xian started saying that being able to make decisions is enough. Therefore, the waiter brought Zhang Xian to a shelf. The introduction states that this bronze scissors originally cost 5,000 yuan. Intermediate snacks. If you really want to buy it, I can apply for a discount of 3,000 yuan for you. Sun Chang heard the other party's quotation on the side. Spitting blood on the spot, I'll throw it away. This guy really dares to ask for a price. Yesterday when I came to ask, it was only sold for 1,000. Now it's actually 5,000. And we also need to apply before we can sell it for 3,000. He meows. This guy treats us like a big victim of his emotions. Immediately after, I want to remind you, young master. But unexpectedly, he hasn't spoken yet. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Say this thing is good. My young master has requested it. Then he continued to ask if there were any more expensive ones. Something better. Take me to take a look. Sun Chang was instantly stunned upon hearing these words. What's going on with the young master today? I actually spent such a high price on this thing. Can't you see its value? However, the staff who heard this on the side, instantly, the eyes lit up in response, saying yes. Of course, there are more expensive ones. So he walked ahead with Zhang Xian. So I walked for a while before thinking of something. It just stopped. You said it right. This young master. Look at this snack picked up by bronze. Can you pay first? Zhang Xian became angry as soon as she heard this. It seems that dignity has been insulted. He scolded me for having such great courage. Do you think this young master will default on his debts? After cursing, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it, forget it. I won't give you any. You didn't do your best to help me find something good. Immediately threw out a snack. After the waiter picked it up, he saw the snacks in his hand. I couldn't help but freeze in place. At this moment, Zhang Xianjian was still standing there staring blankly. He coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? Isn't one high-quality snack enough?" The waiter only regained his senses upon hearing these words. I quickly nodded and responded, saying that enough is enough. There are still many left. Then he said happily, "Young master, be careful. This way, please." That's it. Zhang Xian was guided by the other party. I have reviewed all the high-priced items in the entire venue. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the pill in front of her, asked the other party how to sell it. The waiter noticed that the other party liked it. I quickly introduced you, young master. You really have vision. This is a level 6 pill. He is the vice dean of the Alchemy Academy. Made by refining 981 precious medicinal herbs. If the young master really wants to buy you 2 Shangping snacks, then let me give them to you. Other people who were looking at the product heard his quote. I quickly surrounded him. Look what's so valuable. Do you have some frequent customers? After seeing this pill, I couldn't help but be shocked. He meows, this guy really dares to ask for a price. This money has been selling 5,000 different categories. Why did it rise to 2 Shangping snacks today? However, just as everyone thinks, the young man in front of me, I will definitely not buy it because it is too expensive. I heard him say that since it's a good thing, 2 snacks are not expensive either. Wrap it up. Everyone was stunned when they saw this and threw it away. This guy's family is mining, right? This price is not too expensive. How foolish can he be with his meow? That's why he spent such a huge amount of money to buy him. Zhang Xian saw the waiter, excited to the point of almost jumping up, furrowed his brow, just asking, can this thing be fake? At this moment, the waiter awkwardly laughed and said, fake goods. Young master, you're joking. The items sold in our Lin Kai pavilion. There are specialized appraisers who have identified it correctly. Only then will it be displayed for sale. If it's really as you said, as long as the items purchased in our Lin cage, if any problems are found, all fake items will be compensated with 1 loss and 10 losses. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian still seems uneasy. Ask again, fake 1, compensate 10. This statement is true. At this moment, the waiter explained that you can rest assured, young master, our Lin cage has always had a good reputation. If it's true as you said, the items we sold have problems. Beggar gets 10 for 1 day off. But Sun Chang on the side saw what the other person said, so confidently. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. He meowed for this object. Last night, we killed people and smuggled goods to our doorstep. I dare to say that this place has credibility. He really knows how to joke around like this nonsense. My young master only has ghosts when he trusts you. But just as Sun Chang was thinking, my young master has always been very intelligent, when it's impossible to believe. Zhang Xian responded by saying, since your reputation can be guaranteed, then you take this medicinal herb first. I just need to choose a few Taoist priests to settle the accounts together. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of 85-year-old fruit juice, Is the young master of today's heavenly slayer possessed by evil spirits? Knowing clearly that what the other party is saying is a lie, I believe it anyway. Justin Sun Shani or. What's going on with the young master today? At that time, Zhang Xian circled around the object. I referred to 8 items consecutively. The waiter saw the other party like this. I can't hold it anymore. The joy of revenge in my heart. So he excitedly picked up the 8 items pointed out by Zhang Xian. Take it out and show it to him. After all, every treasure here is worth a lot. The commission is enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Immediately after, I responded as agreed. Young master, I will bring out these 8 items for you now. However, Zhang Xian said at this moment that these 8 were not necessary. Pack the rest for me. This pervert in front of me. A single jarring note in conversation. We're going to take advantage of their priceless treasure trove. This can benefit the Lord, who is a powerful figure in the Holy Land. Angry and went on a killing spree. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at Linkai Pavilion. Not only did it cost 4 times the normal price. Bought a pill. I walked around the counter. I also ordered 8 items in a row. The waiter on the side was extremely excited when he saw this. You know what? If these 8 items are combined with the 2 items he bought earlier, the commission is enough for this service to eat raw food for a lifetime. So he happily picked up these 8 items. Take it out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. Just say none of these 8 things. Pack the rest for me. Listen here. The waiter felt his eyes darken. Limb weakness. Sitting limp on the ground. People around me. At this moment, everyone was so surprised that they were stunned. And next to him, Sun Chang. This wave of manipulation by the young master. I was so scared that I almost fainted. Clearly indicating that he has the intention of having a master behind his back to support and fight. Audacious in the extreme. But now he never expected it. Today's young master is bolder. How much premium snacks do you need for this all-inclusive package? Not long after, the waiter finally recovered from the shock. So he asked the young master with a slightly hoarse throat, do you mean to take everything? At this moment, Zhang Xian arrogantly waved her hand and said, that's right. Immediately settle the account for me and pack it up. Listen here. The waiter pinched himself hard. Make sure it's not after dreaming. Quickly pack all the treasures. So I just handed it over. At the same time, he said to report back to the young master. There are a total of 93 items here. In total, there are 237 pieces of Shengpin silver. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded and responded with over 200 pieces. It's not expensive either. After finishing speaking, he turned around and waved his hand towards Sun Chang behind him. Speaking of butler, give him the snacks. Sun Chang was immediately stunned when he heard this. What should I give him? When did I have so many trendy snacks on me? And I don't even know about it myself. So when I was thinking about what to do, I heard the young master suddenly ask the waiter in confusion. These things. Make sure they are all genuine goods. Fake one pays 10. The waiter saw the other person speak again. I quickly nodded and responded, saying it was natural. Our treasures here are all 6-star appraisers. Could it be that the adult personally appraised it? Neither the old nor the young will be cheated. There is absolutely no problem with the quality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian calmly said, let's do this. Do you have this? Sir, please come over. I asked him to appraise it in person. Provide appraisal results. Otherwise, I would be a bit uneasy. Listen here. The waiter dare not refuse either. After nodding, he stepped back. Not long after, the waiter returned to Zhang Xian's side again, and the old man walking slowly behind him. At this moment, he also coldly asked who wanted to appraise it. Zhang Xian saw the other party's attitude. Just stand up and speak up. After several rounds of debate between the two, this old man was also said to be half dead with anger. So I had the soldier Dan Shou bring it over. Immediately after, it was in Zhang Xian's hands. Take the elixir worth 2 high-quality spirit stones, scraped off some powder and gave it to Shi Danshou to wear. Then I saw a sudden increase in Shi Danshou's power. I just sneered. Just when I was about to mock the other person for pretending to understand when they didn't. Seeing the elixir beast in the cage, the rising breath suddenly stopped. Subsequently, the whole body began to involuntarily convulse. Immediately afterwards, he spewed out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. There was no movement. See here. Everyone on site exploded. Various curses were heard one after another. And the old man was also stiff and stunned in the original place. He couldn't understand the scene before him. At this moment, Zhang Xian took a step forward. With a gentle smile, he asked if this was considered fake medicine. However, the old man witnessed Shi Danshou being poisoned to death on the spot. No matter how much explanation is given, it's useless. I just snorted coldly and said, this pill is just out of my sight. It was my negligence. Zhang Xian saw the other party's expression. Grab it casually. I took out the first bronze cocoon I bought. Following that, we proceeded according to the description in the appraisal report. Confirmed with the other party again. After receiving a positive response, Zhang Xian began the experiment. After a moment, the old man Ma Fei finished reading the result. He's stupid again. He doesn't understand why this treasure has failed. But Zhang Xian ignored the other party's shock. Take one after another. More than 10 treasures have been unearthed. Identify areas that do not match the appraisal report. I said it all once. At this moment, the old man Ma Fei felt a blackout in front of him, lying on the ground without direct paralysis of both legs. However, the onlookers witnessed this scene in their eyes. Everyone was shocked. So many things are fake. How dare you come here to buy things in the future? Not to mention anything else. Just talk about that pill. I was supposed to buy it back at such a high cost. Just to break through cultivation. The result is that they spend money to seek death. How could his cat shop be so heartless? Zhang Xian saw that the situation was about to get out of control. I just came out and said it's done. Stop it all for a moment. As you can see, the items sold to me by Linkai Gusho are all fake. And just now, the salesperson also said that if it's fake, they will compensate 10, according to the prices of these items. In total, there are 237 top-grade items. So many of them are fake now. Just compensate me with 2,370 high-quality snacks. At this moment, Sun Chang besides suddenly realized. I thought the young master took the wrong medicine. We agreed to come and settle accounts with them. As a result, they came here and made random purchases. Still buying at a high price. Turns out this is just a trick for the other party. These methods are truly worthy of my young master. However, the waiter also understood at this moment. I immediately cried. Immediately after, he angrily roared at the other party, saying, Nini, who exactly are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Xian heard the other party ask such a question. I responded with a very friendly smile, saying who I am. I am the one who comes to buy things. You sold me so many counterfeit goods. Don't you need to accompany me? And the old man beside him. Could it be that upon hearing these words, one's face was instantly filled with vicissitudes of life? Looks like I'm over 10 years older. Subsequently, I stuttered and said to the waiter next to me, hurry up and invite the lord of the pavilion. Only he can solve this matter. However, the waiter was still thinking at this moment. I thought a clueless mallet came today. Can let him complete the slaughter. You don't have to worry about trading for the rest of your life. I only understand now. This guy who meows is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Intentionally causing trouble. You can hear the instructions of the appraiser. I dare not think further down. After a response, he retreated. Soon after, I saw a breath like a dragon. A middle-aged man with a hint of malevolent aura walked in. He coldly looked at Zhang Xian, who was surrounded by everyone in the middle. Are you saying that these things are all fake? However, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's attitude. With a wave of his hand, he responded by saying, let's quickly decide how to compensate. Otherwise, today's matter shouldn't take long. It will spread throughout the entire Hongyuan city. The Lord snorted coldly as soon as he heard this friend. I don't know your background, but I advise you to stay on the front line as a person. Otherwise, I'm afraid my future life won't be so smooth. At this moment, Zhang Xian still looked at him with a smile on her face. Are you threatening me? Fake one pays 10. This is the rule set by your linkage. Why are there really counterfeit goods and still want to kill the buyer? If you don't handle this matter properly today, I will immediately apply to the Master Teacher Hall to preside over justice. They said you deceived customers, using counterfeit goods to harm a famous teacher. As soon as these words are spoken, the Lord suddenly became foolish. What did you only think after being shocked? As soon as his gaze froze, he looked at the other person again. Cold wind at such an age. Even renowned teachers are only students of the academy. Moreover, so many students from the academy are going out for trials, occasionally missing one or two. I'm afraid no one knows. Zhang Xian laughed as soon as she heard it. So he took out 2 warrants. What you said makes perfect sense. There are many students in the college. Missing 1 or 2 is not really a big deal. It's just that. Sorry about that. The Dean of the Beast Training Academy. Dean Zhao from the Refining and Gas Institute. I'm afraid I wouldn't think so. The old man Murphy next to him saw the bracelet in the other person's hand. The body cannot control. I need to tremble a little. Immediately afterwards, he quickly used phonetic techniques to speak to the lord of the pavilion. These 2 bracelets are really 2 deans. However, Zhang Xian saw the shocked expressions on the 2 of them. Just put away the token. My colleague stretched lazily. With a nonchalant expression, he said to the lord of the pavilion, I'll give you a cup of tea now. Consider not losing money. Now I'm going to Mingshi Hall. Coincidentally, Lord Mo and I have a good relationship. I asked him to help me seek justice. He should happily agree. The Lord's face darkened upon hearing these words. When I was about to get angry, I just saw the waiter just now. I said a few words to him using phonetics. At this moment, the Lord breathed a sigh of relief. So I replied, okay. You don't have to wait for a cup of tea. We will compensate you. Everyone heard the lord of the pavilion say he wanted to compensate. Everyone was stunned. These over 2,000 pieces. Even the entire Hongyuan imperial city cannot be taken out, right? The lord ignored everyone. Just keep saying that you just paid for a premium snack, purchased a handle of bronze alkali, although other treasures need to be bought. But I didn't pay. That means only one transaction was completed. We operate with integrity. Fake one pays 10. I will compensate you with 10 high-quality snacks now. After one's words, as soon as he waved his hand, he beckoned the waiter next to him to fetch snacks. I didn't wait for everyone to react. The waiter took out 10 snacks and handed them to Sun Chang. Seeing the other party operating like this, Sun Chang is not collecting at this time. It's not accepted either. So he turned his head and looked at the young master, just as I was about to ask him what to do. At this moment, Zhang Xian was not angry. Instead, he responded with a faint smile, saying, "Are you sure you want to play with me like this? Is that so?" However, at this moment, the abbot looked at the other person with a smirk on his face. Speaking of this renowned teacher, how can you say that? Although we don't remember Lin Cage, but also abide by the rules. You only gave one high-quality snack. We compensated $10 as agreed, which is fair and just. Even if this matter were to escalate to the renowned teacher's hall in the future, we haven't violated any rules either. On the contrary, as a renowned teacher, you, not only did they not buy anything, they just want to blackmail us with 2,000 top-notch teachers. This is something that needs to be disseminated. I'm afraid it's not good for the reputation of the Master Teacher Hall. At this moment, Zhang Xian also responded impolitely, saying, "It seems, are you completely planning to sell this money? Since it is so, then bring over these treasures of mine. I can't sell it even after selling for so long. Isn't it too much for me to take it away? Listen here." The Lord was also stunned for a moment. It's quite inexplicable. Why would the other party behave like this? I only met him for the first time. When did you take the treasure from his hands? So he angrily rebuked you as a renowned teacher. You can't be so bloodthirsty. When will we sell your treasure? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded, "Have you really never taken it? Everyone knows, treasures all have their own spirituality. Recognizing the Lord is not done overnight. This kind of thing must be familiar to the Lord, right? If there is my treasure on site, so they will naturally listen to me. I don't need to explain this point. Everyone can also see it." Speaking of which, Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows. Instantly, the breath is like a rainbow. Like a shout in a rainbow. Where are all my treasures? Come and pay respects to the master yet. As soon as the words fell, I saw a pile of weapons around me, accompanied by a sound, shaking one after another. Immediately afterwards, they all flew up to Zhang Xian. Everyone saw the weapons and treasures suddenly flying up. Everyone was stunned. After all, people who can come here to buy treasures, they have a wide range of knowledge, so they all know. These weapons are only used after recognizing their master. No wonder this young man hurry up today to find trouble with Lin Cage. Turns out he's the real owner of these treasures. And Sun Chang on the side didn't expect it either. My young master is so ruthless. If we don't agree, we'll empty the family's fortune. The young master is majestic and domineering. I'll cheer you on, shout 666. Just the Lord saw that he had paid a huge price. The unclaimed soldier that was just acquired. Now they have to recognize each other as the main ones. Spray out a mouthful of old blood directly. After all, he knows better than anyone else. Identifying the owner of a treasure is a very troublesome matter. Without enough time to accumulate, it is impossible to succeed. And now, with so many weapons at the same time, they are the main ones. This also indicates a problem. The other party was originally the owner. These weapons are all his. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other person's serious expression on their face. Just turn around and speak the truth. I want to say to everyone that you have also seen it. These treasures are all mine. As a result, it was snatched away by Lin Cage. After unsuccessful requests, only then did we come up with this plan. I just want my own treasure back. I just want them to come back to me. After speaking, he ignored the pavilion master who was standing there staring blankly. Tell Sun Chang to put away all my treasures. Let's go. Coco insists that if the other party collects the treasure, they must leave. The primordial power on my body can no longer withstand it. Accompanied by a roar, the breath of the remaining realm suddenly swept across the entire venue, and let out a roar of his meow at the other party. Stop. This pervert in front of me. Not only did they collect all of their treasures, we also need to take over their building and the OP. But that's just such a pervert. Surprisingly, there are still people who dare to charge him protection fees. Just now, after Zhang Xian made all weapons recognize their owners at Lin Kai Pavilion, just put them all in storage rings. Just turn around and leave. Although the Lord cannot explain it, why do these weapons dominate? but seeing the other party leaving the landlord, the breath of the remaining strong suddenly surged out, then let out a roar and stopped for me. Zhang Xian is not afraid of this at all. Instead, he looked at the other person calmly and said, "What? Is it difficult? Do you still want to forcefully grab it? I guess you should also know. Forcefully grabbing an aim. What will happen to the treasure of the teacher?" The abbot's face immediately showed a ferocious expression upon hearing these words. "I won't forcefully grab it. Just that you want to leave today. You must leave the treasure for me." After speaking, he turned around and shouted for someone to come. Soon, the law enforcement team of Lingtai Pavilion blocked the exit. Zhang Xian saw that the other party was on high alert. It could attack at any time. He's just not in a hurry. Instead, let's sigh and be honest. I originally wanted to stay on the front line as a person. Don't take away all your treasures. Leave some for you. Since you are so shameless, then don't blame me for not being polite. At this moment, I saw that he had just finished speaking. Just walk up to the counter. Gently tap the weapon on the desktop. Just say it's his. Then he ran to another counter and took another photo. Quickly, wandering on more than a dozen counters that still have weapons left, I took an extra shot. They say it's his treasure. The lord of this pavilion is so angry that he is heartbroken. Just as I was about to roar at the other party, I saw the weapon that was just photographed suddenly shake. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. Then all the weapons flew up, follow behind the other person. At this moment, the lord went insane. I want to continue like this. The Lingkai Pavilion will be completely emptied by him. So he roared and quickly stopped him for me. The law enforcement team after hearing the order, he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. "We haven't arrived yet." I saw a dense array of weapons. He smashed them straight in the face. At this point, the captain of the law enforcement team dared not take action upon seeing the situation. After all, these are treasures of Lin Cage, afraid that taking action would damage them. So he turned his head and shouted, "Lord of the pavilion, the cabinet statement can no longer be held back. Wave your big hand." A powerful force suddenly pressed over many suspended weapons. Then they all fell down in a flash. Seeing this scene, "Raise your eyebrows and raise them," he said with a strange expression on his face. "What are you doing here?" "I have to compensate for the damage to my baby." "Can you hear the other party say that, Lord? This matter will explode directly. No longer care about the image of the winner or loser." Pointing at the other party, let out a roar and compensate me. "Compensation for your cat. Don't go anywhere today." Then I saw his palm stretch out. A burst of true chi shot out. Immediately after, the entire Lingkai Pavilion suddenly shook. The originally open door slammed shut with a loud bang. A high wall immediately appeared on the ground. "Block everything around you." Everyone was stunned when they saw this. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed with a confirmed diagnosis. "This agency. I have long heard that Lingkai Pavilion is a treasure of the Heavenly Palace. I always thought it was just talk. I didn't expect this to be true. What now? The Lord is only interested in that animal. You probably won't hit us, right?" At this point, the bystander responded that it was hard to say. This guy is a renowned teacher. The Lord really wants to kill him. We can also be considered insiders. However, Zhang Xin here, seeing the other party dismantle all the mechanisms, he looked disdainful and said, "Oh my. It seems that you are planning to kill a famous teacher, Lord of the Pavilion." Seeing the other person looking like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, I was angrily roared and killed by the famous teacher. "I don't have the courage yet, but you won't return my things. I'm really afraid I can't control myself. Now I give you one final warning. Return the item to me. I can give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." However, when Zhang Xian saw the other party's true anger, she became furious. "I will attack myself in minutes." So my body shook. It darted out tens of meters away like lightning. Every blink, it was the moment he paused, continuously moved to multiple positions. In less than one breath of time, returned to its original position. Just tell the other person that you won't be polite to me. I have seen those who forcefully rob and loot. I just haven't seen anyone steal someone else's things like this before. It's reasonable to say that since you're like this, I told you the truth, right? Actually, this Lingkai Pavilion is also mine. Zhang Xian just finished speaking. The entire Lingkai Pavilion suddenly began to shake. Immediately after, I heard a long cry of spiritual joy. However, after seeing the recognition of the Lingkai Pavilion as the Lord, the Pavilion Master, the whole person has gone crazy, accompanied by a roar. At this moment, I saw her whole body's breath suddenly explode. He raised his hand and threw it at the other party. At this moment, Zhang Xian stomped her foot hard on the ground. Dozens of weapons immediately blocked in front of us. At the same time, there was a roar from the ground. Several tall walls suddenly rose up. In an instant, the two were locked inside. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Chang immediately rushed forward. But only upon approaching did I realize that this wall was incredibly sturdy. No matter how hard it is hit, it cannot be opened. Therefore, I was anxiously running around the wall, running around aimlessly. But just when Sun Chang was anxious about what to do, I heard a burst of punches and kicks coming from inside. Amidst the screams of agony, at this moment, Sun Chang panicked and became anxious. Seeing the young master being beaten but powerless, I cried uncontrollably. So my heart moved. He suddenly slammed into the wall. How many times did it collide? Suddenly, I heard a plea for mercy coming from inside. But it was only after listening that I realized, this is not the voice of the young master. I was also stunned for a moment. What's going on? The young master was able to beat up the Holy Domain powerhouse. Please forgive me, can't you? However, Zhang Xian within the organization. At this moment, many puppets are violently beating each other up. After hearing the Lord's plea for mercy, Zhang Xian said calmly, you only know now. You're wrong. Let go, you can. But you need to contribute your soul. Recognize me as the master. Only then can we spare you from death. After all, Zhang Xian has released the puppets of the alien clan. If we don't take the other party in, if it comes out later, it will be a big problem. I just heard the other person say that. The Lord was also momentarily stunned at this moment. I want to contribute my soul and acknowledge my Lord. Isn't this just a means of taming animals? How can a person contribute their soul? Even if it is possible, only legendary soul masters can achieve this. Think of this. The Lord's heart trembled violently. Is it possible that the other party is a witch soul master? However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party had not responded for a long time. Just instruct the puppet to continue fighting. Fight until death. At this moment, the Lord knows that he no longer recognizes the Lord. I'm sure I'll die here today. So he gritted his teeth and said, I recognize you as the master. So Zhang Xian successfully took the other party in this way. Not long after, I also promised the other party. As long as he remains loyal to himself, I will definitely take action to help him treat the door he wants to cure. After all, Zhang Xian has been using his martial arts skills ever since. I learned from the library that the other party has been striving to obtain these treasures before. Not willing to resort to physical violence, even resorting to various means to obtain treasures. This is not insatiable greed. He was only treating a seriously ill girl, because of his daughter. When it was in the belly, it injured the foundation, belonging to congenital diseases. I've tried countless doctors, but to no avail. The last 6-star peak physician gave the prescription. Ask him to find a way to extract the spirituality from the treasure, to extend his life. So for so many years, they all rely on this method to survive. Just Zhang Xian looked at the other person's appearance. His daughter is not receiving the correct treatment method. It won't be long either. At this moment, the Lord heard Zhang Xian say so, knowing that the other party has many magical methods. So my heart moved. Immediately kneel to the ground. Tell him if the young master can save my daughter. Changfeng is willing to go to great lengths. Shrink from no sacrifice. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Just waved your hand and said, I don't need you to go through a lot of trouble. Just be loyal to me. It will naturally benefit you. After speaking, he threw a wine gourd. The other party also said to drink it. Wei Changfeng saw the situation, quickly reached out and took it over. Although I don't know what the other party means, but I dare not violate it either. So I opened the lid. I quickly finished drinking the wine inside. Immediately after, the fine wine entered the body. Wei Changfeng immediately felt a surge of heat wandering throughout his body. The injury that was just hit by the puppet, recovering at a visible speed to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was completely intact and undamaged, so the pupils involuntarily contracted and let out a cry of surprise. This is the healing elixir. Although he is a Saint Domain powerhouse, he is also the master of Lin Kai Pavilion. High value, but such an effective healing elixir. I've never seen it before. However, Zhang Xian did not provide an explanation either, just said one thing to him. Let's clean up the mess here. After speaking, he waved his hand. The wall surrounding the two slowly disappeared. At this moment, the law enforcement team outside, seeing Zhang Xian standing still in place, I hurriedly rushed forward and surrounded it. Wei Changfeng saw the situation. I was suddenly startled. Then he let out a furious shout of recklessness. Don't give me a chance to step back yet. Start from today. The person in front of me is my young master. You should also call him young master. Respect him even more than I do. If there are any violators. All members of the unforgivable law enforcement team heard the words. They all stood there dumbfounded. But looking at the solemn expression on the Lord's face, I know he's not joking. So everyone lowered their heads and clasped their fists, saying that they had met the young master. However, just now, Sun Chang has been worried about whether Zhang Xian will be okay. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. At the same time, I feel deeply moved that I am truly a student of the master. Indeed, he inherited the elegance of the master. Now even the strongest of Xingyu mirror can be tamed. Young master, it's really going against the tide. At this moment, Wei Changfeng looked around for a week. Just said to everyone, I hope today's events won't be leaked. Wei is once again extremely grateful to everyone, nodding repeatedly upon hearing the words. So someone responded saying, Master, don't worry. We will definitely keep it a secret. After all, it's about a renowned teacher and the Linkai Pavilion. Lord, even if you give them 10 courage, they won't dare to leak it. The most crucial thing is, even if it's an external evil. I saw such a strange thing today, someone also needs to believe it. However, Wei Changfeng saw everyone nodding in agreement. Just turn around and order someone to come. These friends are all scared. Pack a gift for each of them for me. At this moment, Zhang Xian watched as the other party handled the matter without any leakage. I nodded with satisfaction. Nothing happened afterwards. I left here with Sun Chang. Just ride the celestial beast back to the residence, and instructed Sun Chang to find another larger courtyard. After all, with the 10 top product names that Wei Changfeng just lost, he's not short of money now either. Naturally, we need to live better. After all, the place is too small. There's nowhere to interrogate the purple yang beast. After explaining the matter, only then did he step on the back of the beast and fly towards the academy again. Return to the elite district. Just let Tiansheng beast return to the mansion to protect a few people. Anything can make it easier for him to contact us. So I went back to my room. I was thinking of finding someone. Inquire about it. When is the Magic Sound Garden or Jinghong Garden located? I heard a series of knocking on the door. So I stepped forward and opened the door. I saw that the people who came were none other than young Master Ruohuan and others. So I chatted with them for a while before I found out. All the new students went to apprentice today, so they came over this time. I want to hear Zhang Xian's opinion. Whose door is better to worship? Zhang Xian is not clear about this. After all, he himself had no intention of becoming a disciple. So I didn't even get to know about it. At this moment, Lord Ruohuan awkwardly spoke up. Today, the teacher of Shida College is recruiting students. Everyone will go to the teaching desk. Previous public class. We hope that teacher Zhang can come with us to take a look. Your perspective is quite broad. Help us choose. If possible, it would be more suitable to choose. A few others also echoed in classical Chinese. Yeah, Zhang Xian, come with us. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to choose. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian nodded and agreed to a few people. Also, take a look. How is the teaching level of the renowned teacher college? Therefore, a few people quickly arrived at the spacious teaching platform. I haven't walked into the square yet. I was stopped by a senior at the entrance. A book introducing the details of the faculty in his hands. I only found out after learning about it. This book. He is a senior. Specially compile materials for teachers in the college. Then sell it to new students. Let the new students come. Better select the ideal teacher from among them. It's just that the price of this material is quite high. The price of each book requires 100 mid-range snacks. But when the other party handed over the book, Zhang Xian touched it. I pushed it back to the other party. Just respond by saying that you don't need it. However, this senior still insists that he buy this book. Zhang Xian saw that the other party had always wanted him to buy it. I helplessly responded that I already have it. I really don't need it. You can sell it to someone else. But this senior heard the other party say they have. Just respond by saying that you bought Zhen Yangui, right? Their information. It's incomparable to our monthly warehouse meeting. However, Zhang Xian didn't pay attention to what he said. True Yang Hui. The warehouse monthly meeting. It has nothing to do with oneself. So he rejected the other party again. But this senior heard this. His face darkened. Just respond by saying not to buy. That doesn't work either. Since you bought Zhen Yangui, you must buy our warehouse monthly meeting. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to offending our warehouse monthly meeting. In the future, in the college, I'm afraid trouble is inevitable. Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard this. As his face darkened, the whole body emits extremely strong pressure. Just look at the other person and angrily scold them. What's wrong? Are you threatening us? This pervert in front of me. Today, I ran into the girl I was attracted to again. But because of sympathy, he couldn't continue. Just now, Zhang Xian, young Master Ruohuan, and others arrived outside the teaching platform. Just as I was about to enter the square. But he was stopped by someone. After understanding how many people found out, the other party is selling inside the academy all teacher information for teaching. So he politely declined the other party several times. I bought one myself. No need for these materials. But when the other party heard that they had bought one, but since I bought the information of Xinyan Club, then we must buy their warehouse monthly meeting. If not, then there will be a lot of trouble in the college in the future. Listen here. Zhang Xian angrily rebuked that it was quite troublesome. What, are you threatening us? However, the young man in front of him still had a disdainful snort on his face. Danger, that doesn't count. Just a kind reminder to the renowned teacher. Although there are famous teachers everywhere in the college, but not everyone has smooth sailing either. It won't be as peaceful as you imagine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, not concerned about the threat from the other party. Instead, he looked at the other person with a smile on his face. How do you say this? At this point, the other party explained. The resources of the college are fixed every year. The number of trials is also similar to this. Even if it's a work-study program, it's not easy to get a spot either. So our warehouse monthly meeting is fully capable. Let students not get a trial once a year. Can't get any credits unless you join our warehouse monthly meeting. As long as you join, you will be protected. Others dare not trouble you again. There are also many trial societies that actively apply. Lead everyone to complete together. The most crucial thing is, join now and you can also receive a book detailing the faculty and staff. No need to purchase. Listen here. The young master Ruowan beside couldn't help but ask. Joining Tsun Yue will bring so many benefits. Are there any conditions for joining? At this moment, the young man nodded and responded, saying that the conditions were also very simple. As long as you become a member, you should respect Senior Long Tsang Yue. Submit 1 credit of membership fee annually. Just take care of the learned business during your free time. After explaining these, the youth looked at a few people again, coldly snorted, what's in front of you now? There are only 2 choices. Either purchase, either join in, otherwise, just give me the trouble to wait for in the future. Luo Xian and Prince Ruowan. How many people heard this? They all looked at Zhang Xian coincidentally. At this moment, he shook his head and said he was sorry. We won't buy either. I won't get pregnant either. So please move aside. Don't block our path. Upon hearing this, a young man throwing out a cruel sentence is really impressive. Then you can just wait for the trouble to come knocking on your door. After speaking, turn around and leave. And the few people who stayed in place. At this moment, he also looked at Zhang Xian with a shy expression on his face. Asked Teacher Zhang. If that's the case, what should we do? However, Zhang Xian reassured a few people. Now let's go apprentice first. They really dare to cause trouble when the time comes. Just let Dean Ming and Dean Zhao come forward. So he walked into the square with a few people. After just walking around, I also listened to the classes taught by these teachers. But the more Zhang Xian listened, the less interested she became. I found a place with few people and took out the blank books. Copy the information that was just organized into it. Then let them based on the information inside. Find a suitable teacher for them. I just got up and left this place myself. Go to Jinghong Academy or Magic Sound Academy to take a look. Zhang Shenkai has just taken 2 steps. I saw a familiar figure in the crowd. I was immediately stunned. He thought he had said goodbye last time. I will never meet again in this life. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's just that Zhang Shensheng is afraid of mistaking himself for someone else or having an illusion. I looked seriously at the figure. This sight made his pupils involuntarily contract, then let out a cry of surprise. Such strong strength, because Zhang Xian saw him in the crowd at this moment. Slowly moving forward, can block people around. It's like being pushed away by a special force. Naturally, a passage was cleared, and these people are completely unaware of it. This is the ability to comprehend space. Think of this, a mental movement. Let out a low cry of defect in your heart. But I found no movement in the library. Zhang Xian was suddenly stunned again. The other party mobilizes spatial skills. How could I not find any information? It shouldn't be. Up to now, there is nothing that the Heavenly Tao Library cannot find yet. Is it difficult that the other party did not use their martial arts skills? However, just as Zhang Xian was puzzled by this, she said. The girl suddenly turned her head. And after Zhang Xian saw the other party, it's hard to contain the excitement in my heart anymore. I hurriedly walked up to him and asked why you were here. Are you also a student of the college? The girl saw that the person she was talking to was him. He also showed a faint smile. Subsequently, the questions he asked were addressed. Just shook his head to indicate. Zhang Xian saw the other party indicating that they were not students. Just keep asking. Are you a relative of an old student or elder in the college? Seeing the girl shake her head again, Zhang Xian helplessly scratched her head. At this moment, the girl told Zhang Xian to come with me. After finishing speaking, walk forward. Upon hearing the other person speak, Zhang Xian immediately fainted. Then I couldn't help but exclaim that you can speak. Ruoshi smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then he gave a disdainful glance. The other party responded that of course they would. Actually, the last time they met in the Huanyu mountain range, Ruoshi did it because she took action, killed a fierce spirit beast. Only then did I receive gratitude from countless spirit beasts. They came together to repay their kindness because they were afraid of disturbing themselves. As a result, Zhang Xian mistakenly thought that these spirit beasts were going to besiege him. Just pull him and jump into the water. I thought I saved his life. So Ruwashi was also at a loss for words and laughter at that time, just in his eyes. Although this guy looks silly, but it's also a kind heart. That's why I didn't expose it in person. However, at this moment, I saw the two of them walking and chatting. Quickly walked to the teaching desk as well. Ruwashi learned that Zhang Xian is a new student this year. I just want to help him choose a teacher. And only then did Zhang Xian respond by saying, you don't need to choose a teacher. I haven't had the idea of apprenticing yet. On the contrary, what is your name exactly? Why is it here? Ruwashi stopped in her tracks as soon as she heard the words. Just as I was about to respond to the other party, I heard the students around me excitedly say, do you know? I heard that a beautiful teacher has arrived at the college. We also need to attend public classes. Why don't we go take a look? Other students retorted, what's there to see? Finding a teacher is not about finding reason. What's the use of beautiful light? Immediately after, Zhang Xian was caught up in the discussion among several people. Upon hearing this beautiful teacher named Luo Ruwashi, under 20 years old, is a 6-star silver jewelry, and the top 10 elders should all show respect when they see this person. After listening, Zhang Xian also expressed her speechlessness. Thinking to myself, the beautiful teacher has some ulterior motives. However, Ruwashi heard the surrounding discussions. It's also full of helplessness. Immediately shook her head and said to Zhang Xian, let's go. Let's go too. Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard this. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong reaction and he said, what? You also need to look at beautiful teachers. But Ruwashi didn't explain at this moment. Just keep walking forward. Quickly arrived at the teaching desk. At this moment, I saw an old man busy on the stage. However, Zhang Xian heard someone nearby say, even Vice Dean Zhou personally came over, organized the lecture table. This is enough to prove the college attache's great importance to this teacher Luo. He looked at the stage with a serious expression on his face, and Ruwashi beside him saw his expression. Just ask how it is. Do you want to worship this vulnerable person? Teacher. Zhang Xian responded confidently with a face full of confidence, saying that she didn't want to. Let's not talk about whether he teaches well or not for now. Even if it's better, I'm sure it won't be stronger than me either. A person who is not even as good as me. Why should I take him as my teacher? Say it again. Beauty is just a topic that everyone pursues. If only she were a beauty. Why haven't you dared to come out yet? I'm afraid it's not as beautiful as rumored. Maybe he's still an ugly monster. Ruwashi heard this. Immediately, my angry eyes widened wide. You said it's ugly. At this moment, Zhang Xian still responded confidently, saying yes. You can rest assured. This guy is definitely not pretty. You'll know at a glance when he comes out. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I saw Elder Zhou on stage. Suddenly flew towards his own direction. Then it fell in front of the girl standing aside, hugging and saying, Ruwashu, you're here, come on stage quickly. Everything is ready. Ruwaxawan nodded in response with her eyes. The elder looked at Zhang Xian with a strange expression on his face. Am I really ugly? Zhang Xian heard this. I was scared and widened my eyes. I exclaimed in surprise, you meanie? You are Luo Ruwashi. Luosher, aren't you a student? How could it be the teachers? However, if she sees this silly guy, with a bewildered expression on his face, I couldn't help but laugh. Then his body shook and fell onto the stage. But wait for him to give the lecture. All the students in the audience also saw this fallen teacher clearly. They began to discuss his beauty one after another. But Ruwashi ignored Xia Fang's argument. Just speak softly and say in Charlotte. Ruwashi is a new teacher in the college. The content of today's open class. It's about how to achieve spiritual and physical unity in peace and tranquility. Starting from the soul, he Lingjing cultivates. Improper cultivation can easily lead to soul-body separation. Strength cannot be maximized. However, Zhang Xian listened for a while. I really admire what Ruwashi just explained to him. Although the content sounds popular, but it's very correct, can lead directly to the path of truth. Even he didn't find any problem. You should know that Zhang Xian has collected countless secret manuals, formed the heavenly way kung fu. The girl in front of me, Ruwashi, surprisingly, he is on par with him now. It seems that he is not just a 6-star famous teacher. I must have received guidance from better teachers. Otherwise, at his age, it's impossible to understand he Lingjing so thoroughly. Soon Ruwashi finished this lesson as well. Then I saw him stop, looking at the numerous students in the audience. That's all for today's class. Finally, let me talk about my standards for accepting apprentices. If you can pass the test, you can become my teacher. If it doesn't pass, then I won't miss any of them. Only then did everyone break free from their trance-like state, regain consciousness. If you know you can take him as your teacher, it can definitely further improve one's cultivation. So they asked one after another, what kind of testing is required? Please make it clear to Lucy. At this moment, Rosie looked at everyone again. What is my testing standard? Memorize 10,000 books in 1 hour. As long as it is completed, I will take him as my disciple. I heard the other party say they want to memorize 10,000 books. They're all stupid. Even though these people in the audience are all geniuses, he also has the ability to never forget what he has seen. Carrying 1,000 books in an hour is already impressive. These 10,000 books don't even have enough time to flip through them. How do we back this? However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party's demands were so high. I also sighed and said that I'm afraid I don't want to recruit students anymore. After Ruwashi on stage finished speaking about this matter, with a gentle smile, he looked at the old man beside him. Speaking of Elder Zhou, let Lao Li help handle this matter. Immediately after, he leaped to Zhang Xian's side. Let's go. The two of them left the teaching square like this. So everyone saw this scene. They were discussing this one after another. Who is this man? At this moment, there was a voice that recognized him. He happily said he was a zombie. Truly the most outstanding student in our hearts. Even the beautiful teacher was seduced away. The student next to him asked in classical Chinese with a displeased expression on his face. How do you speak? What is seduction? Do you have to speak so harshly? This is clearly a hookup, okay? Everyone around me was speechless when they heard this. However, after the two of them walked out of the crowd, also follow the college to the wide lake. At this moment, the two of them are slowly moving forward. There is a strong green color all around. Willow trees drooping and swaying, like green silk dancing in the wind. The lake is rippling with water waves, sparkling with sunlight, like fish scales. Although they didn't have a conversation, but I don't know why, Zhang Xian felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility in her heart. What has happened in the past 6 months of rebirth? This is all running through my mind. Starting from learning that I am a teacher, apprenticeships and courses, moving on to imparting knowledge to the world. From Tianqian King City to Hongyuan Emperor City again. The people and things inside, various professions I have studied. Suddenly, everything appeared in my mind. But just as Zhang Xianjun was immersed in these memories, the library in the Sea of Stones suddenly let out a roar. Immediately after, it began to shake. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt a panic in her heart. Just haven't made him think more about it yet. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Suddenly, my whole body softened and I collapsed to the ground. Just before he fell into a coma, Luoshi rushed over from the side. Surprised. Why did you faint again? Is the body that weak? This pervert in front of me. Surprisingly, he took a beautiful student to flirt with her. The result was tragic. The big girl asked him to be her servant as soon as she came up. Just now, Zhang Xian and Ruoshi are taking a walk by the lake. Unexpectedly, in the past 6 months since she recalled her rebirth, when experiencing all the things that have happened, suddenly fainted, just waiting for her to open up again. When I opened my eyes, I realized that the person in front of me was Luo Qiqi. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. Later, I found out that I had been unconscious for 3 days. And Luo Qiqi also learned from Dean Zhao. Zhang Xian moved to elite. I happened to be looking for her that day. I met her unconscious by the lake, so he sent her back. But he's also very puzzled. That Lash just came to the academy a few days ago. How did the teacher know him? At this moment, Zhang Xian just brushed it off with a few simple words. Afterwards, I stopped thinking about Ruwashi's affairs. Only then did I realize that he had broken through his cultivation level. I only found out after investigation. It turns out to be Senior Chi without adopted children. The Qin left behind. The Qi training method has been submitted to the Qi Training Academy. Dean Zhao rewarded them with the gold washing method Marrow. Only then did we achieve such a significant breakthrough. At this moment, in their conversation, Luo Qiqi just found out that someone knows the address of Wu Yangzi's old residence. Speak it out. We also arranged to meet tonight to discuss this matter. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian got up and wanted to eat something. Go with her again. So Luo Qiqi went to prepare the food. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was idle, looked at the bookshelf beside her. I just realized this. Just take the contents of all the books inside, all collected in the library. He hasn't realized yet. Seeing the library in the Sea of Corpses looks like it has been renovated, bigger and more majestic than before. And it's much more real now. Only then did he realize. I was unconscious for 3 days. It was caused by the upgrade of the library. After the upgrade, Zhang Xian now also understands. Reading in the library. No longer have to flip page by page like before. Now hold the book directly. You can transmit all the content to your mind, to include other books in the library. You don't need to touch it either. Just take a glance at it. But we need to check other people and things. There hasn't been much change yet. But this pair of Zhang Xian, Yan is already very satisfied. After all, collecting books in the future. You don't have to run around like a fool. Quickly, after Luwakiki brought the food over. After finishing their meal, the two of them walked out of the courtyard. Just as I walked out, I saw Ran Xiaoxiao greet me. But when he saw the person standing next to Zhang Xian, it's after Senior Luo Qiqi. I was also stunned for a moment. Then Qiqi saw the other person's surprised expression on their face. I just explained that Zhang Xian is my alchemy teacher. Listen here. Ruan Xiaoxiao has gone crazy. The second grade senior is actually Zhang Shi's disciple. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked the other party to come find her. I don't know what happened yet. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Xiaoxiao finally realized. So I remembered the important matter. Subsequently, I've heard about several student unions these past few days. Tell me about joining forces to deal with teacher Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately felt inexplicable. I've been unconscious for a few days now. Where is the time to offend someone? Why do these people have to unite against themselves? Then I learned from Ran Xiaoxiao's smile that Luo Xian and young master Ruo Huan used their own names. Detailed explanation of free distribution of teaching staff to new students. And the information on selling 100 snacks is more accurate than that of an old man. This has led to the accumulation of many learning materials in one's hands. Cannot be sold. After Ran Xiaoxiao revealed everything she knew, also bid farewell to Zhang Xian and leave. And Luo Qiqi was also worried and reminded the teacher. Be cautious in the future, these students will be more troublesome. Quickly, the two of them chatted while talking. I also arrived at the place where we had arranged to meet. I just waited for a long time. The two of them never saw anyone come. However, just as Zhang Xian wanted to take a look nearby, I saw a dark shadow fall on the courtyard. With the help of starlight, this person is very impressive, accompanied by a gentle breeze swirling around. This charming sight. Archie saw this would shout out, I'm lost. Wow, he's really meowing. Stop her. And after Luo Qiqi saw the other person's face clearly, I quickly clasped my fists and said that I had seen demons and monsters. Senior, however, this demon also recognized Luo Qiqi. Just spoke up and said it was you. 7-7. Why are you looking for a former residence without adopted children? At this point, Qiqi did not respond to the other party, but I saw the teacher's puzzled expression on his face. Just introduce him to the teacher. This Hu Yao Yao is a fifth-year senior in our college. After hearing the name, Zhang Xian scratched her head. Do all the girls in this college have this name? Luo Qiqi, Ran Xiaoxiao. Now there's another Hu Yao Yao. However, the young lady saw the young man in front of her, with a confused expression on his face. It's also a bit strange. Surprisingly, there are still people who don't know themselves. So I couldn't help but look at him. May I ask your name? Where did it come from? And Zhang Xian heard the other party ask herself. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the other person with a serious expression on his face. The response says below. Qiqi, who was standing next to Xian Xian, heard these words. I was so scared that I couldn't catch my breath. I almost fainted. But this fox demon heard this name. I also find it very strange. And Luo Qiqi, who reacted, knowing that the teacher has started acting like a demon again, afraid of misunderstanding from the other party. I quickly explained that the senior, he is my alchemy teacher. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Xian, Hu Yao Yao immediately reacted. Immediately afterwards, a smile but not a smile appeared on his face. Gazing at the young man in front of him, what's just strange to him is, this guy is completely different from what he heard. This person has pure eyes, a simple and honest face. It's not that evil. Then I couldn't help but ask. You're the one who broke many of us new students who have learned how to do business. Zhang Xian? But suddenly I remembered something else. I turned my head and looked at Luo Qiqi beside me. Did you just say he was your alchemy teacher? What's going on here? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi simply responded with a yes. Teacher Zhang is my alchemy teacher. After speaking, I don't want to continue to dwell on this issue, so I brought back the topic from earlier. Since you already know, the location of Senior Yang Zi's former residence is unknown. Can you please provide detailed information? As long as it is confirmed to be true, I will exchange 2 credits as a price. However, the fox demon saw that the other party didn't talk much about Zhang Shui. I shook my head and replied that I don't need 2 credits. I can tell you for free. The location of Senior Wu Yangzi's former residence. Just you have to tell me. Why spend so much money to find this place? After speaking, the other party refused to give the reason. Hu Yao Yao continued speaking, since you're not saying anything, it means you don't agree to the transaction. I won't tell you the location of the former residence either. To be honest with you, right, only I know about this place. Don't trade with me. Even if you search through all the books in the college, you won't be able to find them. I heard the other person say that. Luo Qiqi nodded. I apologize for responding with a clasped fist. It seems that this transaction cannot be completed. Excuse me, senior. Let's take our leave first. However, the fox demon would rather give up when it sees the other party. I don't want to joke around either. Then he called out to Luo Qiqi. You really don't want to say this. I'm not making things difficult for you either. I'll change the condition. This Zhang Xian has offended me. Just leave him to me to handle. I'll take you to Wu Yangzi's former residence. Luo Qi 71 Listen. My face immediately darkened. Just let out a furious shout. Wu 11. I respect you. The senior is polite to you. But you insulted me. Teachers are suitable for you. Wu Yaoyao looked at the other person's expression. I just realized that there was a problem with my tone earlier. So as soon as his face straightened, he quickly apologized. Don't misunderstand. Although Zhang Xian is your teacher, but he is also a freshman in the college. I was indeed abrupt just now. After speaking, turning around and looking at Zhang Xian not far away, he said, Zhang, since you appeared with Luo Qiqi, teacher, I must also want to know the former residence of Senior Wu Yangzi. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll tell you the detailed location. What do you think? However, Zhang Xian did not expect it either. The big girl in front of me. Surprisingly, he had the idea on himself. So he just smiled kindly. Just responded with what conditions? Tell me what you want to hear. Later on, I learned. The other party is the president of the Demon Society. Because if young Master Huan and others distribute materials for free, affects their income. So at this moment, the Fox Demon wanted Zhang Xian to join his meeting, and help him earn 100,000 mid-range snacks. The address will be told to them. After Hu Yaoyao finished speaking, seeing that the other party does not agree with one's request, I changed the condition and made him my servant. Listen here. Zhang Xian was speechless directly. So he looked at the other person with contempt on his face. You don't even want to cheat yet. How dare you ask me to be your servant? Do you really dare to think? The Fox Demon not only refused to see this guy, but also refused. He even said he didn't want to be his maid. Angry and pretty face turned red. With a flick of the jade hand, just leave one sentence behind and slowly search for it. Then he turned around and left. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party leave. Let Qiqi go back to his residence first. I will find a way myself. Make this demon behave obediently. Tell me the location of Wu Yangzi's former residence. After explaining, he turned around and followed over. So Zhang Xian flew all the way. Follow Hu Yaoyao to a forest on a hillside. I was wondering why the other party came here. I saw her stop, standing on the grass. Suddenly shouted out, come out, hear this. Zhang Xian's heart suddenly shook. How was it discovered? No, I'm flying in mid-air myself. It's not just a follow-up tracking. How could she possibly discover it? However, just as she was puzzled by this, a figure emerged from the jungle. Come to the other person's side. Just laugh and say 11 is Lin Min. You discovered me just as I arrived. Immediately after, another figure darted out. You live up to your name. The cultivation of the true yang technique has not yet arrived. Like a scorching sun, it burns like a raging fire. It's hard not to be discovered. And Zhang Xian hiding in the bushes. Two people jumped out in a row. I am very curious in my heart. What do they really want? Just this guy said the other person lives up to their name. I just thought of this. Could it be that ghost? Shui Xinyang, the president of the Xinyang Association. But just as Zhang Xian was speculating about this, another figure darted out of the jungle on the other side. Soon after, Zhang Xian learned from their conversation that the other young man is the president of the Tsan Yui Association, Ryu Karamun. And the last woman who came over was named Dong Xin, so they gathered here. It's being discussed. How to get hold of something that is about to mature. According to Dong Xin's observation in the past 2 days, although the environment in that place is very complex, but none of the problems are significant. It's just a bit troublesome. A big guy with the bloodline of 2 ancient beasts. Watch over there. It's impossible to deal with them. We can only use 1 yuan of heavy water to divert them away. This is the only way to have a chance to pick it. Otherwise, there would be no way to obtain it. Speaking of which, Dong Xin just asked everyone if they bought a heavy water. At this moment, Long Songyu on the side responded by saying, buy a ghost. 1 bottle of 100,000 medium-sized snacks. What to buy? However, Zhang Xian hiding in the bushes. I heard that this bottle of heavy water requires 100,000 snacks. I was also startled. After all, the martial arts medicine he practiced, the 3rd level of the golden body requires this. But it's so expensive. How can I afford this? And Dong Xin here heard them say they didn't have any money. It's also quite strange. Didn't the new students enter the college these days? You shouldn't have made a lot of money, right? How could there be no money to buy it? Next few people. I just mentioned that someone has been distributing materials for free these past few days. I tamed over 400 savage beasts in an hour. The matter of giving away all the over 40,000 points obtained. Tell him. Listen here. Dong Xin was completely shocked. After calming down, he cursed at this guy. Is there a problem with his brain? He doesn't even need the credits that can be exchanged for new students' entry points. So many points can easily be exchanged for more than 10 credits. Even without credits, I need to apply for 2 unpasteurized snacks. It's also a simple and easy thing to do. This guy actually gave away everyone. However, Zhang Xian, who was hiding on the side, heard this. I almost fainted. Why is he meowing? No one told me. If I had known this thing could be exchanged for snacks. What do you mean, a day? I'll also get him 1 or 2 million points to get back. I lost it. If it really doesn't work, then throw Xiangshu to Mr. Mi Chang. Can you exchange it for 20 high-quality snacks? After careful consideration, I realized that this was not appropriate. I could only shake my head and sigh. At this moment, the fox demon became excited when it saw Dong Xin, and continued to tell him that this person is more than that. He is not only skilled in taming, but also skilled in taming. Refining chi is also very abnormal. Yesterday, he not only dismantled the entire gas refining academy, but also, it took another hour. From refining 1 star to 6 stars. And Dean Mi wants to accept him as a true disciple. Dean Zhao accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his teacher. He rejected them all one by one. So even if this guy cuts off our financial path, with these 2 deans as his backing, it's hard for us to even touch him. After understanding all of this, Dong Xin went crazy. Then I looked at a few people. Ask a new student about the city's storm of old twists and turns. What does this guy really look like? Is it difficult to have 3 heads and 6 arms? Upon hearing the other party's question, Hu Yaoyao only responded by saying, I've seen this guy before I came here. He looks simple and honest. Nothing special. Just the beautiful second-grade girl Luo Qiqi. You all know each other, right? I just saw this guy named Zhang Xian and he's together. And Luo Qiqi also called him a teacher. As soon as these words are spoken, Long San Yue, Shui Zhenyang and others said with disbelief on their faces. Are you kidding? The origin of Luo Qiqi is very mysterious. It is said to be a princess from a certain imperial city. This kind of person would actually take a new student as their teacher. Can you believe it? This body without soul control. Surprisingly, unconsciously. When I saw the big girl pulling her legs, I chased after her. Just now, Zhang Xian hiding in the jungle. I heard several people in front of me discussing continuously. I don't care about them either. Just keep wanting to hear what else they will say. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao, after talking about Luo Qiqi regarding each other's students, also tell a few people that this guy is very annoying when he talks. Last, Hu Yaoyao stopped the retaliation against Zhang Xian, and he said he would make her obediently listen, be at the mercy of others. After speaking, everyone turned around and flew down the mountain. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also looked bewildered. So, what means does this guy want to use against me? Can let me be at her mercy. So he quietly followed the fox demon. Not long after, I saw her parked in a courtyard. And come here. Zhang Xian is also very curious. The famous teachers in the college are mostly male and female. Why are all women here? I am very curious in my heart. Why do colleges still have such places? Immediately after, I just saw what he said to other women. Just go back to the room. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian flew to the roof and uncovered the tiles. I want to see what means he really wants to use. Come and make yourself obediently obedient. Look. The other party suddenly removed their silk clothes from inside the house. I even took off my belly band. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's face turned red, also very speechless. I wonder what this is called. I thought the other party was going to set some traps to trick me. I didn't expect to just go back to my room and take off my clothes. Zhang Xian is very depressed. Gently cover the tile and it flies away. Just left. I saw several beautiful women dancing in the courtyard. Only then did I realize. So this is Jinghan Garden. Thinking of this, activate the Eye of Reason. I observed the entire courtyard. I quickly found the library, so he flew forward. Not long after, they stopped on a tree next to the library. Consider how to get in now. After all the libraries in the college. You need a student ID and credits to enter. This is the big night now. Even if there were, I wouldn't be able to enter. But everyone has arrived here. You can't go back like this, can you? Suddenly remembered something. So my spirit stirred up. The black soul flew over after leaving the body. I only realized it when I came up to it. The door of the library is tightly closed. There are 2 more students guarding. When I was thinking about how to get in, I just saw a figure walking slowly towards me not far away. Indeed, this person is also going to enter the book pavilion. Soon, the girl will complete all the procedures. The 2 guards need to open the door. Zhang Xian saw the situation and knew that the opportunity had come, so he dodged and crawled in through the gate. After entering, I saw rows of bookshelves inside. I am very excited in my heart. Immediately after, the witch soul came to the bookshelf in a flash. Focus your gaze on it. Silently reciting the defective eyes in one's heart. Books wherever they go. All copy to the library. so it took 2 hours. Receive all the books on the first floor of the book pavilion to the library. Then it took less than 2 hours. Just list the contents of all the books on the 2nd to 6th floors. I watched everything once. Then the witch soul stopped and entered the library. I have compiled the books mentioned earlier into 6 books. The Heavenly Dao Jinghong technique from 1 star to 6 stars. Only then did I realize. The books I just received contain a lot about soul kung fu. So the idea was to move the library. There are books about soul cultivation inside. We will all gather a brand new book. After reading this book, you can obtain it. Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. It's not even mentioned inside. Anything related to congenital fetal toxicity. I feel very depressed in my heart. I've been working on it for half a day. The profession of Jinghong Master is completely useless. Since it is so, I had no choice but to place my hope in the Magic Sound Academy. Just seeing the books in front of me. It also provides great help for soul cultivation. So I thought about watching. Can we integrate the cultivation techniques of witch souls? Thinking of this, I have a thought in my heart. Suddenly 2 books appeared in front of me. So I quickly absorbed the content into my mind. I only found out about this. The 2 newly formed books are at the level of Heavenly Dao. 6 or 7 levels of witchcraft soul martial arts. Seeing this, Zhang Xian is also very happy in her heart. I didn't expect to harvest so much here. After finishing my work, I saw that it was almost dawn outside, so he quickly flew to the gate on the first floor. I only realized when I arrived at the door that it was tightly closed. A special mechanism has been set up here. Without student ID, it is impossible to open. It's about to light up outside. The body is still on the tree. If discovered by others, it will be difficult to explain. But now my soul is trapped here again. It's useless to know if you're in a hurry. We have to wait for the door to open before we can leave. So I found a secluded place and sat down. Then, I will provide the secret recipe for the 6 books of Jinghong poetry that were just written. Take it out for cultivation. Quickly, it took Zhang Xian 3 hours. Just learn all these techniques. At this point, he knew nothing about Jinghong poetry. Until now, it is already under the 7 stars. The invincible master of existence. Originally, Zhang Xian thought, Jinghong poetry must use dance to be effective. I didn't expect to reach a high level of cultivation. Just like swordsmanship. Even without a sword in hand, one can still use a sword shadow. So now Zhang Xian doesn't need to dance and play. You can also use your fingers to control Jinghong. Fully utilize martial arts skills. After completing his cultivation, he returned to the gate once again. Discovered this time. How could there be a student outside who doesn't even have a finger? I am also very depressed in my heart. This has been locked up all along. The body is outside. If discovered, this is too much trouble. Therefore, I just thought about whether I could crawl out through the gaps in the door or window. I turned it around. I haven't found any way to leave either. Just when he thought about giving up the search, when I was planning to find a place to hide, I heard the door open. See this tomb? Zhang Xian excitedly rushed behind the gate and waited. As soon as the door opened, it flew out. As soon as the door opens, a woman just walked in. Suddenly, the brow furrowed. Keep your gaze straight towards the position where Zhang Xian is located. I looked over. Subsequently, the dragon sank. Just snort coldly, who is it? Come out here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's heart trembled violently. I am intangible and of no quality. How could the other party discover it? Can see the other person's gaze. Stare firmly at your own position. Suddenly realized. Only the victorious strong can sense the soul. But just as Zhang Xian was speculating about this, women show off a cluster of eyebrows. No more talking. With just one flip of the palm, it suddenly moved towards the position where Zhang Xian was located. Capture the location. Accompanied by a loud bang. I saw that the entire grid seemed to be blocked halfway, and Zhang Xian also felt like someone had pinched her neck. At any moment, there is a possibility of being crushed to the point of losing one's soul. At this moment, he dared not hesitate. With a movement, the witch soul rushed straight towards the door. The woman sensed the fluctuation of her soul. My face turned pale. This confirms the fluctuation. It is a profession where witch souls can disappear for tens of thousands of years. Why is it appearing here now? However, feeling the fluctuating breath moving rapidly, women no longer hesitate. Shaking body, reaching out again and pouncing over. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire space is once again sealed off. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at her own soul. I will be hit by this palm until my soul is completely destroyed. And the body on the big tree ahead. Under the immense pressure of the palm just now, it just shook and fell off. I stuck my head on the ground. However, the woman saw the situation. With a flick of his body, he flew towards the direction of the big tree. At this moment, Zhang Xian's soul saw an opportunity come. I also quickly want to crawl back into my body. But we haven't arrived yet. Suddenly, my body stood up. Immediately withdraw and run when you perceive the danger in front of you. However, Zhang Xian's soul saw the body running farther and farther away. I immediately cried. He meows without any thoughts or ideas. Why did it start now? Just the woman saw this guy just fall off, immediately turn around and run away. It's even more strange in my heart. So he leaped into the air. He rushed straight towards Zhang Xian's body. At this moment, the soul saw that the other party was about to capture its own body. I secretly cheered in my heart. Now we can drill back in. After thinking for a moment, I realized something was wrong. His Meow's body was captured by the other party. This is even more impossible to go back to. I lost it just when my soul was depressed. I saw the woman flying in the air catching up with her body. Wave your big hand. Directly trap the body with true chi. At this moment, the woman saw the other person stop. Just asked who you really are. Why hide in the courtyard of Ginghong Academy Library? The thoughtlessness of the body. Only when the physical body encounters danger. Automatic counterattack or disengagement. I don't know how to speak. So the woman didn't respond to her question when she saw the other person. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned red. Then he shouted angrily, seeking death. Just wave a palm at the other party, and the souls in the rear dare not hesitate when they see the situation. Immediately rushed over. After all, the true energy cage used by women is a physical defense, unable to stop the witch soul. So the soul smoothly rushes into the true chi layer and returns to the body, watching the other person's palm almost fall in front of them. With a wave of punches, he responded by saying, "Thank you, senior. Help me suppress my inner demons, exempted from the misfortune of being possessed by demons." However, the woman heard the other person say so. Just stopped attacking. So he came up to her. "I asked you, did you just become obsessed?" At this moment, Zhang Xian quickly explained that senior. Below are the freshmen of the college. I originally planned to go to the library to read and study. I want to assess Jinghong teacher. But when I first arrived here, I felt a fog in my heart. To avoid being disturbed by others, I had to hide in the tree. The woman's elegant eyebrows furrowed. I just stared at Zhang Xian and looked over. After all, the practitioner's name comes and goes quickly. That's precisely why the college has built countless pavilions, just to provide for teachers and students a free time to disturb. So Zhang Xian said she was hiding with her eyes closed. Stay undisturbed during surgery. The other party was speechless for a moment. Then the woman spoke up and asked, "The thing hidden in the library just now, what does it have to do with you?" At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party asking such a question. Also speak back to the younger generation. "I don't know what the senior said. I was just contemplating earlier. Details in Nishong Ripple 5, causing almost to become obsessed. I just recovered. Everything outside is not worth it." However, the woman saw this guy around 20 years old in front of her. Just finished speaking, "I am a new student." At this moment, he is thinking about level 6 martial arts skills. I coldly snorted and said, "Ripple Dance of Nishong. This is a martial art researched by the 6-star Ginghong master. Your inner voice actually tells me that you are contemplating this. Is that how easy I am to deceive?" Zhang Xian saw the other party pay attention. Put them all on this set of martial arts. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew when their wrist rolled over? Holding a 6-star badge in your hand. Just tell the other party that I am a 6-star chi trainer. Reflection on level 6 Ginghong dance. It shouldn't be anything unusual, right? Then I saw the other person's face full of shock. Looking at the badge in my hand. Just keep talking about the rippling dance of Nishong. It is one of the more powerful martial arts skills in level 6. If executed well, winning consecutive victories can confuse even the strongest, trapped in it, unable to stand alone. However, based on my observation, although this move is powerful, but there are also several obvious shortcomings that need to be corrected. Immediately after, Zhang Xian didn't wait for the other party to speak. Just a series of words were spoken. 17 defects that need to be corrected. After listening, the woman's face was filled with fear. I can't even believe what I just heard. So that's why I asked about so many defects. You can tell it all. Then I saw the other person nod in response. It's exactly what he realized himself. I quickly asked if that's the case. There may be a solution. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded again and looked at the other person. There's really nothing we can do before the realization. But at this moment, we can already solve these problems. Then he raised his hand and lightly swiped in front of him. Just start a series of events. Solutions to 17 shortcomings. I explained it in detail one by one. Then he withdrew his large hand. Just give him a slight smile and say, "Okay, this is what I just did." Understanding and comprehension of the rippling dance of Nishong. I hope it will be useful to you. If there are still areas of misunderstanding, you can ask me anytime. If I can answer, I will definitely not conceal it. However, upon hearing this, the woman finally recovered from the shock. Then he asked with a dry throat, "I happen to have some questions. It's about the fragrant dance troupe. Every time I practice, my heart feels dull. I don't know how to resolve it. Zhang Xian heard this set of martial arts skills. I looked at the other person again. Just respond by saying that this will be displayed. Not only does it make people's souls tremble, it can even smell fragrant for 10 miles. Let birds and bees dance together for it. This set of top-level martial arts at level 6 is extremely powerful. As you said, there will be a dull feeling when using it, if I'm not mistaken. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he continued with a look of embarrassment on his face. Are you a virgin? The big girl in front of me. In order to make this pervert submit to himself, surprisingly, in front of his students. Tear off what's on yourself. Just now, this big girl asked Zhang Xian. My own set of fragrant dance skills, is there any way to resolve it? After Zhang Xian glanced at the other party, he said with a look of embarrassment on his face. You probably haven't been in love with anyone before, have you? Later, I saw the shy response from the big girl saying no. Just explain to the other party that that's right. This set of fragrant martial arts. It is drunken Linglong who is in a state of confusion in spring. I plan to be with my lover forever. Created by teacher by Tu Xie. You have never been in love with anyone. I naturally don't understand this kind of longing. So the displayed state of mind cannot merge. Not only does it have no effect, if it is forcefully used, it may still suffer harm. How about this? I will modify the cultivation techniques for this set of martial arts skills. Eliminate this hidden danger. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Big girl Wen Yan already knows. The young man in front of us. My understanding of Jinghong sure far exceeds my own. Therefore, just dissolve and untie the cage of true qi around Zhang Xian. Then I bowed and clasped my fists, hoping for your guidance. Zhang Xian observed the attitude of the young lady, sincerely nodded and smiled, saying. Then he pointed out to the other party. However, during their conversation, Zhang Xian just found out. The other party turned out to be Wei Ranxue, the elder of Jingdongyuan. And the big girl Wei Ranxue also learned that. The youth in front of us. It's the most highly anticipated among recent freshmen. Zhang Shi, who even pursued and tried to win over 2 deans. Zhang Xian followed suit. Wei Ranxue has intentions of apprenticing with him today. I started calling Zhang Xian my senior, at the same time, because Jinghongshi is not like those top-tier professions. So troublesome, he can directly apply for the other party. The badge of a 6-star Dinghong master. Soon after saying goodbye to each other, the two of them left. And Wei Ranxue was originally skeptical. Why did the other party secretly come to Jinghong? After understanding his identity, I felt relieved. However, after leaving, Zhang Xian also returned to his residence. There's nothing else going on at this moment. After entering the room, he transferred his clone out. I gave him 2 classic versions of the cheat book to practice with. Subsequently, the witch soul separated from the body and each lay on a high-grade spirit stone. I just started practicing. Quickly. Both the clone body and the witch soul have broken through to the peak of Chao Tian realm. Next, we will use the remaining 8 high-grade spirit stones. Take them all out. 4 yuan per person for the clone. The cultivation stopped in the later stage of the 7th level conversion realm. At this point, Zhang Shen lost her spirit stone and stopped practicing. So the witch soul entered the body and withdrew its clone. Then I thought of cultivating the 3rd level of the golden body. We need 10 bottles for 1 yuan each. But this thing requires 10 high-quality pieces per bottle. This video is about to cost 100 pieces. The more he thinks about it, the more headache he gets. He dare not even think about it. If we reach the holy realm, how many more snacks are needed? So I rubbed my forehead, murmured to himself, meowing. We need to find a way to make money. Otherwise, when can congenital fetal toxicity be treated? After resting for a moment, I pushed open the door and walked out of the room. At this moment, Luo Qiqi also came over and said about what happened just now. Senior who sent someone to deliver a letter. He said he wanted to invite us to a dinner party. Then I looked at the letter. I also checked the time. Take Luo Qiqi to the address in the letter. Soon, the two of them also arrived at the designated courtyard. I only discovered the spacious room after entering the house. The tables in the main and guest seats are filled with food and drinks. But the room was empty. The fox demon who invited them also did not appear. I've been waiting for a long time but haven't seen the other person come. At this moment, the two bored people looked around at the decorations. Discovered a sword on the wall with a remedial aura. So Luo Qiqi couldn't help but walk up to him. I carefully observed it. Then he was surprised and said to Zhang Xian, Teacher, come and take a look at this long sword. If I'm not mistaken, this should be teacher Wu Yangzi. Yan Yuejian left for his daughter. This sword has never been sold. Why is it here? At this moment, Luo Qiqi was very curious in his heart. Just then I thought, if there is really a Yan Yu pattern on the sword body, this indicates that he is genuine. So he took down the long sword from the wall. Who would have thought that holding the hilt of the sword would gently pull it out? when you can see that there is indeed a silver moon pattern on the sword body. With a face full of joy, he said, "Teacher, this sword was really left by teacher Wu Yangzi. I just haven't finished waiting for Luoqiqi to finish speaking yet. Just heard the long sword make a sound." However, Zhang Xian heard this sound. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. I hurriedly rushed over. But we haven't arrived yet. I just saw Luoqiqi's body shake. Just fell backwards. At this moment, Zhang Xian reached out and caught it. After taking a glance, I realized it was just an ordinary coma. So he placed him flat on the nearby dining table. "Then let's have a cold drink and come out." Not long after, Hu Yaoyao opened the door and walked in. Laughing, "No wonder it can teach us so much. I suffered a big loss. Teacher Zhang, you really have a keen eye like a torch." Zhang Xianjian, the other party finally agreed to come out. "Just look up at him. Speaking of you as a proud 5th grade student, dealing with a new student, it may not have a good reputation if it spreads." However, at this moment, Hu Yaoyao, there was no direct response to his question, but he took a few steps and came up to him. His every move carries its own charm, like a fox, stirring the heartstrings, stirring the soul. In addition, he said a few words about capturing Zhang Xian. "Can we have several conversations?" Not only did it not confuse the other party, instead, he began to question him. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao knew, using the technique of Ginghon Lion is ineffective against him. The spiritual lips slightly curl up. "Just say it. No wonder you can tame hundreds of spirit beasts in one breath. I didn't expect your soul power to be so powerful, but not necessarily your students." As soon as the words fell, I saw him stretch out his 5 fingers, just shoot out a sword aura, cut open the clothes that have fallen paint, immediately revealing a crystal clear collarbone like jade, and smooth alternation. Then he said that if Luoqiqi wakes up, "I noticed that your teacher has other thoughts about him. Do you think he would still believe it? Even if I don't doubt your character, and if I record the current scene, it's rumored that you want to harm Luoqiqi. Do you think others trust me? I still believe in you. How many people are willing to be flower protectors?" Zhang Shenwen couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Then he shook his head and sighed. "I originally wanted to give you a chance, but you insist on forcing me." Zhang Xian has just finished speaking. Hu Yaoyao immediately felt a powerful and overwhelming force, concentrated and rushed into his soul. Immediately afterwards, there began to be a dizzying sensation. At this moment, I saw Hu Yaoyao's spirit move. The soul is concentrated accordingly. The whole body immediately emitted a strong pressure. The dizziness is immediately eliminated. But at this moment, Zhang Xian has already waved a palm. A scorching force instantly overwhelmed me, and Hu Yaoyao felt a heat wave hitting her. With a backhand, he suddenly rushed up, accompanied by a loud bang. Hu Yaoyao couldn't help but contract her pupils. He really can't understand. The opponent is just the peak strength of the 6 Bridges Sky Realm. I, on the other hand, am a 9-fold remnants of the Wind Mirror. Why would one's palm power be shattered by the other party? But he hasn't figured out what's going on yet. When I felt a tremendous surge of force rushing towards my back. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao's pupils contracted again. My heart sank. I just started working in the front. He concentrated all his defense on the front. When did you run to the back? But time doesn't allow him to react afterwards. The power of the heart comes rushing like a river releasing floodwaters. It's simply irresistible. Accompanied by a sound of meat entering, Wu Yaoyao was hit hard. My face turned pale. The whole person immediately flew forward and out, falling directly to the ground. Spray fresh blood from the mouth. However, he was instantly shocked and terrified by this blow. He really can't understand. A person at the peak of the 6 Bridges Sky Realm. How could this be over 25 million entries? At this moment, Zhang Xian came up to her. Look at him and say obediently, "Tell me the location of Wu Yangzi's former residence. I can ignore today's events." Just heard the other party say that, "Fox demon demon demon." Immediately sneered, "I won't say anything. What can you do with me? Even if I kill you now, do you dare to kill me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the brow furrowed slightly. Just stare at the other person and say, "I dare not kill you. I'll just throw you out and hang you on the wall. Let everyone come and appreciate this demon." The chairman of the meeting looked disheveled. As soon as these words are spoken, Hu Yaoyao, who originally had a sly smile on her face, it immediately sank down, then let out a furious shout, "Dare you?" However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I responded with a gentle tone, "Do you dare? It's not up to you the final say, but it's what I said." At this moment, Hu Yaoyao saw the other party so rogue. I was also so angry that I gritted my teeth. It's just impossible to make her surrender. After all, since Hu Yaoyao came to the college, she's the one who messed with others. When has someone ever been manipulated like this before? So at this moment, he was thinking to himself, once yielding, what kind of face will you have in the future to continue staying in the academy? If you don't give in, What if this guy really wants to take action? However, just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly saw Luo Qiqi not far away. With that, my eyeballs rolled. Immediately reach out your hand. I also tore off my clothes from myself. Like Luo Qi 71, she revealed her smooth and soft fragrant shoulders. Immediately after, he burst into laughter. Speak well. If you want to hang up, just hang me up. The Taoist doesn't know what I look like now. If I tell someone that you want to sexually assault me, how many people will believe it? A renowned teacher did such a thing. I'm afraid it's enough to cancel the qualification, right? See here. Zhang Xian's eyes rolled wildly. I'm really speechless. He meows. No wonder this guy is called a demon. However, at this moment, the fox demon saw that the other party couldn't even speak now. I had to endure the excruciating pain on my body and couldn't stand up. Speak up to him. Why don't you dare now? Zhang Xian saw the situation. I feel like the other person could use his twin peaks at any time. Stick it on oneself. I won't be able to explain it clearly by then. So he quickly took a step back. Just when I was thinking about whether or not to punch him again, I heard Luo Qiqi behind me exclaim in surprise, Teacher. Fox Demon Senior. What are you guys doing here? Fox Demon heard a sound. I quickly covered my body and took 2 steps back. Crying with fear and sadness in his eyes, he said to Luo Qiqi, you finally woke up. You see, I kindly invited you over for dinner. Who knew you, teacher? Unexpectedly planning to plot against me. Now it looks like this. How will I continue to meet people in the future? However, Luo Qiqi saw the other party like this. Just shake your head and say don't make a fuss, okay? The teacher has ulterior motives towards you. Senior, I see you're overthinking things. Putting aside the fact that the teacher is not your opponent for now. Even he doesn't like you. Take it easy. The demon heard this. I couldn't hold back at once. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood directly. Thinking to himself, he's really meowing at the renowned teacher academy. I am the most famous demon, as long as it's a man. Who wouldn't be moved if they saw it? It's easier to say now. Being harassed by oneself. This guy not only doesn't believe it, but also, and he said he didn't like me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he shouted angrily. What qualifications does he have to not look up to me? Why don't you look up to me? At this moment, Qiqi saw the other party like this. I quickly comforted him and said, don't get too excited. My teacher, the Heavenly Father, is unparalleled. Extremely high vision. It's normal that I don't like you. However, upon hearing what Qiqi said, Hu Yaoyao is going crazy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stopped talking nonsense. Luha stretched out. As soon as you extend your palm, you have to slap Zhang Xian. But at this moment, the door was knocked several times in a row. Immediately after, I heard someone shouting something. Are you inside? Hearing this sound, Hu Yaoyao was immediately startled. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, teacher. And on the side, Qiqi heard the other person say, teacher. I was also puzzled and asked if he could be a dean. At this moment, Zhang Xian heard them muttering to herself. Suddenly thought of something. Make an impression. Immediately approach Hu Yaoyao. Suddenly grab. Place his soft palm on his chest. Immediately after, the true qi in the body rotates. Her face turned red. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood directly. At the same time, fly straight backwards. Accompanied by a loud bang. His back hit the wall of the hall. Pale face. Falling directly to the ground. The fox demon who saw the scene was completely dumbfounded. What do I want to lose this guy for? However, before he could doubt it, Dean Wei outside the door heard the commotion inside. Just burst into the door suddenly. At this moment, Luo Qiqi and the fox demon saw that the person coming was the dean. I quickly bowed and walked around. Kuwei Ranxue heard the sound of fighting. Just rushed in now. Just came in. But it was found that the two of them were standing intact and undamaged. What's going on here? Then he turned his head and took a look. I immediately recognized him lying on the ground. This severely injured young man. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Teacher Zhang. However, when Zhang Xian saw that it was him, he was also stunned for a moment. Isn't this the elder we met this morning? What is the dean? Later on, I realized. The top 10 elders of the college. It's normal to call oneself an elder. Just, Wei Yuanxue saw Zhang Shi, who had half-corpse intentions towards her, lying on the ground with serious injuries. He hurriedly rushed over and asked Zhang Shi, what's wrong with you? However, Zhang Xian's face turned pale at this moment. Feeble. With a very painful expression, he said that you came just in time. It's okay to tell you, Hu Yaoyao, he intends to harm me. The big girl in front of me just got into a rage after being tricked by a pervert. I was moved to tears as soon as I turned my head. Just now, Zhang Xian came up to the big girl. Grab the other person's hand and place it on your chest. Immediately bounce back and fly dozens of meters away. I didn't fall until I hit the wall. However, the dean outside saw the sound of fighting. I quickly broke into the door and entered. but as soon as I came in, I found myself lying on the ground. The person who was seriously injured is none other than the senior. Zhang Shi hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the other party's situation, and ask what happened. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai said in great pain, "You're here, just in time. It's okay to tell you. Fox Demon Tada. He intends to harm me." Hu Yaoyao on the side shook her body when she heard the words. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it, almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, she finally understood. Why did this guy grab his hand? Put it on her chest. So that was just a moment ago. It's to make me tear his clothes. In addition, he is now in a disheveled state. This is nothing but being taken care of by someone, unable to resist the pitiful appearance. On the other side, Luo Qiqi was also speechless at this moment. Unexpectedly, the teacher used his own methods. Treat the person's body. However, Wei Runxue heard her senior say so. I was also stunned for a moment. So I asked him if he had ulterior motives towards you. At this moment, Zhang Xian had a heartbroken expression on her face. He gritted his teeth and said with great grievance, "He invited me over. I planned to learn the Jinghong profession from you. I didn't agree. Who knew he was using that long sword? Launch a surprise attack on me and Luo Qiqi. If it weren't for my internal injury that hasn't healed yet, how could I be so humiliated?" The fox demon immediately went crazy upon hearing these words. Then he shouted angrily, "You bastard, don't spew blood here." Zhang Xian heard him say that. I immediately responded by saying that you said I was spewing blood. Let me ask you, can you use that long sword to launch a surprise attack on Luo Qiqi? At this moment, Hu Yaoyao was left speechless by Zhang Xian's words. I don't know how to refute it. Zhang Xian saw the situation and immediately said that she couldn't say it, right? Did you keep saying you wanted to kill me just now? Even took action against me. Is there such a thing? You know I'm just Xiao Tian reaching the pinnacle. But you, on the other hand, have reached the peak of the wind. This is a difference of 3 major layers. Even if I knew you were going to kill me, I am also powerless to resist. Listen here. Hu Yaoyao was so angry that he almost jumped up, trembling all over. But I can't say a word. But when the dean next to him understood, he roared in anger and said, "Okay, Hu Yaoyao, your courage is getting bigger and bigger now. You usually play around. As long as it does not delay learning, I can turn a blind eye. Now I dare to attack Teacher Zhang. Who gave you the courage?" At this moment, the fox demon was furious when it saw the teacher. The whole body trembled uncontrollably, like a thunderbolt. I just feel like I'm mute-eating Huanglian. There is pain that cannot be expressed. However, Wei Ranshui remained silent upon seeing the other party. Raise your eyebrows. I shouted angrily again but still didn't kneel down. I heard the teacher say that. Hu Yaoyao's eyes turned red, feeling various grievances in my heart. White teeth bit her red lips and shouted teacher. Then he knelt down on the ground. Zhang Xian looked weak and said to Xiao Wei, "Never mind." He was also momentarily confused and lost his mind. But Hu Yaoyao heard this bastard thing. Call yourself teacher Xiao Wei. Suddenly, my face went crazy. Thinking to myself, he meows this thing, teacher. Wei Runxue is one of the top 10 famous teachers. 6-star peak renowned teacher. The dean of Jinghong Academy. You, a newbie, actually called him Xiao Wei. But as a 6-star peak famous teacher, Wei Runxue, he naturally knows about this matter. It's not like what Zhang Xian said. But I also know, Hu Yaoyao must have also caused trouble for them. I used to let him go. It's better to teach him a lesson now, to avoid causing greater disasters. Besides, Zhang Xian's understanding of Jinghong far exceeds her own. It's too late to curry favor. Encountering this matter now, he can only be considered as hitting the muzzle of a gun. Then he looked at Zhang Xian. I have always been stubborn as a student. Let him do whatever he likes to do in daily life. Today, I'm going to ask Zhang Shi for your trouble. If we don't teach a lesson properly, I'm afraid he doesn't know the seriousness of the matter yet. However, Hu Yaoyao heard the teacher, surprisingly believing what the other party said. I shouted anxiously, teacher. It can be said that Ranshui sees him endlessly. With a flick of his hand, he coldly shouted, enough. I am talking to teacher Zhang. This belongs to communication between elders. It's not yet your turn to interject. Don't kneel on the ground and reflect on yourself. Listen here. Hu Yaoyao was completely panicked. Isn't this guy a newcomer? When did you become an elder? At this moment, Wei Runshue's wrist rolled over. I took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Speaking of zombies at the same time, my disciple is stubborn. Let you get hurt. He's a little bastard recovering from his injuries. It should be useful for you. Then I saw the other person take the jade bottle. Wei Runxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's talk about how to deal with this hunter. Teacher Zhang, please speak up. I will do it immediately. After Zhang Xian put away the jade screen, after thinking for a moment, he responded by saying, how about this? Just dispose of it. I just think he's mentally unstable. and I happen to be missing an apprentice as well. Let him follow me for 3 months. However, the kneeling fox demon heard the other party's request. I almost fainted. He meows, your heart is full of eggs. You actually want to take me, the 6-star famous teacher, as your apprentice? What interstellar joke are you joking about? Moreover, even if I am willing to, my teacher doesn't agree either. If this goes viral, where is the face of the elderly man? What a wild and whimsical brat. But Hu Yaoyao thought that the teacher would immediately reject him, when making the other party retreat due to difficulties. Unexpectedly, the teacher in front of me suddenly had a bright eye, excitedly exclaimed, great! I'll thank Teacher Zhang for Yaoyao now. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao became anxious upon hearing it. I quickly shouted teacher. It can be said that Ran Shui interrupted the other party and said, okay, can make Teacher Zhang an apprentice. It's a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. Start from today. Just leave this courtyard. Follow Zhang and study hard. Strive for academic success. Come back soon. At this moment, Zhang Xian heard that the other party had agreed. I also breathed a sigh of relief. I just said thank you, Xiao Wei. Later, Wei Ranxue. Just take the 6-star Jinghong badge that was applied for at noon. I passed it over with an elder token. After Zhang Xian took over, nodding for a moment, he said goodbye and left. However, Hu Yaoyao kneeling on the ground watched as the two of them left. I just looked at the teacher. Can't help but ask the teacher. Why is this? At this moment, Wei Ranxue knew that the other party couldn't understand. So my wrist rolled over. Just take out a book and say, Zhang Shi is surprised. Hong Shi is understanding. I can hold on to my entire life as a teacher. The Ni Chang Lian Yi dance you previously danced had 17 defects. He supplemented each one completely. This was originally compiled by me based on his words. Take a good look. After reading it, you will know how powerful he really is. However, Hu Yaoyao, who received the book, still half believing and half doubting the teacher's words. After careful reading, my face is becoming increasingly pale. Until the entire book is finished, he looked at the teacher with a face full of disbelief. Ask about the diagnosis. Is this really what he modified? After receiving a positive answer from the teacher. At this moment, the fox demon remembered. When I was fighting with the other party just now, my own soul was shaken. Have experienced dizziness before. Only Jinghong dance can make the soul dizzy. But at that time, he didn't even dance. Is it difficult? His realm has already been reached. With every move and gesture, it can become a dance technique on its own. Think of this. I felt a sudden panic in my heart. He knows. This realm cannot even be achieved by one's own teacher. Not long after, the fox demon saw the teacher leave. Just start practicing according to Zhang Xian's modified technique. After stopping, he finally understood what true martial arts are. I also felt the complete integration of martial arts and soul. At this moment, he deeply admired Zhang Xian from the bottom of his heart. However, while he was pondering over this matter, the 3 people who gathered on the hillside last night walked in. Just asked how it was. Hu de Marin, tell me how you taught this Zhang Xian a lesson. Has he already fallen at your feet? Listen obediently. Hu Yaoyao heard this. As soon as I turned around, I saw them coming. With a calm expression, he bowed and said, apprentice under Zhang Xian's seat. Hu Yaoyao has met everyone. As soon as these words are spoken, a few people were momentarily stunned. What does ghost apprentice mean? Aren't you going to teach him a lesson? How did he become his apprentice? After Hu Yaoyao introduced herself, she waved her hand. Hand in hand, everyone. Now I am an apprentice of teacher Zhang. Please go back, everyone. The 3 of them were speechless once again upon hearing the words. Seeing the other person like this, I had no choice but to give up. So he left the yard. Now they are expressing their feelings towards Zhang Xian. I am also becoming increasingly interested. We also discussed how to teach him a lesson. After Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi returned to their residence, I saw young Master Ruohuan standing anxiously outside the door. Come up to me. Wait for a few people to speak. Zhang Xian snorted coldly and said, okay, I was just looking for. You're here, this guy. At this moment, Lord Ruohuan was stunned by what was said. May I ask if there's anything you need me to do? However, Zhang Xian continued to snort coldly and said, teacher, sir. You gave the details to others for free, right? I heard the other party talking about this matter. Ruohuan responded with a dignified expression, saying, this is what I should do. You don't have to keep this small matter in mind, teacher Zhang. Then he said solemnly, teacher Zhang. Actually, I came over today. There is something that requires your intervention, teacher Zhang. Zhang Xian heard what was said earlier. I almost choked on saliva. I just saw the expression behind the other person. I won't pursue it anymore. So I looked at Ruohuan and asked what exactly happened. At this moment, Lord Ruohuan responded that it was like this. Because of the details of the faculty and staff. Old students have been coming over these past few days to cause trouble. 3 experts came today. Speak extremely harshly. Make everyone angry. Just fight with it. As a result, many students were beaten very badly, also seriously injured, and they are currently blocking outside the dormitory door. Say someone can surpass them within today, it will automatically retreat. Otherwise, we won't even be able to get out of the door. I also said that no one can beat them. We need Zhang Shi to publicly apologize. Then all new students need to purchase again. Detailed explanation by faculty and staff. Listen here. Zhang Xian is very speechless. Even if these old students are suppressed. Cultivation. These freshmen can't be their opponents either. How do we fight this? Besides, what does winning or losing have to do with me? Why do you want me to publicly apologize? At this moment, if the young Master Huan responds awkwardly, he will say, Master Zhang, you know too. Joining the Alumni Association requires paying membership fees. And we freshmen have just entered the college. Where is the money to submit it? So many new students have joined the society you organized. Zhang Xian fainted when she heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I organize my society? If Prince Huan hears this, he will explain. You gave so many points to them earlier. I was thinking that you had intentions of wooing people. I must want to organize my own power. Besides, all the freshmen admire you alone. I am also willing to listen to you. So everyone discussed and established the society. You are naturally the president. At this point, Zhang Xian directly banned his meow. What the hell are you guys up to? When did I say I was going to be the president? However, Ruowan said with a serious expression on his face. I hope Shang won't refuse. If you haven't learned it yet, it's difficult for freshmen to succeed in college. Even being restrained from doing anything, difficult to complete. Do you think about these 30,000 new students? Only you have this danger. Can make everyone admire it, so you shouldn't be the chairman. Who is qualified to be? Speaking of which, I continued speaking with a worried expression on my face. These old students. They all rely on their long stay in the academy. You can do whatever you want. Unrestrained oppression of new students. If we don't unite again, not yet at the mercy of others. Listen here. Zhang Xian's face lit up. I think the other party is right. In such an environment, these 30,000 new students, it's difficult to get a good learning environment. Then he looked at the other person and asked, you previously provided me with the details of your faculty and staff. Free distribution. Did you already guess? This is the current situation. At this moment, young Master Ruawan's face turned red. A somewhat awkward response said. At that time, the old man was angry and deliberately raised the price. Malicious sale again, and I also saw many new students. Those who refused to buy were beaten up. More than this, if I only bought from one company, it's like offending the second family. They will also be bullied by them. So a few of us discussed it together. I feel like it's better to wait and be bullied than to be bullied. It's better to take the initiative and attack. So we will take the details you gave us. I sent it to everyone for free. I hope Master Zhang can forgive me for this matter. We are also forced to do nothing. Listen here. Zhang Xian also understands that they cannot be blamed. So I asked if it had already been established. That's the only way. We just learned what to call it. Later, Lord Ruohuan said, other societies are named after their presidents. So our society also uses your name to name you. Zhang Xian fainted immediately upon hearing this. What the hell is using my name? Can Zhang Xian? At this moment, young Master Ruohuan exclaimed with excitement on his face. Our meeting name is Xian Xianhui. This pervert in front of me. I actually want this young man who just lost to the other party to defeated with one move. Just now, Zhang Xian learned from Prince Ruohuan that I became the president of the first grade society. And this learned Huiming, also known as Xian Xianhui by them. Listen here. Zhang Xian was directly infuriated and spewed blood, thinking that others have learned to be so domineering. Your own is too cute, isn't it? Xian Xianhui, I lost Xian. Meow, Xian. However, if Master Huan explains everything he has learned, I just looked at Zhang Xian and said, Teacher Zhang, you are now the president. The other party is once again challenging a learning society, so if we lose, as the chairman, you naturally have to apologize. We are all not opponents. I had to come find you. I hope Mr. Zhang can take action to deal with this matter. At this moment, Zhang Xian also had a helpless expression on her face. I originally just wanted to come to the renowned teacher academy, simply reading a book. Now he has become the public enemy of the old student, the savior of the freshmen. Is it so difficult to keep a low profile? Meow. Then he took Luo Qiqi with him. Follow young Master Ruohuan to the square of the freshman dormitory. At this moment, if Prince Huan points to the few people on stage, just say to Zhang Xian, those 3 people are the old students who came to challenge us. And Luo Qiqi on the side also recognized a few people. Just use phonetics to say to Zhang Xian, these 3 people are members of the true young society. They are all 4th grade students. Their cultivation has reached the 8th level of transformation and propagation. Embark on the peak of the virtual realm. The person holding the knife is called by Mian. It is said that he has already comprehended the realm of Blade Star. And this person with nothing in their hands. Everyone calls him the arm monkey, skilled in close combat. As for the guy with the gun, his name is Chin Chin. He should be the strongest among them. I also learned marksmanship from Shuizhenyang. These 3 are all experts from the martial arts academy. Even if the cultivation level is lowered to the same level as new students, it's hard to even win. However, among the 3 of them, while discussing a few people on stage, 2 people have already been defeated by the arm monkey. At this point, Zhang Xian couldn't bear to watch anymore. I squeezed into the crowd and walked towards the high platform. However, some of the new students who were watching recognized him. He shouted loudly that the chairman had arrived. Okay now. As soon as everyone saw the situation, they quickly cleared a path. Zhang Xian and his companions walked straight towards the high platform. At this moment, everyone in the audience began to get excited, because they have absolute confidence in the president being able to overcome madness. And the white face on the high platform heard the cheers of the crowd, just smiled and said that this guy is Zhang Xian. It doesn't look very good either. The assistant beside coldly snorted. Whether he is average or not, let him know today. The cost of offending our Xinjiang Association. At this moment, I attentively heard what the 2 of them were saying. Just instructed to be careful when making a move. The president has given instructions. This guy has a strong background. Just teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. Don't hit too hard. Otherwise, it could escalate to the college. It doesn't look good on the face anymore. Listen here. With a confident expression on his face, Bai Mian responded, don't worry. We know the boundaries. Just a new student. 3 moves will make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Then he shook the big knife in his hand. The blade immediately let out a long beep. Then he immediately shouted coldly at Zhang Xian and said, you are Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was full of hostility. He also nodded helplessly in response, saying, it seems like everyone calls me that. At this moment, the white eyebrows beside him raised. Just say yes with a playful smile on your mouth. Do you dare to fight me? Don't worry, I will suppress your cultivation just like you. I won't take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded that it was not impossible. I just heard that if a new student loses, you want me to apologize to Zhang Xiangui, and all students will purchase new faculty members. There may be details about this matter. Then I saw the white face in front of me, nodding in response, saying that there is such a thing. Zhang Xian asked in reverse, since the new student lost, there are requirements. That means there are bets. Since it is so, I just wanted to ask, if you lose. Upon hearing these words, Bai Mian was initially taken aback. Then he sneered and said, we lost. Don't make such jokes. How could we possibly lose? Zhang Xian didn't care about the other party even when she saw the situation. Just told a few people that I don't want to force you. You can leave any time. If you want to compare, show sincerity. My request is very simple. If the 3 of you lose, just quit. Xinjiang will come. Xian will guard my door. Say it again. Didn't you all just say you wouldn't lose? If you really won't lose, you don't have to worry about guarding the door. How dare you take it? Several people were half dead when they heard these words. This one is meowing. What kind of damn bet is it? This is clearly intended to humiliate us. Then he came out eagerly and said, let's change the conditions. At this moment, Zhang Xian even comforted her strangely, saying, don't be shy. It's normal to be afraid of losing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Winning or losing is a common human emotion. The 3 of them saw each other's expression. Suddenly, I was so angry that I sprayed blood. Do you think this is a matter of winning or losing? What kind of damn bet did you make? When Bai Mian was about to refute 2 sentences, Zhang Xian spoke up and said, how about this? If you are still afraid of losing, then I won't take action. I will guide a few freshmen to fight with you at will. If it doesn't work anymore, just point out the few people you just defeated. So you don't have to worry about losing, right? Being attentive to the other person becomes more and more outrageous as they speak. They don't even take themselves seriously, even with a tone of humiliation. So I couldn't bear it anymore. Just grit your teeth and let out a furious shout. We promise you. I hope your strength is as powerful as your tongue. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party agreed. I nodded with satisfaction. Just instruct Dao Ruohuan. How many people should you send to repair the gate over there? It's not possible without a gate now. Upon hearing these words, Bai Mian could no longer resist. I shouted angrily, seeking death. Just wave the big knife in your hand. Just jump directly to the center of the high platform, looking at Zhang Xian with an electric gaze. Speaking of the first battle between me and you, do you dare to fight me? Listen here. Zhang Xian shook her head and replied, don't worry. Why can't young people calm down? Then I looked at many new students. Who among you is using a knife? And just now we lost to this guy. Not long after, I saw a young man walking out. I just lost to the other party. Later, Zhang Xian said she would teach the opponent a swordsmanship on sight, and let him perform on stage. Strive for one move and chop it off. Immediately after, let him take the knife. Although the young man doesn't know what the president wants to do, but he also handed over the knife in his hand. However, seeing this scene, Bai Mian was also so angry that his face skipped a beat. He meowed and found a defeated subordinate. Teach him a swordsmanship to surpass himself. Who does this guy look down upon? At this moment, the attentiveness beside him also made his face look ugly with anger. Then he waved his hand and said, "White face, since this Master Zhang is going to teach newcomers swordsmanship, we won't take advantage of fighting with you. You close the sixth one and don't watch. We'll talk about it after he finishes teaching the swordsmanship." White-faced classical Chinese dot projection is good. When I was about to close 60, I saw Zhang Xian in the audience looking over, saying there's no need for such trouble. Since you are from the martial arts academy, I must know a lot about martial arts. I happened to take a look while teaching. Can you also correct me? After speaking, he ignored a few people and smiled. Say it with one move. I'm quite optimistic. As soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian waving the big knife in her hand, slowly put it down from top to bottom. However, when Bai Mian saw this, he immediately became speechless and meowed. This can also be called swordsmanship. I thought to myself that since I was 5 years old, I have been learning how to knife. I've never used such an ugly trick before. This is not a knife technique at all. Ordinary chopping wood is much more ingenious than this trick. I thought there was some powerful swordsmanship when I lost it. One move can defeat oneself. I didn't expect this thing to hand over such a damn thing. And at this moment, it's not just Whiteface who was going crazy. This young man waiting for Zhang Xian to teach him martial arts skills. Seeing the knife technique in front of me, I just started crying. President, not with such a deceitful person. What is this called swordsmanship? I really want to use a knife to fight the other party. The knife hasn't calmed down yet. I was chopped by someone for over $100, just when he was feeling depressed about it. I just heard a sound that came to my mind, my knife technique, emphasizing righteousness over center of gravity. This is the subtlety and mystery of swordsmanship. You have a good understanding. When listening to each other, what was said, I suddenly felt my body tremble. Immediately after, an idea came into my mind. At this moment, the youth felt. A cultivation technique suddenly came to mind. My body couldn't help but shake for a moment. I thought to myself, this is soul propagation. It's not that only 7-star masters have the ability. President, how can he also demonstrate his abilities? However, Zhang Xianjian was lost in thought, drinking wine and pouring it red. Don't overthink things. Hurry up and remember the blade I passed to you. You can use this blade in a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, go ahead. Defeat that guy. At this moment, the young man executed the law in the sea of corpses and ran at once. Feel the changes in your body. He looked at Zhang Xian with excitement on his face, nodding in response. Immediately jumped to the center of the platform. However, the opponent really learned a move when they saw the opponent's face. Hurry up and take on the challenge. Just give me a cold drink, and you still think you can beat me. But the young man didn't pay attention to the other party at this moment. After speaking, I offended you. Immediately afterwards, I saw his long knife tremble. A breath that was about to break through the long sky suddenly rose up, and then he chopped it off with one strike. This knife is out. The light shines like an arc. Instantly spread several zhang distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Bai Mian. It's like tearing apart all the air. Seeing the white face, my body couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly hit by the opponent's move. I was so scared that my eyes almost fell out. Then exclaimed the sound of knives, and the hall was busy. This is the ability that only those who comprehend the heart of the knife possess. How could he be a new student? So I no longer hesitated. The long knife in his hand immediately greeted him. But this gear. Only then did I realize the immense power of the opponent's blade. I can't resist at all. At this moment, I felt a sense of comfort in my heart. I dare not accept it. I quickly retreated backwards. The white noodles just came out. The youth welcomed us again. Cut another knife. However, Bai Mian saw the scene in front of him, being scared to pee directly. This one is meowing. Unexpectedly, the blade force is superimposed. He thought he had dodged the first knife. The opponent's power is bound to decline. I didn't expect him to show no signs of weakening. On the contrary, the second blade is stacked on top of the first blade replenishing device. The power has more than doubled now. So I withdrew again. However, the young man saw the other party continuously retreating. Confidence suddenly increased significantly. The third strike followed suit. The power of 3 consecutive cuts overlaps. The blade is like 100 streams converging, carrying an irresistible power. Attack him and leave. At this moment, Bai Mian knew, if the other party accumulates strength like this, there is no doubt that they will lose. So he gritted his teeth. The internal strength surged wildly. Waving the long knife in his hand, he rushed up to meet them, accompanied by a loud bang. Two streams of knife air collide with each other. Immediately after, the stacked sword energy continued to surge out wildly. It seems like we're going to crush all of his meridians. At this moment, Mion's face darkened. I can't care about that much anymore. So I mentioned the moment of cultivation to the seventh mirror. Then all the true chi will be poured onto the knife. This only blocked the opponent's knife air from entering the body, exempted from difficulties. However, the young man saw him suddenly elevate his cultivation level, but his eyes emitted an excited light. Just tell the other person that you lost. Hearing the words of the youth, Mion's face darkened. Pupil laxity. Then he responded with a face full of fear, saying, I lost. Youth surrenders to the opponent's mouth, excitedly jumping off the stage. Come to Zhang Xian and cheer, President. I succeeded. I defeated the 4th grade students. At this moment, all the new students in the audience saw the situation. Everyone started cheering. They really didn't expect it. The president just taught a trick. We can defeat the top students from the martial arts academy, but Zhang Xian's happiness here is different from everyone else's. Instead, he looked at the young man in front of him with a stern expression. Then he slapped the other person on the head. Immediately after, he scolded you and said, You're okay, happy to fight. What is this thing? Is that called swordsmanship? When using the first move, just use your strength. The other party can't dodge at all. You can win with just one move. I have to use 3 moves. Is it embarrassing for you to lose it? However, the young man who was scolded knew that Zhang Xian was right. The first move is that I didn't give it my all, so I dare not refute it either. I had to lower my head. Nodding silently, he said he knew he was wrong. At this point, Zhang Xianjian realized he was wrong, just comforted and agreed. It's not your fault this time either. Just be sure to pay attention next time. When facing enemies, never be soft-handed. Then he turned around and looked at the 2 people on the high platform. Speaking of the second scene, who are you afraid of? Today's pervert forcefully organized this competition. It turned into a monkey show. Just now, Zhang Xian instructs freshmen on a swordsmanship technique. Just slap the old student who came to cause trouble and give up. Then he looked at the other 2 old students. Okay, that's it. Who are you sending over now? At this moment, the arm monkey walked out. I came to ask Master Zhang for his tips. After all, Mion was defeated face-to-face just now. Even he was shocked. So this matter. Tongzhou 8 no longer dares to underestimate the president in front of him. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Then I looked at many students. Which of you was defeated by him just now? As soon as these words are spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Previously injured individuals. Everyone rushed over with righteous indignation. One by one, they shouted excitedly, Chairman. I'll do it. I just lost to him. You go away, where will you lose? I'm in trouble. I'll do it myself. What the hell are you? Just fell off the stage. I was also slapped by him. I am the most miserable. So, President, please let me do it. I want to challenge him. Where are you all going? I was beaten to the point of spitting blood and still haven't spoken. What are you arguing about? President, look at me, I'm still spitting blood. Should I do it? However, seeing the indignant expressions of the crowd, the army man on stage and the attentiveness are both present. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. This one is meowing. I have seen someone who was scared back by senior students. I haven't seen anyone like this rushing to get on. Besides, if you guys want to grab it, then grab it. Why do we have to be miserable? Right? He meowed that the more you guys were beaten, the more miserable it was. The weaker the strength. Now there is a president here. You all dare to challenge yourself. He meows. Have you taken us senior students seriously? At this moment, the people under the Yin Xing sword became increasingly noisy and fierce. I can't bear to watch it anymore. I couldn't help but use phonetic techniques to say you won to the armless ape. Just a moment later, you can directly take action. Never show mercy. If we lose again, we won't have the face to go back. Upon hearing this, the Tongzhou 8 nodded in response. I said I would do my best. But in the effort of transmitting between the 2 of them, I saw that Zhang Xian had already chosen one. Beaten until bruised nose and swollen face. Even the guy who keeps spitting blood walked up. The ape couldn't help but roll its eyes when it saw this. Almost died from a fall. I thought to myself, I lost it. I know this guy, but I didn't make him look like this. Is it difficult to compare oneself with others? I beat myself up. Although I feel very depressed in my heart, I just saw Zhang Xian imparting martial arts skills to the other party. It's also confusing to see. What kind of crazy boxing is this? This straightforward boxing technique. Even a 3-year-old child can hit it. That's how you can really beat me. The arm operator really can't think of anything. What the hell is going on here? But knowing this president is incredibly strange. Be more careful. However, at this moment, the other party also walked to the center of the high platform. As soon as I arrived, I reported to the senior and asked for his guidance. Upon hearing this, the arm handler let out a hiss and let's begin. As soon as the words fell, I saw his whole body's breath suddenly surge out. This is a pressure that makes people feel like they can't catch their breath. Then he kicked his heel backwards. The whole person suddenly rushed towards the other party. The speed is as fast as a flowing light phantom. In the blink of an eye, he came up to her. With 5 fingers like hooks, he chopped straight down. However, the attentiveness on the side. Watch him perform his strongest ultimate move as soon as he comes up. There is no intention of leaving any hands behind. I just breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knows the terrifying aspect of this move. Rich breath. Full of strength, not to mention, if you get close to him, it's impossible to dodge at all. But just as he was admiring it, I saw this new student without a trace of evasion. He forcefully received a palm from Yuan Gang. At the same time, the freshman also threw a punch at Yuan Gang, accompanied by the sound of fists entering the flesh. At this moment, the armless ape. I was repeatedly pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the punch just now. And the newborn. Then there were bloodstains on the chest that were grabbed by the other party. At this moment, the newly injured student was not afraid. Instead, he became increasingly excited and rushed towards the other party. Another tactic of dying together. 2 consecutive punches. Tong's ape's face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. And the attentive bystanders witnessed this scene. The pupils involuntarily contract. Then he exclaimed, "This Zhang Xian is too perverted. You can come up with such a solution." He was strange just now. Zhang Xian. Why choose someone who has injured themselves? It turns out he couldn't see it. But knowing that the other party is trying to get a spot, even dare to beat oneself up. This level of ruthlessness. The most suitable for this kind of hard-hitting, a reckless way of fighting. So he shook his head inside. It seemed like he couldn't win. Quickly, when the new student punched the opponent with the 5th punch, Yuan Gang can no longer bear it. His body, unrecognizable, shook in a flash, directly falling to the ground without getting up. However, the new student saw the other person fall to the ground. I walked up to Zhang Xian excitedly, looking at him with admiration on his face, shouting happily, "Chairman! I won, I won!" At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the performance of the freshman. I also nodded very satisfied, praising Dao for performing well. Then the wrist rolled over. I handed him a gourd. Let him drink it. New students hear this. Immediately take the gourd and drink the fine wine in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, he felt the energy of his body filling his entire body. The injury just now is still intact. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver. Then he exclaimed, "This is holy medicine." I thought to myself that the president would do it for his own injury. Take out such a precious holy medicine for yourself to take. The magnitude of this kindness is immeasurable. Thinking of this, I swear to you, President, in the future, I will be your member. Even death is your member. However, the attentiveness on the side. Seeing this student instantly intact as before. And Yuan Gang here is still lying on the ground. Still convulsing uncontrollably, as if about to hang up. It's a face full of helplessness. With the long spear in hand, one person. A proud aura suddenly rose. Although he knew he had won 2 out of 3 games, he has now lost. But until now, I haven't seen Zhang Xian take action. He is very unwilling. I really want to challenge this person. Can you give me some guidance? Anyone else can win him. How high is the strength? So I took a deep breath. I took a step forward and said that I had already lost 2 consecutive games. We have already lost. However, I have never seen Zhang Shi take action. It's really hard to convince. So I hope to have a battle with Zhang Shi. I don't know if it's possible. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was also the strongest among the 3. Battle with 1. It happens to be the result of my cultivation in the past few days. Immediately after, the body swayed and jumped onto the stage. Reply well. At this moment, he watched attentively as the other party agreed. Then the whole body's breath was suppressed. Just elevate him to the pinnacle of his strength. Forcefully reduced to 2 levels. Just tell the other person, Teacher Zhang, you are Qiao Tianjin's peak strength. I also suppress my cultivation to match yours. However, Zhang Xian saw his actions. I responded with a sympathetic expression on my face, saying that doing so will result in death. Attentive but dismissive. At this moment, his fighting spirit is like a tide of frost and plum blossoms. Just say Zhang Shi. You can rest assured. Even if you have a high understanding of martial arts. But I'm not weak either. Especially in terms of marksmanship. It can be said that there is an invincible existence of the same level. Zhang Xian saw this guy so confident. Not much persuasion either. So he nodded and said, let's start now. Just being attentive to seeing him barehanded. I couldn't help but ask where your gun is. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded that you had lowered your cultivation level. I'm really bullying people if I use a gun again. If you feel that I am empty-handed and making things difficult for you, then wait for me a moment, then. So he turned his head and looked down at the audience. If one, how many feather dusters are there on the stool behind you? Can you help me bring one over? And the attentiveness of the other side. The text extension couldn't help but shake for a moment. Thinking of the long spear in my hand. It is a weapon of grade 0 or higher. Refined melody of the East China Sea. This length is about 3 meters. Especially the tip of the gun is made of jade and gold. Has a hypnotic dizziness effect. Transverse cutting of tendons in broken jade. Sharp 5th grade. Can't he see such a divine weapon? You actually want to fight me with a feather duster? At this moment, he was not the only one surprised. Upon hearing the instructions, Ruowan and the audience, they all froze in place. I want to use a feather duster to fight against level 0 weapons. Zhang Shi, you used this method to humiliate the other party. That's really too much. But why am I so happy when he meows? Then he responded excitedly with a good word on his face. I'm going now. However, when I saw that guy's arrogant expression, I was attentive. He also had a pale face from anger. I just feel like my lungs are about to explode with anger. So he looked at Zhang Xian. Rebuke Teacher Dao Zhang. I sincerely challenge you. Since you agreed, I hope to take it seriously. Dealing with such intentional humiliation. Isn't that what a genius like you should do? At this moment, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He also shook his head helplessly. I'm not really insulting you, he replied. Besides, you don't have the right to humiliate me. The reason why I don't use a gun. It's because the gun technique used in practice is too rigid and fierce. I'm afraid that if I can't control myself for a while, I'll stab you to death. That would be troublesome. Using a feather duster may be a bit weak, but it's also easy to control. Not easy to harm people. The attentiveness upon hearing these words. With a cold snort of anger and a quick smile, he said hello. Very good, very good. Since it is so, then I'll see how you stabbed me to death. However, in their conversation, young Master Ruohuan over here, I also brought over the feather duster. I threw a few onto the high platform and let Zhang Xian choose for herself. At this moment, Zhang Xian took a step forward. Pick up one casually. Turning around and pointing towards the attentive, he said, let's start. Be attentive and let out a roar upon seeing the situation. The long spear in his hand is like a giant dragon, rushing towards Zhang Xian, Luo Xian, young Master Ruowan, and others in the audience. Seeing the immense power of this marksmanship, I couldn't help but contract my pupils. However, just as they were worried, how should Zhang Xian resist? I saw no change on his face. Instead, with a slight smile, he extended 2 fingers forward, accompanied by the power of the gun holster. The roar that hit Zhang Xian's body, I just saw that. Zhang Xian gently pinched the opponent's long spear with both fingers. Immediately after, I saw him lift up a feather duster. To the attentiveness not far away. Just a burst of foul odor that covered my face. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Let me go. The president is like a little cow on a plane. The cow has gone to heaven. This not only allows you to receive a blade with bare hands, now he's still smoking him like a rebellious child. This shouldn't be too exciting, okay? However, the attentiveness at this moment is almost driving me crazy now. But the long gun in my hand, no matter how he tries, he can't pull it out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The true chi in his body soared into the air. Pull back with all your strength and effort. There was no response at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other person's face turned red. I couldn't help but laugh. Then the finger loosened. At the same time, say what you want. Being attentive to you, Zhang Xian let go so easily. I didn't react immediately. The number that keeps retreating back and forth. Although he was a bit embarrassed at this moment, but after taking back the long gun, let out a roar and lie down for me. Immediately, he waved his long spear in his hand, just pulled towards the other party. But just when he thought he could pull it away with this one move, I saw the other person extend 2 fingers again. I easily grabbed the gun barrel. He hasn't been shocked by this yet. How can this be achieved? The feather duster in front of me. Once again, he smashed his head in the face. At this moment, the attentive and bloody face was drawn. I feel like I'm going crazy. So he activated his entire body's true energy again. Want to pull out the long gun. Suddenly feel the other person's power disappear again. I didn't have a chance to respond to the attentiveness this time. I took a few steps back repeatedly. But he hasn't stood firm yet. Zhang Shuani flashed in front of him, pinched the long spear casually, charged towards the other person again with a feather duster. At this moment, I cried out eagerly. He has been compared to countless people along the way, so I have also fought against countless people. How could there be such a fight? This is simply playing rogue. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He held a wave of anger in his chest, burning like a flame. At this moment, he could no longer control himself. the bone that has just been pressed down, in an instant, restore to the original cultivation level. However, Zhang Xian saw the situation at this moment. Evade 10 meters away with just one flash. Then he looked at him calmly and said, "What's wrong? Are you trying to give up by restoring your cultivation?" The hard Qin, which could be beaten with bloodstains all over its face, gritted its teeth. Just angrily admit defeat. It's impossible. We were fighting just now. At that moment, I realized, your strength. It's not just about Qiao Tianjing Peak. I am now restoring his virtual strength. Do you dare to fight me? Zhang Xian smiled strangely upon hearing the words. What kind of demeanor and wisdom should a person possess to command a force of 30,000 and make everyone convinced and willing to follow him? The senior in front of me just now. The bloodstains on her face were drawn by Zhang Xian with a feather duster, so he could no longer bear this shame. Reduced the previously suppressed cultivation, immediately restored to his virtual strength. Just roar at Zhang Xian now. Do you dare to fight me? However, Zhang Xian also nodded helplessly. No problem responding. After all, before the other party lowers their cultivation level, Zhang Xian told him not to suppress it. He insists on being like this now. It's perfect to verify our strength. So the feathered duster in his hand lifted up. Just say it again, let's start. Just watching the other person's movements attentively, I can't help but recall the tragic scene of being ravaged just now. I couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be busy for now. I want to test my marksmanship with you. Your feathered duster is too short. Performed melee martial arts skills. Can you use a long spear to compete with me?" I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Knowing that the other party is afraid of being hit up close by oneself, so I let the weak and desolate young master beside me remove those feather dusters from the ground, tie them together with a rope. Quickly, a feather duster consisting of more than 10 connected feathers appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the other party again. Is this long enough now? However, at this moment, the attentiveness in my heart blossomed with joy. Since you're looking for death yourself, don't blame me. Then a confident expression appeared on his face. The response said, of course it's okay. So the two of them were also prepared for battle. But Zhang Xian suddenly thought of wearing it. Ekison's 40-meter-long knife. Let's start laughing uncontrollably. I allow you to run 39 meters first. Just being attentive and completely ignoring it. After a long hiss from the other party, holding a long gun, he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. After all, he only needs to enter within 10 meters. The other party cannot perform. Nature can stand undefeated. But Zhang Xian is not stupid either. Watching the other party do this, the heavenly Dao body technique flashes and exits more than 10 meters away. The feather duster in my hand trembled. Just walked straight towards the other party. Attentive to see the situation, my face immediately darkened. With a stomp of his foot, he shifted his direction forward. Rushed towards Zhang Xian again from the other side. Zhang Xian's feather duster looks like a locator. No matter which direction he wants to approach from, they were all held back by Zhang Xian. At this moment, the people in the audience saw the scene. I couldn't help but say that you think it would. He doesn't look like he's playing monkey. Everyone heard this. Everyone nodded repeatedly. He also laughed impolitely. And the attentiveness upon hearing laughter also responded. I was so angry that my face turned black. If you know to continue like this, not only can't they defeat the opponent, they will still be laughed at alive. So I wondered and pondered while wondering. At this moment, he looked at the other person's 10-meter-long thing. I just remembered something. No matter where the other person points, they will no longer care. True Qi surged wildly. He rushed in while protecting his whole body. Sure enough, the moment the feather duster was touched by his body, directly shattered by the shock, everyone saw the situation, instantly became anxious all over his face. And at this moment, the attentiveness shattered the feather duster. Raise the long gun in your hand. He suddenly stabbed Zhang Xian forward. With excitement on his face, he let out a cold drink. Now I see what you're playing with me with. However, Zhang Xian was so happy to see the other party. I shook my head helplessly. Then release the feather duster in your hand. Just said one thing, do you think so? Can we win now? You should know. Weapons are just an extension of the body. Gun technique, even without a gun, it can also be used. Immediately after, Zhang Xian moved her whole body. The whole person instantly transformed into a long gun. Subsequently, a pervasive gun intent swept over. At this moment, he is a gun. The gun is him. It has reached the realm of human gun integration, accompanied by a loud bang. Attentive, my whole body couldn't help but shake. Subsequently, blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person was blown out directly. The attentiveness lying on the ground shortly afterwards, watching Zhang Xian with a calm expression on the stage. Just said I lost. Just finished speaking. I heard the other party ask me if I know where I lost. At this moment, the attentive person gritted their teeth and struggled to stand up. Saying lose means losing. I will withdraw. Xunyang will come. Xian will open the door. You don't have to laugh at me for this. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. He also shook his head helplessly. The response said, I just wanted to tell you. Gunmanship is a skill that can be pursued for a lifetime. But it's not referring to the long gun in your hand. Because Qin Wenyan was initially stunned. Then I asked what you meant by what you said. At this moment, Zhang Xian had her hands behind her back, watching each other as if a master had descended. Speaking of marksmanship, it is a skill. Another ability. It is also a kind of thoughtful perception. But he can't use a gun to unleash it. It's like when I attacked you up close. You just need to let go of the bone in your hand. You can get a brand new world. Unfortunately, you didn't. Later, I fought you with a long bamboo pole. You were right to break through the defense and launch a close attack. But you forgot. The marksmanship I have practiced is no longer foreign. People are also guns. Guns are also human. That's why I let go of the bamboo pole in an instant. Take direct action. Listen here. Attentiveness has already faded from one's face. But he knew that what the other party said was absolutely right. He just practices shooting every day. I have already acquired this thing. As a part of life. Therefore, the other party is deadlocked with it. I can't bear to let go either. Because he knows. Once you let go, you will feel like you have lost your soul. Unable to fight. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other person's face was dull and lifeless. Just keep explaining that you're not letting go. How to comprehend the true essence. How to learn more advanced marksmanship. You should know. Gun in the heart. As long as you have a gun in your heart, it's the real gun. What I have in my hand is just a tool. Listen here. Kneeling down eagerly to the ground. Sincerely and respectfully, thank you for your guidance. I am willing to take Zhang Shi as my teacher. Learn marksmanship from you. Zhang Xian saw the situation, just waved your hand and said, get up. As long as you obediently learn to do things, I will guide you. In Qinwen quickly stood up and responded, saying, Teacher, the three of us will withdraw from the True Ocean Society when we go back. Join the Xian Society. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. I won't say anything more. After all, he needs these three people to guard the door ahead of him, not intentionally humiliating the other party. But the Xian Society has just been established. He can't be here every day by himself. To prevent other elderly students from causing trouble, someone must be in charge. However, these three people can suppress all the freshmen to the point where they can't lift their heads up. Another high-achieving 4th grade student. Exactly the most suitable candidate. So let them guard it. People from other societies. Even the old man wants to come over and cause trouble. I'm afraid we have to weigh it carefully before we dare to take action. However, when Zhang Xian thought of this, just look at the many new students in the audience. Everyone saw him turn around and look over here. Excited in my heart. Instantly feel a surge of passion. Immediately afterwards, someone suddenly shouted President. Immediately, there were voices from the audience, shouting in unison like a surging torrent. President Wei Wu. The president is domineering. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt the sincere eyes of everyone. Very touched. At this moment, if Prince Huan steps onto the stage, I reached out and gestured, accompanied by numerous talents. Quiet down. Immediately afterwards, Ruo Huan began to speak eloquently about the renowned teacher academy. All newly arrived freshmen. They will all be oppressed and exploited by the elderly. This is to dispel the arrogance of freshmen, and a proud personality. Let everyone understand that there are people above people. Knowledge is infinite. This was originally a good thing, but with the passage of time, old students are becoming increasingly excessive, getting higher and higher, gradually causing this matter to lose its original intention. They forced us to pay a high price for their things, forcing us to join their society, becoming a tool for them to make money and earn credits. If you don't agree, there will be various threats, relying on various relationships, make us visible without tasks. Do we freshmen really have to sit still and wait for death? Allowing exploitation. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in unison. If you can't hear a response, young Master Ruawan will continue speaking. We cannot. Not willing either. We don't want others to ride on our heads, not willing to be threatened by them, becoming a puppet for making money and generating wealth. We don't want our dignity to be trampled upon by them at will. We are renowned teachers, to escape from the garden, teaching across the world. So when a poor creature is oppressed and not bullied, however, our individual strength is very weak, but by gathering the power of everyone, we can gather into a vast ocean. So we need to collaborate with Teacher Zhang. He wanted to get many friends into the academy, willing to let go of the points earned by oneself, in order to prevent everyone from being bullied by the elderly. Collected detailed explanations from many teachers and distributed them for free. More importantly, for the sake of everyone. Big hit. Make 4th grade students willingly stay. This boldness, this strength and harmony. That's exactly what we freshmen need to learn. Therefore, I voluntarily joined the Xianxian Society. Become one of them, willing to obey his orders. Moving forward all the way. Speaking of which, if Huan intentionally hits, shout out. Like thunder echoing through the clouds, asking the renowned teachers. Would you be willing to discuss with the president? Walking together all the way. At this moment, 30,000 new students were roaring at the same time. The sound seems to be about to knock down the surrounding buildings. We are willing to follow the chairman. After receiving recognition from everyone. If Lord Huan shouts again, it's great. Since everyone agrees. Zhang Shi is the president of the Xianxian Society. The society that belongs to our freshmen is now officially established. Previously, although he said that Zhang Xian had, the society is called Xianxian Hui. But it hasn't been officially confirmed yet, just that most people know. And now Ruo Huan is using this opportunity to announce this matter. Also let everyone know, the biggest society in the academy is not a real foreign society. It's not some kind of demon, but it's the Xianxian Society. This new student who has just arrived at the college for less than 5 days. The super society formed by Zhang Xian. However, at this moment, everyone in the audience was filled with excitement. The sound is like a tide. The passionate shout of Dao Xianxian Hui. At this moment, if Master Huan sees the situation, Xianxian will just interrupt everyone's excited shouts. Since everyone agrees. Now, please have the chairman say a few words to everyone. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian was also startled at this moment. With that, his face straightened up, took a step forward. Speaking of which, I don't have anything special to say, but there is one thing I want to say to everyone. Although we are freshmen, but not weaker than the old students. What old students can do, why can't we? People can only strive for self-improvement. Others can stop at being strong. If one does not respect oneself, who else would respect you? So I hope everyone in the Xianxian Society don't provoke others proactively, but someone dares to cause trouble. I will never back down either. And the few people on this side of the screen, after leaving from the Fox Demon, now we are also in the new student area. We haven't arrived at the freshman dormitory yet. A person hurriedly came up to them. Come to a stop. I shouted, President. At this moment, Shui Jinyang smiled and asked about his attentiveness. How did they teach the students over there? What's going on? The young man hesitated for a moment. Just responded that the 3 of them have been defeated by Zhang Shi. I was completely impressed as well. We need to exit now. Jinyan will join them. Xianxian will hear this. Shui Jinyan can't believe it. The words heard by one's own ears. Then his face darkened. I anxiously asked what had happened. Yuan Gang and Bai Mian are weaker. Although Dao may be attentive, he has received my guidance. How could we possibly lose? And Dong Xin and Long San Yue on the side were also stunned by this. They all know. This attentive strength. Being at the peak of existence in 4th grade. How could you say that? However, the youth knew that this matter was difficult to explain. So he took out a record towel and handed it over. Tell them this is the scene of the martial arts competition just now. You'll know after reading it. After watching it, everyone was dumbfounded. And Shui Jinyang saw the scene. Suddenly, my body trembled. As a strong user of firearms, he knows the power of this sprint of attentiveness. Even he has to temporarily hide from the sharp edge. I dare not take on this matter forcefully. Dong Xian couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shui Jinyang. No wonder the Fox Demon has become his apprentice under his seat. This person's understanding of marksmanship. It has reached the pinnacle of excellence. Can you win the competition with Jinyang? Shui Jinyang's gaze dissipated upon hearing these words. After immediately becoming firm. Just say that I may not be able to perform well right now. But as long as the fallen leaf spear technique is practiced to the 10th level, it's not difficult to defeat it. Although I have been stuck in the 9th level for 3 years, but I have already grasped the essence of the 10th level. Just one breakthrough opportunity is missing. Starting from tomorrow, I will leave the college, walk around, understand the various aspects of life. Impact 10th. If you don't break through, you won't come back. When I come back, it was when I challenged this Zhang Xian. I will let him know at that time. In the field of martial arts, I am the true king, the 1,000-year-old man in front of us. To give the pervert a warning, I almost sent myself away. Just now, Zhang Xian meeting, formally established in the square of Xinqing district, and Shui Jinyang and a few others came here, only through the mouths of the members who have just learned. Understand the situation that just happened. At this moment, he was trying to defeat Zhang Xian, decided to leave the college and try opportunities outside, breaking through the final quality of marksmanship. However, the Xianxian Society was established. Zhang Xian is also too lazy to worry. Directly shake hands. Let Prince Ruohuan and Luo Xian manage it. I returned to the business area myself, but he hasn't had a chance to rest yet. I saw the old student in charge of managing the business area walked in with Sun Chang. After seeing this, Zhang Xian thanked the old student. He walked into the yard with him. At this moment, Sun Chang hurriedly said, "Young master, Lord Wei Changfeng has an urgent matter to attend to. Request to see." After listening, Zhang Xian also knew about this kind of victorious and powerful person. I won't say much about urgent matters. Let him lead the way to find the other party. Quickly, the two of them returned to the residence of Sun Chang and his companions. Wei Changfeng saw his master come back. I immediately greeted him and shouted, "Young master." However, Zhang Xian saw the other person's face full of vicissitudes. I couldn't help but ask him what was going on. Upon hearing the question, Wei Changfeng's knee softened. Kneel down directly to the ground. I just explained the situation once. At this moment, Zhang Xian learned that the other party's daughter was critically ill, so he asked him to take himself to see it. Quickly arrived at the room, seeing a decline in overall vitality. A girl who may be angry at any time. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Quickly learned the situation from Wei Changfeng's mouth. After carefully checking it, as soon as you extend your palm, place it on the other person's wrist. I silently recited in my heart for a lifetime. Right in the content of the book. Understood that the other party is a congenital poisonous soul body. So I asked a few people to go out. Then I started using silver needles. Inject the true chi of the heavenly Tao into its body. There is no movement in the inner world. Using a witch soul to enter the body and awaken the opponent again, after his turmoil. At this moment, although the girl still hasn't woken up, but his face started to turn red. It's like sleeping soundly. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he called Wei Changfeng in, asked him to prepare a remaining medicinal herb that is still alive, and an intermittent pill. Upon hearing these words, Wei Changfeng was initially taken aback. Then he said, "I know where to find the remaining medicinal herbs, but this preface pill is a 7th level pill. Where can I find this?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow tightly. "Then let's find the medicinal herbs first. Grade 7 pill. Then figure out a solution. Listen here." Wei Changfeng just told the other party. At the Vice Dean of Games in the College of Physicians. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I dare not signal to go with him. After all, the girl lying in bed at this moment. The longer the delay, the more difficult it is to treat. Quickly, the two of them arrived at the branch of the medical college. After Zhang Xian introduced herself and Wei Changfeng, he took out 3 elder tokens. Tell the girl at the front desk to meet Vice Dean Jushu. Sure enough, the front desk staff saw the other party present a token. I dare not make a sound either. Quickly take Zhang Xian and the two of them to go. The residence of the Vice Dean. If someone else hadn't made an appointment or called in, it's impossible to just say and see. Just Zhang Xian following behind the other party. At this moment, in the courtyard, seeing a medication that is neither too big nor too small. It is filled with various types of vegetation. Among them, the spiritual energy will sound. This made him feel refreshed even after just one glance. However, as he walked and watched, seeing one of the herbs, suddenly, my eyes lit up. This is the 10-leaf flower, the holy herb he is looking for. After he fully matures, 10 different colored flowers bloom on 10 leaves. It corresponds to the 3 souls and 7 souls of the corresponding person. Wei Changfeng's daughter Wei Ruyan. If you nourish your soul with this thing, fast to 3 days, slow for a week, I'm sure it can clear my mind. At this moment, Wei Changfeng saw his master staring intently at the herbs beside him. Just asked the young master, "Are there any suitable herbs here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian pointed to Shurya flower. This stone leaf flower can save your daughter. Just if the flowers bloom, the efficacy will be much stronger. After receiving confirmation from the young master, Wei Changfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. However, during their conversation, the person leading the way ahead said to the elderly person not far away, "Teacher, Lord Wei has arrived." At this moment, the Vice Dean turned around and looked over. I just smiled and said that I have heard of the great name of the Lord of the Guard Tower for a long time. I don't know what the sudden visit was about. Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng responded by saying that it would be handled by the Vice Dean. Straight talk from an honest man. I did come here to ask for something. Then he bowed and said that he wanted to make a purchase. The plant in the Vice Dean's office is Yehua. At this moment, the old man glanced at the herbs in the courtyard, just turned around and replied that Lord Wei was sorry. This medicinal herb is not for sale. Listen here. Wei Changfeng pleaded anxiously on his face. I am requesting this medicinal herb to save lives. I hope the Vice Dean can fulfill my request. But the old man turned his back at this moment. Just wave your hand and let the young man next to you drop off the guests. Upon hearing the bamboo guest order, Wei Changfeng, I quickly spoke up. I know it's a bit abrupt to ask for medicine rashly, but I really did it to save people. no matter what price. Vice Dean, just speak up. As long as I can afford it, it must be at all costs. No matter how much Wei Changfeng begs the other party. The old man still has a resolute face and refuses to take action. The words were also extremely unpleasant to listen to. However, Zhang Xian on the side couldn't bear to watch. Just take a step forward and embrace the fist with the Vice Dean. You can't say that. The greatest efficacy of drugs is to save lives, doctors' parents' hearts. It's impossible to delay just because of love or hate. Illness causes a patient to die as a result. Lord Wei's daughter is now in critical condition, just waiting for the leaf-eating flower to prolong its life. So I hope the dean can provide me with further assistance. The old man heard this. My face immediately darkened. What a big courage. Here is a copy of your illustration. Who do you think you are? After speaking, I heard the other person say they were new students this year. Zhang Xian, the old man, was first stunned. Then he sneered. I've heard of it before. You, although highly valued by Dean Min and Dean Zhao, among others. But in front of me, you are just a junior. You don't have the right to speak here yet. As a new student, not studying hard when coming to the college, relying on a few talents to flaunt everywhere. The sky is filled with anger and people are filled with resentment. It's a disgrace to the reputation of a renowned teacher. If it were my student, I have long been expelled from my sect. Speaking of which, I looked coldly at Zhang Xian. Bai Shou said a good word. Okay, while my mood hasn't completely turned bad yet, get out of here right away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he replied with an embarrassed expression, you're not polite to me. At this moment, the old man had his hands behind his back, just coldly snorted and said, not bad. As a new student, one must have the appearance of a new student. You should know to follow the rules of freshmen. Don't be ignorant. Ignore the general interest. Not respecting elders and not observing etiquette. If you're still making a fuss about me here, I don't mind teaching you a lesson, teacher. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's tone was not good, having a great prejudice against oneself. I just shook my head and sighed, teaching my teacher a lesson for me. Let's not say for now that you don't have the qualifications. Even if there were, it wouldn't be your turn. After speaking, take a step forward. Cold voice asked if there was milk. The birth of a famous teacher is not your responsibility, and it will be decided by the renowned teachers' hall and the college. Besides, although this is yours, please don't. But it is also the public property of the college. Do you have the qualifications to drive me away? I remember you weren't the dean yet. At this moment, I heard the other party refute me. The old man's face was extremely dark and ugly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, her eyes turned red and she stared at Zhang Xian. Ran shouted recklessly, do you know who you're talking to? At this moment, Zhang Xian was almost forced to stand up, with a sharp aura, exuding a commanding arrogance. Just look at the other person. I naturally know who to talk to in response. The 6-star name is Yu Shui. He is the vice dean of the college. But do you know who you're talking to? Below are Lord Mo and 3 distinguished guests of the dean, and the 2 professions of 6-star Qi refiner and 6-star Jinghong master. How dare you insult me recklessly? Oral threat. I don't think recklessness is my child. Is it a woman? The old man heard this. At this moment, I was so angry that I almost jumped up. He originally intended to deal with people who don't follow the rules. Give me some warning. I didn't expect to receive a face-to-face rebuttal from the other party. Although he is also a top-notch teacher with 6 stars. But compared to the dean, it's still much worse. After all, Zhang Xian holds elder tokens from 3 major deans in his hands. This is equivalent to clearing these elders to 0. Really drive it away. I'm afraid he's the one who's going to suffer the consequences. However, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's anger, continuing to snort coldly. Bring your subordinates over now. I just want to purchase holy medicine. What conditions do you have to propose? It's you, as a renowned 6-star teacher. But he insulted me personally without restraint. If I report this matter to the college, I don't know if the college will investigate. Vice Dean Lu Su heard the words. My face immediately turned pale. He really didn't expect his momentary angry words. He was caught by the other party with a handle. At this point, he knew to continue arguing with the other party, definitely going to suffer losses. So I didn't continue to dwell on this issue either. I just looked at Wei Changfeng. Speaking of the 10-leaf flower, I have worked hard to cultivate it. If you really want it, it's not that it can't be sold, but the price may be higher. Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng immediately clasped his fists and asked, can you please let me know? The dean explicitly stated. However, the old man spoke calmly at this moment. I need a cloud flower. If you can, within 2 days, bring me a 10-leaf flower. I can give it directly to you. But when Zhang Xian heard this name, his face was also full of confusion. Although he has read many books, I have a lot of knowledge about the types of medicinal herbs, but I have never heard of this medication before. I was just about to ask what this is. I saw Wei Changfeng beside me not only had a pale face, my body is still trembling uncontrollably. So he looked at him and asked, "Do you know this thing?" At this moment, Wei Changfeng explained, "Yunwu flower. It is a unique vegetation in Yunwu Ridge of Hongyuan mountain range. It's not a medicinal herb, but it's a precious tea. Listen here." Zhang Xian was completely puzzled. Exchange a tea plant for feeding on leaves and flowers. However, Wei Changfeng only looked at the old man at this moment, agreed to the other party's request. After a simple farewell, the two of them walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, the students on the side saw someone leave. I couldn't help but look at the vice dean and ask the teacher. Yunwu Ridge has many places where longevity gathers. Even if Dean Ming, who is proficient in animal training, goes there, it's hard to come back. You have Lord Wei go to Kaiyun atomization. Is it too dangerous? Upon hearing these words, the vice dean sneered with danger. Of course I know the danger. It's just what Wei Changfeng did. You haven't heard of it before. It's best if this scourge dies. As for the martial master Zhang Xuanmu, he doesn't lose respect for hierarchy. It's best if we go together. Let him know even if he doesn't go. Can 6-star Ming easily offend him? And after the two people on this side left the academy, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled in her heart. Just look at Wei Changfeng. What's wrong with this cloud flower? You can see the other person firmly saying that there is no problem. It's just not easy to pick. But it's not difficult either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian still couldn't quite believe it. After all, that old man doesn't seem like a good bird at first glance. How could you exchange a tea plant so easily? Then I told Changfeng that it would be best if there were no problems. If it's really too difficult, you must tell me. Although my strength is not as strong as mine, but there are still many methods available. Two people bid farewell. Wei Changfeng dare not delay either. I'll go back right away and prepare. And after Zhang Xian saw the other party leave, although I feel a bit strange in my heart, but when I think about Wei Changfeng being a powerful figure in the Holy Land, in addition, he is the head of the Spiritual Talent Pavilion. What scene have I never seen before? I won't think too much anymore. I returned to my residence in the elite district. I just came back not long ago. I saw Luo Qiqi come up with a smile on his face. Speaking of teacher, Senior Fox Demon, he's here to report. Then let Qiqi bring him in. Soon, the Fox Demon came up to her. I bowed, saying that I had met Teacher Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xian had a calm expression on her face, looking at the enchanting student in front of me. Do you know why I accepted you as an apprentice? However, Hu Yaoyao was not affected at this moment. Just respond directly by saying, the teacher wants me to tell you the location of Wu Yangzi's former residence. I just mentioned that place. I'm afraid you won't believe me. How about this, if Zhang Shi wants to go? I can take you there now. Zhang Xianwen also nodded in satisfaction. Let the other party lead the way. Not long after, a few people soon arrived in front of a huge mansion. Wu Yaoyao just stopped now. The teacher is here. Zhang Xian saw the courtyard in front of her. Whether it's walls or bricks and tiles, even the architectural styles are almost entirely new. There is no trace of any antique atmosphere. This is really the location of Wu Yangzi's former residence. With a change in face, just look at the fox demon on the side. The venue in front of us. In order to defeat this pervert, he actually wants to become his student's teacher. It's fun now. Just now, Zhang Xian and two girls come together to this huge mansion. Hu Yaoyao stopped. This is the former residence of Senior Wu Yangzi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. Then he looked at the other person with a face full of disbelief. How does this mansion look like? It's all newly built. Are you sure it's here? At this moment, Hu Yaoyao nodded and responded, saying that it was right. That's why I said it. Even if you say it, you won't believe it. Before the year 2000, Senior Wu Yangzi does indeed live here. Just how I found out, it's not convenient for me to go into detail, but I'm afraid only I know about the entire Hongyuan city. Understand these. Zhang Xian won't ask any more questions. Then I found a tea house nearby and sat down. Just like the waiter inquiring about the mansion across the street, I quickly learned from the other party's mouth as well. The mansion has changed its owner 4 times in the past 2 years. Everything is very uncertain. Each resident has less than a few months to live in. Either it's business damage, either dismount, and the last owner also moved out. The person who bought this place a few days ago, it hasn't appeared yet. Understood here. Zhang Xian just remembered what Sun Chang had said before. There is a courtyard with a great location. He has always wanted to buy. The result was snatched away by a wealthy tycoon before reaching an agreement. Did he also mention this location? Think of this. Zhang Xian summoned the celestial beast in her heart. Ask him to bring Sun Chang over. 20 minutes have passed. Sun Chang also came up to him. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked about the courtyard across the street. But did you say you wanted to rent it last time and didn't get it? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian asked him to check who the owner of this house is. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang retreated. He will be back in about half an hour. But Zhang Xian saw his terrified expression on his face. It seems like something happened. It's like something unbelievable. I couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Sun Chang only responded at this moment, saying that the young master. Is there anyone else among the new students at the renowned teacher college this year? Asked Zhang Xian to hear him say that. Thinking of 30,000 new students. If there is someone with the same name as oneself, they will definitely know. I've never heard anyone mention this before. Then he sneered and said, I'm the only one. What's wrong? I didn't ask you to investigate. Who is the owner of this mansion? Why are you asking this? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Sun Chang took a deep breath. Just respond by saying that if no one shares your name, if nothing unexpected happens, this mansion belongs to you. After a few people were shocked, they began to discuss, who could this be? Spending such a large sum of money to give away a mansion. After thinking about the people around, everyone thinks it's impossible, so Zhang Xian no longer considered it. Since they have already taken over the house, all registered on their own heads. As long as the decoration is done well, I believe someone will be sent soon. After explaining about Sun Chang's residence, take Chichi and 11 back to the residence of the college. And Sun Chang quickly returned to the courtyard here. Not long after, I only saw Wang Ying and Lu Yang returning. Where is young master Zheng Yang? Why aren't I with you guys? At this point, Lu Yang responded that we didn't know either. After going out together in the morning, he said he had something to do and left on his own. But there's no rush either. It's already this point. He should be back soon. After understanding the situation, I won't ask any more questions. So Sun Chang told the two of them about having a house. But just as they were chatting, Zheng Yang walked back with excitement on his face. Looking at Sun Chang, he said, Uncle Chang, I have something to discuss with you. The situation is like this. When I went out today, I just met a guy who wants to learn marksmanship from me. I also want to accept him as a student. Let him stay here for a few days. I don't know if it's possible. Sun Chang almost didn't laugh when he heard this. Later, I asked if you were saying, have you already enrolled a student? After speaking, I thought to myself, you child, I am just a student myself. Do you dare to consider accepting others as students? Actually, when Zhang Yang went out to look for a house today, I happened to encounter a bully bullying someone. Seeing injustice on the road, he took action to teach that person a lesson. This young man came over. He said he wanted to learn how to shoot from him. Over the past 6 months, he has been following Zhang Xian and practicing hard, but he can't figure it out. It has already reached the realm of unfathomable ghosts and gods. I heard someone wants to learn. I couldn't help but point out a few words. What he didn't expect was, this young man has extremely high intelligence. I can actually learn it right away. Although in Jing Yang's view, this person's marksmanship is a bit weak, but the foundation is still good. That's why he developed the desire to recruit apprentices. But he's still a student now. I want to take apprentices before I even start my apprenticeship. I should have discussed it with my master. So the master is not here. I will naturally seek the opinion of Uncle Chang. At this moment, Zheng Yang said to Sun Chang, yes, I think this person's marksmanship is pretty good. Has a certain foundation. I gave a few random pointers. He insists on taking me as his teacher. I also paid a lot of tuition fees. It made it difficult for me to refuse at the time. However, Sun Chang heard that there were tuition fees. He also asked excitedly how much he had given. Subsequently, I saw Zheng Yang handing over a storage ring. After taking the ring, I immediately went inside to check with a surge of energy. I only realized at first glance that there are actually over 20,000 intermediate product names inside. There's still a bunch of pills left. See here. Sun Chang's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed. Sure, Zheng Yang responded with some embarrassment. Yeah, I want to accept it. I'm just afraid that the teacher won't agree. I hope Uncle Chang can help me with some kind words. Sun Chang smiled and said, don't worry. Having paid so much tuition fee, the young master will definitely agree. Besides, as a renowned teacher, young master, nature also hopes that its inheritance can be carried forward and developed. You don't have to worry anymore. After all, Zhang Xian's, he knows his habits very well. As long as the tuition fee is paid enough. Don't mention taking on a disciple. Even if there are 10 or 8 more, I won't say much. However, hearing the other party say so, Zhang Yang, let the young people outside come in. After being introduced by Jing Zhengyang, young man, student Shui Xinyang has met all of you. Although we all know who Shui Xinyang is. But Sun Chang and the others were unaware of it. So at this moment, Sun Chang looked at the other person. I couldn't help but furrow my eyebrows. Just ask Shui Xinyang. Your cultivation seems to be much stronger than that of Zheng Yang, right? Why should we worship him as our teacher? At this moment, Shui Xinyang responded with a respectful expression, saying, when Tao has a sequence, specialized in one's field of expertise. Although my cultivation level is stronger than teacher Zhang's, but my understanding of marksmanship is far inferior. Can learn from him. It's my pleasure. I heard the other person say that. Sun Chang also thinks it makes sense. I won't ask any more questions afterwards. I just explained it to a few people. You don't have to go out to find a house these days. Zhang Yang nodded in response. Just say to Shui Xingyang on the side. You should study hard with me these days. When I learn well, I will take you to see my master. The elderly person's understanding of marksmanship is 10 times better than mine. Just don't embarrass me when the time comes. Shui Xinyan's classical Chinese heart was also filled with excitement. I didn't expect to just come out of college. You can encounter such a powerful marksman. There is another teacher who is more than 10 times stronger than him. Thinking of this makes me even happier. Zhang Xian, you little rascal. After I complete my studies with my master and mentor, it's just hitting you until you fall into thin air. Later, he responded saying that the teacher was reassured. I will work hard. I won't let you and Shizu down. At this moment, Zheng Yang wanted the other party to learn faster. I just had a practice session with Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the others. However, seeing their contempt, Shui Xinyang, just show me silly. He couldn't imagine the first day he just came out. Not only can we encounter a master with such powerful marksmanship, the boxing and kicking techniques of these two masters, more so than the dean of the college. I don't know how many times stronger it is, so I took a deep breath. Suppress the excited state of mind. Just clench your fists and say, Teacher, two uncles, I have something to ask for below. I don't know if it's possible. After obtaining Zheng Yang's consent, he just spoke up and said it was like this. I created an organization below. Many of them are subordinates. He also has a high level of proficiency and research in martial arts. Teacher and two uncles, can you give them a few classes? Tell them some martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, after Wang Yin and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance, just responded that we are not famous teachers. How to give a lecture. At this moment, Shui Xinyang explained that teachers, although not famous teachers, but understanding of the 5 seasons, but many famous teachers cannot achieve it. 3 people just need to go over and teach. I can make them pay tuition fees. Listen here. I haven't waited for Zhang Yang and others to speak yet. Sun Chang, who was standing beside, leaned over with shining eyes. How much can you pay? Later, I heard him say that he had 500 subordinates. Each person can pay 100 coins as tuition fees. Sun Chang suddenly regained his spirits. After hesitating for a moment, let's continue like this. 200 snacks per person. I don't just teach them martial arts skills, also explain the basics of cultivation. You can relax. The foundation of their explanation and their understanding of cultivation. Absolute value for money. Subsequently, let Wang Ying talk to him about the cultivation methods that were once respected. However, Shui Xinyang on the side only heard a few words. I was so excited that it was like a gust of wind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He looked at Wang Ying and others again. It's like looking at a precious mountain. I thought to myself that the teacher and the others could really teach. You can meet people from Zhenyangui. Not only has there been a significant increase in martial arts skills, cultivation will also be greatly improved. At that time, there will definitely be a continuous stream of students requesting to join. Zhenyang will crush Zhang Xianbing in front of the snow. Shame is just around the corner. At this moment, it seems that I have seen a brilliant tomorrow for Zhenyang. A shout in my heart. I was so excited that I was about to explode. Later, Sun Chang received confirmation from the other party. 200 snacks per class. We will start arranging to attend the teaching ceremony the next day. And Zhang Shui on this side of the screen, just returned from the residence to the college. I also took the opportunity to sneak into the bookstore of the medical college. All the books inside have been collected in the library. A few hours later, I have already mastered the 6 heavenly Dao medical skills. Now his medical skills. Compared to the 6-star peak physician, they are only strong and not weak. The next morning, Zhang Xian saw Luo Qiqi bring breakfast. Just asked him, have you heard of Yunwu flower? Later, I learned from the other party's mouth. This is a type of tea. It is not only rare, and the place where it is planted. It is said to be in a place where countless holy beasts are piled up. Mountains are also known as forbidden areas for humans. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. Immediately asked, if a Saint Domain powerhouse goes in to pick cloudflowers, what would happen? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi shook his head and responded, saying, a Saint Domain powerhouse. Basically there is no return. Even if we unite more than 10 saints together. If someone goes there alone, it can only be said that he will definitely die. It's impossible to survive at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally found out. Why did Wei Chanfeng hear about Yunwu flower? My face looks so ugly. No wonder that oil-deficient old man didn't sell it at first. Later, I was willing to exchange a cloud flower for it. It turned out to be this idea. Think of this. Zhang Xian's whole person seems to have accumulated a storm. Half of it could explode at any moment. However, Luo Qiqi on the side saw Zhang Xian looking like this. My body couldn't help but shake. After all, since she met this teacher, no matter what happens, don't change your face. Even though it was so dangerous in the underground palace back then, I was able to handle it calmly. But now this appearance has appeared. Something must have happened that made him angry. So he quickly asked the teacher, "What's wrong with you?" After calming down, Zhang Xian said that she didn't. Ask the other party where Yunwu Ridge is located. Then I learned the location from the students' mouths. Just let him wait here. Go on your own and go back. Then he ran out of the room. Riding the Tianxiang beast, we quickly arrived at Yunwu Ridge, just opening the eyes of reason. Check the other person's breath around. I didn't find any situation either. Finally, with the assistance of the migrating wind mother, just found traces of nearby fighting. So Zhang Xian followed the scent of fighting all the way. I just arrived at this place where spirit beast corpses can be seen everywhere. Among them, a spirit beast that had already passed away was also discovered, still biting his broken arm in his mouth. See here. Zhang Xian is not doing well, because he recognized this arm as belonging to Wei Changfeng. Then continue flying forward. However, at this moment, in the depths of Yunwu Mountain, Wei Changfeng, the giant primate holy beast in front of me has been captured, beating to the brink of death. But he still insisted on flying forward. Murmured to himself, I haven't received the cloud flower yet. Can't die yet. Chang played a bit too much today. Not only dared to teach recklessly in the college, still cursing the dean in front of everyone, shameless. Just now, Zhang Xian learned from the students that the place my subordinate went to is a forbidden area for humans. His face darkened. Immediately flew to this place with the celestial beast. However, in the depths of Yunwu Mountain, Wei Changfeng. At this moment, not only is he seriously injured, I also broke one arm, and the one standing opposite him, but it is a giant ape like Holy Hand. At this moment, although Wei Changfeng seemed to be on the brink of death, but he still tried his best to fly forward. He murmured to himself that he couldn't die without receiving the cloud flower. The holy beast can still see the other person dying on the brink of death. If you persist, let out a hateful roar at him. He flew towards him as soon as he shook his body. Immediately afterwards, he threw a punch, firmly drive it into the ground. The power of this punch is like an overwhelming force. I don't know how many steps the bones on the other person's body have broken, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw him lying on the ground, constantly spitting blood, as if his internal organs were about to be vomited out by him. But even so, at this moment, I saw him jump out of the ground again, continue flying forward. This scene made the holy beasts beside him dizzy. He really can't understand what this human wants. But this is our own territory. It's not just anyone who wants to come. No matter what he wants, they must all be shot down. Think of this. The holy beast flew up again, suddenly throw a punch, smash the other party directly to the ground. However, at this moment, Wei Changfeng, I just feel like my overall strength is getting weaker and weaker. Can leave at any time. Vaguely in. He seemed to see a figure waving at him, although I haven't seen our child yet. But even if it means risking one's life, it cannot be harmed. I know you love me. I will respect my choice. Upon hearing what the other party said, Wei Changfeng, knowing that the figure in front of me is my beloved wife. This is subconscious. He hurriedly shouted, no. You can't do this. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the power within his body was sealed off. At this moment, the body was lying on the ground but unable to move. However, in his consciousness, his beloved wife just keeps saying that I was already seriously injured. I can't live much longer. I am willing to use my life to save him. Immediately followed by a low cry. The woman's full body strength turned into a torrent and poured into his body. At this moment, Wei Changfeng's consciousness also shattered the seal. But his wife has already exhausted all her breath. Lying in his arms. A slight smile at the corner of the mouth. Speaking of Changfeng, you need to take good care of our children. Raise our daughter to adulthood. This is considered death. I can also smile at Jiuquan now. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. In Wei Changfeng's consciousness, he has disappeared. However, Wei Changfeng hasn't had a chance to be sad yet. The little things about my daughter happened to come to my mind by chance. So I struggled for a moment. Stand up again. With a flick of his body, he immediately flew forward. After quickly bypassing a hillside, I saw the clouds and mist dissipate before my eyes. A pure white flower appeared in sight. See here. Wei Changfeng was very excited. Finally found the mist flower. But just as he leaned forward, when we need to pick the flowers, the holy beast stepped on his back with one foot. He fell to the ground again. I just feel like life is slowly flowing out of my body. We are nearing the end of our lives. Just thinking about my daughter. She got up again. With a flick of his body, he arrived at the pure white flowers. Pull it up and put it in the bath box. At this moment, she felt relieved and relieved. Only then did a kind smile appear. However, the holy beast beside only now knows. The other party is so persistent that they don't even want their lives, just for the sake of this misty tree, and feel incredible. With a cold snort, I don't care why you're doing it. Is Yunwu Mountain something you can come to whenever you want? Wherever you want to go, go. Leave something for me. Immediately after, he stepped on the other person with one foot, accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, the gastrointestinal wind makes the whole body stiff, has reached the limit that the body can bear. However, just as his consciousness gradually became blurred, the soul seems to be about to detach from the physical body, entering an unknown space. Immediately after, I heard someone urgently shout Wei Changfeng. At this moment, his soul was shattered. I opened my eyes again and realized that the person who came was the owner. So it slowly opened. Speak up, young master. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Zhang Xian saw the newly recruited subordinate in front of her, becoming like this. Just let out a roar of danger. You are aware of the danger. Why didn't you tell me? But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Wei Changfeng exhaust his last strength. I handed over the box in my hand. Just say, young master, this is Yunwu flower. You can exchange it for the 10-leaf flower. However, Zhang Xian saw that the subordinate's body in front of her became stiff. I couldn't help but blush in my eyes. Just let out a roar, Changfeng, and the holy beast on the side, seeing someone who didn't take themselves seriously at all, he also roared angrily. This is not a place where you can come anytime you want. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, at this moment, the fierce gaze responded that it came casually. I didn't plan on coming casually either. Then he looked up at the other person. You killed Wei Changfeng, right? Then pay with your life. Immediately after, he made a wrist gesture. Just released more than 20 puppets at the holy domain level. Just roar and beat me to death. However, the holy beast that witnessed the scene suddenly became foolish. But he hasn't had a chance to run yet. They were surrounded by puppets. A chaotic walk. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Wei Changfeng, who could not be saved. Just put his body into the ring. The red ape beast that was beaten to the brink of death shortly afterwards, just spoke with difficulty about humanity. As long as you don't kill me, I'll exchange secrets with you. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words. I thought I could kill him after he finished speaking, so he asked the other party to reveal the secret. Quickly learned from the mouth of the holy beast. Yunwuling has earth vein spiritual liquid here. Its efficacy is not inferior to that of spirit stones, and the quantity is extremely large. Listen here. Zhang Xian started using the techniques of a witch soul master. Enter it for soul searching. Instant. Just pour all the other person's memories and knowledge into your mind. I also know the clear location. There are 4 holy beasts guarding the heart of this place. I had an idea as soon as I hit it. However, the red elemental beast, whose soul had been searched, suddenly lost its soul. Complete death. At this moment, Zhang Xian also took his inner alchemy and fur, put them all away. Then he also put his body into the storage ring. Then he flew towards the direction of the earth's veins. Soon after, we arrived at a valley. At this moment, I saw 2 holy beasts outside the cave entrance, joyfully aroused. I didn't even notice myself. I went straight into the cave. Soon, we followed the cave to a huge circular pool, and Zhang Xian saw this pool that was 7 or 8 meters wide. It's all earth vein mud. I couldn't help but see my eyes shining. Although its purity is not as good as Shangpi Lingxia, but its quantity is enormous. Even if it's hundreds, even thousands of high-quality spirit stones added together, it cannot be compared to one. After reading it, my heart stirred. So many, not only can they break through to victory themselves, even a few students have no problem breaking through. So he took out the animal skin of the storage ring, made it into a huge container. Just fly into the pool. Quickly filled the container. Zhang Xian held the spiritual liquid, which was filled with over 20 tons. I am very happy in my heart. So he put it back into the ring. But at this moment, he lowered his head and realized that he had put in so much. There is still half of the spiritual liquid left in the pool. I feel very reluctant in my heart. Then look for it nearby. What else can be packed? Just walking. I just discovered piles of human bones not far away. Seeing this, Zhang Xian is full of doubts. According to the habits of these sacred beasts, this place does not allow humans to come over. How could there be so many bones? I am very curious in my heart. So he walked forward. Looking down, I discovered the storage ring next to the sea bone. I picked it up casually. As soon as one spirit moves, they enter it. Just as I looked around and was about to come up with it, I saw a pile of things in a corner. Take a closer look before posting. Now this pile. All books are about cultivation techniques and weapons. Although the holy beasts here can retrieve items from the storage ring, but these books are of no use to them at all. So all the other treasures inside the ring are gone. Only some books remain. Zhang Xian understands this point. Just keep searching around the Sea Valley. Quickly, he also retrieved over 20 storage rings for him. Collect all the books inside together. There are over 1,000 conversion scriptures in total. There are over 500 books that he falsely entered. There are still 200 remaining sealed copies. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Immediately after, more than 1,000 books were converted into martial arts, integrated into a heavenly Dao technique. Then look around again. Found no available containers. So he dropped his body out of the storage ring, and after the witch soul returned to its body, it summoned its clone to its face. After all, last time the clone was the same as the witch soul of the original master. Only cultivate until the late stage of conversion. There are so many miracles now. Just enough for him to absorb more. To avoid wastage. Soon the two of them jumped into the pool. My cultivation level has also reached the peak of the heavenly realm at the 6 bridges. Breakthrough to the pinnacle of conversion. So I let the witch soul leave the body and continue to absorb the spiritual liquid. Quickly broke through from the eerie later stage to the peak. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt incredibly comfortable. If we use high-quality spirit stones. Just now, practicing like this requires at least dozens of coins. Only then can the body and witch soul reach this realm. So I opened my eyes to see how much was left. But as soon as he lowered his head, he was stunned. Then he turned his head and took a look. I just discovered this spendthrift thing called clone. His witch soul is crazily absorbing the spiritual liquid in the pool. From the original height of 10 meters to over 20 meters now. Although the soul body becomes stronger. But cultivation is still in a strange realm. Just different from my true self. He gave people a kind of power. A continuous and inexhaustible feeling. And Zhang Xian, who was very depressed, shouted angrily at the other person. The split witch soul only returned to its physical body. Immediately after, the shaman soul of this deity emerged. Just take the physical body and clones of the main body. After earning the storage ring, he flew out towards the cave entrance. Quickly arrived at a place where no spirit beasts appeared. I just released my physical body. After the witch soul enters the body, it summons the celestial beast to fly to the academy. After Zhang Xian left, the holy beast in the cave found that its spiritual possession was lost. Just started to have all the spirit beasts search around. However, on this side of the college, Shuizhengyang, we have gathered all the members of the Xinyan Society in the square. After all the personnel have arrived, he just said to everyone, call everyone here today. I found a master. Teach everyone martial arts skills. Everyone, attend tutoring classes. Then he waved his big hand. Just introduce it. This is my newly recognized marksman teacher, Zheng Yang. His marksmanship is superior. Today, he will give us a lesson. Everyone, feel the charm of martial arts. At this moment, everyone watched a young man walk onto the stage. They were discussing the chairman one after another. Are you not mistaken? The 16 or 17-year-old child is your teacher. You still need to teach us marksmanship. However, as soon as Zheng Yang arrived on stage, just watching everyone discussing and debating, it's inevitable to feel a bit nervous. Just the thought of not embarrassing the teacher. A straight face. I started explaining marksmanship to everyone in the audience. At this moment, I saw him talking in great detail, without any pause. At first, many famous teachers in the audience were not impressed. After listening for a while, I was instantly amazed. They really can't understand. The young man in front of us can speak the shooting techniques of such a grand avenue. Just in the office of the Kabuki Academy. The old man over here. I heard someone report that Jin Yang will invite outsiders to come in and give lectures. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned ashen. So he set off for the college square. But only then did I realize that the number of people on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors shall not be less than 5,000 people. The older person who looked more and more angry felt very angry in his heart. Then he walked in. Just arrived at the door. I just saw someone shouting with a basket in their hand. 100 mid-range snacks per person. Pay the money before entering. Hearing the other parties shouting, Dean Shuechang's eyebrows were twitching with anger at this moment. Angrily rebuked. How dare you even collect money here? However, Sun Chang saw that the other party did not want to give money. He looked disdainful and said, what's wrong? Can't you afford it? If you can't afford the money, don't come over to attend the class. No wonder he's so old and hasn't graduated yet. He turned out to be a poor man. Upon hearing this, Dean Shuechang's whole face turned green. But as the dean, he knows he can't argue with petty people. So I suppressed my anger and frustration in my heart. Brushing his beard, he looked like a master. The spontaneous response was that I just came to take a look, not to attend class. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang seemed to understand something. After taking a closer look at the other person, just put the basket in your hand on the ground. That's why it's okay. Then you go in. However, Dean Su Changqing can identify himself when he meets the other party. I also nodded with satisfaction. I lifted my foot and walked towards the door. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. Did you hear this guy suddenly shout something? No money, no money. What kind of big-headed garlic are you putting here? Just came to take a look. I'm not here to attend the class. This kind of thing can also be said out loud. I've seen shameless people before. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. What about the renowned teacher? I hate this old man. If I were a pervert, I will poop him out on the spot. Too much meowing anger from him. Just now, Sun Chang stood at the entrance of the college square, charging all students who enter with baskets in hand. But he didn't know that the old man in front of him was the dean, just looking down on everyone. What the hell is it to look down upon the other person? Without money, there's no money left. What kind of big-headed garlic are you putting here? How dare you even say to go in and see if it's not? I've seen shameless people during class. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. What about the renowned teacher? I'm disgusted, but the dean was so angry when he was scolded. A mouthful of old blood spurted out with it. I almost fainted on the spot. So he once again suppressed the raging anger in his heart, knowing that arguing with such a person would surely lead to being infuriated to death. If we really want to make a fuss, it will actually lose our identity. So he gritted his teeth. I just threw a shangpin snack into the basket. Then I snorted coldly, can I enter now? However, when Sun Chang saw the other parties move, it was a huge fire. I was shocked in my heart. So he rummaged around in the basket. While responding, he said, wait for me for a moment. I will find 9,900 mid-range snacks for you now. The store manager waved his hand and said there was no need to look anymore. After all, as one of the top 10 elders, a top-grade spirit stone. In the eyes of others, it is indeed incredibly precious. But to him, it's nothing. It's just that Sun Chang heard someone say there's no need to look for him. Is it true that there is no bottom line in the response? That would be great. Coincidentally, I don't have the money to look for it either. I heard the other party say that, Dean. I just feel a tightness in my chest. Black eyes. I feel like I'm going to faint. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets, knowing to say 2 extra sentences to the other person. I'm sure I can't resist smoking him to death. So he stopped paying attention to this guy. Take big strides towards the square. But I just took less than 10 steps. I heard a sound coming from behind. This classmate has an old face. I gave 9,900 as a tip. Everyone should learn more from him. Listen here. The dean's legs are already weak. I was meowing. He just wanted to come over quietly. Take a look at what's going on here. By the way, teach Shuizhenyan a lesson. It's alright now. The dean of a prestigious martial arts academy. Later on, attending classes not only paid tuition fees, I also gave a tip. He can't wash himself even if he jumps into the Red Ape Lake now. Upon hearing these words, the heavy responsibility immediately turned around. Let's see which major injustice it is. Everyone was shocked to see this. At this moment, everyone cheered wildly, saying that Master Dean had arrived. I didn't expect the dean to come to attend the class as well. This is not just about paying tuition fees. Gives so many tips. It's really generous. Yeah, it seems like. The dean has also acknowledged these teachers. Immediately after, 2 students ran over and said, Dean, the front position is better. You come here to listen. Listen here. The old man wished he could find a hole to drill in. Thinking to me, he meows. I'm here to find fault. I'm not here to attend the class. But I haven't waited for him to speak yet. Another student ran over and said, yes, the dean and president are waiting for you over there. Let's hurry over. Otherwise, so many people would be watching. Sorry for the delay in class. At this time, the dean. I have been so angry by this continuous barrage that my scalp is numb. I don't even know who I am at this moment. Why did you come here? So I helplessly followed the 2 of them to the front of the crowd. After seeing Shuizhenyan, his face darkened. I angrily scolded you, what the hell are you doing here? However, Shuizhenyan turned his head and looked at the classical Chinese. I quickly shouted, teacher, you're here too. Don't get angry for now. You can listen to the people on stage teaching before speaking. At this moment, the dean once again suppressed the anger in his heart. I just looked up at the stage, discovered the girl giving a lecture. He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. But as I listened, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. He has been practicing martial arts for hundreds of years. But I never thought about it. How can there be so many variations in basic leg techniques? However, the more I listen, the more enthusiastic the dean becomes. At this point, there were no other thoughts. The whole person was also immersed in the sound of the other party's lectures. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed in shock, yes. If you use your leg skills like this, all problems can be solved. This not only makes the power stronger, the speed will also be faster. The power of the attack will also be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, the dean's face was filled with excitement. My eyes are also getting brighter and brighter. At this moment, Shuizhenyan on the side saw the teacher's expression. I just smiled. Ask the teacher. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the dean nodded repeatedly and responded, saying it was good. It's really good. Little does one think. Someone can understand basic martial arts so thoroughly. You can hear this kind of course on these 100 pieces of jonting temporarily. I've earned it. Then he turned his head to look at the other person. Ask Zhenyang. What's the origin of this girl? Upon hearing this, Shui Shenyang explained the specific reason behind it. I don't know either. I encountered it yesterday while traveling outside of school. What's wrong? Did the teacher have the intention of accepting students? At this moment, the dean responded with excitement on his face, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? He has such a deep understanding of dance skills. How am I qualified to be his teacher? I want to invite him to be the class elder of the dance academy." Then Shui Shenyang confirmed this matter with the teacher again, after receiving a positive response. Just ask the teacher to wait a moment. Wait here for a few people to finish teaching by yourself. Just take them over. Soon Shui Shenyang brought this person to the reception room. Then I introduced it to both parties. Several people who learned that the other party is the dean. I was suddenly scared and my eyes widened. At this moment, Dean Su Changqing smiled. Don't be shocked, everyone. I invite you all to come over. I would like to invite you to be guest elders of the college. I don't know if it's possible. And Zheng Yang and the others heard each other's invitation. Great joy in my heart. I immediately agreed, after obtaining the other party's consent. A few people chatted for a while longer. See, there's nothing else. The dean bid farewell and left first. However, the three people who stayed in place felt like they were dreaming. I can't believe it at all. What the other party just said is true. Soon after, Wang Ying regained her senses. I couldn't help but say, we have now become the elders of the college. Teacher, he is still a student. What should we say when we go back? Listen here. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yang just said, why don't we keep it a secret for a day? Otherwise, I really don't know how to tell the teacher. Wang Ying and Lu Yang couldn't come up with a better solution. I can only nod my head. However, they became guest elders of the college today. It's less than an hour. It was widely spread in the academy. There are also rumors about it. After listening to the class, the dean went into the house and closed for a while. Come out with just one move. Just take Vice Dean Chen, who used to be able to pass more than 10 exams, got knocked down, and the people who listened to the class on site. Many of them vomit repeatedly after returning home. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also returned to the academy. Carrying the cloud flower, we arrived at the medical college. When the physicians at the college saw someone coming, he couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Xian ignored the other party. Although I know they did it intentionally. But for the sake of the girl in the hospital bed, she also endured it hard. Then he spoke to the doctor in front of him. I want to meet with the vice dean. At this point, the doctor dare not neglect it. Quickly bring the other party to the vice dean's place. After meeting, Zhang Xian went straight to the point and said that it would be up to the dean. This is Yunwu flower. According to your agreement. Got it within 2 days. The old man was stunned at the words. Then he took the jade lotus and took a look. I couldn't help but nod. The response is correct. This is indeed a cloud flower. But what I want is fresh cloud flowers. The purpose is for breeding. But now you gave me a dead plant. How about this? If you really want to eat leafy flowers, just bring me a live cloud flower and bring it back. Zhang Xian's face darkened upon hearing these words. Just ask what this means in reverse. Don't you say anything before we go pick it? Pick it now. But he told me he wanted a fire. Although he was filled with anger at this moment, but still infused the true chi of the heavenly Tao into Yua. Later, he responded that it was alive now. Please verify, however. The physician in charge and the vice dean presented the situation. I also froze in place. After a moment, it was only the vice dean who spoke up that it was indeed alive. It's just that my 10-leaf flower hasn't ripened yet. It is estimated that it will fully mature in about 10 years. I can give you a plant when the time comes. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't resist anymore. So I roared in anger. You said you would bring it within 2 days. The cloud and mist flowers have been exchanged. I have it now. You said you want to live again. Now the medicinal herbs are alive. But you told me you had to wait for 10 years. Should we wait until 10 years later? Can you please decline again? The old man saw the other party full of anger. I just snorted coldly and said, what's wrong? Do you still doubt me? As a student. How dare you doubt the teacher? No eyes, no children. What kind of system is it? Your kind of character. How can I confidently give you my industrial expenses? Forget it, you better go. I don't sell. I heard the other party say that. Zhang Xian's face turned pale with iron. Then he stared at the other person. I asked again, did you just say not to sell? However, the vice dean did not want to pay attention to him. Just waved your hand. The response says yes. Sell immature. I don't have this habit yet. You'd better go. Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Although the Fury War has reached its peak, but for the sake of subordinates, with one bite of his teeth, he walked far away, finger a little. A few drops of earth vein spirit liquid drilled into the soil. Then pour in the true chi of the heavenly Tao. The stone leaf flower is growing at a visible rate to the naked eye. Less than 10 minutes. This flower will fully bloom. And it emitted an astonishing fragrance. The Vice-Dean saw this tomb. Suddenly, his face turned pale with iron. He couldn't understand how the other party did it. At this moment, Zhang Xian also swallowed her pride and asked a question. It's already mature. By the Vice-Dean. Can we sell it now? A few breaths have passed. Seeing the other person's unwilling expression, there has been no response either. Zhang Xian sternly asked what was wrong. Now the 10-leaf flower has also matured. Do you want to sell it? Immediately after, I heard him coldly hum about this 10-leaf flower. I raised it all by myself. I said not to sell. Do you still want to forcefully seize it? At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded with a sentence of forcibly taking and plundering. A dignified Vice-Dean. Of course I dare not. Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian's eyes electrified as she looked at the other person again. I'm asking you one last time now. Are you sure you won't sell it to me? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian said that you did a great job. So as soon as he turned around, he disappeared. Sun Yuan on the side saw the other person leave. I was momentarily stunned. Then I couldn't help but look at the Vice-Dean and say, Teacher, it's just a solid leaf flower. Since he wants to buy, isn't it enough to sell it to him? Why make such a fuss? Upon hearing this, the Vice-Dean, with a raised eyebrow, he rebuked me for being presumptuous. What's wrong? Now the wings are hard. You want to teach your teacher a lesson. However, as soon as Sun Yuan clasped his fists, he explained that the students dared not. I've just heard a lot about this guy. It is said to be very wicked. I'm afraid if I offend someone completely, it will cause trouble. At this moment, the Vice-Dean sneered and caused trouble. Joke. I still hold a lofty reputation and am the Vice-Dean of the strong First Normal College. What kind of strong winds and waves have I never seen before? Is it difficult? I'm afraid he won't succeed as a student. This kid dares to speak ill of me in front of the dean and others. Spreading false information. Immediately arrest it. Handle according to the charge of defaming senior teachers. Listen here. I hesitated for a moment about it. Can the Vice-Dean see that he hasn't made any movements? Just angrily rebuking. What are you staring at? Hurry up and go. If he dares to speak ill of senior teachers, it's just a major sin. This guy's level is not as good as mine. If you dare to speak recklessly in front of others, it's just seeking death. However, the doctor saw the teacher like this. I can only nod in response. I quickly backed out. After leaving the yard, I searched around. Only then did I discover Zhang Xian. The figure followed suit. On this road, he's still thinking, which dean will Zhang Shi find to stand up for him? But as you walk, you come to the doctor's tower. At this moment, he was very puzzled in his heart. Isn't this going to file a complaint? Why did he go into the first tower? So he quickly followed up. But upon entering, I discovered the other party actually wants to break through a southern wall. At this moment, he was even more unaware of everything. What exactly does the other party want? However, Sun Yuan watched as he walked in. In a moment's time, suddenly, there was a sudden surge on the ground. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. This made all the famous teachers and physicians on site. I don't know everything. Why did this suddenly happen? Therefore, the doctor who had been following Zhang Xian quickly walked in. At first glance, it was discovered that the suspected southern wall of the passage had completely collapsed. It has turned into a ruin. Then he looked at the nearby area with a shocked expression on his face. The person responsible for managing the suspected southern wall. Ask Master Hu. What's going on here? However, this Hu Shikai explained with a frightened expression on his face. A new student named Zhang Xian just ran over. He said he wanted to break through the difficult wall. A few minutes. All the difficult and complicated diseases in the channel have been solved for him. Because I have accumulated too many credits, the authorities are unable to calculate it. So the entire channel won't work for a while. Save him, Sun Yuanwen asked with a frightened expression on his face. What exactly is this score? How can the mechanism still operate until it explodes? At this point, Hu Shikai explained that. You also know about the situation of the difficult wall. To encourage students to explore. The faster the solution is solved, the higher the credits can be obtained. Solving a difficult problem in 1 hour will earn 1 credit. Solving 2 is 3 points. If we solve 3 of them, there are 6 points that increase by multiplying 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. And this Zhang Xian, he solved all the difficult and complicated problems within 5 minutes, exceeding 500 pounds. So his credits are probably already over 100,000. Listen here. Sun Yuan's eyes darkened and he fainted directly. What does it mean to not bully young people who are poor? Today, I finally found out. Just now, Zhang Xian holds his subordinate as Changfeng, the cloud flower exchanged for life, when I found the vice dean of the medical college to exchange it. But unexpectedly, the other party intentionally made things difficult. At this moment, Zhang Xian gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, he turned around and left the courtyard. The vice dean is afraid that he will go to other deans to file a complaint. Send student Sun Yuan to monitor his every move. What surprised Sun Yuan was, he didn't go anywhere but here to cross a southern bridge. This not only took 5 minutes, but also, we solved over 500 difficult and complicated problems. He even earned over 100,000 credits. This is Sun Yuan watching the passage turn into ruins. I cried straight out. After all, the credits for physicians are paid by their teachers. Now Zhang Xian is alone, but he took all the grades from 10 years of medical school. From now on, if other students do not receive credit rewards for completing tasks, but it violates the rules of the entire college. As the vice dean in charge, one must be careful not to be punished. Think of this. Sun Yuan looked at the collapsed passage. I couldn't help but ask Hu Shi and Zhang Xian next to me, where are they? Can you hear the other party say that after breaking through a southern wall? I went straight to the symptom counter. Sun Yuan feels like he's going crazy. What does Zhang Xian really want to do? So he didn't hesitate and hurry to the symptom table. Only when Shi approached did he realize, the vast passage in front of us has collapsed into ruins. There is a teacher standing beside, staring blankly ahead. Later, Sun Yuan learned. Zhang Xian has been inside for less than 3 minutes. Just knock this place down and go to Xianbeilan. But he doesn't understand why Zhang Xian went there. If the difficult wall and disease table are designed to test medical skills and earn credits, this ancestor's spirit is used for worship. Inside is a monument spirit that embodies the ideas of our ancestors. It's full of words on it, their most famous act of saving lives in their lifetime, and prescriptions for solving difficult and complicated diseases, used for future generations to appreciate. I can't help but feel curious when I think of this. Hurry up and rush. Just arrived in front of me. I also found that this place has turned into ruins. See here. Sun Yuan and the others have all gone crazy. This is a place that showcases the glorious deeds of our ancestors. How can it be destroyed? Did this guy attack? Only then did they see not far away, responsible for managing fellow students here, just stepped forward and asked the night master, what exactly happened here? However, the teacher stood still with a dull expression on his face, looking at the place in front of me turning into ruins. I murmured the wrong thing in my mouth. They were all wrong. I didn't expect our ancestors to be wrong. At this moment, Sun Yuan noticed that the other party did not respond, just walked up to the other person and shook it. He continued to ask what exactly happened. Did someone use brute force to attack Xianbeilan? The night doctor who regained consciousness. I just showed the recording crystal to a few people. Sun Yuan and others couldn't help but have a foul odor on their lips. Originally, Zhang Xian came to Xianbeilan, looking at the prescription left by the stone tablet in front of me. After correcting them one by one, inscriptions containing the ideas of our ancestors, feeling guilty, all actively explode. So this time it's up to Do Xianbei for his matter. Let them sigh for themselves. Proactively destroy the traces left behind. See here. Sun Yuan has gone completely insane. It's over now. It's not good for him to always offend someone. I have to offend such a pervert. Isn't it just a 10-leaf flower? Give it to him, why not give it to him? But just when he felt confused about it, suddenly someone ran over, shouting urgently, Teacher Sun. It's not good, Teacher Zhang. Go to the second floor. I plan to break into the physician tower to assess physicians. Listen here. Sun Yuan cried. He is a proud 7-foot man, crying uncontrollably like a child, because he cares about this physician. The tower knows very well. First floor. Difficult walls and the like are set up for treating diseases. The second layer and the 5 layers behind it. They are assessment agencies for doctors ranging from 1 star to 6 stars. The entire physician tower is like the Qi Si of the Qi Training Academy. It is also a fusion of institutions and formations. Assessment personnel enter into it. Not only should one have rich medical knowledge, we also need to have experience in treating illnesses. Just treating diseases is not like practicing Qi. There are millions of medicinal herbs in it. The same illness can easily prescribe hundreds of different treatments, even thousands of different prescriptions. Therefore, the assessment of ISTA cannot be as rigid as that of Qihai. Among them, countless ancestral ideas were left behind. Inspect the prescriptions of the assessors. There are these mind tests available. Other people's assessments are not too problematic, but Zhang Xian is different. Many prescriptions of the ancestor Lin. The article that he criticized is not the correct answer left by our ancestors. I definitely don't take it seriously either. So once a better prescription is prescribed, The ideas of the predecessors responsible for review are bound to be ashamed and unbearable. And then it turned into ruins like our ancestors' Lin. The College of Physicians has been established for an unknown number of years. The experience of countless predecessors cannot compare to this guy. No wonder Dean Ming and Dean Zhao, even Dean Wei, who has always been indifferent. Everyone is friendly to him, even granting elders tokens. This guy is simply not human. He's just a pervert. It's alright now. Even the doctor tower that the teacher was responsible for himself is gone, just for the sake of an October flower. Integrate the entire medical college into it. It seems that the teacher cannot bear this responsibility. Sun Yuan, who felt very sad in his heart, only then thought of his teacher. He probably doesn't know the seriousness of the matter yet. Probably. Still immersed in the joy of teaching a new student a lesson. Think of this. I hesitated for a moment in my heart, just rushed out of the ruins. Go to Vice Dean Yu's small courtyard. However, those who are currently managing the pharmacy. He is completely unaware of what is happening outside. After all, he wants to ensure the spiritual energy of the pharmacy. Specially arranged a magic array. Spiritual energy cannot escape. The sound from outside cannot come in either. So although the sound of the collapse just now was loud, but it has no impact on him at all. At this moment, he saw the students coming back. With a smile on his face, he asked how it was. Did you catch that kid back? However, Sun Yuan, whose face was full of fear, didn't know how to explain it. Let the teacher go out with me and have a look. Not long after the vice dean walked out of the courtyard. Only then did I realize. The once towering Ishtar has disappeared without a trace. There is only a pile of ruins left in front of me. See here. His eyes darkened. I almost went crazy and hurriedly asked what happened. Just haven't waited for Sun Yuan to speak yet. Just heard a loud voice resound throughout the entire medical college. Zhang Zuante applies for physician's life and death report to the physician headquarters. Challenge the College of Physicians with 6-star physicians. Vice Dean Lu Su still hopes for approval. As soon as the words fell, I saw a beam of light shining directly from the sky with my pen, accompanied by a period of meditation. Suddenly, 1 or 2 big characters appeared. Seeing this scene, Sun Yuan suddenly became foolish. Originally, Zhang Xian was assessed as a 6-star physician. Just to do this. However, Vice Dean Yu on the side did not expect it either. A new student dared to challenge him to the physician's life and death hole. His face immediately darkened. Flipped through casually. The 6-star physician badge representing the identity was taken out. A drop of blood. The badge flashed and flew into the sky, accompanied by a loud sound. I still need to do as you wish in response. Thinking of a life and death struggle. You really don't know the vastness of the earth. Anyway, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Bring it to your doorstep by yourself. Then don't blame me for not being polite. You can see that the other party agrees. Sun Yuan's heart trembled uncontrollably in the life and death struggle. I thought to myself that I was shocked just now. I haven't had a chance to elaborate on Zhang Xian's incredible actions yet. The teacher agreed to the opponent's competition so quickly. What should we do now? You should know that a doctor's life and death struggle is like a competition with a renowned teacher. Once agreed, the message will be immediately transmitted back to headquarters. If you retreat at the critical moment, will be punished. Mild revocation of physician qualification. If it's severe, just kill it directly. Change to before. If there is a sense of novelty, challenge the teacher. I definitely think the other party is looking for death, but just finished watching Zhang Xian's behavior. So his intuition told him, even if the teacher and the other party compete in 10,000 matches, I definitely can't win once either. Then I saw him anxiously say, teacher, you shouldn't have agreed to him. This Zhang Xian, it's not that simple. However, Vice Dean sees his student leader's ambition, eliminate one's own prestige. As soon as his face darkened, he snorted coldly, just a little guy, dare to fight with me. I'll kill him in minutes. You go back to the yard and warm some wine first. Wait until the wine gets hot. I should come back too. After speaking, he ignored the students. Jumping forward, he flew towards the direction where the badge was suspended in the sky. Cause Sun Yuan knew that the teacher was fighting with the other party. There is no chance of winning. I feel very uneasy in my heart. Just chase straight ahead. Try to discourage as much as possible. At the same time, several deans and others in the college. I heard that Zhang Xian is going to challenge the vice dean of Xingyu Strong. Everyone was startled. Everyone immediately put down what they are doing. Go to the medical college. And Sun Chang and the others. Just enjoying it. A sumptuous lunch with the highest treatment at Jinyang Club. I also heard Zhang Xian shout. At this moment, Wang Ying stood up anxiously and said, Uncle Chang, teachers need to compete with people. Let's hurry over. Just. Sun Chang responded dismissively, saying it was just a fight. It's okay, with the young master's strength. You still don't believe it. It must be that vice dean who is causing death. You can eat with peace of mind. We'll just go over and have a look when we're full. However, Dean Zhao, who arrived at the medical college first. Several people saw Zhang Xian standing on the high platform. I hurriedly asked Zhang Shi, "Why are you going to duel with the dean? What exactly happened? Do you want me to adjust it? The dean's medical skills are astonishing. If it weren't for my age last time, the top 10 elders may not necessarily fall on Zhong Dingxuan's head." At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand with a cold gaze. Response: "Thank you for Dean Zhao's kindness. I'll handle this matter myself." I heard him say that. Several people also looked puzzled. What exactly happened here? Can make Zhang Shi so angry? Not willing to engage in a life or death struggle with Yusu. At this moment, there is a middle-aged man. I hurriedly walked up to Dean Zhao. "Speaking of teacher, I just inquired about it. Zhang Shi said he wants to save people. Just go with Lord Wei Chanfeng. Purchase an industrial flower from Yusu. But he said he needed a cloud flower to exchange it." Elder Mi frowned in classical Chinese beside him. Suddenly, with a pale face, he exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of cloud flower? You need to let them go into the clouds and mist." Immediately after, the middle-aged man became interested in the vice dean. The matter of not exchanging herbs for Zhang Xian, I said at once. Their faces immediately darkened. Soon after, Wei Ronchuan and Xiumei gathered in clusters. He said a worried sentence. "Although Yusu's behavior is very infuriating, Master Kuizhang's strength requires a life-and-death battle with the opponent. Is this too impulsive? Can he surpass Vice Dean Yusu?" Upon hearing these words, several deans fell silent. However, the middle-aged man beside them looked worried as he saw the others. I just spoke up, "Deans, don't you guys know yet? Then we will discuss the 4 major levels of medical school." I told a few people to listen to it again. "Understood here." Sighed Dean Zhong Dingchun of the medical college, who was never born. My body suddenly shook. A mouthful of old blood spurted out with it. Just let out a roar and still keep quiet. Yang Guangpu, top your lungs. Damn it, it's a chicken. Is it easy to get through to today's medical college? You meow for a herb. Now it's like this. How can I explain to my ancestors and ancestors in the future? Several people scratched their heads and cheeks when they saw the dean of the school. He looks like he's going crazy. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, saying, "Please accept our condolences and accept the change." Immediately afterwards, Wei Ronshua breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, our Ginghong teacher's assessment is relatively simple. Otherwise, I'm afraid Ginghong Hospital will also be finished. And beside him, Dean Min raised his eyebrows in classical Chinese. "The person with a bitter melon-like face said this to you. Should I help him apply for a 6-star animal trainer? I'm afraid he might suddenly want to take the exam in a few days and give it a try. What can we do?" As soon as these words are spoken, everyone is speechless. At this moment, the vice dean still needed to fly over the high platform. Jumping onto the stage, he coldly looked at Zhang Xian not far away. "Just because you want to challenge me after saying one sentence. As a senior, I won't bully you either. It's up to you to decide how to disdain." I haven't received a response from the other party yet. Sun Yuan, who was not far away, said to him through voice transmission, "Teacher, there's something I have to say now, no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the teacher might not know the other party's strength. I suffered a big loss." Upon hearing this, Lu Su furrowed his brow. A cold snort made me suffer. At this moment, Sun Yuan also ignored the teacher's expression. I told him all the situations of the 4 major levels. After understanding it, Yusu's body couldn't help but shake. My eyes turned black. Immediately after, he shouted angrily, "What have you been doing?" However, at this moment, Sun Yuan responded with a face full of grievances, saying to the teacher, "You didn't let me say it just now, and asked me to warm up the wine and prepare it. Listen here. You must be stupid." He meows. "Look, I won't kill you, you bastard." The pervert in his 20s in front of him. As soon as I arrived at the college, I had to confront the dean who was over 1,000 years old. This makes all the teachers and students in the audience. I squeezed a cold sweat for him. Just now, Zhang Xian travels to the countryside. Initiated the doctor's life and death report. Everyone rushed over upon hearing the news. However, at this moment, Yusu standing on the stage, still arrogantly rebuking. "Whatever kind of competition you suggest, it can easily kill you too." But when he heard the students pass on the 4 major levels of the medical college, after revealing everything to the other party, I was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. A new student actually has this ability. It's also very frustrating. Just for a herb, we can make the situation like this. Think of this. His face is getting uglier and uglier. Suddenly, a thought moved in my heart. I don't know what came to my mind. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Just now he was quite imposing. Let the other party freely propose content for the competition. At this point, there was no longer any concern for demeanor. Quickly changed his mind and said he wanted to compare with Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Many of the old students in the audience just now were suddenly foolish. I just finished praising him for his grace. Give up the decision-making process to the opponent. I didn't expect the slap to come so quickly, but Zhang Xian didn't think much of it. I also agreed to the content of the fight. After all, his current purpose is only one. It's about avenging Wei Changfeng. So let the other party compare. It doesn't matter anything. It's just a matter of the middle dean of the institute in the audience. I heard this old guy suddenly change his mind. It's better to detoxify than to do other things. I was also so angry that I cursed loudly. However, Yu Su on stage continued to speak at this moment. I explained the rules of the competition once again. Everyone frowned repeatedly upon hearing these words. They really can't think of it. This vice dean. Surprisingly, they suggested giving each other poison. And then the rule of detoxification by each individual. However, Zhang Xian did not hesitate, nodding and agreeing to the other party. But the chief of the court in the audience saw that he agreed. I couldn't help but shout that I couldn't agree. This is really too dangerous. Following closely behind are Ding Zhao and Wei Ranxue, who care about Zhang Xian. I also started to feel indignant about it. But unfortunately, this is a life and death struggle for doctors. But they can't intervene. At this moment, 77 and 11 also came up to them. Seeing this situation, scared to the point where his face turned pale and he exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, I can't compare with him." However, Zhang Xian did not pay attention to everyone at this moment. Ask the other party if they can start now. At this moment, we still need to be cold and say, "Are you rushing to reincarnate? So anxious." Then he handed over a bottle of medicine. Just keep saying that this is mine. We will last for half an hour. Whoever can interpret success wins. If you can't solve it, then you can only blame yourself for not being proficient in learning. After speaking, he flicked his finger. Just use true qi to hold the jade bottle. Slowly deliver to the other party. And Zhang Xian casually took it over and opened the bottle cap. Immediately after, I saw a black and ferocious aura spewing out. The middle courtyard chief in the audience had a face covered in iron green when he saw this. Then he exclaimed in surprise that it was over. This poison is even mine. Don't say half an hour. Even if it takes 10 hours. I'm afraid we can't find a solution. The three deans on the side heard the words. I asked anxiously what to do now. Did you just watch helplessly as he was poisoned to death? Later, the dean sighed before responding to a few people. What else can we do now? We can only see how Zhang Xian solved it. But don't worry, everyone. Since he can overcome the 4 major levels, I believe there are still means available. However, Zhang Xian reinserted the bottle cap. Just look at the other person. I said something nice lightly. Prepared very well. At this moment, Yu Su sneered coldly. I responded by saying that this was something I accidentally obtained. It has an effect on the strong who desire victory. Now it's your turn to poison. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment and asked the other party to wait for a moment. Immediately after, the brain quickly began to function. What came to mind then? Just focus your eyes on Dean Ming. Ask Dean Dao Ming. Do you have Qing Dan Ling Ye? However, Mi Lao, who was asked this question, was also stunned for a moment. Originally, Zhang Xian asked the other party for. This clear elixir is the urine of a holy beast. Although he was puzzled as to why Zhang Xian did this. But look at his serious expression on his face. As the dean of the institute, these things related to being favored will naturally. So he handed him a bottle. At this moment, Zhang Xian took it over and nodded with satisfaction. Just look at Yu Su not far away and say it's okay. My poison is ready. Kuyoshu saw the other party take out this thing as poison. I was so angry that my face turned black. In my heart. After greeting Zhang Xian's ancestors for 18 generations, I can't resist being publicly humiliated like this by the other party anymore. When he was about to speak, what did Zhang Xian say? My poison is ready. If you dare not drink, it means you've given up. After speaking, I saw this old avatar go crazy, trembling all over with anger. At this moment, Zhang Xian pursed her lips. Continue talking about whether to drink or not. Such ink stains. The content of contempt is also determined by you. I didn't commit a foul either. Listen here. Su's face was ferocious. With just one bite of your teeth, let out a roar. We are competing for detoxification. You use holy animal urine to impersonate. He said there was no foul. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand in response, saying that as a physician. Don't you even know that holy beast urine is a medicinal herb? Otherwise, how can it be called the clear liver effect? Since it's a medicinal herb, nature can also be used as poison. Your poison, isn't it also made up of many medicinal herbs? Why is mine not working? I am willing to take your medication. You're not taking it. Then give up. However, Yu Su, who was being closely pressed by Zhang Xian step by step. At this point, there is no room for retreat. So he angrily scolded me and told me to give up. Indulge in wishful thinking. I can drink it. We just need to start at the same time. But when Zhang Xian heard him say that, she sneered. Just respond with a colleague and there's no need for it. I did it, you can do it as you please. Immediately after, open the bottle cap. Drink the venom in your hand in one gulp. Off the stage. Many elderly students were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect it. This new student. Surprisingly, he drank the venom so lightly and lightly. The state of mind that regards life and death as nothingness. Many old students who had objections to him earlier. Now everyone admires it with all their might. At this moment, he threw away the jade bottle in his hand. Just wave your hand and say it's done. I have finished drinking your poison. Don't you want to drink now? It's okay not to drink. The rules are yours to make. Since you want to not comply, I will also immediately report to the guild. Someone should cancel your physician qualification. Upon hearing this, you sue. Looking at the big gourd weighing 4 to 5 pounds in my hand, my face is getting uglier and uglier. After a moment of contemplation, in order to not be subject to the other party's checks and balances, with gritted teeth, a fierce expression appeared in his eyes. I looked up and drank the urine from the gourd. 3 minutes later, only then did I see his face turn red. Make this pot nauseous. A pungent and delicious thing to drink. After drinking it, I was just about to see if this long-eyed thing has been poisoned, but I noticed that the other person looked over with admiration on their face. I said I drank everything. Impressive. I told you what you meant by being casual. Just don't need to finish it all. Just one sip is enough. I didn't expect the taste of the first Nadine to be so good. I can't stop drinking once. I am very impressed. Upon hearing this, Yusu immediately spewed out a mouthful of yellow good stuff. I was so angry that I couldn't speak for a moment. Not long after, he slowly spoke up and said, "You're ruthless. I just hope you can laugh until the end. Don't detoxify me within this half hour. Your fate is only one." However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. "Just interrupt for half an hour. No need, I've already unlocked your poison. You can do it here." Some people think that Zhang Xian resolved it with the true chi of the heavenly Tao. In fact, that was not the case. Already ahead. His soul. I have blended with Wei Ruoyan, who possesses an innate poisonous soul body. So now Zhang Xian is in charge. Individual constitution, even if not a congenital toxin. There's not much difference either, although the toxicity of the beard is severe. But for him, usually with beverages, no effect at all. On the contrary, many spirits from drugs enter the body, make his cultivation more stable, especially the witch soul. Almost absorbed all the venom. It has increased significantly from a height of 10 meters. As for how much it has increased, without being detached, it cannot be seen, but the power has become much stronger. In other words, he drank this poison. Not only is there no way, it also helps with cultivation. But the game is different from him. The urine I just drank is non-toxic. But Zhang Xian's heavenly Tao True Qi. One thought can become a life-saving medicine. One thought can turn into a deadly poison. And in order to conceal the true Qi of the heavenly Tao, I am interested in finding Dean Min, borrowing heavily scented holy beast urine. After all, the true Qi of the heavenly Tao is in front of the powerful in the holy domain. Easy to expose. That's why there was the scene of the other person drinking urine. However, at this moment, Yusu heard Zhang Xian say that he had detoxified the poison. A stumble. Almost died from a fall. Then he looked at the other person with a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xian appeared calm and composed. Analyzed the other party's poison once. At the same time, I also explained the medicinal herbs used for detoxification. Just smile and say what to him. What I said is entirely correct. Listen here. Yusu's face turned ashen. He didn't expect this poison. The other party was able to crack it so quickly. So I responded coldly, saying that everything you said was right. But even if you can detoxify it, now it's not even considered a drug victory. I can also solve it. As soon as the words fell, I saw the true Qi surging inside him. In an instant, a powerful pressure erupted. With a long hiss, he cracked it for me. The urine fountain I just drank, all evaporated by internal forces. At this moment, the whole room could smell this spicy smell. I can't help but feel like I'm about to vomit. And among them, the dean of the middle school. Seeing the other party using this Zhou Tian Lu Ding, after the detoxification technique, my body couldn't help but shake for a moment. After all, he knows. This is the peak of 6 stars from 2000 years ago. This world was created by nothing. A method to detoxify without taking an antidote. It's just that this technique has been lost for thousands of years. How did he learn? Think of this. Dean Zhong's face darkened. I secretly decided in my heart. After the matter is over, you must master the technique. Why does he have this kind of poison? Let me clarify. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party's excited expression on their face. I said I cracked it myself. I couldn't help but shake my head. Do you know what kind of poison I am? Just untied it. This is a game. Wave your big hand. A response full of excitement. I don't care what kind of poison you're using. There is no such thing as my Zhou Tianlu Ding detoxification technique. Cannot resolve it. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw his body tremble suddenly. Blackened complexion. Immediately after, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. At this moment, Yusu finally realized. The poison is still unsolved. Quickly activate the true qi to suppress the toxicity in the body. But I felt it had no effect at all. So I roared, you bastard. Your poison is not in Qingganlingye. How dare you cheat? Listen here. Zhang Xian's eyes are like torches. The voice, with a questioning tone, pointed straight to the bottom of my heart. I'm begging you for industrial flowers, said sternly. Sincere attitude. There is nothing unreasonable in the language. If you don't sell it to me, then go ahead. But he deceived Wei Changfeng into going to Yunwu Ridge to collect Yunwu flowers. He was surrounded by holy beasts and died tragically. This is my deception. But I brought the cloud flowers you wanted. You have to live to sell it to me. Okay, Mr. Zhao, will put out the fire with the cloud flowers. But you went back on your word again. This is also my deception. Later, he told me that the 10-leaf flower is not ripe and cannot be sold. I use a special method to consume true qi and make it mature. You still don't sell it. Disregarding the reputation of renowned teachers. Is this still me cheating? However, being questioned continuously in public, Yusu couldn't even refute a word. At this moment, his face turned pale, trembling all over the body. My legs are weak. Collapsed directly to the ground. So at the same time, after many teachers and students in the audience learned about these situations, I just found out that Zhang Xian challenged the other party. I was bullied to the point where I couldn't bear it anymore. At this point, everyone also realized, this lofty vice dean his heart is so sinister. However, Yusu saw the public opinion in the audience and collapsed on one side. I stood up and coldly snorted, the medicine I cultivated. If you want to sell, sell it. Not wanting to sell is nothing. Do we have to bear the blame for not selling troops? Zhang Xian did not repent when she saw the other party on the brink of death. Show a stern response and say yes. Sure Hua, if you really want to sell it, then sell it. This is up to you. I can't say anything. It's just a doctor's life and death hole. If I want to challenge, I challenge. What can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Yusu's body couldn't help but shake. He knows that despising detoxification is no match for him. If you look down on others, there's even less hope. Then he gritted his teeth and said, okay, you're great. I like you this time. How do you suggest compensating me? Compensation is no big deal, that 10-leaf flower also stings. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian angrily shouted compensation. Okay, since I died for Changfeng because of you, then you'll sacrifice your life for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Su, his face suddenly turned grim. Then he roared and demanded that I sacrifice my life. I am the vice dean of the College of Physicians. 6-star top-grade renowned teacher. Sacrifice his life for a small person like him. Why did you hear this? Why did Zhang Xian burst out laughing? Yeah, then let me tell you why. Just rely on me alone to solve 503 difficult and complicated problems on the wall. Just rely on me leaving 432 diagnostic methods at the clinic. Also, there are many illnesses related to the ancestral spirit that need to be re-evaluated. New treatment plan. Make many inherited illnesses easier to solve. Just rely on me to challenge the 6-star doctor. No mistakes at all. Leave behind the most accurate solutions for 73 types of illnesses. Although I destroyed the doctor tower with the prescription, but it left behind more prescriptions for treating diseases. Make the headquarters willing to start a life and death battle for me as a doctor. Why do you dare to ask me? I rely on my physician identity. It's a life and death struggle. I have defeated you. Then he waved his big hand. A surge of breath arose and said to you again now. Immediately commit suicide for me. The person with the highest status in the college in front of me. He actually used his identity to pressure Zhang Xian. Unfortunately, it was less than a few seconds of arrogance. Immediately softened. Just now, Zhang Xian and the vice dean defeated each other in detoxification. And he talked about how he bullied others. Then he passed through the 4 major levels of being a doctor. Everything that was approved by the headquarters was told. After seeing the other person's face turn pale to the point where they can't even speak, knowing that their confidence has been completely destroyed. So with a wave of his big hand, he angrily shouted, you should commit suicide. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw Yusu's face turn pale like ashes. Generalized tremors. In an instant, he felt that his life was an immense failure. It's better to die than to live. Think of this. He didn't hesitate at all. He slapped himself straight on the head, but just as his palm was about to strike his head, suddenly, the sky let out a loud shout. Stop it. Immediately after, I saw a figure fall straight from the sky onto the high platform with a pen. Yusu, who originally had a gloomy expression on his face. I was hit hard by this shout, which made me shiver. Immediately, his face darkened, glaring angrily at Zhang Xian with red eyes. With a long hiss, "How dare you use Shi Yan Tian Shou on me? I'm going to kill you," accompanied by a sound of meditation. I saw Yusu's entire body surge with violent strength and then emerge, rush towards Zhang Xian with invincible crushing force. But Zhang Xian doesn't change her face about this. Hands behind your back, standing proudly on the high platform, seemingly completely disdainful of the opponent's attack. However, just as the attack was about to fall on Zhang Xian, the old man who just arrived on stage shouted loudly, moderately stopped by the dean. Then he waved his big hand, just to dispel the violent aura from him. Just Zhang Xian saw that the attack had stopped. I also sighed inwardly. After all, doctors have a life and death hole. With the approval of the headquarters, naturally, it is subject to supervision and sanctions from the headquarters. If Yusu's palm just now really dared to strike it down, it is estimated that it has been wiped out by the headquarters from a distance. However, the old man who just stopped all of this, at this moment, he looked over with a calm expression. "Are you the same Zhang Xian?" Below is Lu Feng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy. Yusu is a college teacher no matter what he says. Tang Tang vice dean. Even if there are occasional mistakes, not guilty to death either. "Do you think so?" I asked him to compensate you for the 10-leaf flower. "I'll compensate you some more. This matter is temporary. This approach." "Listen here." Zhang Xian's face darkened. "Just shout angrily and tell me now. This is the approach taken. Did I hear you correctly?" At this moment, Lu Feng was trying to save Yusu. There is a hint of kindness in the tone. Slowly respond and say it's good. The college has its own rules and regulations. As a student, you challenge the teacher. Already violated the rules. Violating the etiquette between teachers and students. If today's ceremony is over, then, the college will also impose a lighter punishment on you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately laughed and gave me a lighter punishment. His face changed accordingly. "Just ask the other party if I don't want to compensate. As long as he lives." Lu Feng personally stepped forward when he saw himself. The other party is not only not afraid. Instead, he openly challenged himself. With a light expression, he scolded and said, "You want his life? This is a renowned teacher academy. You are not allowed to do whatever you want as a student. Besides, he's not just a doctor in the game. He is also a registered 6-star top-grade teacher in the famous teacher hall. How to deal with it? Need to discuss with the renowned teachers hall and the college together. It's not even your turn as a 4-star ordinary person." Pointing and gesturing here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I just gave the other person a cold glance. "Ask, listen to your tone. You are the dean of the renowned teacher college. Is it?" However, Lu Feng did not expect this guy to ask such a question. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he responded that although I am not the dean, since the disappearance of the old dean, I am the acting dean. But when Zhang Xian heard that the other party was just an acting dean, raise your eyebrows. Wave your big hand. He angrily rebuked that since you're not the dean, he's not meowing. "What are you inserting here? There is green grass by the river. No need to speak too much. Donkey, get out of here. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'm going to challenge your alchemy academy now." As soon as these words are spoken, everyone in the audience, several deans were immediately scared out of their wits. Zombies don't play like this. At least he is also a acting dean. 10 fists is about the same as the dean. But just as everyone did this for Zhang Xian, when I pinched a cold sweat, I saw Dean Lu's face darken. With a thunderous roar, "What are you saying?" However, Zhang Xian still showed no fear of this. Instead, he sneered, "Are you deaf or blind? You can still see it even if you can't hear it, right? I am engaged in a life and death struggle with Yusu, all under the identity of 6-star 1 division. It can be considered as a peer. There is no distinction between teachers and students. So don't use his meow-like words of teacher-student righteousness to pressure me. Besides, we haven't figured out the winner yet. Just rush over and cause trouble. Forcefully prevent. Now you dare to tell me the rules. You're meowing. Do you know how to follow the rules? Listen here." Lu Fengfeng's face was ashen, trembling all over, unable to utter a word. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with eloquence. "No matter what you say today, I have secured this game, and I will personally go to the Shumingshi Hall for this matter. Mediate with the First Division Guild. Immediately ignore Zhang Xian again. Let Yusu come with me." But Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Just look angry. Just let out a long hiss and leave. I didn't let him go. Who dares to walk? Immediately turned to look at Yusu. Angrily rebuked that you killed Wei Chanfeng. The dignity and morality of childish teachers. There's no face left to be a role model. Kneel down to me immediately now. As soon as these words are spoken, I haven't shocked everyone yet. I only saw Yusu's knees cover a soft spot and kneel down directly on the ground. At this moment, Lu Feng was about to explode with anger. acting dean. Surprisingly, in the college under their jurisdiction, being ignored by a new student. So he gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Xian with a fierce expression on his face, "Are you really going against me? Listen here." Zhang Xian shook her head and responded, "You're overthinking. You're not worth my opposition at all. To be honest, before you appeared, I don't even know which onion you are. Also, stay wherever you see it's cool. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. The doctor's life and death struggle is not over yet. No one can take him away. Don't say you're just an acting dean. Even if the dean comes in person, it's useless. Otherwise, you'll just wait to collect the corpse." At this moment, Lu Feng, who had no face left, gritted his teeth. Just angrily shouted Zhang Xian, "Do you dare?" However, feeling helpless, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded with a joke. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He said, "I dare not. Come on, spit out some blood for him to see." Immediately after, I saw Yasu suddenly slap fiercely while kneeling on the ground, spray out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhang Xian saw the other party getting so angry that she was about to go crazy. Just keep mocking and asking what's wrong. Still not satisfied. Reason needed. Continue vomiting until he wears it. However, upon hearing the command, it was necessary to. Blood spurted out incessantly, mouth after mouth. Seeing the scene, Lu Feng knew. When they were fighting, I must have been poisoned by something powerful by the other party. Otherwise, my old friend's body. It's impossible to obediently obey without control. So he drank angrily with a face full of anger and said, "Very good. Very capable. Just here, I want to remind you of one thing. Firstly, Mize won the life and death battle, but as a top-tier 6-star renowned teacher, granting asylum to the college, as you are not yet qualified to decide his life or death, and you also need to detoxify him. As for the matter of winning a gambling match, I will ask him to provide compensation, so I will let you go, as if nothing had happened today. Otherwise, as a teacher, I would teach a disobedient student a lesson. Even if it reaches the master teacher hall, no one will speak for you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he looked at the other person with an angry expression on his face. I asked a question. "Are you determined to cause trouble for me now?" However, when Lu Feng heard this, he chuckled and asked for trouble. "I'm not asking for trouble with you, just educating younger generations. If your seniority is higher than mine, nature can also teach me freely." But just when Zhang Xian didn't know how to respond to this, I saw a voice from behind, "Dean Lu. Below 3 people. He is a guest elder newly recruited by the Martial Arts Academy. Enjoy the benefits specially invited by the college. May I be of the same age as you?" Zhang Xian heard this familiar voice. I couldn't help but turn my head and look over. But this one looks. I was momentarily stunned, thinking to my 3 students, "When did you become an elder?" However, Lu Feng on the other side was also very strange. At this moment, why did these people come up specifically to ask this question? Then he responded with a gentle smile. "I heard from Dean Su that you 3 are not very old. I have a deep understanding of martial arts and cultivation. From simplicity to the path of reproduction, he is a genius among geniuses, being able to receive the weight of Dean Su. Of course, you are now the class elders of the Martial Arts Academy. He can also be considered a renowned teacher. The elders of the college. Naturally, he is also of the same generation as me." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yang and a few others nodded in response. "Just be a peer." The crisis trio immediately approached Zhang Xian, kneeled down to the ground. I have met the teacher before. Many old students and the dean in the audience went crazy when they saw this. What's the situation with his meow? 3 newly hired guest elders. Surprisingly, he is a student of Zhang Xian. As it stands now, isn't Dean Lu twice as short as Zhang Xian? I lost it, and there's this matter. However, Zhang Yang ignored everyone's shock. "Get up and look at Lu Feng. Ask if you are a student of the college. So there must be a teacher. I would like to ask Dean Lu, my teacher. Who did you become your teacher?" Did you hear a response from the other party? Zhang Yang immediately asked, "My teacher is in the college. Do you have a student ID?" Seeing the other person stunned, Zhang Yang continued speaking. "Since my teacher doesn't have a student ID, 2 also did not apprentice. Why do you say he is a student of a renowned teacher academy? What evidence do you have?" At this moment, Lu Feng was completely dumbfounded. Later, he stuttered and responded, saying, "Although he doesn't have a student ID, but they live inside the college. Also establish a society." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian spoke up and said, "Okay, Lu Feng Xinji. I got a token from Dean Min in the residential room of the college. Due to the love and admiration of countless new students, this is the newly formed society. You don't have to worry about it either. You stopped me. I also know that you are doing it for the good of the college, so I don't blame you. It's just that this guy, Yasubi, lost the battle. I still have to take him away. You're a junior. Don't cling to the wrong path." However, Lu Feng knew that the other party would continue to speak. it will definitely be taken to the ditch. So he snorted coldly. Don't criticize me here. Anyway, you're just a 4-heart master. Even if you mention flowers today, don't even think about taking people away. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Just saw a figure fall onto the stage and say, okay, Dean Lu Song. As the acting dean of the prestigious preschool teacher college, you are a renowned teacher. Entangled here. What kind of system is it? Then ignore the other party. Just look at Zhang Xian. May I ask if you have already grasped the eye of fame and fortune? Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. I thought to myself that the other party would ask such a question. There's nothing else to hide. I just nodded in response. However, everyone in the audience saw him admit it. They began to discuss it one after another. This is a famous teacher with over 6 stars. The eyes of fame and fortune that are only possible to comprehend. Besides, even if they are the proud sons of saints and sects, even a 6-star renowned teacher may not necessarily comprehend it. However, Zhang Shi has come to understand. People with this talent, the minimum achievement is an 8-star or above renowned teacher. And at this moment, after receiving a positive response from the other party, Luo Shi nodded. I just replied, I'll come find you tonight. Then he turned around and flew away. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned upon hearing these words, suddenly came to ask about this matter. After asking, leave. What exactly does this mean? But when I think of it at night, I naturally know. No more worries. Then he looked at Lu Feng who was lost in thought beside him. Do you have any further questions now? If not, I'll take this person away. Seeing no response from the other party, just instruct Zhang Yang and a few others. Bring back Yoshu who was kneeling on the ground. Walk towards the audience on your own. However, Zhang Xian is now being messed up by Zhang Yang just now. I can no longer be considered a student of the college. No credits or student ID. I cannot freely enter or exit for learning either. It is even more difficult to conduct stable assessments. So if he comes back to the college in the future, we can only challenge it. But just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about it, suddenly saw a young man holding a long gun. He rushed over with excitement on his face. Block in front of you. I finally broke through the 10th level of the leaf spear technique. We have reached the realm of human gun integration. Zhang Xian, I want to compete with you. Do you dare to take it? Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to react yet. Zhang Yang had a gloomy expression on his face, sucked the back of the other person's head. I angrily scolded you, you wicked beast. I haven't paid my respects to my master yet. This pervert in front of me. Who dares to trouble him? He gave the other party a big trouble. This is the hand of the arrogant top 10 deans. I'm going to be publicly slapped today. Just now, after Zhang Xian admitted to understanding the eye of fame and fortune. In addition, Luo Shi used the tomb chamber to suppress Lu Feng. He dare not say a word again. So Zhang Xian had 3 disciples take Lu Su away. I was stopped by Shui Xingyang before leaving. Say you want to challenge yourself. Zhang Yang immediately gave him a fight fiercely and make him see the person in front of him clearly. But his mentor, after understanding the situation, Shui Xingyang seemed to have gone crazy. The person whose heart yearns to defeat. Surprisingly, he became his own mentor. At this moment, he had the desire to die. He meowed and originally learned to shoot just to avenge his past shame. But now he has become the other person's grandson. However, seeing this scene, Long Sanyuet and Dong Xian, these 2 presidents. At this moment, I also swallowed my saliva. These 2 days or less than, one of the 4 presidents of the college became a student under his seat. Today, this has become his disciple again. If he keeps meowing like this, won't it all collapse? And Dong Xian thought of this. A straight face. I seem to have some thoughts in my mind. Just Zhang Xian here. Seeing Zhang Yang, he asked the other party to call him his master. He also looked at a few people with a puzzled expression on his face. Later explained by Sun Chang. Zhang Xian only learned about what had happened earlier. That's it. Since we have enrolled students, then give me good guidance. Also, have a few more classes. Strive to provide explanations throughout the entire school. Make more money to come back. You all know that. The cost required for us cultivators is very high. After finishing speaking, I went to Yusu's yard, drive away the experimental flowers. Just when I returned to my residence after picking up the herbs, I saw someone blocking in front of the yard, and notify oneself. He said he is no longer a student of the college. I can't continue living here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also fainted. But just as he was thinking about what to do about it, there was an old student walking past with a middle-aged man. He said he came to find him. Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard this. I don't even know each other anymore. Later, with a puzzled expression, he asked who he was. At this moment, the man came up to him. Right below is the steward of the Huaiwan mansion, Yu Qing. Our prince has purchased a mansion for the Zhang family, right next to the college. Specially asked me to bring it to you. Please accept with a smile. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian politely declined for a moment. Not long after, he reluctantly asked Sun Chang to give him the key. I have received the land deed and house deed. At the same time, the other party also prepared a group of maids, servants and guards, etc. Take care of his daily life. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian thanked Wang Cheng, and he said he would visit the king's mansion another day. Express gratitude. That's how Zhang Xian led the butler and 5 students. A group of servants also moved into the mansion. After rectification. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao arrived at Zhang Xian's room, seeing Luo Qiqi also present. Just asked about the ancient residence clearly. 2 people. Do you know about the treasure left here? Subsequently, the agent communicated. I also know that Zhang Xian is indeed aware of this matter. And Hu Yaoyao was also in front of them, showcased their martial spirit. At this moment, Luo Qiqi and his companions only found out. The Yao Yao in front of me is not surnamed Hu, but with the surname Wu. However, Yao Yao explained why he had to change his surname. Also, the ancestors who had no adopted children were arrested back then. I told the story of something that nobody even noticed. Only then did I realize that within the Hong Yuan Empire, someone has done something bad to Senior Wu Yangzi. If their descendants do not change their surname, it is estimated that they will also be driven to the brink of extinction. After handling this matter, Zhang Xian asked the 2 of them to rest first. I took the leaf-eating flower to rescue Wei Rui and myself. Just through one operation, he can only maintain his physical body from being damaged. I want to restore its vitality. We still need Duan Shudan's help. Think of this. I have an idea in my heart. I left the ward and went to the Alchemy Guild. However, at this moment, in the office of Danshire College, here, I saw Lu Feng sitting with a low and gloomy face, discussing with the 4 vice deans how to rescue the vice dean. At the same time, he sneered. The houses around the college are valuable for every inch of land. This Zhang Xian was expelled from the academy by himself. After he has nowhere to settle down, find a way to teach him a lesson. And a few elders nearby found out about this matter. His face turned ashen. After all, everyone knows, Zhang Xian is highly regarded by the other 3 deans. This may cause trouble. When I was about to dissuade him, I heard someone outside the door asking for a meeting. Dean Lu responded with a nod. This student named Huang Xing came in to pay his respects. Just report to Dean Lu. I cleaned everything out of Zhang Xian's residence, and took back the other courtyard. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Dean Lu nodded repeatedly. Clap your hands, say yeah. Then he asked the student what was wrong with that guy now. Are you looking for a place to stay in a disheveled state? Also, could you please inform all the commercial banks? No one is allowed to rent or even sell a house to him. Otherwise, I will personally come to the door to look for trouble. However, upon hearing this, Wang Xing hesitated for a moment. Just responded by saying to report to the dean. He didn't look for a place to live. He just got cleared by me. Later, the prince sent someone to come. I gave him a huge mansion as a gift. It is said to cover an area of over 300 acres. The decoration inside is even more magnificent, comparable to the imperial palace. And then he moved in. Listen here. Lu Feng is stupid. He meows. I still want to use the issue of the house to suppress the other party. But I didn't expect it. They are all living in the luxurious mansion gifted by Prince Huai. I was just about to ask a detailed question. What the hell is going on here? Another person hurriedly rushed in. Shout out, Dean. It's not good. Big things are not good. Zhang Xian has come to the Alchemy Academy. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng was initially taken aback. With that, his face darkened. Just let out a furious shout. He is no longer a renowned teacher. College students, why hasn't anyone stopped you? At this moment, the young man responded anxiously, saying that he owns Dean Mi and Dean Zhao. And there are also tokens from the 3 of Wei Yuan's leaders. He is also a guest elders teacher. Higher seniority than teachers. We can't stop it. But he has been standing there ever since he arrived. Lost in thought outside the library, the whole person remained motionless, looking straight at the library. I didn't say anything. Stay for half an hour. Everyone looked bewildered at the words. After Ku Lu Song realized it, I dare not hesitate either. Let the youth take themselves to find him. After all, everyone knows. Everywhere Zhang Xian went, there were restless chickens and dogs. Now we have arrived at Danshire College. Nothing good will happen for sure. At this moment, the young man quickly brought a few people to find Zhang Xian. I arrived at the library but couldn't find the other person's figure. Subsequently, I saw 2 third-grade students carrying luggage on their backs. I walked out from somewhere. The young man quickly approached and asked Husu, aren't you responsible for reading the library collection? Why are you packing your luggage now? However, Husu saw someone who came. I just responded by reporting to the senior. I just heard Teacher Zhang give a class. Become enlightened at once. I don't think I'm suitable for alchemy. So I want to leave here. Go to other colleges to study. Listen here. Not only are young people stunned, the several deans behind them were also dumbfounded. What's going on here? Zhang Xian came here to talk for a while after class. Just tell the person away. So the young man asked another person if they wanted to leave. Do you also feel that you are not suitable? After receiving a response from the other party, several people are speechless, but they are still worried that there will be no one left after the two of them leave. When reading the library, the 7 vice deans on the side, I just saw a few students studying with me. He also passed by with his luggage on his back. Then he took a few steps forward and called them over. Asked them where they want to go. However, the student walking ahead, the person who came is the teacher. Knees softening, kneeling to the ground, he said, report to the teacher. The students are about to bid you farewell. I heard bullying the dean here. I feel like my whole body is going to explode. Then you shouted angrily and said goodbye to me. Do you also think alchemy is not suitable for you? At this moment, Xu Yongning's hand was kneeling on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the teacher's lesson and talisman. I feel a bit embarrassed to say that this is naturally not the case. I just don't think the teacher's course is suitable for me. It is difficult to make progress by continuing to learn. It's better to just say goodbye. It won't delay the teacher from recruiting new students either. Vice Dean Wenyan is also foolish. I am the Vice Dean of the Alchemist Academy. The alchemy technique is not much inferior to Dean Lufeng's, belonging to the true 6-star peak alchemist, so he asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Why do you think my class is not suitable for you? Upon hearing the question, Xu Yongming responded by saying, I just attended Teacher Zhang's class. I just realized what an alchemy teacher is. Although you spoke well, but compared to him, it's still quite inferior. Please forgive me, teacher. I will join the Xianxian Society now. Go listen to Professor Zhang's lecture. After finishing speaking, return the course preparation to him. We left together without looking back. Several deans saw the situation. Everyone stood there with a dark face, lost in thought. But we haven't waited for them to recover yet. When did Zhang Xian actually do something? Other students traveling with Xu Yongning. I also came to drop out of class one after another. See here. Dean Lu questioned Vice Dean 7. Is there any problem during regular teaching? Why are so many people dropping out of classes now? However, upon hearing the questioning of bullying, the dean had a bitter expression on his face. When I was about to explain something, I saw dozens of students coming again. Come towards yourself. Take a closer look. Just turned around and asked Dean Lu, are these people his students? Lu Feng glanced at the words. Just nod and respond, saying yes. These are all my own students. But don't worry. I teach without them. I will never be like your students. Probably because of Zhang Xian's situation. That's why they came together to report to me. Then I saw them approaching me. Just when I was about to ask how the situation was, I saw everyone neatly arranged. Kneeling to the ground, he said. Thank you for your guidance over the years, teacher. We would like to withdraw from the course. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, shaking body, my face immediately darkened, and then forcefully suppressed the anger in my heart. Just ask why this is happening. However, one of the students saw that everyone dared not answer. I gritted my teeth and said back to my teacher. I just attended a class taught by Teacher Zhang. I feel like I've been studying alchemy for years. I have been wasting my time all alone. Wasting time. So I hope the teacher can fulfill it. Although we dropped out of class, but the teacher is still our teacher. Students dare not be half-hearted. I dare not oppose you either. After understanding the situation, Dean Lu was very angry in his heart. But as the dean, do you know if it's impolite to withdraw classes for everyone? So I agreed to everyone's withdrawal from class. Later, I asked everyone where Zhang Xianrun is now. Immediately after, I heard them say, after Zhang Xian finished teaching, he went to the alchemy building. It seems like we're going to take the 6-star alchemist exam. Understand these. I feel anxious. I can no longer care about these people. Quickly rushed towards the direction of Dan Lu. Quickly, several deans arrived at the alchemy building. But seeing here is safe and sound. I also find it very strange. Didn't the other party dismantle it wherever they went? Why is everything okay here now? So I asked the teacher in charge of taking. The other party said that no one came to. I feel very strange in my heart. I clearly said I was going to take the exam for a 6-star alchemist. Why didn't he come? However, the teacher saw several people with puzzled faces. Just said one sentence, Dean. Actually, this is not the only place to become a 6-star alchemist. Can't we also take the exam at Zutong? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng shook his head and responded, you mentioned the ancestral hall. This is completely impossible. The ancestral hall is prepared for those who become single. You are not unaware of the difficulty of changing orders. Even I may not be able to pass. Just with a 6-star alchemist, who would sacrifice proximity for distance, asking for trouble. However, the 7 vice deans on the side do not quite agree with this. just said one sentence, Dean. I think it doesn't matter if he's possible or not. In my opinion, it's better to go to the ancestral hall and have a look. After all, they have already arrived here. I don't care about taking a few more steps. Several deans also thought it was okay to take a walk after hearing this. In this way, I can also feel more at ease. So he walked towards the ancestral hall. Come up to me. A few people looked around and didn't feel any difference. Still quiet as before. Vice Dean Joe on the side seems to have seen something. Just pointed forward, saying that these communication walls are not a problem for you to see. But is there any light circulating on the communication screen ahead? It seems that someone has used it before. Lu Feng, Vice Dean Chi, and others heard the words. At the same time, he shook his head and responded that it was impossible. The communication jade bottle is used to communicate with the 7-star alchemist. And even if it needs to be used, more than 10 6-star pills are also needed as collateral. To start, how could he possibly have so many 6-star pills? Just take a closer look, everyone. Only then did I feel the residual warmth on this communication jade bottle. Indeed, someone is using it. See here. Lu Feng suddenly developed pupils. Just as I was about to say something, I heard someone shouting loudly, Dean. The dean is not doing well. So I turned my head. Only then did I realize that there were men rushing over in a hurry. It is the teacher in charge of the Dan pharmacy. Then ask the other party what this is for. Why is it so urgent? At this moment, the man's face was filled with a mournful expression. Trembling all over, he said to the deans and teachers, refined 6-star pill. They all ran away on their own. The old man in front of us dares to oppose the pervert. Okay now, abnormal breath. Let the college of the profession with the most silence. I moved an empty one. Let him become an empty city directly. Just now. Several deans searched everywhere for Zhang Xian, but when they found the ancestral hall, I just discovered the communication jade bottle that was in contact with the 7-star pill master. There are traces of being activated. Just when they were thinking about activating this jade bottle. It requires more than 10 level 6 pills. When mortgaging, a middle-aged man hurriedly came up to him, crying and shouting for the dean. The dean is not doing well. All the 6-star pills in the pharmacy ran away on their own. Several deans were all stunned when they heard this. Later, the middle-aged man explained. Just now, a young man ran to the Dan room. He said he wants to buy pills. I just casually looked at it for now. So it seems like he touched every pill. Later, he said he didn't have what he wanted and left. But he just left not long ago. All the 6-star pills in the single room flew up. He flew out in an instant. Listen here. Lu Feng's eyes darkened. Shaking body. I feel like the whole person is not doing well. He recovered soon after. Just asked the other party. Do you know where this young man is now? Received a response from the other parties. Several deans couldn't care about the chaos. I quickly flew towards the classroom. But when I arrived at this classroom But I found a place where people flow like water on a regular basis. At this moment, there isn't even a figure. Later, a few people searched around. I just saw a teacher in a room. Dean Lu quickly approached and asked Teacher Wu, where are the students? Where are the students staying here? Just this Teacher Wu hasn't responded. As he collected his luggage, he said, Dean, you came just in time. I was just planning to say goodbye to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng looked at him anxiously. Is it because of that person named Zhang Xian again? At this moment, Wu Tian nodded and I just listened to Teacher Zhang's lecture. Suddenly, a sudden enlightenment. I have already become his teacher. From now on, I will no longer serve as the elder of the Alchemy Academy. Go to Xianxian Club and become a regular undercover well. Strive for an early breakthrough. Speaking of which, Wu Tian has also packed his things. Immediately after, he said a sentence, Dean, I won't tell you for now. I'm in a hurry to report. After saying goodbye, I turned around and left. However, amidst the chaos, Dean I quickly shouted for Elder Wu. Don't be busy for now. Take What about the other teachers? We have over 340 teachers in our single teacher classroom. Where have they all gone? Listen here. Wu Tian walks faster, running and reminiscing with a face full of anger. These teachers became teachers even earlier than me. One chicken thief after another. I went to Xianxian Hui early to attend the lecture. Stop talking, otherwise I'll miss the class and fall behind. At this moment, Vice Dean Zhou beside him. Finally, I couldn't help but cry and shout, Dean, if it weren't for your insistence on getting involved in the affairs of Yoshu, I think our college will collapse at most once. Now it's like this. What should we do about this? Shortly after, several deans adjusted their mood. I have also arrived at the headquarters of the Xianxian Society in the Xinqing district. However, sitting in front of the door, Sun Chang saw several people approaching him. Just went up and shouted, Isn't this Dean Lu? You can go in and listen to the class if you want. 1 piece per person. Top grade 0, fair and just. Children and elders do not deceive. Upon hearing this, Dean Lu immediately exploded with anger. Just roar at the other party, you bastard. Tell me again. However, upon hearing the sound of arguments, Zhang Yang walked out. When I see someone coming, I'll wave my fists and say, Dean Lufeng. We are all elders of the college. I'm not that polite either. Just call you senior brother. Senior brother Lu's master is currently teaching exquisite alchemy skills. Anyone who wants to come in must pay. This is the rule. It is also a sign of respect for the profession of a teacher. Uncle also follows the rules when handling things. As juniors, don't make things difficult for Uncle Chang. Dean Lu heard the words. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He meows me. This bastard who only knows how to collect money and doesn't understand anything. This has also become my elder. I don't want to dwell on this matter even after thinking about it. So he waved his big hand. Just shout angrily. We're not here to attend the class. Zhang Xian is currently bewitching the students of the Alchemist Academy. Let's come and take a look. What kind of shameful hand did he use? Upon hearing this, Sun Chang pursed his lips and responded by saying, Stop talking nonsense. Listen to the class. Listen to the class. Why are you talking so grandly? I don't care today. Speak up. If you want to enter, you must give money. Otherwise, wait for me to shout out loud. Many students probably want to come over. Look at your confident and heroic demeanor as the dean waiting for you. However, Vice Dean Zhou on the side. Seeing Lufeng's face turn red with anger, I can't say a word. I quickly handed over a few Shangpin snacks, and said it's done. Dean, let's go in first and then talk about it. Therefore, a few people came to the square with anger in their hearts. But as soon as I came in, I realized it was overcrowded. What shocked them even more was many famous teachers. Everyone was wearing the attire of the Xianxian Society and attending the lecture on site. After all, these famous teachers. Not only did he make great contributions at Danshire College, even taught these deans before. Some retired seniors. Everyone is wearing smart clothes while attending class. Several people were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What kind of pervert is this? Not only are all students allowed to attend the class, even these old single masters. The list of teachers are willing to join and attend his classes. Seeing Lufeng here, with a fierce expression on his face, he said to a few people to leave. We'll all go back. I need to immediately convene a meeting of the top 10 elders. Soon after, many deans gathered together. Everyone sees Dean Lu urgently convening a meeting. I thought I had found the Thief King Show Senior Kumu incident. The other party said no. I asked, since it's not. The gathering was so urgent. Is there anything special about it? However, Lu Feng only. Look at everyone and say, there is a new student named Zhang Xian in this class. I'm sure you all know about it, right? So he was sent to Dan Academy today. Bring all teachers and students together to attend the class. Tell me about the integration into the Xianxian Society. Intentionally smearing him in his words. However, the other 3 deans who are better than Zhang Xian. Of course, I disagree with his statement. Just here. The highest ranking pastor doesn't know much about Zhang Xian. After hearing Dean Lu's one-sided speech, I am also very puzzled about this. As a new student, why do we have this ability? Make all teachers and students willing to leave the college. Join his student union. Lufeng's sword has a priest who agrees with his views. It said that Zhang Xian's status as a renowned teacher will be revoked. He will not be allowed to participate in any assessments in the future, and drive out of the academy. Dean Li heard this. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Get up immediately and oppose. This is absolutely not acceptable. How could it be just because of one of your words? Just disqualify him. This is absolutely impossible. Dean Zhao on the side also agreed to cancel the qualification of a renowned teacher. It concerns the lifelong future of a renowned teacher. It's not something you can use as a child's play, especially someone with talent and ability. People who have also grasped the eye of fame and fortune. Once mishandled, I'm afraid of losing a genius. Maybe it will force another wave of evil. Listen here. Everyone remained silent, because there were lessons learned thousands of years ago. At this moment, the pastor also nodded. I agree with Dean Zhao's statement. However, seeing everyone like this, Lufeng, just change your words and say that's the case. You can choose not to dismiss him as a renowned teacher, but it must be expelled from the Renowned Teacher Academy. Drive out Hongyuan City. Otherwise, he would have the ability today. It made my alchemy academy jump like a chicken and a dog. Tomorrow we can make other colleges like this. At that time, the college will become a teacher or not, born or not. What kind of system is this? Upon hearing this, everyone also sank down. Not long after, a dean named Chen Sun. I just spoke up and agreed with Dean Lufeng's statement. This scourge must be driven away immediately. Don't say in college. even the entire Hongyuan Imperial City. We can't let him stay any longer. Immediately after, several deans who have never interacted with Zhang Xian. I also repeatedly agree. Just 3 other deans who have had interactions before. I do not agree with this. Dean Ni responded first, saying that I disagree. Famous teachers are allowed to assess minor occupations. It is also allowed to teach students. Although Zhang Shi's actions were somewhat exaggerated, but it didn't violate the rules. Why drive away? The other 2 deans also agreed that as renowned teachers, there should be a capacity for accommodating people. I not only feel that Zhang Shi should not be driven away, but also, he should also be allowed to stay and become a teacher. Enhance the overall strength of many of our colleges. However, Mu Shijin agreed and opposed equally. Just look at Zhang Qingke, the dean of the Magic Sound Academy on the side. At this moment, he also knew the pastor's intention. So he spoke up and said, I have had contact with this Zhang Xinmei before. It's not easy to make inferences about this, so I choose to withdraw. And currently, the most important thing for us is, it's not about discussing how to handle a student, but to search for Zhang Shou. Senior, hear this. The pastor also agreed with his statement, so he waved his hand. Get up and tell everyone that what Dean Jiang said makes sense. Let's put an end to this matter today. Everyone should still focus their energy. Put more on searching for Zhang Shou's body. How to make a ruling on Zhang Xian's matter. Someone found Zhang Shu and became the dean. Let him make the decision. So the meeting of the 10 elders came to an end. However, after seeing everyone leave, Dean Lu just let out a roar. Today is your lucky day. Just don't have any leverage in my hands. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to survive. Seeking death is not possible. And Zhang Xian on this side of the screen has also finished teaching at this moment. I found a few people in the crowd. 6-star alchemists, discuss with them. Let's work together to refine an intermittent pill. But a few elderly people were immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. This is a level 7 pill, and the few of them have never worked together to refine elixirs. I'm afraid I have the heart but not the strength. So Zhang Xian taught a few people a set and let them just follow the command without any problem. Later, he also told them, the intermittent grass for refining elixir. A few people were immediately stunned when this is a 7-star herb. Its value should be at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. How could it be that you can apply for it if you want to? Zhang Xian heard the tone of several people. I wonder if that old man is lying to me. After hesitating for a moment, just respond by saying that I was in the process of sending a message earlier. I helped an old man solve a problem. He said he would help me apply. At that time, there were more than 10 people over there. This old man talks the most. The most annoying guy seems to be called something speechless. Let's just talk too much nonsense. People are stupid and annoying to death. Completely stupid fire. However, the old man heard this. Everyone was scared. My eyes turned black. General weakness. Not long after, the old man next to him stuttered, Teacher Zhang, do you know who this Wawayu is? Zhang Xian couldn't help but hear it. I glanced at a few people. He sighed and said, such a stupid person. I don't care who he is. Upon hearing this, a few people almost cried. Then another old man awkwardly said, Wawayu, Wu Danshi is a Qingyuan title holder. The president of the Imperial City Alchemist Division. 7-star peak alchemist. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally understood, so I no longer dwell on this matter. Just tell everyone that since he is the president, that would be even better. If you say you want to help me apply, I will definitely be able to apply. As for other auxiliary medicinal herbs, the level is not high. I'll make a list. Could you please help me a few more? I'll look for it. Quickly, a few people took the list and glanced at it. All indicate that there are no issues. Just said to Zhang Xian after seeing one place, Teacher Zhang, there is a medicinal herb here. I'm afraid only the Magic Sound Academy has access to the entire Tianhong Emperor City. We haven't had any negotiations with Dean Jiang. Can you see if there's a way to get it from him? Understand these. Zhang Xian said a few words to a few people. Then he brought Sun Chang with him. Let's go to the Magic Sound Academy together. However, at this moment, Zhang Cheng is on the side of the Magic Sound Academy. Zhang and Vice Dean are discussing how to break through. When it comes to resonance with Chiha, a student handed over Zhang Xian's famous poster. The report states that Zhang Xianjiang is seeking an audience outside. Zhang Cheng was first stunned by the classical Chinese. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then he asked me why he came to my place. It seems that there is no conflict between me and him, and Vice Dean Ning beside him. Seeing the other person's terrified expression on their face, I asked in confusion what was going on. What does this person surnamed Zhang do? As for scaring you like this, at this moment, Dean Jiang simply explained the matter to him. Vice Dean Ning, upon learning of the situation, just discuss with him how to handle it better. Soon after, the vice dean's heart stirred. Just said that since the other party has sent a famous post, that proves he's not here to force himself. There should be room for negotiation. Besides, if he's really as powerful as you say he is, if there is also research on magic music, he can completely guide the students. Let's greatly increase the strength of our Magic Sound Academy. It's not necessarily a bad thing either. Upon hearing this, Dean Jiang also felt that it made some sense. So the students were asked to invite the other party in. Soon Zhang Xian arrived in front of the two of them and reported the full salute. Zhang Xian has met with Dean Jiang and Vice Dean Ning. After all, this guy is a student at the Magic Sound Academy. I also asked when I brought him in, so that's why I found out their identities. However, Jiang, Dean, meet this talented young man. It's not as terrifying as Lu Feng said. Just respond to Teacher Zhang. You are welcome. My ears are almost calloused to hear about your matter. I don't know why you came here today. We cannot afford the trouble at the Magic Sound Academy. Please show mercy. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian quickly responded with a face full of embarrassment and clasped her fists. Dean Jiang spoke too harshly. Actually, this time I'm here. I want to ask Dean Jiang for some Phoenix Dance essence. I don't know why. Dean Jiang heard the other party mention this thing. Just exploded directly. As soon as he waved his hand, he angrily shouted Phoenix Dance Marrow. No, this is absolutely not acceptable. This nearly 1,000-year-old woman in front of me. But for this 20-year-old man, having the idea of non-differentiation, can he agree as a pervert? Just now, Zhang Xian is refining Duan Shudan. Under the introduction of several old Dan masters, not have understood until then. There is a material in the list called Phoenix Dance Marrow. Only the Magic Sound Academy has it. Therefore, Zhang Xian quickly came to find Dean Jiang for this item. The dean said he wanted Feng Wuyan as soon as he saw the other party come up. I immediately refused. After all, everyone in the renowned Teacher Academy knows. This phoenix without magic is his lifeblood. But Zhang Xian is not aware of this. Then I wanted to buy it at a high price. But no matter what, the other party refused to take action. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, with a helpless expression on his face, he said, in that case, forget it. Then let me take the exam for the Magic Sound Master. But Zhang Xian just finished speaking. The other party quickly waved their hand in response, saying that it was not possible. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also foolish to everyone. With a puzzled expression, he asked what was wrong. Dean Jiang, do you not want me to take the assessment of a master of magic music? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qin, my face immediately darkened. I don't know how to initiate a friendly gesture. And Vice Dean Ning beside him, seeing him unable to come up with a way to respond to the other party for a moment, just use phonetics to say, Dean, you can't break through 6, the realm of harmony. Since this guy is spreading such evil rumors, why don't we let him give us some guidance? If he can make you break through to Chiha on the spot, what about giving him some Phoenix Marrow? If it cannot be done, he can also go back directly. No need to polish the Sound Institute's ideas anymore. Listen here. Dean Jiang's heart stirred. So he spoke up in response, saying, it's okay if I give you some Phoenix Dance Marrow, even without any compensation. Just you need to do it within an hour. Let me break through to the 7 cranes and 7 dances. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I'm very puzzled. What does the dance of these 7 cranes mean? Zhang Qinqin saw that the other party didn't even know about this. I dare to speak up and say that I want to assess the Magic Sound Master. I'm speechless about this. So in order to prevent the other party from causing trouble for oneself, just say to him in the magic sound, Yao Qin has the strongest attack power. The power is also the greatest. Many demon sound masters practice this. It is also a criterion for judging levels. However, the higher the understanding of the music, the more it can resonate with heaven and earth. Let more cranes dance. Under normal circumstances, a 1-star magic musician can make a crane dance. 2 stars can make 2, and so on. In the course of time, this has also become the standard for assessing a magic voice master. And now I am a 6-star magic sound master. Peak still only allows 6 cranes to dance. 7 are impossible to achieve. If you could make my music, if you make 7 cranes fly at the same time, I'll give you the Phoenix dance with me. Zhang Xian heard this. I'm still a bit puzzled. So I asked what you mean. When you were playing the Yao Qin, I just need to make 7 cranes dance 7 times, right? Then I saw the other person nod and respond like this. Zhang Xian showed a confident expression on her face. Then let's invite Dean Jiang to start playing the piano. Zhang Qingqing saw the other party say so. No more hesitation. Finger drawing. The Yao Qin in front of me instantly played. However, more than 10 cranes in the courtyard listened. I thoroughly enjoyed such wonderful music. Immediately after, I saw 6 cranes flying over the yard. At this moment, Dean Jiang smiled faintly and said, Teacher Zhang, this is 6 Heggies and 7 martial arts. I just can't achieve 7 hertz now. How should I play to break through? And Zhang Xian, who was addicted to this wonderful music, hearing the other person asking a question, I just turned around and looked at the crane beside me. I responded with a wait a moment. After speaking, I saw his body shake, instantly transformed into a phantom. Immediately after, I heard the sound of more than 10 fists entering my flesh in a row. The crane that was originally standing quietly in place. In an instant, it was hit and exploded. Seeing this scene, Dean Jiang suddenly went crazy, so he shouted angrily, "Teacher Zhang, what the hell are you doing?" However, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's anger. Let him continue playing. I can make the 7 cranes dance right away. Although Dean Jiang was so angry that his face turned pale with anger, but he knows this guy has strange behavior. He has also created many miracles. In addition, I have been trapped in the realm of Liuha for too long. Seeing the other party so confidently, I couldn't help but have the idea of facts. So I suppressed the anger in my heart, floating the instrument in hand again. However, Zhang Xian saw the music playing again. With a wave of his big hand, he shouted, "Fly." As soon as the crane finished speaking, I saw a crane suddenly fly up. Vice Dean Ning was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He couldn't believe it. The miracle that the Dean spent so long without breaking through. The other party just shouted, "It can reach the realm of 7 cranes." But he hasn't finished being surprised yet. Another crane flew up. These 8 cranes represent an 8-star demon soundmaster. At this moment, Vice Dean Ning was completely stunned. Just one shout and it's already 8 stars. But he listened carefully for a moment. I found that Dean Jiang's music had not changed at all. Why is that? I feel very strange in my heart. He was about to ask the other person. Unexpectedly, the cranes on the ground were flashing their wings one by one. Just fly into the air. Seeing this scene, the Vice Dean felt a blackout in front of him. Weakness in both legs. I was even so surprised that I couldn't catch my breath. The highest level of this demon sound master is only Zhouhai Jiji. Why are 11 heads flying in a row now? However, Jiang Qing, who has always been elegant, saw Zimu. I seem to understand something. My face changed. After the hands playing the piano stopped. Just let out a roar, "Liang Wanpu, Zhang Xian, you're betting." And Vice Dean Ning beside him suddenly became so angry when he saw him. I'm also puzzled. So I ask you what was going on. Did it break through? At this moment, Dean Jiang stood up, staring fiercely at Zhang Xian ahead. At the same time, he shouted angrily and broke through with a fart. He's such a jerk. I have tamed all my cranes. Listen here. Vice Dean Ning fainted completely. Can I still operate like this when I lose it? However, Zhang Xian did not expect it either. I was so tired that I managed to tame the discomfort. The other party is still unhappy. So my brow furrowed. Just spoke up about Dean Jiang. You just said that we just need to let 7 cranes fly. Just give me the phoenix without marrow. Now the first 16 have taken off. Are you trying to default on your debt? Dean Jiang went crazy when he heard this. His teeth were almost bitten to pieces by him. Then there was a roar of default. I rely on your horse. I thought to myself, his meow mother has been alive for almost 1,000 years. I've never seen such a shameless person before. However, Zhang Xianjian was cursed so harshly by the other party. He looked disdainfully at the Vice Dean beside him. Speaking of Vice Dean, you come and evaluate me. Did he just say that as long as we paint the flight? Just give my parents a loss. Is it because he is the dean? Can we just bully people casually? The Vice Dean couldn't help but smell at the corner of his mouth. After all, literally speaking, it is indeed the case. What the other party said is also correct. After pondering for a moment, he responded by saying, "Zhang, you may have misunderstood. The 7 cranes mentioned by Dean Jiang refer to the realm. This is a common expression used by magic musicians. You trained the crane with a beast tamer. Means and magic sounds are different. You can't use the ability to tame animals. Go to the Magic Sound Academy to exchange things. Listen here." Zhang Xian seems to understand. "Come here." So he scratched his head and said that his realm had been elevated. Just say it's okay. How about this? Where is the library of your Magic Sound Academy located? Just let me in and take a look for a while. Subsequently, the 2 deans discussed. I just agreed to let the other party hide their books in the library. So Zhang Xian went to the library and spent the night reading books. The next day, we will use the 1-star invitation provided by the demon sound teacher for assessment. I passed the 5-star exam, mainly because the level of Yaoqin is too low, unable to achieve better sound quality. Many cranes were knocked unconscious by the shock. This is the only way to reach a higher level, so I went to borrow a few more cranes from the dean to take the exam. However, after learning about these situations, Dean Jiang, he also rolled his eyes randomly. He meows. 1 test can knock 12 cranes unconscious. I'm afraid he's the only one left. Subsequently, I reluctantly took a good Yaoqin and gave it to the other party. And tell the other party, as long as we can make 6 cranes dance here, I can apply for a 6-star badge for him without going back for assessment. At this moment, Zhang Xian took the Yao Qin and I started playing in the yard. Soon, the cranes in the courtyard heard wonderful music. Everyone is dancing one after another, and the two deans on the side saw the situation. I was almost scared to death. He's meowing, isn't that right? Surprisingly, using a 1-star track for assessment. It can make 6 cranes fly. You know what? 1-star songs are considered the most fundamental among magic music pieces. Its power is limited. It's like using a 1-star array disc can't come up with a 6-star array. This is like a fairy tale. But Zhang Xian did it. Think of this. Zhang Qing dare not underestimate Zhang Xian in front of her anymore. Immediately pulled out a sheet music and handed it to the other party. And said, Zhang sure. This is a 6-star song. Try it out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian took the sheet music and glanced at it. I started playing again. But we haven't had much time to breathe yet. The cranes in the courtyard felt the atmosphere of the song. 6 fairy-shaped creatures flew out, hovering above the courtyard. However, among the two deans, when also immersed in music, suddenly heard a hissing sound. The two of them turned their heads and took a look. I just realized that the crane next to me has just flown up. I was knocked down to the ground by another crane. Many cranes flew up in order to fly up at once. They all got beaten up into a mess. Seeing this scene, Dean Zhang couldn't help but contract his pupils, trembling all over, murmuring to himself. This is the ultimate mastery of magic music. The unique music of the Qin and the crane compete. After all, the sound master determines his level based on cranes. If there are too many cranes, everyone thinks of dancing. There will be a phenomenon of competing for quotas. Under normal circumstances, Xianhe is also very proud. Even if I see my companions flying over, they don't even want to move. Unless it's a magic musician playing the music. I have reached an incredible level of understanding of Qin music. To make these cranes, unable to control oneself, wanting to dance gracefully. That's why there was a side of self-destruction. At this point, Zhang Xian also finished playing the music. Just look at the two deans on the side. Only then did I realize that their eyes were staring at me blankly. So he couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong? Can't I pass the 6-star assessment? Dean Zhang only reacted when he heard the other person's question. Then he responded with excitement on his face, saying, if that doesn't count to you, then no one will forget about it. Take it easy. I will immediately apply for a 7-star badge from headquarters. Zhang Xian heard that the other party actually said they wanted to help apply for a 7-star rating. Immediately, my eyes lit up. I quickly thanked the dean. Then I realized that I was actually at the level of a 7-star. It's much easier to guide the other person. So he opened his eyes of reason. I took a look at the dean. Immediately after, he began to guide the other party. After some words, quickly shattered his deep-seated illness with a single blow. At that time, Dean Zhang suddenly became enlightened. Close your eyes. These hundreds of years have flowed through my mind. Like a fleeting moment. A movement in my heart. A breath suddenly surged out from the inside out. Suddenly breaking through to a state of tranquility. However, the dean, who felt a change in himself, turned pale. The whole body trembled uncontrollably. Then he took a step forward and bowed, thanking Master Zhang for his guidance. Just had a conversation. Make me enlightened. From today onwards, as soon as the magic sound arrives, you are my teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly waved his hand in response, saying that this is not acceptable. Dean Zhang's attitude was very firm as he clasped his fists and said, regardless of age, answerer as a teacher. A demonic sound, although I am immersed in wine, but it is far less thorough than Zhang Shi's understanding. Listen to you today. Solved my 500-year-old doubts. If you don't agree, I can't remember it. At this moment, Zhang Xianjian was so sincere towards the other party. I had to nod in agreement. He just agreed. The golden books in the library appear again. But now he doesn't have time to watch more. Just help the other person up. Not long after, Dean Zhang regarded him as the phoenix magic weapon of destiny. Remove the wood pulp. As for the tree trunk, it also made a pair of yaoqin. Give it to Zhang Xian together. 1 hour later, Dean Zhang handed Feng Wusui and yaoqin over. We talked for a few words. Zhang Xian bid her farewell and left the courtyard. I just walked out. I just realized yesterday that Ruwashi said she wanted to find her own doctor. As soon as I slapped my thigh, I quickly rushed back. I will soon return to the mansion. Seeing Sun Chang, ask him if Luoshi came to find him last night. At this moment, Sun Chang saw the young master come back. He approached with a face full of fear. Tell him about this pervert before. He didn't expect to be a pervert in his life. Discovered by someone. So he quickly rode away on the flying beast. Just now, after Zhang Xian returned to her mansion from the Magic Music Academy, I learned from the butler Sun Chang that Ruashi came to find herself last night, so I went back to the academy to find him again. After asking around, I found out that he no longer. I reluctantly returned to my own bed. Not long after, I found a room in the mansion. I arranged one, a sealed town that can isolate all breath. Just released the purple yang beast. However, on the college side, a student has finished investigating Zhang Xian's whereabouts. I reported them one by one to Dong, and after learning about the situation, in order to strike at the opponent's Xian Hui. I just want to find out Zhang Xian's weakness. So soon they arrived at the other party's mansion. I just found out that a gap sealing array was set up here as soon as I arrived. I thought the purpose of this formation was to mask the breath, hide secrets. Is it difficult? This is his weakness. Don't hesitate anymore when you think of this. As a 6-star array mage, the formation was quickly broken open. The formation can be broken once. I just noticed a tall figure darted out of the room. Take a closer look. Dong Xin couldn't help but tremble all over her body. This is Senior Ziyang Beast. He really can't figure it out. I was clearly captured by the alien tribe. How did it appear here? Then I thought of Zhang Xian's various strange phenomena. My heart couldn't help but shake. Endless fear arises deep within the heart. But just when I feel scared about it, suddenly felt a killing aura. Lost the entire courtyard. Immediately after, I saw Senior Ziyang who had just emerged, suddenly pressed to the ground by a group of huge figures. See here. Dong Xian's face turned pale with iron. At this moment, he was already scared and stiff all over his body. I couldn't help but hold my breath. And the heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Hurry up and jump. Can't afford it. He just took a deep breath. I wonder why there are so many alien tribes here. He hasn't finished being shocked by this yet. I heard Zhang Xian shouting loudly, hurry up, kill him to death. Immediately after, I just saw Senior Xiangshu, who was still lively just now, defeated to the ground by many alien tribes. Constant convulsions. At this moment, he was so scared that he knew he would continue like this. If discovered, it's definitely doomed. So my body shook. Concealing all his breath, he immediately rushed back to the academy. He always thought that the extinction of the alien race was groundless. I didn't expect to be discovered by myself today, so my heart moved. Immediately report this matter to Dean Liu. However, on this side of the mansion, Xiangshu was beaten up. Give me a shout of anger and have a good time. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded only after hearing this and said that if she wanted to kill you, I started fighting as early as Lei Yuan Feng. How could we wait until now? If you don't want to suffer the purpose of persecuting many students with you, and the person behind your back who instructed you to speak up, perhaps I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will slowly torture you until your life is worse than death. Upon hearing these words, Xiangshu, it reveals infinite hatred. Roar, if you have the ability, kill me. My master. It was you, the alien race, who caused the death. Now they still want me to submit. Indulge in wishful thinking. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. What the hell? Your master was killed by the alien race. After more than 10 minutes of communication with them, I just realized it was a misunderstanding. Later, Zhang Xian wanted the other party to know. I am not the prince of the alien race he claimed to be. It exudes a special pressure. However, the Ziyang beast, sensing this aura, was first stunned. What immediately came to mind? As soon as my pupils contracted, I let out a cry of surprise. Nini, you are a renowned teacher from Tianren. At this moment, Zhang Xian, nodding and responding, that's right. Do you think Master Tianren would be a member of the alien clan? Seeing the other person quickly shaking their head, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Just keep saying that even the Heavenly Emperor recognizes me. And you saw it, but without any respect. Instead, there was a big fight. Do you have eyes for heaven and earth? Keep fear in your heart. Then I saw the other person's face turn red. Just then he said you were rude to me. I imprisoned you and taught you a lesson. But there are still complaints. Listen here. Xiangshu quickly responded that there were no complaints. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian continued to say that since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I'll give you 2 paths now. The first, me as the master. I'll help you with your intelligence. I will also find ways to help you break through. Secondly, you know my identity. To prevent leakage, we can only kill them. So Zhang Xian accepted Xiang like this. Also, use the inner alchemy of the holy beast that killed Wei Chanfeng earlier. I gave him medication, and let him refine it according to his own method. Just let him practice quietly here. After explaining, he looked up and saw. I noticed that the formation seems to have weakened. I think it seems to be the reason why I fought so badly just now. I need to take the exam for a 6-star array mage. Just walked out of the hospital. Zisin Chang welcomed him up. Miss Luo is waiting in the living room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I am very excited in my heart, immediately rushed to the living room. Two people meeting. Luo Shi just spoke up and said he needed his help for something. Zhang Xian also responded to Luo Shi's instructions upon hearing this. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can do it. It must be without hesitation. At this moment, Ruoshi looked at him and said that Zhang Shi was polite. Only you can do this, because you have the eye of fame and fortune. And if I read correctly, you're still a master of the heavenly blade, right? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was suddenly startled, thinking to myself that I am a physician of the renowned master of the heavenly blade. I've been hiding it well all along. Even a 7-star pastor wouldn't be able to tell. And he actually, at a glance, I could tell who he really was. However, Ruoshi on the other side saw his face full of surprise. I just smiled. I knew it when I was in the Clear Mountains. I just feel like we don't have much interaction. I just didn't say much. Then he came to find him this time. I'm going to tell you about going to Fengxing Terrace. And Zhang Xian learned from him that this prosperous platform is the place of abundance for the Kong family. The other party thinks they are like Kong. They are all renowned teachers of Heavenly Blade. In addition, there is an eye for fame and fortune. Perhaps you can see something that others cannot see. Understand these. Zhang Xian also agreed. Just ride the celestial beast with him to the ceiling platform. However, the two of them have just left this side. Dong Xian also found her own teacher. Shen Sun, Dean of the Formation Academy, asked the other party to take themselves to see Dean Lu, compared to urgent matters. So Dean Chen knew from his tone. This matter is about Senior Xiang Shou, and the spirits of the alien race. Immediately take him to Danshi College. Quickly, the two of them found Dean Lu. Dong Xian recounted what she saw at Zhang Xuan House residence. I said it all once, and as a renowned teacher, I have revealed that every sentence is true. After listening, Dean Lu and Dean Chen exploded directly. This matter concerns the entire human race. So Dean Lu went to find the pastor together. But just as he strode out, Chen Xuansai called him to stop. Only then did he realize the good relationship between Luo Shi and Zhang Xian. I said it. Afraid of telling the truth now. Once the news leaks out, the other party will escape. If you want to catch it again, it will be difficult. Dean Lu also found it very reasonable upon hearing this. So two elders were sent to monitor Zhang Xian. Not long after, one of the elders returned to report. Tell Zhang Xian and Luo Shi to ride flying beasts out. Understood that both the other party's butler and students were present. Maybe it's just going out for business. Dean Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. So let this elder continue. Take turns watching. As soon as the other party appears, report immediately. After explaining the matter, just give a cold laugh, okay? I made you arrogant. Make you lose face for me. You're making the Alchemist Academy unsustainable. Zhang Xian, your good days have come to an end. See how Lu Feng killed you. However, on this side of the screen, Zhang Xian and Ruoshi are flying in the sky. Here, the two of them were chatting and laughing while discussing matters of cultivation. And Ruoshi learned that Zhang Xian is collecting her secret martial arts manuals for virtual advancement. I want to further enhance my cultivation level. So I explained to him the technique of stepping into emptiness. After listening, Zhang Xian's understanding of stepping on the virtual world became more profound. Subsequently, during the 3-day flight, he also perfected the cultivation of the 7 realms peak. Thoroughly consolidated. It is possible to break through to the 8th tower at any time. Need to be cautious, and Ruoshi is about to arrive. That's why we're talking about the abundance of Confucius ahead. Master Teacher Hall has designated this place as a holy land. If you want to go there, you can only walk up step by step from the foot of the mountain. Cannot fly. The Holy Domain Powerhouse is no exception. Let's land at the foot of the mountain. Soon, the two of them followed the mountain road to Fengxing Terrace. I just realized that this place is crowded with famous teachers. And they are mostly strong in the residual wind realm and semi-holy strong. So he asked Ruoshi with a puzzled expression on his face. Are there so many strong people in Honyuan Imperial City? At this point, Ruoshi responded by saying that naturally it wasn't. Fengxing Terrace stands at the boundary of Honyuan Imperial City. There are more than 10 first-class places connected around it. Even people with the title of Imperial City will come. It's good that 1% of these people are Honyuan. Then he looked at the rock wall beside him. Just keep talking. Look at this. This is the prosperous time of the Kong family. The insights and experiences left behind just suffered multiple attacks from the alien race. Everything that Kong left behind was destroyed. What we see now, it's all the calligraphers and painters who always send people to repair Lin. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. Destroyed by the alien race. This alien race has already been eliminated. Has it disappeared into the long river of history? At this moment, Ruoshi shook her head and responded by saying she had disappeared. If it really disappears, why are famous teacher halls spread all over the world? We also need to establish a renowned teacher academy. The assessment is so strict again. To be honest with you, the Han Yuan Empire looks quiet. Actually, it's not like that. You must have heard of the former dean of the renowned teacher college, right? If you guess correctly. He was framed by the alien race. After learning about these, Zhang Xian's expression also began to become solemn. At this point, Ruoshi continued to explain. The alien clan comes from Outland. Back then, in order to invade the mainland, established many channels for connecting with external domains. And Honyuan City is exactly where one of the passages is located. Otherwise, Honyuan Imperial City is considered a first-class imperial city, just standing in the middle. How can he de-establish a renowned teacher academy? So these words on the rock wall have been destroyed multiple times. What's left now is gone. Kong Shi's opinion. I called you over this time. I want you to use the words of fame and fortune. Searching for the breath left by the Kong corpse. Find the exact location of the abundant corpses of Kong. After understanding these, Zhang Xian, I activated the Eye of Clear Reason and checked it. I looked around. I didn't find any scent of the Kong corpse either. Then used the Heavenly Dao Library. I checked the content on the rock wall. Only then did I realize the insights I had discovered. I told Ruoshi about 9 mistakes in total. However, if she hears this, I asked in confusion, can you see the mistakes left by Master Kong? Zhang Xian only realized at this moment. I said a bit too much myself. So he awkwardly chuckled. The response said it was just a casual look. It's also possible that my understanding is incorrect. Hesse heard. Later, he said that your understanding is good. This experience is indeed true. 9 errors occurred. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 possibilities for this situation to occur. Firstly, this is what Kong has just left behind after breaking through the Holy Land. At that time, he had not yet become the eternal teacher. Not to the point where everyone admires it. It's normal for errors to occur. The second reason is that he deliberately stayed behind. People who come to study at Fengxing Terrace, no one can guarantee the existence of bad people. Are there any strong members of the alien race? If we let them learn, didn't you teach the enemy? So intentionally leaving a few mistakes, so that all the famous scholars can know, even if he is the eternal teacher. I can't completely believe it either. It is also necessary to distinguish. We need to have our own thoughts. After speaking, let him continue to study. Search around and see if you find anything. However, after Zhang Xian waved her hand in response, concentrate your mind on. In this reflection left by Master Kong. But after studying for half a day, I didn't find anything useful. So he shook his head helplessly and sighed. Then I opened my eyes and took a look. I just realized. Just now, everyone was quietly contemplating in front of the rock wall. At this moment, it has become very lively with discussions taking place. I am very puzzled in my heart. Just looked at the middle-aged man beside and asked this friend, what's going on here? Wasn't it very quiet here just now? Middle-aged man heard this. After glancing at him, just explained, now, it's time to learn how to teach at Fengxing every day. Everyone is preparing in advance. Good at accepting knowledge. Also unify the issue. At that time, we can inquire better. However, when Zhang Xian heard this, he looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on his face. What is Fengxing Society? And the middle-aged man saw the other person's shocked expression. Just shake your head and respond, saying, Fengxing Society. It is an organization dedicated to studying this experience. It is created by the renowned 7-star teacher with 10 digits, formed together with hundreds of top-notch 6-star teachers. I have been studying this experience for many years. Now they're all about it. If we were to rely solely on our own judgment, it would be like a palm of a finger. I'm afraid studying for a month may not be effective. But being able to listen to their explanations is different. Being able to deeply explore the meaning that Master Kong wants to express. Let people know the true thoughts of this celestial breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just want to roast these people. Why those experts from Archie's era? Identical. This took hundreds of experts 6 months to complete. Is there any difference in studying a one-day vacation? It seems that besides the presence of saints, there are also other teachers in the Master Teacher Hall. There are still many idle people. But just when Zhang Xian felt like wasting food because of this, I saw 3 elderly people come out of nowhere. The 7-star master in front of us is trying to intimidate everyone. Surprisingly, he used a pervert to drive the brush. Okay now. The old man has lost all his face. Just now, Zhang Xian is here at Kong's Fengxing Terrace, watching a few elderly people step into the air. I am very shocked in my heart. I didn't expect to see 3 7-star masters at the same time. However, the 3 elders landed in front of the rock wall. Look at the thousands below. Just smiled faintly and said, thank you for your patience. Everyone heard this. Neatly clasped his fists and saluted, saying that Senior had spoken too harshly. It's our honor to have Senior guidance. At this moment, the old man took a step forward and introduced himself to Xiao Waran. Over the years, I have been responsible for many matters related to the Fengxing Society. He is a renowned teacher from Qingzhou Imperial City. Everyone can call me a martial artist. The people next to me are Master Wang Liao and Master Sun Jingsun. If there is anything you don't understand, you can tell them. We will provide answers based on the level of difficulty. Accompanied by the introduction of lion dance on stage. Everyone below was in an uproar. And Zhang Xian also learned from their discussions that this martial artist is the current president of the Fengxing Society. He is also the dean of Qingzhou Famous Teachers College. This old man from Wang Liao. He even used a Kong-style essay on the transmission of sound numbers. 10 first-class imperial cities. It is said that this article has given insights to at least 300 people, thus breaking through the grain control system. He is one of the top 10 famous teachers in Qingzhou Imperial City. However, the old man named Sun Jing. He is also one of the top 10 famous teachers in Qingzhou Imperial City. His original technique of breaking the holy mirror, it also caused thousands of people to leave empty alleys. After understanding these, I heard the warrior on stage speak again. As everyone knows, the era in which Khan lived was when the alien tribes captured the continent, the dominant period. At that time, humanity was in dire straits. Life is at risk. Born in such an era, although Khan's breakthrough victory, becoming a saint recognized by heaven and earth, still worried about the human race, want to contribute to the human race. Therefore, although there is a sense of joy in breaking through the reputation of this experience, but there are also concerns about the country and the people. The complex emotions of the troubled world are integrated into it. So read this reflection with this emotion in mind. You can truly experience Kong's state of mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly stunned, I threw it away. Can it be so chaotic? Kong left this thing behind. Just to remind future generations to practice with caution. Don't be reckless. When did this kind of emotion arise? This association is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? At this moment, the lion dance continued. And there was also this sentence about drinking water while practicing calligraphy, bending and resting on the pillow. I'm happy to be in it. This is the situation of being oppressed by the alien race. A true portrayal of the tragic situation of the human race. Translated into English, it means that although they eat coarse grains, drinking cold water, bend your arms to make a pillow, but Kong worked hard for humanity. I also enjoy myself. Not alone. Listen here. Zhang Xian flipped her eyelids around and I threw it away. Kong sure was directly idolized by later generations. None of them started from the essence. If we understand it this way, I'm afraid the true artistic conception with Kong will become increasingly distant. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a roar ahead. I saw a renowned teacher from the Holy Realm. It seems like I've gained some insight. Breakthrough on the spot. See here. Zhang Xian thought the other party's words were unrealistic. It's definitely not very effective. I didn't expect someone to break through. Just a thought in my heart. I just realized that this is his belief. Perhaps this martial artist also knows. This explanation is incorrect. Some deviation in meaning. But Ming sure is against Kong sure. There is a kind of worship and firm belief. Just expand this belief. Maybe we can break through. Jipu Shengyu and Song Sheng. The difference is not only in cultivation, and also the mood. No wonder this canonization society looks ridiculous. Still able to make countless people admire it. However, the martial artist suddenly had someone break through. He also stroked his beard with satisfaction. Continuing, it's very good. Someone has already broken through on sight. I will explain it to everyone now. The first sentence that is difficult to understand. Further worry-free. Impatiently discussing. Lord's calmness. Then it is appropriate to remain calm, without the power to move forward vertically. It can also be expanded. The meaning is actually quite simple. As long as the heart is calm and composed, quiet and worry-free, even if the true qi is not enough, it can also break through. But the other party hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh in silence, thinking that there was already a problem with Kong's leaving behind this sentence. It is one of the 9 defects pointed out by the library. His state of mind is certainly important. It also needs to blend with strength, to achieve the unity of knowledge and action. If only the state of mind is reached, true qi will naturally operate, to govern by inaction. This is the only way to naturally break through. Actually, this sentence, Kong is encouraging the younger generation. Don't just focus on striving for excellence in cultivation. We still need to sharpen our mental state. The result reached the other party's mouth. Become a secret technique for breakthrough. No wonder there are clearly 9 errors, but no one noticed it. It's not that these people are too stupid, but they think Kong's ideas are too great, thus misinterpreting its meaning. However, just as Zhang Xian shook her head over this, suddenly, I heard a voice from this friend. What are the issues with the explanation below? Make you laugh so much? Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but look up and watch the drama. I just realized. The warrior on stage frowned and looked at himself, so he scratched his head slightly awkwardly. Immediately after, a fist was clasped together. Just respond by saying that I heard something ingenious below. Some sudden realization feeling. That's why I laughed. If there is any rudeness, please forgive me. But many practitioners around him heard what he said. I couldn't help but laugh. Some of them also began to mock. Hee hee. Can you understand, you little one who has converted to the ban? Master Khan's insights are aimed at the powerful and holy ones. Are you still talking here? See light suddenly. Since it is so, come on, you break through one and show us. However, Zhang Xian heard others say so. I quickly waved my hand in response and said, I won't embarrass myself. Just. At this moment, the martial arts master's face turned extremely ugly and he angrily rebuked. According to your suggestion, now it's me here to embarrass myself, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately speechless. I didn't expect him to understand like this, so I quickly responded that I didn't mean it that way. I mean, my level is low. Speaking it out is also a generous smile. It's better not to say anything. Let's have another cold drink from these 15 divisions, okay? You listen to my class. Now I have some insights. Let you speak it out with a generous smile. So, in your opinion, my class is not worth mentioning at all. That's a generous smile, isn't it? Listen here. Zhang Xian is almost fainting. Quickly explained that it's not true. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is my own level. Wu Shi Wen Yan raised his eyebrows. He coldly snorted and said, not bad, the level is so low. You can hear the subtleties. Make you laugh uncontrollably. Isn't my customer of lower level? However, no matter how Zhang Xianjian explains it, the other party is always nitpicking. So as soon as he frowned, he responded by saying that you should understand it this way. I really can't do anything about it. Everyone is making it clear. Stop clicking. I admit my mistake to you. Do you need to be so aggressive? But Zhang Xiangang finished speaking. The people around immediately explored. One of them pointed at Zhang Xian and angrily shouted recklessly, where did the wild kid come from? I really don't know the vastness of the earth. How dare you speak to a martial artist like this? However, at this moment, the martial arts master on stage was breathing heavily. A powerful force gushed out, like a tide rushing in, causing difficulty breathing. Then take a step forward, looking at Zhang Xian with an electric gaze. I just asked you to come and explain, scolded me. Why is it being too aggressive? Know what really understands. I don't know why I don't know. Affectation. Pretend to understand if you don't understand. Is this the attitude you should have as a renowned teacher? And at this moment, Zhang Xian felt the other person's breath. The true chi of the heavenly Tao rotates once. All pressure disappears invisibly. Then he looked up at the other person. I couldn't help but shake my head and respond with a good word. I don't understand. Behaviors that are impolite. Looking forward to Haihan. But the samurai doesn't want to give up on it. Hands behind your back. With a unique aura of the 7 chain masters. I just snorted coldly and didn't understand. But here I'm just talking nonsense. Truly unworthy of the world. I don't want to see someone as frivolous as you again. Take off your teacher's uniform and go down the mountain. After all, Zhang Xian knows very well. Take off the famous teacher's uniform and be driven off the mountain peak. It's a great insult, if this gets out of the way. In the future, the careers of famous teachers may all be buried here. With that, his face darkened. Just refute that you mean I have to take off my teacher uniform. Are you driving me down the mountain? I thought to myself that I would step back and back again. This old guy actually wants to force him like this. Is it true that you think you're easy to bully when you're young? He meows, even if you want to intimidate everyone. You don't have to use me as bait, do you? Do I really look so annoying? Anyone who sees it wants to step on it. However, the samurai on stage once again looked at him coldly. I replied that what you said was good. If you don't do it yourself, let me personally come and drive you away. It's not as simple as just taking off the teacher's uniform. At this moment, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's attitude didn't seem like a joke. When your face darkens, I'll angrily scold you, right? What you're talking about is nonsense. Full of errors. Let me save you face. Sorry to expose it. You. What kind of big-headed wolf is he pretending to be here? Listen here. The warrior on stage was first stunned. Immediately, his face turned pale and he shouted angrily, saying something. At this moment, Zhang Xian was already very angry. Just respond immediately and say what I said, didn't you hear? Master Khan left his insights to remind and supervise his younger generations. You misinterpreted the meaning and didn't say anything. Still here, spouting nonsense and seducing everyone. It's already good not to scold you. Still here, pack garlic for me. What are you pretending to be? You seem very impressive, don't you? The warrior could no longer resist hearing this. His breath erupted again. Subsequently, both eyes turned red. Roar recklessly at the other party. Zhang Xian faced her anger. not paying attention. Instead, he continued to scold without leaving a trace, saying that he was reckless. Who was really acting recklessly now? The experience left by Master Kong. It was meant to test the younger generation. There are a total of 9 errors. What are you still the president of the Fengxing Society? You have been researching for so many years. What chicken feathers have been researched? I don't even know where the mistake lies. How dare you speak recklessly in front of me? What's wrong? You don't believe me. Then he glanced at the crowd. You still don't believe me, do you? Okay, I'll tell you about these 9 mistakes now. Immediately after, he walked onto the stage. Fingers, eyes, pen. With it, a burst of true energy erupted. The light falls onto a line of words. Just say this is the first place. Quiet and worry-free. Impatience and confusion. Take things calmly. Then it is appropriate to remain calm. Without the power to move forward vertically, it can also be broken. Strength and spirit must be integrated into one. Only then can one remain calm and composed, powerful and godless. Like a holy beast. With brute force, no special opportunities. It's impossible to move forward. If there is a god but no power, it is a fantasy. Master Kong left this sentence. I want future generations to discover the mysteries behind it. Not daydreaming is not feasible, and this martial artist told you that. As long as the mindset is sufficient, it doesn't require strength to break through. Wow, come on, can you break through and show me? Unable to break through. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. After speaking, I saw the martial arts master beside me, looking at myself with a flushed face. You haven't spoken for half a day. Immediately scold the other person angrily and say goodbye to their meow. Yours, mine. Listen to me carefully. The second mistake is to fear heaven and earth. Vast mind and chi. Press your shoulders with force. We have to move forward. The original meaning of this sentence is to say, people need to know how to fear. It feels like strength is pressing on the shoulders to enter. Always arrogant and conceited. It will only stagnate. The true strong are gods blocking and killing gods. Buddha blocking and killing Buddha. Only fearlessness. All beliefs can be broken through like drinking water. Upgrading is like eating. Then he made 6 more mistakes in a row. Its sound is like a knife. Each sentence directly points to the shortcomings of this experience. Although they are all minor defects, but hearing it in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked by this and broke into a cold sweat. I couldn't help but tremble. This is Zhang Xianjian. No one intends to refute it. Just make a concerted effort. I also mentioned the last defect. But when he finished speaking the last word, I saw a sudden roar coming from the rock wall. Immediately, the font above began to wriggle. 9 big characters flew out from the rock wall, suspended in the air. Shine in all directions. Great goodness brings prosperity to teachers. Not as good as my teacher. See here. Everyone present involuntarily knelt down to the ground. He exclaimed repeatedly that he had gained recognition from the Kong family. This is not Kong's mistake, but rather a test left by the Kong family for future generations. We have been researching for so many years. Surprisingly, I didn't understand anything, and he's just a converted person. But he pointed out 9 problems at a glance. Got the whole teacher's recognition. However, just a few 7-star masters. When everyone is in chaos about it, accompanied by a loud bang, the huge rock wall suddenly exploded. Crushed stones fell one after another, stirring up countless smoke and dust particles. And Zhang Xian saw this tomb. I just feel a blackout in front of me. My face turned pale, my whole body couldn't help but shake, and he cried out to me, meowing. What should we do now? The crow in front of me. A large group of underworld corpses witnessed me committing the crime with their own eyes. Isn't he going to beat me to death? However, Ruwashi was wandering around aimlessly, while searching for the true location of Master Kong Fengsheng. Hearing this loud noise, I was also startled. With a sudden shake of his body, he teleported to Fengsheng Terrace. But when he saw the rock wall in front of him and looked bewildered, and Zhang Shui's mouth twitching uncontrollably, just shout at the other party. The pervert in front of us is going on a date with a big girl. The result was due to one of his reports. 2 people were trapped in a thatched hut for 3 days and 3 nights. But 3 days later, the beast left with a big belly. Just now, Zhang Xian was constantly criticized by the old man in front of him. Angry in a series. Just take the 9 new mistakes left by Master Kong. It's all said out loud. Just after he finished speaking the wrong content, the rock wall suddenly exploded. And not far away, Ruwashi heard this loud bang. Immediately teleport to Fengsheng Terrace. Can you see this guy not far away? With a bewildered expression on his face, Ruwashi felt a blackout in front of her. I'm almost fainting. What did this guy do again? I'm just leaving for a while now. Why did you dismantle the Fengsheng platform? So he quickly approached Zhang Xian. Qinghe, hurry up. Otherwise, it would be too late. But Zhang Xian not only didn't leave, instead, he pulled him a little, pointing towards the ruins. Let him see Ruwashi. When Yen Xiaomei thought to herself that it was already this time. What else is there to see? If you don't leave soon, you'll be beaten to death. Just seeing the other person still tugging at their own clothes corner, I couldn't help but follow his finger direction. I looked over. But this one looks not locked by the pupil. Suburban chaos and trembling, then let out a cry of surprise. Is this the exact location of Kong's abundance? However, he hasn't reacted yet. I just heard the other person say, go take a look. Just darted over. If she sees the situation, without hesitation, I followed closely behind and chased after him. After a short space, Zhang Xian arrived at the faint halo of the ruins. Extend your palm. Gently touch the aperture. The light immediately spread out. Cover it with. Immediately afterwards, the two of them felt their feet empty. A sense of falling arises from this. Disappeared in an instant without a trace. However, at this moment, several 7-star celebrities on this side of Fengxing Terrace, still thinking with a shocked expression on his face. So this is the correct experience, the conclusion that has been researched for so many years. Surprisingly, everything is wrong. Not long after, the 5th division finally recovered from the shock. Look at the location where Zhang Xian was just now. But this one looks. Only then did I realize that the person's whereabouts were unknown. Just shout out to the senior who interpreted the experience of the horror teacher. As for others, Wang Sherwen beside him was also stunned. Is it missing? The scene that was still here just now. The two people here have just disappeared from their original location. We arrived at this spacious grassland. And there is also a small thatched cottage. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the place in front of her. Also full of doubts. What's going on here? Where are we? However, after hearing the shout, Ruoshi recovered and I looked at the scene in front of me. Hesitated for a moment. I just spoke up and said, if you guess right, this should be a folding space. After speaking, I saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. Just explain that it belongs to the ring category, resistant to virtuality. The meaning is to fold up the space. In a very small place, can expand to an extremely wide range. Like a storage ring, it's one of the folding spaces. However, the storage space for the ring cannot accommodate humans. But here it can accommodate. Listen here. Zhang Xian understands. Come here. So he responded by saying, that means it's similar to the 1,000-feather hive. Ruoshi nodded at the words and said yes. It's just that this ring is tolerant of false fame. Compared to the 1,000-feather hive, it will be wider. However, this method requires at least a 9-star renowned teacher. Or it can only be achieved with special means. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian walked into the thatched cottage. As soon as you come in, I saw a roll of old books placed on the table. Pick it up and take a look. I couldn't help but exclaim from my pupils. This is Master Kong's self. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Immediately feel the blood in your body. Like it was activated by something. The state of mind involuntarily operates. The special aura of the identity of Master Tian Blade. It also gushed out. In an instant, Zhang Xian fell into a special artistic conception. The whole person looks like they have dementia. However, I don't know how long it has been. Zhang Xian only took a breath after coming out of the mood. The black eyes instantly emitted light. Only then did he feel it. I originally had a state of mind of only 19.1. This time, the Kung Fu has risen to 21.1. You know what? The requirement for assessing 7-star masters is to have a mental state of 21. And now, when it comes to a state of mind alone, but it can rival a 7-star famous teacher, Zhang Xian, who has learned about changes in her mood. At this moment, my mood is very excited. So I wanted to put away the books. But at this moment, the light of the scroll flickered. A person dressed in white, a young man with an elegant face appeared before his eyes. Subsequently, the young man spoke up to Zhang Xian and said, can you please let me know? Just identify the flaws in my experience. You're pretty good. However, Zhang Xian saw the phantom in front of her. Looks very young. When it was the first time with the renowned Tian Blade teacher, the elderly person seen in the dream is 7 to 8% similar. So he asked with a frightened expression, are you Master Kong? At this moment, the young man was still young. With a slight smile, I responded that my surname is indeed Kong. I won't explain too much later. Just tell Zhang Xian that I'm just a layer of ink now. The duration of stay will not be too long. Since you have seen the problems left by my experience, understood what I meant, even if we have fate. This volume is my reflection on breaking through the winning rate. It also contains cultivation techniques, now gifted to you. You carefully comprehend. Perhaps it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. In addition, these fonts contain my abundant vitality and spirit. If you make good use of it, it will be of great help to you. That's all for today. Cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. You work hard, right? The boy hopes for another day of goodbye. As soon as the words fell, I only saw the terror of youth. The elusive figure slowly dissipated. Zhang Xian immediately approached and asked, "Don't be busy for now. I have something else to ask. I have watched ancient literature dramas. It seems like you have also been infected with congenital fetal toxicity. I don't know how to solve it. Listen here." Young Master Kong was also stunned for a moment. Then I asked, "Did you also suffer from congenital fetal toxicity?" Immediately after, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Without a path, one is not alone. Finally, there is someone like me. Great," but he just finished speaking. The voice and figure dissipated before Zhang Xian's eyes. However, he who stayed in place immediately went crazy. He meows, "But you can tell me." I left before I could finish speaking. What's the meaning of this? It's not that Kong has a broad vision for the world, taking the people as our own responsibility. Is he a truly good person? Why do you look and feel as creepy as yourself? I heard that I was infected with congenital fetal toxicity. Not only does he not say the solution, what the hell are you talking about with such excitement on your face? There's nothing wrong with being ignorant. Just like you. Are you as unlucky as you? The most crucial thing when I lose is that you still have to tell me it's too good. Okay, you meow. Okay. Zhang Shui, full of depression. After thinking about it, I felt relieved. This idea was left behind by Master Kong when he was just abundant. Below. At that time, he was only in his 20s or 30s. At most, it's just a 6-star renowned teacher. Estimated congenital fetal toxicity. At this point, he didn't solve it either. So he shook his head inside. Stop thinking about these things. Pick up the book slips on the table and walk out. But suddenly my heart moved. Just now, I thought about damaging the fundus of Fengxing Terrace. If you go out like this, won't you be beaten to death? Then I thought of ruthless people. I took out the book that was pressing against him. However, as soon as the ruthless person came out, he felt the side of the suffering corpse, just shaking the book desperately. Zhang Xian flipped through the pages of the book upon seeing the situation. At this moment, a lot of people were jumping non-stop. Filled with greed, he said that this was Kong's handwriting, contains his thoughts. Why don't you give him to me and swallow him? As long as I eat, strength will recover significantly. I can also be of great help to you at that time. Zhang Xian shouted angrily when she heard this, dreaming slowly. Who knew I would slap him? However, the ruthless characters in the book. I was drawn and flipped several times in a row. Just stopped. You have already memorized these words in your mind. It doesn't matter whether books are needed or not. Give me that. I used the breath contained in the handwriting. Make your killing spirit pure. Even able to imitate the atmosphere of ancient poetry. Teach others a lesson for you. Anyway, it's being suppressed by your book. I can't escape either. The more I recover my strength. Aren't you also safer? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved her hand in response and said, Don't even think about this book. But I will find a way to restore your strength. After all, in his opinion, this Kong family book is not his own. If it weren't for Ruwashi, she wouldn't have been able to obtain it. So he thinks it's something shared by both of them. How could you possibly poison someone without authorization? Then he put the book and slips into his arms. Pushing the door, I walked out. However, Ruwashi saw him come out. Just came up and asked how the situation was. At this moment, Zhang Xian also responded that she had benefited greatly. What have you gained? So I took out the book in my arms. Continuing with the poem Love Heart left by Master Kong. We discovered it together. Half of it is yours. Can you see how to handle it? Then I heard the other person say he didn't want it. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. Immediately after, the two of them discussed it for a while. Seeing the other person really doesn't want it. Only then did he put away his book slips. Just after Zhang Xian looked around. With a puzzled expression, he asked if this was a folding space. How should we get out? Then I understood through Ruwashi's explanation. So began the eye of reason. I searched around and found something unusual. Just take a few steps forward. Suddenly stepping on the ground, a circular cone slowly appeared in front of me. Ruwashi smiled when she saw this. That's it. Just step on it. We can leave now. After speaking, I saw him walking up first. And then his body disappeared in a flash. Zhang Xian saw the other party go out, following closely behind. However, it was only after the two of them came out that they realized. The mountainous area in front of us. It's not the lavish table when I first came in, so I searched around for a while. It has been confirmed that there is some distance between this place and the Holy Pagoda. There are no other famous teachers. After chasing after him, Zhang Xian finally felt relieved. Then he summoned the purple-clothed celestial beast over. But just when the two of them were about to leave, Zhang Xian looked at the situation not far away. A movement in my heart. An idea suddenly popped up. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Just pulled out billions of bees from the hive. I just watched him ask if there was a folding space here. Can you see if it can be placed inside the beehive? After all, this space has a diameter of several hundred meters. If we can really succeed, maybe we can form a retail army. We'll see who doesn't agree. You can beat it wildly with just one breath. However, upon hearing this, Fengmu also walked up to observe for a while, then returned to Zhang Xian. Reply up front, Master. I can integrate this folding space with the honeycomb, but it may take 3 days. Only then can it be completely devoured. If you want to fully transform into the hive, it will take at least a few months. Zhang Xian felt happy when she heard this. These 3 days are not much compared to a retail legion, so I told him to accept it. I'll wait for you for 3 days. And Ruwashi on the side also shook her head when she saw the situation. I didn't expect this guy. Not even the folding space left by Kong was spared. Let's switch to someone else. When encountering things left by Kongshire, they are all offered as sacred objects. I dare not commit any blasphemy. This guy actually made up his mind to let the billion-dollar mother swallow it up. I really don't know what he's thinking. Time flies. 3 days have passed. After Zhang Xian saw Fengmu handle the matter well, transform its income trend, just ride with Ruwashi on the celestial beast. I rushed for another 3 days to fly to the college. But Zhang Xian hasn't been idle these days either. After an increase in mood, the understanding of the technique becomes more thorough. Cultivate more quickly. So at this point, he has already reached level 8, in the early stages of his virtual realm. But when it comes to strength, I'm afraid a peak powerhouse with a 9-fold disabled ban will come over. Anyone can be beaten to death with one punch from him. However, on Zhang Xian's side, after bidding farewell to Ruwashi, Dean Lu, who just returned to the Mansion Academy, I received the news. Let the incoming personnel continue to monitor. Don't let the other party escape. Then he slammed the table and turned his head to look at Chen Sun and Dong Xian. Let's go to the elder doctor's shop now. Not long ago, Dean Lu will take care of the other deans and pastors, and Lord Mo has gathered everyone over. The dean of the magical retreat looks at everyone. He stood up and said to gather everyone over this time. It concerns the safety of Senior Zhang Shou and our human race, not to be neglected. So before discussing the situation, I hope the pastor can take action and put a ban on this room. Do not allow anyone to transmit the message. Hand it over to everyone and hear it. His face darkened, and Dean Zhao shouted angrily at Lu Feng. What do you mean now? Do you think we will leak the information? I heard the other person say that. Dean Lu looked at everyone with a divine gaze at this moment. I definitely won't leak this information, but some people may not necessarily. After all, this matter involves too much. Many of our steps have been captured among us. I am doing this to prevent problems before they arise. However, when Wei Runxue heard this, his face darkened. Just angrily shouted, who was captured? Please speak up. You don't have to point fingers and curse here. Director and I also agreed with displeasure on his face. That's right. Our top 10 elders are together. At least hundreds of years ago. Are you saying that I will reveal the secret? Still Dean Wei and Dean Zhao. Or perhaps everyone present here. And Dean Lu saw some people opposing it. Just give a cold smile. Does the response say that the two deans don't need to worry? I didn't say anything about you guys. Unless you are really with the alien race. There is some kind of intimate relationship. Otherwise, there's no need to feel guilty. Upon hearing this, Wei Runxue, the whole body's breath suddenly started to circulate. Eyes like torches. Then let out a roar. This pervert in front of me. He actually appeared in front of many deans. Admitted to assaulting the old dean's favor. Just now, the acting dean of the college in front of us saw Zhang Xian return and immediately convened the 10 elders for public welfare, and invited the pastor and Lord Mo to attend together. But just when he hoped the pastor wouldn't be able to do everything he wanted, several deans immediately stood up to oppose this practice upon hearing the words. Dean Kolu and several others refuted a few words. Just insinuate that, unless someone really exists, has some kind of intimate relationship with the alien race. Otherwise, why feel guilty? Upon hearing this, Wei Runxue, suddenly, the aura opened up, then let out a loud shout. What did you say? If you have the ability, please say it again. However, Dean Zhao on the side heard the words. With a frown, angry drinking Dao Lufeng, I advise you to pay attention to your mouth. All of you present are the heads of the hospital. All 10 recognized elders in civil law. Who do you think has an intimate relationship with the alien race? Dean Kolu heard the two of them say so. Just snort coldly, who am I talking about? After a while, the truth will naturally come out. I'm afraid you won't be able to lift your heads by yourselves when the time comes. At this moment, Wei Runxue could no longer bear it. The body's breath was rolling. Release without reservation. Immediately congratulate the other party. It won't take much longer. Now I'm here to experience your speechless hand. However, Lu Feng saw the situation. Just snort coldly. Since I asked the dean to learn from the old man's speechless hand, if I don't agree, don't you feel embarrassed? As soon as the words fell, I saw his palm lift. A huge handprint stood suspended in the air. I just took a picture towards the other party, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Wei Runshue's face turn pale. I took a few steps back before stopping. He really didn't expect it. The other party actually broke through to half a step. Divine reality scene. And all the other deans frowned upon seeing this. No wonder this guy is not afraid of offending people when he speaks. My strength has increased so much. At this point, the pastor could no longer bear to watch. Wave your big hand. A true chi stirs around. Block out the entire room. Just say it right away. They are all deans of the college. Not overdue STH. I have already imposed a ban. If you have anything to say, just say it. However, Lu Feng saw that everyone was intimidated by him. With a cold laugh. Raise your eyebrows. Just speak up and report back to the pastor. I still want to do one more thing. To prevent accidents. I would also like to invite the Golden Yuan Ding, the holy bed of the town courtyard. All the elders' expressions in classical Chinese became solemn at the same time. This is the final trump card of the college. Unless there is an invasion from the alien race. Otherwise, he will never be turned on. This guy needs to be brought out now. What exactly do you want to do? And the pastor besides saw the situation. Face 1. Chen looked at the other person and asked, do you know about the Golden Dome? What does he represent? At this moment, Lu Feng waved his hands. I responded by saying that I naturally know about this. But what I'm going to talk about next involves too much. And that person has incredible means. To prevent accidents, it is necessary to make preparations in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid so many of our elders won't be able to compete. The pastor saw the severity of what the other party said. I can only nod in agreement. After all, he was just sent by headquarters to confirm the dean's matter. He doesn't want to get too involved in its internal affairs either. At this moment, Dean Lu saw the pastor nod in agreement. Just take 2 steps forward. Press your palm against the wall. He clasped his fists and said, I am the acting dean of the Lower Wind Master Academy. Please invite Senior Jin Yuanding. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a roar. Immediately afterwards, the entire room shook violently. Subsequently, a huge cauldron appeared in front of everyone. After stopping, there was a loud roar. Don't know if I'm resting. What's the big deal with calling me out? At this moment, Dean Lu clasped his fists and responded by saying, the academy has seen the appearance of the Demon King. I still hope that the senior will take action to suppress it. Everyone couldn't help but contract their pupils when they heard the words. Immediately afterwards, everyone's faces showed signs of difficulty as they asked, what the hell is going on here? However, Jin Yuanding immediately let out a roar. King of the alien clan. Are you sure you saw the other person nod and say that this matter is absolutely true? Just keep talking. Alright then. If such a guy really appeared, I will immediately swallow him and refine him. If not, then, just wait for me to swallow you up and refine you into coal slag. At this point, Dean Lu responded to the other party. Just turn around and look at everyone. Tell everyone about Dong Xian's situation. Later, Dong Xian's face turned solemn as she spoke about 10 days ago. At Zhang Xian's mansion. Seeing the incident between Xiang Shou and the alien clan. It's all said out loud. Zhang Qing heard the other party say so. Can't help but stand up and ask you, Teacher Zhang. I have controlled 20 levels of supernatural beings in the Holy Land. And let them beat up Senior Xiangshu wildly. After speaking, I saw the other person nod and respond, which is indeed true. With a wave of her jade hand, she angrily rebuked, this is impossible. Teacher Zhang is a heroic person. Be straightforward in doing things. How could it be an alien race? It's ridiculous. Anyway, I don't believe it. On the contrary, Lu Feng, did you do it intentionally? Let's seek revenge for personal gain. However, Dean Lu met with Dean Jiang, who has always been indifferent to the world. Suddenly getting angry. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Hongsher was puzzled as to why he was called a teacher. So I asked, did you just call Zhang Xin Teacher Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Qing raised her eyebrows. He snorted coldly and said, that's right. I am currently a student of Teacher Zhang. You insulted my teacher. He is said to be a member of the alien race. Do you think I would believe it? Everyone was dumbfounded at the words. What the hell? A proud dean actually recognized a student as a teacher. However, just when everyone was in a mess about it, Zhang Qing continued to snort coldly. If that's what you're going to talk about today, then, forgive me for not accompanying you anymore. After finishing speaking, he flicked his sleeve and walked out the door. At this moment, Lu Feng saw that the other party was about to leave. As soon as your face darkens, you shout loudly. Stop for me. This matter is not over yet. No one can leave. Zhang Qing raised her eyebrows at the words. I turned my head and shouted angrily. Do you still want to hit me? However, Lu Feng kept this matter a secret for so long. I won't let him leave no matter what he says. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. So I lifted my palm. I just responded that you were right. Who dares to leave today? Don't blame my subordinates for not showing mercy. As soon as the words fell, I saw his huge palm print straight. smashed towards Dean Jiang. Zhang Qing saw the situation. Wrist flip. A shaking piano fell into the hand. Gently flick your index finger. A sound wave shot straight towards the palm print, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw my palm print instantly turn into nothingness. At this time, Lu Feng. I was also suppressed by this powerful sound wave, and my face turned red. I couldn't help but take a few steps back. Then a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. After standing firm, he exclaimed in surprise, 7-star magic soundmaster. At this moment, Jiang Cheng responded with a proud expression on her face, that's right. After receiving guidance from the teacher, it has already surpassed 7 stars. However, the pastor who saw the two fighting fiercely, I just waved my hand and said it's done. Dean Jiang, please calm down. Since Dong Xian swore as a renowned teacher, it means there are no issues. I think it's better this way. Let Zhang Xian explain himself. A clean hand wants no washing. The fool thinks he knows all. If it's really a misunderstanding, I'm sure it can also explain clearly. If they are really members of the alien race. If you come, don't think about leaving. Immediately after. Let Lu Feng, who was standing nearby, send someone to invite Zhang Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who had just returned to the mansion. I saw Ziang Shou and Sun Chang walking over. As his eyes fell on Ziang Shou, only then did I realize that his whole body was breathing like a dragon. It gives people a feeling of surging desire. I don't know how much stronger it is than before. Then he asked excitedly with a face full of excitement. Have you made a breakthrough? After receiving a positive response from the other party, I flipped my wrist and took out a gourd, handing it over. This is the Earth Meridian Spirit Liquid. It has great benefits for consolidating cultivation. Take it and take it. After explaining to Ziangshu, just look at Sun Chang not far away. Ask me, it's been almost 10 days since I left. Is there nothing going on at home? Sun Chang frowned at the words. I just responded that it's not a big deal. Just 11. He sent someone to summon him a few days ago. It seems that our house is being monitored by someone. I heard the butler say that. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Quickly asked to find out who it is. However, when I heard Sun Chang say that his strength was not enough, explored several times, but was avoided by the other party, I couldn't help but furrow my brow tightly. At this moment, Ziang Shou interjected and said, Master, I know about this matter. When I broke through, it was extraordinary. I heard their conversation during the visit. It seems that the young man Lu Feng is going to gather the top 10 elders. Judge you, Master. What is the specific reason? The other party didn't say anything. I'm not quite sure either. Listen here. Zhang Xian has been surrounded. Why am I being tried? Ziang Shou saw his master's face full of confusion. Just respond by listening to the tone of the supervisor. It seems that they have obtained some important evidence. You can make the master unable to refute it. And this time they not only gathered the top 10 elders. I also informed Lord Mo. Even used the holy Qi golden cauldron. Zhang Xian heard this unfamiliar name. He asked with confusion on his face what this was. At this moment, Ziang Shou shook his head and said, Jin Yuanding is the treasure of the renowned teacher academy. It has always been under the control of the dean. Even if the opponent is a second or third tier powerhouse from the holy domain, come over. He can easily kill it. It's just that since the owner died, this sacred artifact in the town courtyard has been sleeping forever. No one can command the movement. Unless there are alien tribes invading. Listen here. Zhang Xian knew that her affairs would definitely leak out. If that's the case, then it's quite troublesome to explain. But at this moment, Zheng Yang hurriedly ran over. Tell me, teacher. Vice Dean Zhou and Vice Dean 7 of the Alchemy Academy. Come to visit. I said I want to invite you, teacher, to the college to discuss a big matter. Zhang Xianwan is also very puzzled. Isn't it a trial? Later, I asked about their attitude. However, Zheng Yang, who was unaware, saw the teacher asking such a question. He also responded with a strange expression, saying that his attitude was very good. They are waiting in the living room. At this point, Zhang Xian also understood the intentions of these people in the college. So he ordered Ziangshu to enter the beehive for a while. Call him out when needed. Then let Sun Chang and Zhang Yang go first. Come and see for yourself right away. After the two of them left, just release the clone. I handed over a storage ring, pointed to him. Inside, there are books about ruthless individuals and newly acquired horror teachers. What kind of inexplicable problem is really going to arise? I'm afraid we'll have to let the foreign master come out to save the scene. After all, his clone and himself are the same soul. As long as the clone is not within the storage realm, the two of them can communicate freely at any time. However, at this moment, the two vice deans in the large living room, seeing that Zhang Xian hasn't come out yet, he is also using phonetics to communicate whether he will escape. At this moment, Vice Dean 7 said with a serious expression, if he doesn't come with us, or if we find a way to escape, just follow the instructions of the dean. Kill on the spot. Vice-Dean Zhou nodded in response to the words. This is the only way to do it. After Zhang Xian arranged the matter, we soon arrived at the hall as well. Pay respects to both of them when you see them. Dao has met Vice-Dean Zhou and Vice-Dean Qi. However, the two finally saw each other appear. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew Vice-Dean Zhou would only respond by saying Zhang Shi? We came here this time to invite you to the college. I need to discuss something with you. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian nodded and responded, okay. I happen to have something to do too. I want to go and take a look. Therefore, a few people quickly arrived at the elders' meeting point of the college. But as soon as I came in, I saw the priest. I feel very strange in my heart why he is here. So he clasped his fists and bowed to him, elder me, and others. After finishing these, hands behind your back. Looking at Lu Feng beside him, he said, virtuous nephew. Why haven't I saluted yet? Dean Lu almost died of anger when he saw this. I wonder how big this guy's heart really is. Such a serious scene without any fear. Think of this. No more verbal disputes with the other party. So he stared at Zhang Xian with his eyes burning like flames. Your identity has been exposed. Proactively confessing may also result in a lighter punishment. Otherwise, not only will you die, everyone related to you needs to punished. After one's words, let Dong Xin on the side explain the situation one by one. So Dong Xin repeated what she had seen. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party describe the situation that day. Speak it out without any deviation. I just remembered that 10 days ago, the formation suddenly weakened. The ceremony was actually cracked by him and he broke in. So I responded that your memory is quite good. But many deans saw him openly admit it. He was also shocked all over his face. These 10 deans couldn't help but ask Zhang Shi again. Did you really take action against Senior Zhang Shou? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just nodded and responded, saying that I did send someone to beat him up. At this moment, Lu Feng saw that the other party did not argue but admitted instead. I was also stunned for a moment. Immediately, both eyes lit up. I quickly turned my head and shouted, Pastor. Senior Jin Yuanding. You all saw it. He has already acknowledged his identity as a member of the alien race. Please both take immediate action to kill him. And at this moment, the pastor's brow turned. Suddenly, his breath erupted. Glancing at the other party, let out a roar. Zhang Xian risked her life to become a pervert, to wash oneself white, resulting in excessive force, washed the high tower to pieces. Just now, Zhang Xian was invited by Dean Lu, arriving at the Elder Council Hall of the college. Just get straight to the point. 10 days ago, I saw him sending someone to kill Senior Xiangshu. I said it out loud. At this moment, Zhang Xian did not argue. Instead, he admitted that he had indeed sent someone to beat him up. However, Lu Feng on the side saw that the other party admitted. Just let out a roar, Reverend. Senior Jin Yuanding. You all saw it. He has admitted to his identity as a member of the alien race. Please both immediately take action to kill him. The pastor frowned at the words. The breath on my body was strong. Just stare at him and ask Zhang Shui. What else do you have to say? Zhang Xian heard the other person speak up. Just put a big hat on it. Suddenly speechless. Then I rolled my eyes and looked at this hometown. Hey, don't be busy for now, buddy. When did I admit to being an alien? At this moment, Lu Feng sneered and responded by saying, what? Now I want to refuse again. The net of heaven has large meshes, but it lets nothing through. Be loose but never miss. Cunning is also useless. Since you admit to using torture on Senior Zhang Shou, what are you if you're not an alien? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he shook his head and said, I did say that someone had beaten up Zhang Shou, but what does this have to do with the alien race? However, at this moment, Lu Feng saw that the other party was still making excuses. Just let out a long hiss. Everyone knows. Senior Xiangshu is the holy beast of our renowned teacher academy. The old dean's animal pet. You're insulting our renowned teacher academy by taking action against him. Insulting a renowned teacher. Listen here. Zhang Xian's face was full of helplessness. He really didn't expect the other party to say that. So he responded by saying what it means to insult the renowned teacher academy. Insulting a renowned teacher. I see you're overthinking things. Since it's because of Xiangshu's matter, then I'll let him come out and talk to you guys. After speaking, Zhang Xian waved her wrist. Xiangshu appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xiangshu in front of them. Then he quickly stepped forward to care about the other party. Ask if there is any injury. How was the injury? Subsequently, many deans gathered around Xiangshu to take a look. It was discovered that he not only did not show any weakness from injury, but also, on the contrary, the breath is full. It gives people a strong sense of oppression. It seems that their strength is even stronger than before. Everyone turned their heads to look at Dongxing not far away. I want to hear his explanation. And at this moment, he saw the beautiful Xiangshu in front of him. My face turned pale instantly. I can't believe I did it 10 days ago. I clearly saw him almost beaten to death. But now there's nothing going on. The most crucial thing is, didn't you always want to escape that day? Now that it's out, it doesn't move. There is no hostility towards Zhang Xian either. However, just when he didn't understand why, I heard Zhang Xian suddenly shout Azzy, the virtuous nephew of Lu Feng said that I will send someone to beat you up. He said I am a member of the alien tribe. Can you explain it to everyone? Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard this. Everyone calls Xiangshu a senior. This guy is really good. Call him Azzy directly. But we haven't finished shocking a few people yet. Xiangshu suddenly bowed and clasped his fists, saying, yes, master. At this moment, everyone on the scene fainted directly. What's going on with his meow? This is the old dean's animal pet. The status in the renowned teacher academy is higher than that of the top 10 elders. Second only to the sacred beast Jin Yuanding, arrogant to the point of lawlessness. Usually speaking to him is indifferent. Now confirmed that Zhang Xian is the main one. Who can tell me what happened when he meows? However, at this moment, Lu Feng, whose eyes had turned black, regained consciousness. I stuttered and asked Senior Xiangshu, how do you address Zhang Xian as the master? Xiangshu heard the other party ask such a question. Just respond by saying master. He is a name recognized by the master teacher hall. How could it be an alien race? You guys are just talking nonsense. He beat me up, just to make me break through. After speaking, his arms trembled. A powerful aura arises spontaneously. Seeing this scene, everyone was once again stunned. However, Xiangshu ignored the shock of the crowd. Just keep saying that I won't be contacting you all these days. It's because when it comes to breaking through, we can't be distracted. If there is no owner. Now it is still better than the peak. It's completely impossible to break through. Listen here. Dean Zhao raised his eyebrows. When the first challenge arises, Senior Xiangshu was once favored by the old dean. I don't need to say how much contribution I have made to the college. I'm sure everyone knows. Now Zhang is trying to make him break through. Intentionally expend one's heart and effort. You actually falsely accused him of being a member of the alien race. Lu Feng, if you can't explain this false accusation clearly today, you definitely won't be able to escape. Even if it causes trouble in Qingyuan Imperial City, I will also accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, my face twisted instantly. He thought he could kill this guy this time. I didn't expect things to develop like this. And Dong Xin beside her was also trembling in the suburbs. I'm almost fainting. He clearly only knows how to take action when he sees the other party. This Xiang was brutally and ruthlessly beaten. How did it turn into helping him break through in the blink of an eye? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. I quickly clasped my fists and said, Senior Pastor Jin Yuanding, dear elders, I have an idea below. I don't know if I can say it out loud. The martial arts teacher nodded in response to the classical Chinese. Today is just to uncover the truth. There's something to say, but it's okay to say it. However, after receiving a nod from the other party, Dong Xin continued speaking. I witnessed Zhang Xian sending someone to beat Senior Xiangshu with my own eyes. Now the senior is helping him speak up. Is it possible that there is some kind of threat? Or there may be some unspoken secrets? Or perhaps the purpose of the beating is to make him surrender? As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned. And beside him, Lu Feng. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Dong Xin. I wish I could come forward and praise him a few words. His face changed accordingly. He coldly snorted and said that Dong Xin was right. Everyone knows. Senior Xiang is loyal to the old dean. There is no definite news yet whether he is alive or dead. He now recognizes others as the master, whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I don't believe it anymore. At this moment, Shen Sun, who had never been born, saw a change in the wind direction. Immediately spoke up and agreed. Could it be that this Zhang Xian is in control of some kind of information? Threatening the life and death of the old dean. Forcing Senior Xiang to confess his identity. Help him speak up. Or maybe, I tried some unknown special means. Lu Feng saw the help of the old minister. Just keep talking now. We cannot determine. Has Senior Xiangshu been coerced? So I think what the senior is saying now is not trustworthy. However, Xiangshu did not expect it. Personally come out to refute the rumors. But he has become such a ridiculous commentator. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned red. Then let out a loud shout and fart in front of me. Damn it. Every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Why can't it be trusted? At this point, Lu Feng continued to respond, saying that senior, don't get excited yet. The alien race has numerous means. He is also skilled in using soul deception techniques. There's really no way to confirm if you're confused right now. It's really difficult for us to distinguish your words. Upon hearing him say so, Master M.O. At this moment, he spoke up about Dean Lu. If your inference holds true, then, can I also doubt it? You have already been tricked by the alien tribe. Therefore, intentionally intending to harm a renowned teacher who possesses an eye for fame and fortune. Mr. Mi Chang next to him stroked his beard. Agree with Lord Dao Mo. That's right. Zhang Shi is a renowned teacher with an eye for fame and fortune. Has a great impact on the human race. As one can imagine. You, Lu Feng, have been targeting him all along. Is he already a member of the alien race? Lu Feng heard. The two of them turned their backs and put their hats on their heads. I almost got so angry that I vomited blood. As soon as he waved his hand, he responded positively. We don't dwell on this issue, but this Zhang Xian has the affairs of a member of the alien clan. Is it a fact that cannot be refuted? At the scene where Senior Xiang was arrested, we have all gone over and seen it. The aura and traces of the alien race are very obvious. Listen here. Zhang Xian knows that she didn't explain today's situation clearly. There will always be stains throughout one's life. So my wrist rolled over. A puppet appeared in front of everyone. Just spoke up about the subordinates of the alien race. Is that what you're talking about? I believe your eyesight can tell. Is this a puppet refined by the alien race? When everyone saw the alien race, they were first stunned. With a fixed gaze, he quickly nodded. At this point, Zhang Xian continued to say that Dean Zhao should know. When I came to the college front, Luo Qiqi and Princess Yufei from Ganji's college, passing through a ruins. Also, I am fortunate to have received the ceremony of inheritance from the senior without adopted children. After sensing the other person's affirmative nod in response, just then talk about these puppets. It is precisely the techniques used by our predecessors to refine it. I just got it by chance. The Dark Master cannot have any interaction with the alien clan, but refining it into a puppet for use by the human race, even centipedes shouldn't have had it, right? After a careful glance, the pastor beside him, I also nodded and said that this is indeed an unconscious puppet, and the forging method is exquisite and unparalleled, very similar to the technique of the legendary Yoko Wu. Just, these puppets still contain the aura of killing within their bodies, preserve the habits of the alien race. Even without Yoko's lifetime, he may not be able to tame her. How can you make him obediently obey orders? Listen here. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed, thinking of him meowing. How do we explain now? However, before Zhang Xian could speak, the pastor immediately said, and these puppets, when the alien race was alive, forcibly replacing individual parts of the body. At present, there has not been any rejection. This also indicates that subjectively, they are willing to do so. But Wu Yangzi was captured by the alien tribe back then. This matter has caused a lot of commotion. If he really allows these alien tribes to be refined obediently, even the ability to listen, how could it possibly be captured by him and never return? At this moment, Lu Feng heard the pastor's questioning on the side. My eyes lit up. I quickly agreed with the pastor that what he said was right. How were these puppets successfully crafted? How could you possibly subdue them with your strength? Unless you are the king of the alien race, can make puppets obediently listen. Willing submission. That's why I'll listen to you even after death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my face immediately darkened. It's like this, being questioned further. If we can't handle the library, it's hard to guarantee. After hesitating for a moment, he responded by saying how to successfully refine it. Damn if I know. This was done by Senior Wu Yangzi. As for the surrender, my teacher is worried about my safety. It was deliberately tamed before being handed over to me. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng coldly snorted and asked which famous teacher it was. Speak it out and let's hear it. I would like to take a look. Which renowned teacher is it? Being able to eliminate so much unconsciousness, tamed by puppets loyal only to the king of the alien race. Listen obediently to your words as a 4-star teacher. However, before Zhang Xian could speak, I heard from outside the council chamber that it was me. Immediately after, a powerful and extreme aura instantly suppressed it, and all the deans inside the house, including priests and others. In this breath, I dare not have any thoughts of resistance. It feels like being killed on the spot if you resist. Immediately after, countless cracks have appeared on the walls within the realm of consciousness, accompanied by a loud bang. The wall collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, everyone is stupid. They really can't imagine it. What is the strength of Zhang Xian's teacher? Surprisingly taking on the role of relying on momentum. Just destroy all the formations here. Make the wall collapse. Think of this. The crowd slowly emerged from the collapsed wall. I looked outside. Only then did I realize. A figure is suspended in the sky above the courtyard. However, Yang Xian stood suspended in the air. At this moment, his eyes were burning as he looked at the crowd. Cold snort. It's you guys. Do you suspect that my student is a member of the alien race? Then take a look at me, okay? As soon as these words are spoken, a powerful force descended from the sky. It gives people a feeling of the collapse of heaven and earth. The pressure made it difficult for everyone to even breathe. Accompanied by a loud bang, the pressure that descended from the sky spread outwards. The consciousness point of the elders they are in can no longer hold on. Suddenly swaying. Direct collapse. But it's not too late yet. Not far away, tall and imposing, the majestic tower was also shaken down by the spreading aura. Seeing this scene, everyone is panicking. They cannot understand. Just relying on one's breath can be powerful to this extent. But at this moment, only then did Dean Zhao mention that the rheumatology hall had collapsed. This indicates the ideas of many predecessors. I dare not compete with this senior. Even Kong Shi retreated. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard this. I feel the man standing suspended in front of me, powerful like a god. However, at this moment, Lord Mo, looking coldly at Elder Me not far away. I told you earlier. Teacher Zhang's teacher is very powerful. Didn't you tell the other elders? At this moment, Elder Me was about to cry. With a face full of grievances, he responded that I had already said it. They just don't believe it anymore. I heard him say that. Lord Mo was so angry that his face turned pale. So he quickly looked up and looked over. Please calm down, Master Yang. You once guided me on the lower plateau of Mo. We have no intention of making things difficult for Teacher Zhang. Just asking him to come over and ask some simple questions. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian coldly snorted and asked, is this an inquiry? How do I feel that you are judging my students? Do you think he is a member of the alien race? I still think I am. He just finished speaking. He suddenly emitted a strong surge from his body. The oppressive feeling of falling from heaven and earth, descending from the sky. It gives people a feeling of difficulty even breathing. Seeing this scene, everyone on site was so scared that they collapsed to the ground. This is actually the renowned master of the heavenly blade, the pervert in front of us who is under 20 years old. Just because I bumped into him. Surprisingly, he became the grandfather of this elderly man over 1,000 years old. Just now, Zhang Xian was judged by the crowd. He is a member of the alien race. Just when he didn't know how to explain it, Yang Xian immediately appeared with a domineering aura to save the scene, and let out the aura of Master Tian Blade. However, everyone who saw the scene was dumbfounded. Since ancient times, they only know that Master Kong is the only master of the heavenly blade. But I didn't expect it to be suspended in the air now. This one is actually the same. But these deans. Just now, I even suspected the other party's students. He is a member of the alien race. What about barbecue now? At this moment, Yang Xian coldly looked at a few people. Asked now, do you still think my students and I are members of the alien race? Seeing everyone responding repeatedly, I dare not. Yang Xian carried her hands behind her back. Looking at everyone again, Yang Xian said about this work, if you think I am bullying the small with the big, you can go to the headquarters of Mingshi Hall to report me. Listen here. Everyone was so scared that they turned pale with fear. What the hell is this? If the headquarters finds out, offended a renowned figure of this level, I'm afraid not only will they not seek justice, they will even directly kill me with a shot. Subsequently, everyone responded tremblingly, we dare not wait. Upon seeing this, Yang Xian nodded and said, I dare not be the best. Then he waved his big hand. As soon as I turn around, I have to leave this place. At this time, the pastor, watching the senior who greatly improved his cultivation leave, I can't help it anymore. So he hurriedly took a step forward. Shout out Master Ancestor. Yang Xian saw that the person shouting was him. I simply replied, you cultivate well. It's not impossible to return to the Mu family either. After speaking, as soon as he turned around, he disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone had a dull expression on their faces. Subsequently, some deans exclaimed in surprise that the diagnosis had been confirmed. It's spatial capability. He is a 9-star renowned teacher. After all, as renowned teachers of the 6-7 stars, nature knows the ability to disappear instantly. Only a 9-star renowned teacher can achieve it. But there are not many people on the entire continent in total. And today surprisingly, he even tried his students. Think of this. Everyone was sweating profusely, full of fear afterwards. I couldn't help but turn my head and look at Zhang Xian not far away. At this moment, everyone saw his brow furrowed into bumps. It seems very unhappy. Actually, Zhang Xian is really unhappy. He didn't expect the clone to be so unreliable today. I just wanted him to come out. Just let everyone not doubt it. I didn't expect that they all went to 9 stars that time. However, he was struggling with this matter. How to round the field later. I saw the priest approaching me. One report, fully attacking oneself. Shouting out, I've seen Uncle Shi. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I also nodded in response, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't worry too much. Just Lu Feng on the side saw the situation. I can't help but smell at the corner of my mouth. I almost fainted. Stimulating twice as late as a pastor. Now the other party refers to Zhang Xian as his master uncle. Doesn't it mean that one's seniority has become a disciple? However, Zhang Xian ignored everyone's shock at this moment. Just look at the pastor in front of you. Have I cleared my name now? You probably won't suspect me of being an alien anymore, right? After one's words, I saw the other party and many deans behind them quickly shaking their heads. Just keep talking. If there's nothing to interrogate since it's not, can I leave now? Pastor Jian nodded and responded, of course. I won't say anything more. Turn around and leave. However, Elder Me next to him saw that he was leaving. Quickly take a step forward and block in front of him. Please don't rush, Master Zhang. That's true. The pastor once said. Who found Senior Zhang in the academy? Who is the dean? Now you have found the senior. And it became your favorite. So I propose. You will succeed as the new dean of the college. After speaking, he looked at the other deans. May I ask what you all think? Several deans who have had interactions with Zhang Xian, including the pastor hearing this suggestion. Everyone nodded in agreement repeatedly. Then he looked at the several deans who had not yet been born beside him. May I ask for your opinions? However, Lu Feng and Chen Sun saw that all three of them agreed. After exchanging a glance, the two of them, I also nodded in agreement. The majestic Jin Yuanding beside him glanced at Zhang Xian. Afterwards, he spoke up and expressed his desire to become a renowned teacher. The dean of the college is at least a 6-star renowned teacher, right? This Zhang Shi's strength is still a bit lacking. I disagree. Elder Me responded quickly in classical Chinese, saying to Senior Jin Yuan, although Zhang is not yet a 6-star renowned teacher, but with his talent, it shouldn't take long to succeed. Although everyone agrees with what Elder Me said, after all, they have all witnessed it. The situation where Zhang Xian caused chaos in the college. If this kind of person cannot pass the 6-star famous teacher exam, others don't have to think about it. But Jin Yuanding still disagrees, because he knows the selection ceremony in 3 months. So I told everyone that it seems like a long time has passed. You all forgot. 3 months later, it will be the once-in-a-century selection for the standing teacher hall. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Due to the long duration, some of them really forgot about this matter. The selection of this warrior hall is conferred by Qingyuan, the 4 major colleges under the imperial city. A once-in-a-century grand event. If it's in 3 months. If Zhang Xian cannot become a 6-star famous teacher, people from the warrior hall, along with the other 3 major colleges, I really can't explain it. However, Zhang Xian on the side heard the selection of the warrior hall. He also looked at the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression on his face. At this moment, Elder Me asked about the profession of warrior. I'm sure Master Zhang has heard of it. Seeing the other person nod. Just keep explaining. Zhanshur Hall is a branch of famous teacher hall. Each of the renowned teachers is incredibly powerful. Countless young people take pride in becoming one of them. This selection is conducted every 100 years. The practical trial hall. We will select young people from the 4 major colleges. And the official selection date will be 3 months later. Just limited quota. There will be deans from each college who will take on the challenge, to strive for the allocation of quotas in the college. If Zhang Shi becomes the new dean, I must participate in this selection. War. So I'm afraid that with your current strength, it's difficult to compete. At this moment, Zhang Qinjian and Zhang Xian seem to understand what the situation is. Just stepped forward and said, actually, everyone doesn't have to worry too much. If I remember correctly, teacher, he now has 5 minor professions. They have all reached 6 stars. As long as you pass the assessment, you can apply for a 6-star master teacher. 3 months should be enough. However, Dean Zhao on the side also spoke up. I don't think there's any need to worry about some things. The key is strength. Teacher Zhang has just returned to his senses. The minimum requirement for a 6-star assessment is the peak of the residual wind state. Zhang Xian heard Lao Zhao say so. He also responded with a helpless expression on his face. When I went out these days, I accidentally broke through. It seems like we're already in a virtual realm now. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was staring big and small. What the hell accidentally broke through? He said so unfairly. Can you be more serious? How many people can exhaust decades of experience without breaking through? You might have been careless. However, only after calming down did Elder Me speak up about Teacher Zhang. I remember your first day in college was in the 6 realms realm. This is less than 20 days. You broke through to the 8th level. I stepped into the virtual realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian let out a sigh full of shame. Yeah, I've been busy taking minor exams lately. I don't even have time to practice. Otherwise, progress wouldn't be so slow. After all, Zhang Xian's own plan is complete 10 colleges minor courses in 10 days. Then it will take 5 or 6 days to reach the remaining weight. You can leave in about half a month. I didn't expect it to be almost 20 days in a blink of an eye. Currently, we are only in the 8th realm. There are still 5 major minor subjects that have not been studied. He was also very depressed when he thought of this. But others heard him say that. They all spewed out a mouthful of old juice. Thinking to himself, his meow is also called slow. We have been practicing for so long. Isn't it slow like a turtle? Let's talk about it again. What do you mean by your face full of shame? The person who is ashamed of his meow is us. It's us. Not long after, the dean recovered from the shock. Speaking of Zhang Shi's abilities, I don't think it will take 3 months to easily pass the 6-star rating. At this moment, the other deans heard someone speaking. It also eased up. Lian nodded in agreement with this statement. The pastor beside saw that everyone agreed. With a wave of his hand, he announced, then don't hesitate. Let's hold a sacrificial ceremony in 3 days. However, the Jin Yuanding that I disagreed with just now. At this point, there was no more noise. After all, he is just a holy flag. No one else thinks there's any difference. It's meaningless for him to continue interrupting. Zhang Xian saw everyone making such a happy decision on this matter. I'm also speechless to the point of my eyelids rolling uncontrollably. Have you asked me from beginning to end? Did I, as the party involved, agree? You guys have decided. I lost it, however. Ziang Shou on the side. Seeing Zhang Xian's constipated expression on her face, I couldn't help but ask, since my master has become the dean, can I freely enter and exit the college library? Watch whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly, my eyes lit up. As long as you can make yourself read more advanced books, being a dean is still easy. These 10 deans responded apologetically, saying, not yet, we have to wait until after the succession ceremony. The dean can only exercise the relevant rites. Understand these. Zhang Xian looked at the sacred artifact not far away. I couldn't help but speak up. I want to refine a level 7 elixir. May I borrow Senior Jin Yuanding to use it? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding just let out a furious shout. I am a sacred object responsible for refining qi. Let me refine the pill. Kid, I think you're overthinking, right? Dean Zhao was furious when he saw Shang-Chi. I quickly went forward to persuade the dean. Senior Jin Yuanding is skilled in refining gas. This may be a bit difficult for him. Do you want to see if there are any other ways? However, Zhang Xian simply responded with a sentence. I'll see if I can make an agreement with him. After a few steps, we arrived at the container. Just Jin Yuanding saw him walking towards him. Just snort coldly and say, I advise you to forget what you think. Otherwise, even if they agree to you being the dean, I will also train you to not grow long. Zhang Xuani came up to him. The leader gently stroked the top of the golden circle. Immediately speaking, Senior, I came here just to discuss with you. There's no need to get angry. I just patted the other person a few times on one side. At this moment, Elder Mi saw Zhang Xian talking to the holy cavalry ahead. I also came to the front of Dean Zhao myself. Ask you, Teacher Zhang, can he convince Senior Jin Yuanding? Dean Zhao heard the words, just shook his head and replied, I think it's difficult. You know about Senior Jin Yuanding's temper, don't you? Back then, the old dean didn't even show face, not to mention Zhang Shi. I want to persuade him to help. I think it's very difficult. But we haven't finished waiting for Dean Zhao to finish speaking yet. The aura ahead suddenly emitted a sharp roar. Immediately after, it was posted in front of Zhang Xian. Rubbing back and forth, he said that Ding Ding had seen it before. Master, I will refine whatever you ask me to refine. Isn't it just ammunition? You can refine as much as you want. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. You are the guardian deity of the prestigious Sacred Art Academy. Can you still have some dignity when I meow? However, after taking over the golden cauldron, at this moment, Zhang Xian smiled and looked at Dean Zhao, saying it's done, Ding Ding. He agreed to help. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao quickly give Zhang Xian a thumbs up. The response is that the dean is impressive. You're really amazing. At this time, Jin Yuanding took over as the leader. Now I'm also starting to think about Zhang Xian. So he showed a fierce intent. Looking towards Lu Feng not far away, he said, Master, this guy is determined to harm you. Do you want me to train him to be flawless? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, I was instantly scared and turned pale with fear, so he quickly shouted that the money was lost. Jin Yuanding didn't wait for him to finish speaking, just coldly snorted, who is your senior? Grandpa Xiao. Lu Feng saw the situation. He looked at the pastor beside him with a look of grievance. I want him to help uphold justice. Just the pastor saw him like this, just shook his head and said that Senior Jin Yuanding was right. You falsely accuse explicitly. Bad reputation. I will organize today's events in detail into a book. Report to headquarters. If nothing unexpected happens, your identity as the Dean of the Alchemy Academy is not guaranteed. Even the qualifications of renowned teachers may be revoked. I heard the pastor say that. Lu Feng's face turned pale. Weakened legs collapsed directly to the ground. At this moment, the pastor sighed and said, as a renowned teacher, you should have been taught by words and deeds. Be a model for others. But you did it for your own selfish desires. Without clarifying the facts, one can indiscriminately frame others. It has already violated the requirements and morals of the teacher. If you have to blame yourself for this, you can only blame yourself. I can't help you either. After speaking, he turned around and looked at Dean Chen beside him. Chen-sun believed the original words, not distinguishing right from wrong. Start from today. Revoke the position of the town court president. Waiting for the headquarters legal net. Then he looked at the woman beside him. As for Dong Ximing, as a student of the renowned teacher academy, not studying hard enough, set an example for new students. Instead, they participated in the struggles of the academy, becoming a tool for Lufeng to frame teacher Zhang. Report to the college without distinguishing the facts. Almost turned into a masterpiece. Start from today. Cancel your student status. Finish dealing with these people. The pastor turned around and looked at Dean Zhangxian. Is it okay to handle this matter this way? Upon hearing this, Zhangxian, I had to nod and say yes. Then I also said to a few people, I need to go back and deal with something on my own first. I'll leave it to you guys here. After speaking, put the gold round top into the storage ring. I will soon return to the mansion. Just arrived at the house. I saw Luo Qiqi, Princess Fair, and their entourage. How many people are in the living room? At this moment, Princess Fair saw that Zhang Xian had returned. Just welcomed it up. At the same time, she handed him a jade box and said to him, Zhang Xian, I won't be able to retrieve it and will return it to you. Here are 3 top-grade spirit stones for gambling. The excess is considered as compensation for these days. Upon seeing the spirit stone, Zhang Xian joyfully collected it. Then I started chatting with a few people. I only found out after a while. They came over today. It's because the city lord wants to invite himself to the dinner tonight. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also responded that she still needs to refine pills today. After handling this matter, if there's enough time in the evening, I'll come over. So the few of them chatted for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. After Zhang Xian saw a few people leave, just as I was about to go out, I saw Sun Chang hurriedly welcoming me over. Speaking of young master, not good. I don't know what happened to the 10-leaf flower you planted. The colors have all changed. How ruthless is this guy? Get angry. Even my own 300-acre mansion was demolished at will. Just now, as soon as Zhang Xian returned to the mansion, I learned from the butler's mouth. All the leaf-eating flowers I planted have changed color. Not long after, it was discovered. Leaf-eating flowers used to nourish the soul without smoke. It's because she was born with poison. Soul bodies are highly toxic when nourishing the soul. That's why these holy medicines are poisoned and turned black. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, now I want to revive her soul. Only higher-level holy herbs can be used. Think of this. Eyebrow furrowed. I just realized that we still need to refine the intermittent single first. Strong physical body. Perhaps the soul can become better. So he ordered Sun Chang to invite several Dan masters. Go to Danshire College yourself. Retrieve the interrupted application. Soon, the two of them will act separately. After Zhang Xian returned, she saw several Dan masters. Just get straight to the point. I discussed the alchemy ceremony with a few people. Just a few old alchemists hesitated for a moment after hearing this. They know they only have 6 stars. It's impossible to combine alchemy with the strength of the team. Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions. I also know. If we want to restore their confidence in a short period of time now, it will be difficult to release the medicinal herbs and holy energy. I just told a few people that I offended them. Immediately after, we started using Salt Heaven Beast. Spread the alchemy formula to a few people. However, the scene came to the side of the college. After Zhang Xingang left, many deans are still discussing holding a ceremony for deans. After the ceremony, the pastor then spoke to the crowd about the foreign teacher. Everyone must be 3 traitors and 7 terrorists. Otherwise, they will be punished for betraying the human race. After speaking, he looked at Lu Feng beside him. At this moment, he knew he was guilty. Accepted the pastor's withdrawal from his position. Qualification as a renowned teacher. At the same time, I also applied to the other party to go to defend High Town. Everyone heard this. They were all scared and turned pale with fear. Even Elder Me frowned tightly and asked, "You've already figured it out?" And the pastor heard that he took the initiative to guard the Sea of Land. Just respond by saying that since you have made this decision, I will postpone reporting your matter. Continue to retain your 6-star renowned teacher. But I hope you can keep your promise. Don't disappoint the master teacher hall. But the pastor hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly felt a tremor on the ground. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. Everyone immediately flew into the air upon seeing the situation. Look in the direction of the sound. However, Dean Mi saw the mansion in front of him being bombed into ruins. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. What came to mind then? Just exclaimed in surprise that he had been diagnosed. Isn't this Zhang Shi's mansion? Wei Ranxue on the side heard this. Swallowed saliva. He muttered to himself, is Zhang Shi angry? I even demolished my own house. At this moment, the pastor seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, the pupils contracted. One finger forward. Just tell everyone that he didn't intentionally dismantle it. You see, it's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard again. At the mansion. Suddenly, a colorful cloud of smoke appeared, like a light shining in all directions. However, many deans who witnessed this scene, everyone has gone crazy. This is Yanxia Danyun. Legend has it that it can only be refined into level 8 elixirs. Only then will it appear. At this moment, Dean Zhao felt his eyes darken. It is said that the higher the level of the pill, the more it is said, the more incredible it is. At the same time, it will also be condemned by the Heavenly Emperor. Smoke and clouds are a kind of heavenly calamity. Only exists in level 8 pills. What are zombies refining? How did this happen? At this moment, the pastor responded with a furrowed brow, saying, "This is not a level 8 pill. If so, then, there should still be an end to this haze and clouds. No, it can only indicate that the refined medicine is not yet at level 8. From the current perspective, it should be the peak of level 7. And it has also reached the Danwen realm. Only then can there be such a powerful presence." Many deans heard this. I can no longer resist the doubts in my heart. He flew straight towards Zhang Xian's mansion. So at the same time, on the side of Hongyuan Imperial City Palace. At this moment, I saw a eunuch. "Speak to the middle-aged man in front of you, your majesty. The dinner party is ready." The lord nodded in response. "Ask the other party, Phil. Did you mention that person named Zhang Xian? Here, please come over." Upon hearing this, the eunuch responded by reporting to His Majesty. The princess said Zhang Shi has already accepted the invitation. "I will come tonight." However, this Zhang teacher is causing a lot of commotion in the college. He should be a person with great abilities. But he actually made Princess Six his maid. The tone is just too loud. The Lord of Yuqing heard the other party say so. A look of anger. He coldly snorted and said, "Not bad, my daughter. The proud daughter of heaven. I can't bear to say a few more words. How dare she be so cunning? I would like to take a look. This guy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Still 10 heads. I'll be here later. I must give a good lesson. Let them know what the sky is high and the earth is thick." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I just felt the ground suddenly shake. Then a loud bang was heard. "Tighten your eyebrows. Just wave your hand and ask the other party to investigate what happened." The eunuch who heard the order hurriedly walked out. A few minutes later, he ran back with a strange expression on his face. "Just say, report to your majesty. It's the courtyard that Prince Huai gave to the Zhang family." He dismantled it himself. The city lord was stunned when he heard this. Why did he demolish his own house? At this moment, the eunuch explained that this Zhang was very miraculous. "I have been going to the Refining and Gas Institute since a few days ago. The Refining and Gas Institute collapsed. The next day, I went to the medical college. The medical college has also collapsed. Later, I went to the Alchemy Academy. The Alchemy Academy has been directly abolished. I just returned to my residence this time. The residence has also turned into ruins. Listen here." The corners of the city lord's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He meows wherever he goes, dismantling wherever he goes. "Can you see if today's dinner can be cancelled? Or don't let this Zhang Xian come either. His hasty cancellation is also different. How about this? Go and invite Master Wu Jin over. Ask him to help set up over 10 decorations in the banquet hall. Reinforcement formation. Provide against any misfortune." However, the priest and others on this side of the screen. I soon arrived at Zhang Xian's mansion as well. I only discovered it when I arrived. Fortunately, Xiang is protected by the Holy Land of Exercise. Only then can everyone be safe and sound. It's just that the house can't be taken care of. It turned into ruins directly. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also blaming Jin Yuanding. If it weren't for his failure to hold on in the end, this pill will definitely reach level 8. It's not just a level 7 Dan pattern. At this moment, the priest came up to him. "Just spoke up, senior uncle. The one you just refined is an intermittent pill." Subsequently, through communication between the two individuals, everyone just found out. Zhang Xuanlian refined this pill to save a younger generation. Unfortunately, only pills to strengthen the body are not enough. I used 10 leaf flowers earlier. Even if the Yin spirit power is insufficient, it cannot be achieved. Nourish its soul. At this moment, Dean Zhong Dingchun suddenly spoke up about Zhang Shi. Fresh and living elixir. Having sufficient spiritual power. "I do know a plant. There is a sacred Bodhi tree in the Imperial Palace of Hongyuan Imperial City. It's just that this is the most important thing for the royal family. I'm afraid they won't want to borrow it for use." Zhang Xianwen pondered for a moment before saying it's okay. "Coincidentally, there is a royal banquet today. Let me first take a look at this Bodhi tree and see how it aligns with the smoke. Let's talk about whether it works or not. If it's ineffective, there's no need to speak up. If possible, you can give it a try." Subsequently, several deans, priests, and others. After chatting with Zhang Xian for a while, decision. The The renovation of the mansion will be funded by the college for restoration. After thanking a few people, Zhang Xian, they left. I saw them leave. Just instruct Sun Chang, Wang Ying, and others. Let them go to the courtyard arranged by the college first. Stay temporarily. After finishing these things first, I just turned around and looked at the ruins behind me. But as I watched, my pupils couldn't help but contract. This is a dragon. Only then did he recall what Wu Yangzi had mentioned. This sentence under the Samsung dragon in the old mansion. So he quickly looked up at the sky. As night falls, the sky is filled with stars. Countless stars are hidden in the dark void, like chess pieces densely covered with stars. See here. Zhang Shen furrowed her brow tightly with so many stars. What does Samsung refer to? Think of this. A movement in my heart. Get up and fly high into the sky. View the ground cage of a residential building with a rational eye. I studied for over 10 minutes. Whether it's the ground or the sky, I didn't find any useful information. So he withdrew his spirit. When I was about to land, only then did I discover that Hu Yaoyao was holding the night pearl in her hand. He ran over to find himself. Just Zhang Xian shining through a faint light, reflected in the nearby pond. Like a star. I just thought of something. I didn't pay attention to the other party. Open the eye of confusion again. Explore the past in this direction. We quickly determined the location of Samsung. Only then did he fly up to him and ask the demon. You won't be eating at the college at this point. Why are you running over here? You probably heard that the mansion collapsed. Come here specifically to take a look, right? Upon hearing this, the demon quickly said that it had heard about this matter. I came over to see if there's anything wrong with you. I just didn't expect you, teacher, to search for the treasure. Can you work so hard? Then he said, there's actually one more thing I want to ask the teacher for help with. Subsequently, during their communication, Zhang Shen learned that they wanted to go pick medicinal herbs from the Holy Land. The red silver fruit will ripen in the next few days. If you don't pick it, it will definitely be eaten by nearby holy beasts. But the four of them had no confidence in the past. That's why I want to invite myself to participate. After all, this red silver fruit is grown by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. Once 100 years of maturity is very rare, and it cannot be artificially cultivated. It is definitely a treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. So if the five of them go together, each person can also receive 2 pieces equally. As a result, it's easy to break through the semi-holy realm. Think of this. Zhang Xian agreed to the other party. So we asked Hu Yaoyao to gather at midnight tonight. Let's set off together then. After seeing the other person leave, just fly into the air again. Looking at the confirmed location of Samsung just now, remembering the message from Senior Wu Yangzi in my mind. After a moment, 3 pieces of positive energy were taken out of the wrist. He waved towards the 3 pawns beneath his feet. Immediately after, the earthworm spreading on the ground suddenly shook violently. The pine tree in the pond suddenly cracked open. A small iron box immediately popped out from inside. After Zhang Xian took the box, I just realized it's a celestial palace mechanism. So the spirit moved. Understanding the method of breaking through books in my mind, quickly open it, and get a fine scripture in mysterious history inside. And a real book of 5 demons. Essence body technique. There's another one, a map annotated with a strange type of text. After Zhang Xian obtained these, although I can't understand the meaning on the map, I can't find it even in the library, so, Oilran is just this crystal clear mysterious history. He knew it was an extremely rare material for refining weapons. The great value of it. After reading this book on martial arts medicine and the golden body technique, I just found out that the one originally in the underground palace was fake. After understanding these, Zhang Xian once again fused the 2 martial arts medicine gold bodies. Only then did I realize, originally, the 3rd level required 10 bottles of heavy water to cultivate. Now only 1 bottle is needed. Understand these. Zhang Xian was just about to summon the ruthless person out. Let him see if he recognizes this map. I saw Luo Qiqi walking over. So he quickly transmitted a message to him saying 77 foot. You are here. Coincidentally, Senior Wu Yangzi's treasure has been found. Upon hearing these words, Qiqi was momentarily stunned. Then he looked into his hand. I exclaimed in surprise, this is Jin Jinxian. When Zhang Xian saw that the other party knew about this thing, just told him in a few days, I'll find a way to use him to refine a weapon for you. After speaking, give him the correct martial medicine gold body. Let him cultivate this book. Immediately after, just asked if the other person recognized the text on the map. I heard Qiqi say he had never seen it before. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? Leave this map with me for now. Wait until I figure out what it is, and find the place described on the map. The Taoist will take you there together. After Luo Qiqi nodded in response, I just told him it's almost time for the dinner party. We should also set off for the palace now. So the 2 of them left the ruins. We soon arrived at the palace. Just when Zhang Xian followed Luo Qiqi to the banquet hall, I just asked with a puzzled expression on my face. That's right. What kind of banquet is this? Why did he invite us over? Qiqi also heard it. I'm speechless and don't know anything. Teacher, you're here to attend the banquet. Then I thought about it for a moment. On that day, Fair only gave an invitation letter. He didn't explain any reason. That's why I explained, Teacher. Today is Phil's birthday party. Your Majesty, the Lord of the city, has appointed the young talents within the imperial capital, and all of his friends have been invited. After speaking, seeing the constipated expression on the teacher's face across from me, I couldn't help but ask the teacher, if that's what you're saying, didn't you even prepare a gift? This pervert in front of me, he was invited to a banquet on his birthday, but it ended up emptying their entire family fortune. Just now, Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi come to the banquet invited by Princess Fair. Just that Zhang Xian, this pervert, doesn't know anything about the situation. I haven't prepared any gifts either. So after Luo Qiqi learned about the situation, just take out a bunch of things that girls like and give them to him. Let the teacher choose one at will, as a birthday gift for Phil. He just doesn't care about it. After all, he doesn't really want to participate either. I really can't leave. It's not something important. So that's it. The two of them quickly arrived at the banquet hall. But Zhang Xuani only realized it when she came in. This place is filled with formations of level 6 peaks. I feel very strange in my heart. Why in the banquet hall? To arrange so many defensive and consolidation formations. But I thought about it for a moment. It has nothing to do with oneself. So I no longer paid attention to it. At this moment, Wu Jin and Xing Yuan saw the two of them coming. We also welcomed it over. Say hello to them. I just found a table and sat down. I saw a young man walking over. Speaking of Xing Yuan, these two people around you are very shy. I don't know who it is. Can you please introduce it to me? And Xing Yuan saw this person. My face immediately darkened, although very unhappy. But he still spoke up and said it was Shen Daxiao. Could you please come and inquire in person? I'm really sorry. These two are both classmates of the princess. Students from renowned teacher colleges. This is Teacher Zhang. Across from me is Luo Shi. Upon hearing this, Shin Jun. As soon as they clasped their fists and bowed, it turned out to be Zhang Shi and Luo Shi. Upon seeing the situation, the two soldiers from Shashan army. I also politely responded to the other party. At this moment, Wu Xingsai, who was standing beside them, used his phonetic technique to say to the two of them, this Shin Jun is the son of the Shin family, one of the 4 major clans. Young talents with strong abilities, not to mention. Moreover, he made great contributions to the neutrality of the court, also conferred the title of general. He is Xing Yuan's strongest competitor. In the past, he ate a lot in the other party's hands. However, just as Zhang Xian finished learning about it, the other party is the young master of the 4 major families. Shin Jun smiled and said, come down here. There is something to ask for. I don't know if I should speak. Upon hearing this, Xing Yuan, it seems like he knows what he wants to say. As soon as I waved my hand, I immediately refused. Since it's not appropriate to speak, I advise you not to speak anymore. But Shin Jun didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked elegantly at Zhang Xian and others. Slowly speaking, I have known the princess since I was 12 years old. I knew he was the goal I pursued throughout my life. That's why I keep striving. Only then can we achieve our current status and strength. The hardships endured during this process. As 2 renowned teachers, you should also be aware of it. I just never gave up on this. I just hope that one day, being able to stand upright in front of him, get his approval. So I plan to make a request to His Majesty for marriage once in a while. I would like to earnestly request a few words of praise from those who can indeed help me. Upon hearing the words, Xing Yuan, I was so angry that I almost exploded. So he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, wanting to beautify you. Don't daydream here. And when Shin Jun saw the other party like this, there was no ripple. Instead, he smiled. Looking at Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi in front of me, I just hope the two of you can say a few more words for me. After speaking, I waved my hand. The young people behind welcomed him, put down 2 boxes on the desktop. At this moment, Shin Jun continued to say, this is a meeting gift for both of you. Everyone, make friends. A small gesture of goodwill cannot be respected. Then open the jade box. However, Zhang Xian saw that each box contained 2 shangpin snacks. Just nodded. Response, 1 beauty is worth 4 shangpin snacks. Shin Daxiao's actions are indeed extraordinary. He can be said to be a dragon and phoenix among people. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at Qiqi, ordered to say 77 foot. A greeting gift given by someone else. Not accepting it is not good either. You take it first. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi nodded and gestured directly. With a small gesture, he put it into the storage ring. Because he knows, My own teacher has always been deceitful, not worth his life. Since you dare to accept it, nature doesn't care about the other party's tricks. At this moment, Shinjun did not expect the other party to take it down, so I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then he said, Brother Zhang is indeed generous. I've made up my mind with you as a friend. Before leaving, he deliberately provocatively glanced at Xing Yuan. I just walked back to my place. However, Zhang Xian saw Xing Yuan standing beside her, looking at myself nervously, so he calmly told him not to be overly nervous. You've been with Yu Fei for so long. He can yield with just a few beautiful words. Seeing the other person shaking their head, just keep saying that since we can't give in. That's good, why not? Even if it's him, the Shin family has great achievements. This young Master Shin is not weak either. These 4 high-quality snacks are not decimals either. Listen here. Xing Yuan just understood. Come here. So I just chuckled secretly. The confusion on my face just now suddenly disappeared, but as soon as Shinjun returned to his seat, with a face full of anger, he snorted coldly and meowed. He's really a greedy guy. I was planning to pack it with snacks. Use this to suppress Xing Yuan's. I didn't expect this bastard to accept it so calmly. Dare to accept someone at first sight. Why are you so shameless? What about the renowned teacher? Play. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the banquet had not yet begun. Just like a few people getting to know each other. Where is the sacred Bodhi tree species located? Shortly after learning the location from the clerk, just told Chi-Chi that I suddenly had some insights. Need to practice meditation. Let him protect himself. Don't let others disturb you. After seeing the other party's response, a mental movement, the black soul flew out of the body. Not long after, we arrived at a courtyard. Found a 7-level formation deployed here. Zhang Xian thought to herself that it must be here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to set up such a powerful formation. So I spent my whole life silently reciting in my heart. Just find the position of the formation. Immediately after, he flew in with a flick of his body. I searched around but couldn't find any plants. But I saw several old stone tablets standing in place. So I leaned in to check. Only then did I realize. The above are all cultivation methods for the soul. See here. He was overjoyed in his heart. Then he scanned several stone tablets with his gaze. Put it all into the library. All included. Just as he was about to leave the yard, suddenly heard someone shouting, "Who are you?" Immediately followed by a powerful force. Just attacked Zhang Xian's witch soul straight away. Zhang Xian saw the situation. His face darkened. The figure flickered in a flash. Quickly dodged the attack. But I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to carefully observe the other party yet. I saw the middle-aged man snort coldly again. What a big courage. Surprisingly daring to break into the palace. After finishing speaking, he punched Zhang Xian again and attacked her. See here. Zhang Xian is full of anxiety. The opponent's strength has already surpassed the peak of Holy Domain 1. Although the other party cannot see me, I can sense it. I don't want to escape from here because of my own existence. I'm afraid the other party will really beat me to death. After flashing this heavy blow, Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Since I can't use my tone to maneuver around, then use the formation. Think of this. Don't hesitate. The figure flickered in a flash, arriving at the nodes of the formation. Stomping one's foot fiercely, the formation that stopped just now was instantly reactivated, immediately followed by a mist. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the middle-aged man. At this moment, Zhang Xian leaped forward, immediately rushed out. However, the middle-aged man who was run away by the other party. At this moment, I was screaming angrily. And on Zhang Xian's side, it seems that she has escaped danger. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So I saw the courtyard ahead and crawled in, knowing that someone has discovered it this time. Where there is a Bodhi tree, the defense will inevitably become tighter. It's not possible to get caught in the past now. So he left the courtyard, rushed towards the banquet hall. After running for a while, I realized that I seemed lost. The more you walk, the more off you feel. However, while he was running and searching, suddenly, I saw a courtyard with a stone monument placed there as well. What's different from the courtyard just now is, Fengshi Town is also located here. It seems like there's something going on. Afraid of leaking out, generally. I wonder if this palace can be achieved. What are some unknown secrets? So after circling around the yard, I saw a guide at the end of the courtyard. 2 neat rows of walls inside, carved with densely packed text. Take a closer look. I just discovered what was recorded above. It's some simple methods of soul cultivation. Immediately afterwards, he walked inside. The technique of discovering this wall. It's much more profound than the first one. Seeing this, my heart couldn't help but move. Is it difficult? The deeper you go inside, the deeper the technique will be. Think of this. Knowing that the banquet will start in half an hour, there's still some time left, so he continued walking inside. As expected with him, the more we move forward, the more forward we are. The more advanced the cultivation methods and techniques for the soul, the more profound they become. I only realized it at the end. These are for ordinary people. It is indeed a good technique for soul cultivation. Just, for someone like him who has received the inheritance of witchcraft souls, it's still quite ordinary. However, just when he felt bored, just as I was about to leave, I just realized there's a stone door next to it. So he pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as you come in, immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. It surged straight up. It seems like he's about to tear apart his soul. At this moment, Zhang Xian dared not hesitate. The heavenly Tao Witch soul technique is operating within the body. Instantly, one's body was enveloped by a true aura. The pressure that just rushed over suddenly sharply decreased. Then he continued walking inside. Just arrived in the middle of the hall here. I just realized that the spiritual energy here is very rich and abundant. And it's also the spiritual energy that nourishes the soul. See here. A movement in my heart. I just thought of it like this. There is no need to worry about the ritual that nourishes the soul like smoke. After thinking for a moment, I realized something was wrong. Although this place can nourish the soul. But Wei Ruyan fell into a deep coma. Also unable to actively absorb. Even if you come over, you can't use it. Think of this. I have developed an idea in my heart. She can't bear it. Let's focus on becoming strong ourselves first. This way, his grasp will also be greater. So I collected the soul techniques just now. In the library with the original witch soul magic techniques. See if they can merge. Sure enough, accompanied by a low cry in Zhang Xian's heart. A new book on the heavenly Tao, witch soul, and treading on the void path. Just fall into your hands. Inhale the content into your mind. Zhang Xian crossed her knees and took advantage of the spiritual energy here. I have started practicing. Half an hour later. His witch soul has already broken through to the peak of his virtual realm. The current power of the soul body is also sufficient to reach 20 million points. At this moment, Zhang Xian stood up and looked around. Only then did I realize that the spiritual energy here had been absorbed by myself. There is very little left. So he shook his head and left this place. Continue looking for the banquet hall. However, the lord of the city on this side of the screen. At this moment, I also learned from the eunuch's mouth. The college just sent a notification. It is said that the new dean's memorial ceremony will be held in 3 days. Invite yourself to go and observe. So he asked the other party who the new dean was. Can you hear him respond by saying? The hospital cannot disclose it temporarily. The city lord no longer asked further questions. At this moment, he stood up and said it was almost time. Let's go take a look at the banquet hall. However, at this moment, Luo Qi. I quickly asked the teacher. How are you practicing? Is there nothing wrong with the person? The teacher's cultivation is really scary. Not just not breathing. Not even a heartbeat. If I hadn't told myself in advance that I really doubt if he's already dead. Zheng Sun responded with a classical Chinese saying that he had nothing to do. Just when Chi-Chi still wanted to ask him, the eunuch in front shouted, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess. Everyone in classical Chinese looked ahead. However, Shinjun on the side immediately welcomed them up. Salute Royal Highness Princess. Kathy completely ignored this young master. Instead, they searched everywhere for something. Seeing Zhang Xian, she approached them with excitement on her face. Say you're all here. At this moment, Chi-Chi responded by saying that fair. You are very beautiful today. Just haven't waited for them to have a chat yet. Shinjun on the side saw the princess ignoring him. Instead, go say hello to that greedy guy. As soon as his face darkened, he came up to Fair. Then the wrist rolled over. Take out a jade box. She smiled lightly and said to him, Princess 6. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I know it's your birthday today. This is something I prepared specifically for you. After speaking, open the bath box. Immediately, a strong spiritual energy surged out. It makes one's breathing uncontrollably smooth. The personnel present immediately saw the situation. Unexpectedly, everyone exclaimed in shock, Master Shen. What a big deal. As a pervert, you. In front of everyone and your majesty. Waldon, his princess daughter. What kind of experience would this be? Just now. Zhang Xian's witch soul. The soul refining hall passed down from the ancestors of the imperial palace through the ages. After absorbing spiritual energy, in a flash, he returned to his physical body, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Princess Fair also arrived at the banquet hall. Before the princess and Zhang Xian can have a chat, Shinjun, one of the 4 young masters of the imperial city, came up to him. I just took a retail inner alchemy. Give it to him as a birthday gift. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the situation, because in the moment when Shinjun opened and healed, this strong spiritual energy immediately surged out. A discerning person can tell the preciousness. At this moment, Shinjun proudly. As you can see, this is a heavy water dragon inner alchemy in the Holy Realm. I heard that this thing can nourish the physical body of practitioners. Wearing it regularly can also make people feel calm and composed. Practicing will also be faster. So I went to the deep sea specifically to find one to give to the princess. Fair was also stunned for a moment when she saw this. He really didn't expect it. This guy actually took out such a precious thing. So he said thank you very much. I reached out and took it, then put it into the storage ring. However, Shinjun saw the princess accept the gift. The corners of the mouth curled up. I turned my head and looked at Zhang Xian beside me. Today is the princess's birthday. I don't know what gift brother Zhang has prepared. Zhang Xian shook her head in response to my mother's words. I didn't prepare any gifts. Shinjun was taken aback when he heard the other person say that. He originally wanted to take a look. What will the other party give to the prince? If he's not better than me, I can suppress him. I didn't expect them to be completely unprepared. Let's forget about his greedy cat. Why are you still so stingy? Think of this. Shinjun reacted. Just sneer and say, oh my. I said, brother Zhang, your joke is not funny at all. The princess is so sincere in inviting us. Everyone has prepared gifts. You came empty-handed like this. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Fair's face darkened upon hearing these words. I angrily rebuked Master Zhang as my esteemed guest. Shinjun, what do you mean by saying that now? However, Shinjun saw the princess speaking for him. Suddenly responding with a surprised expression, the princess said, today is your birthday. Everyone has prepared gifts. And Zhang came empty-handed. He clearly didn't take you to heart. But just when Phil wanted to refute him, Zhang Xian waved her hand and said, let me tell you what to say. Having gifts is showing respect. Whose gift is valuable? Whoever respects more, right? What do you mean? The purpose of Princess Fair inviting it's for the gift. Is the princess such a profit-seeking? Shinjun heard the other party say so. My heart trembled suddenly. With that, his face darkened. How could I possibly mean that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, continue shaking your head. What you mean is not that I came empty-handed. Do you show disrespect towards the princess? And bringing such a precious gift is a sign of respect. So in your opinion, the princess, she only looks at gifts, not people. Respect whoever has a gift. Is that what it means? Just wanted to ask. You insulted the princess so much. What exactly is the place of residence? Shinjun saw that the more the other party spoke, the less reliable it became. Let's shout angrily. Don't talk nonsense here. When did I insult the princess? After finishing speaking, he turned his head anxiously to look at Fair. Speaking of princess, don't listen to his nonsense. I really didn't mean it that way. However, Luo Chichi on the side saw his loving mother. I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. I thought to myself, teacher, your mouth is really amazing. She's having a birthday. You didn't bring a gift, so forget it. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. Be in the right and self-confident. What one says is plausible. Those who have prepared gifts as mentioned. On the contrary, it's like being sick. At this moment, Fair ignored Shinjun's explanation. With just a flick of his sleeve, he looked at everyone and said, okay, I invited everyone today just for a gathering. Whoever gives gifts again will leave directly. No need to come again. I won't welcome Phil anymore. I heard the princess say that. Shinjun stared coldly at Zhang Xian. With a wave of his big hand, he turned around and returned to his seat. However, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention. This guy who's almost getting angry with himself. Just look at the princess and ask if she's practicing her soul. After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian said, I have recently studied the two major professions of magic sound and Jinghong. I have gained insight into some soul cultivation techniques. Just right for your physique. I'll give it to you now. After speaking, ignore the other person. Finger on his forehead. A complete set of soul cultivation techniques and formulas. Just deliver it to the princess's corpse C. However, the princess at this moment, after seeing the set of martial arts taught to oneself by Zhang Xian, shocked to the point where his face turned red. The suburbs keep trembling. He thought the techniques created by the other party were even more precious. It won't be stronger than their family's ancestral martial arts. I only found out after reading it. The set of martial arts from one's own family was thrown in front of them. He may not even be able to pick it up. Think of this. The princess couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian and say, Master Zhang, your set of techniques is really precious. I can't just accept you for nothing. Wait for me to retaliate against the emperor. Let him decide to purchase your set of techniques. Zhang Xian doesn't care about this. After all, he just wanted to repay, absorbing the grace of the royal spirit. So at this point, he simply responded with a simple sentence. Anyway, however, they were both communicating through phonetics just now. Shinjun, who was not far away, is not aware of this. I just saw Zhang Xian. I touched the other person's forehead with my hand. He just blushed with embarrassment on his face. Suddenly, my face turned black with anger. So he shouted with a fierce expression to the young man beside him. Lu Quan, please go back and help me check. What exactly is this guy from? He meows. How dare you flirt with the princess in front of me? It's me with nothing. At this moment, Lu Quankai responded by saying that he is probably a student from a renowned teacher college. When I just went out, Ding Jiafu said that a new dean will succeed the college in 3 days. He wants to take me there to see the world. By then, I will just be able to enter the renowned teacher academy. Taking advantage of this, I'll bring a few more people along. Find an opportunity to give this guy a severe beating. Let me vent my anger for you. Listen here. Shinjun gritted his teeth and replied, okay, that's settled then. I will also bring a few people with me when the time comes. Be sure to beat him all over the ground, looking for teeth. However, the screen returns to half a century ago. The middle-aged man in front of me. It was just after Zhang Xian ran away that the jade wooden board was screaming angrily in place. At this moment, although he felt unwilling, but the other party has already run away and there's nothing they can do. Just he doesn't understand. What does the soul want to do when it invades the palace? So I searched everywhere, but I checked the entire palace once. No trace was found. So he returned to his original place. At this moment, he glanced at the stone monument in front of him. I just thought of something. Immediately get up and rush towards the passage of the soul refining hall. I just didn't find anything unusual when I came here. But just as he was about to leave, I just found a few lines of handwriting on the record wall. Upon closer inspection, I realized, from the first level to the 9th level, it's all amphibious time. By seeing here, Yumubai couldn't help but shake his body for a moment. Palace. When did such a powerful figure emerge? So the more I thought about it, the more it got off. Except for myself and my brother who have strong abilities within the family. Everyone else's is just average. Not to mention myself and my brother. No matter how strong it is, it can only. Let's barely make it to level 8 and talk about it. I used to pass every level. It takes half an hour to an hour. I have passed all 9 levels, but it only took me 2 breaths. Think of this. The pupils are not in control. I walked straight into the soul palace inside. I only realized it when I pushed the door in. All the spiritual energy inside is gone. Seeing this scene, his legs went weak, collapsed directly to the ground. After calming down, I suddenly felt uneasy in my heart. So he quickly got up and went to find the prince. Quickly, I saw him on the way to the banquet hall from the city lord. Then he welcomed her up. I discovered the existence of a witch soul on the Shinwu stone tablet. The spiritual energy of the soul refining hall has been destroyed. There is also the soul hall passage. I set every level in amphibious time. After learning all of this, the lord of the city immediately looked terrified. As the lord of a first-class imperial city, His Majesty, he has seen the Grand Knight countless times. Listen to what the other person is saying. I still feel like I'm listening to a heavenly book. So my eyebrows furrowed. I ordered you to immediately send more manpower. Patrol everywhere. Once a suspicious person is found, immediately capture them. However, after the city lord finished explaining the matter, just go to the banquet hall. But the eunuch beside seemed to have thought of something. So he took a step forward and said, Your Majesty, wherever this zombie goes, there are always someone who can even demolish their own. He also came to the palace tonight. I was thinking, will the matter mentioned by Lord Mubai? The city lord was taken aback when he heard. What came to mind then? Just now, you guys didn't report earlier. He arrived at the banquet hall an hour ago, and he never went out either. Isn't it? At this moment, the eunuch responded that he had never left the house. It's just that he has half an hour. They all sit and daydream. If there really is a witch soul according to what the 7th prince said, I'm wondering if he's using daydreaming. During that period of time, witch soul detachment. The lord's face darkened upon hearing these words. Just say you think this zombie is a witch soul master. This profession. When I sought refuge with the alien tribe in ancient times, has it been completely wiped out by the Ming Tang? The inheritance has been cut off. This Zhang Xian, as a master, how could one knowingly and intentionally study this profession? At this moment, the eunuch thought for a moment and responded by saying, Your Majesty, is the other party? Actually, we'll find out by giving it a try. The city lord nodded in classical Chinese to indicate. I strode into the banquet hall. After entering, but I saw my own daughter, bending down to pour wine for a young man. However, the eunuch beside him became furious when he saw the city lord. I quickly said, Your Majesty, this young man is Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi. Upon hearing this, the city lord took 2 steps forward and angrily shouted, Fair, what are you doing? It's not appropriate for a dignified princess to pour wine for someone. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone on site, Yu Fair and Zhang Shenjian are both city lords. Everyone saluted one after another. At this moment, the city lord ignored everyone. Focus your gaze on this guy. Just coldly asked, You're Zhang Xian, right? After receiving a response from the other party, the Lord no longer speaks. I turned around and sat down in the main seat. After 1 week, Fong Gu just smiled lightly and said to everyone, "Thank you all for coming to the little girl's birthday party. How can such a happy day be accompanied by no joy? How about this, Mrs. Luo? Go and invite the silver lion. Let him perform a song for everyone." The eunuch beside heard the words. Immediately understand. With a nod, he stepped back. However, the crowd heard the city lord say, "Please allow the silver master to personally offer the moon." I couldn't help but cheer. And Zhang Xin saw everyone so excited. I looked at Fair beside me and asked if the silver master was. At this moment, the princess also responded with excitement on her face, saying, "This by ensure. Father the emperor specially invited me from outside." The demon sound master is said to have reached the peak of 6 stars. The music played only needs to be listened to once. It can make people immerse themselves in it. The soul is baptized. Usually, only the world that receives other imperial cities is available. Only then will Bai Ensure be trapped in the moon. Hearing the other party's explanation, after pondering, Zhang Xian, just now, it seems that this white musician is a performance-oriented magic musician. However, Zhang Xian hasn't finished speaking yet. I just saw a graceful figure. A beautiful woman walked in. Immediately bow and say hello to the demon soundmaster. Bai Xian has met your majesty, Princess Lu, and all the talented individuals. At this moment, the city leader came. Just respond by saying that Bai Ensure doesn't need to be polite. Today is the little girl's birthday. Could you please play a piece to cheer everyone up? After speaking, he waved and asked Fair to sit next to him. However, after seeing the princess seated, the silver ornament, "Come to the stage and sit cross-legged. Wrist flip." A pair of Yaoqin appeared in front of me. Gently flicked the jade hand. The music immediately began to play. The sound seems to have come from ancient times. The wonderful syllables make everyone's hearts flutter and their spirits flutter. And Zhang Xian's imagination was boundless when she heard the sound of the qin. It's like being in a wide grassland. Countless birds are chirping around. The fragrance of flowers wafts across my face. Exceptional enjoyment. I was just about to compare it carefully. This type of performance-oriented music. When is there a difference between it and the killing-type demon sound? Suddenly hearing the other person's music change, my soul suddenly trembled. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt, the music carries a strong provocation and attack. Immediately use the power of the magic soundmaster to operate within the soul. The opponent's attack instantly dissipated into nothingness. Immediately, his eyebrows furrowed. Just stare at the other person with dazzling eyes. I thought to myself that I was just here to attend a banquet. Why did this guy attack himself as soon as he came up? Is it difficult for the dean's identity to be known by the other party? This sneak attack was intended to kill oneself. Think of this. With a shout of anger in my heart, drink well. Big courage. Since you want to do this, then don't blame me. The lord of the city in front of him. Forefoot has just driven the pervert away from his palace. The next second, lick your face and ask the other person not to leave. Just now. The big girl is in the princess's banquet hall. The music played. Make people intoxicated. However, Zhang Xian was planning to compare it. This type of performance-oriented music. When is there a difference between the demon sound of the killing type? Suddenly felt a tremble in my soul. Only then did I discover the other party's music. With strong provocation and attack. Think of this. I shouted angrily in my heart. What a big courage. Since it is so, then don't blame me. So he picked up a pair of chopsticks casually. Gently tapped back and forth between the wine glass and the wine pot. And the silver lion felt this sound, coincidentally appearing at the junction of the music piece. Knowing that I have encountered a strong person. Raise your eyebrows. The technique of playing the qin is vigorous, and the sound of the qin accelerates, like thousands of troops rushing towards us. It seems that Zhang Xian had long predicted that he would do this. The speed at which chopsticks strike in hand. It's also gradually getting faster. Every sound of knocking. They all happen to fall in the middle of the opponent's musical changes. This not only involves the other party's music, even his heart. They all have to beat according to Zhang Xian's rhythm. At this point, Bai Yin feels the other person's syllable. I couldn't help but feel my pupils turn pale. No. The strength of the young man who is currently fighting against himself. Not ordinary. Therefore, he no longer dared to have any contempt. So he played the qin with both hands. The whole person immediately stood up. The true qi in the body is fully open. Due to the slow operation of true qi, it also causes headaches. I couldn't help but see a white line popping up. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's music was becoming increasingly intense. Pick up chopsticks with the other hand. I also knocked on the plate in front of me. Although she only added a chopstick at this moment, but the attack power of syllables has increased by 1. Moreover, the white silver jewelry itself is not her match. At this moment, the power has increased so much again. Therefore, silver jewelry can no longer bear it. My face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. The whole person was immediately oppressed by the hero's power. Collided with a stone pillar in the main hall. But Zhang Xian still has no intention of letting go of the other party. Move your chopsticks. The plate in front of me immediately emit a bell-like ringing sound. This sound, like thousands of troops colliding with the opponent's chest, let him directly spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. The true qi in its body also dissipated along with it, and the pillar behind can no longer bear it. It was forcefully broken by the collision. Although the pillar is broken, but the main hall is covered with reinforced formations, it won't collapse for a while. However, the entire process of their confrontation, only happening in an instant. It takes less than half a breath. So the white lion sprayed blood from the first time. Break the pillar by hitting it. There was a loud bang when the pillar fell down. Everyone woke up from the wonderful music. Therefore, they saw the silver lion in front of them suddenly suffer serious injuries, and the broken pillar. Everyone is unaware of this, so, how to play music well. Suddenly, it's like this. And Yuqing insisted on seeing this scene in front of him. I was also stunned for a moment. So I saw Zhang Xian holding chopsticks at this moment, tapping the glass of wine. I just realized what's going on. Thinking to myself, is this guy still a demon sound master? However, Princess Fair, who saw all of this in her eyes. Although I don't know, why did the silver master get involved with Zhang Xian? But I know this must be related to my father, the emperor. So he looked at him and said, Father, the emperor, zombies are my honored guests. Once there is a mistake. What is the face of the royal family? The lord heard his daughter say so. Tell the girl not far away, master by Xianin. Please stop. The white musician who can hear orders. Just as I was about to respond to the other party. Immediately, I feel the sound of knocking coming again. At this moment, he could only hastily play the piano to resolve the situation. I no longer have time to answer the city lord. Faced with Zhang Xian's wave-like attack, he is unable to dissolve them one by one. One of the syllables doesn't match. Immediately be shaken back 7 or 8 steps. Until his back hit the wall of the main hall. Just stopped. However, silver is such a strong hit. I just realized. The wall behind seems to have a layer of strength protecting it. At the same time, it also resolved the opponent's attack. At this moment, he knew he had a magic formation behind him as a support, so he pressed tightly against the wall. A smile appeared on his face. Red lips lifted lightly and began to sing. However, Zhang Xian, listening to this enchanting lovesick song, raise your eyebrows. He suddenly stood up. At this moment, he also knew, my own magic voice attack, solved by the formation behind him. And the other party is currently singing a song of lovesickness. If you can't resist, I'm afraid it will immediately lead to flooding across the Yangtze River. Die an untimely on, so I slapped the table. The cup filled with wine immediately flew up. At the same time, he shouted good brother with the power of magic music. I offer a toast to Master Bai. Then he waved his big hand. The wine glass was straight towards the wall next to Master Bai. Flying over, accompanied by a crisp sound. The wine glass shattered into pieces immediately after hitting the wall. It's just strange that these fragments did not fall to the ground. Instead, it suspended in mid-air and stopped. However, at this moment, all the formations in the banquet hall suddenly swung. They all stopped running. At this moment, silver is the wall behind us, without the defense of the formation. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood again, and the pillar that was just broken by the collision, the roof above and the wall behind have lost their formation. Instantly collapse. Seeing this scene, I went crazy when I met the city lord. Liang Guangpu, you really go wherever you go and dismantle wherever you go. He meows all the way to a political and legal expert. Reinforce the banquet hall. The result is still like this. Are you here to attend the Phil banquet? I'm still here to demolish the house. But the lord of the city also knows at this moment. No matter how much you curse now, it's useless. So the leader suddenly grabbed him. A thick and powerful aura permeates out. Supported a portion of the houses that had not yet collapsed. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian used a magic sound to knock the opponent away. I just breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he said a concession. After speaking, he turned around and looked at the lord of the city. Speak with righteous words, your majesty. Below is a renowned teacher personally recognized by the teacher hall. This silver master attacked me as soon as they met. Clearly plotting against evil intentions. Suspect that he may be related to the alien race. Please capture and interrogate him, your majesty. Don't make any mistakes. The city lord was instantly stunned upon hearing this. Lost the card, I just wanted him to test me. He meows. Why is this related to the alien race again? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the constipated expression on the lord's face. Neither speaking nor sending anyone to arrest him. Just keep saying if your majesty doesn't believe this. I will inform the master of Mingshi Hall now. Bring him over for interrogation. Perhaps we can get corresponding reward. However, The opposing party actually used the Mingshire Hall to threaten the scholars in the city. My face turned black with anger. So he waved his big hand. I coldly snorted and said, "Today is..." As soon as you arrived, it was like this. Now I don't care if the silver lion attacks you or not. You are no longer welcome here. Teacher Zhang, please go back. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I asked the other person with a puzzled expression, "Are you asking me to leave?" Thinking that I was ambushed here. The other party not only refused to interrogate but also asked themselves to leave. What song did he pressure me to sing? At this moment, the city lord responded coldly, saying, "You understand correctly. Please go back. My Hongyuan palace starts today. Zhang Xian will no longer be allowed to enter. No longer a guest of my royal family." After speaking, the lord saw his daughter speak up and plead for mercy for her. "Just wave your hand and say, you don't need to say anything. I am unparalleled." And Shinjun saw this guy. "Surprisingly, he has provoked your majesty." I was so happy in my heart that I almost couldn't laugh out loud. Then he got up, shouted loudly at the other party, "Are you deaf or something? Did you not hear what your majesty said? Please leave me right away." At this moment, Zhang Xian felt helpless. He really didn't expect to come to a banquet. Surprisingly, he was even kicked away by someone else. But what can we do about it? So he shook his head and sighed. Just turn around and walk towards the door. And when Luo Qiqi saw the teacher leave, he followed closely behind. Princess Feier saw the two of them leave not far away. His face also became extremely unpleasant. I gritted my teeth and chased after him. However, the banquet at the scene of the city's daughter's care. I also chased after him. The anger in my heart is even higher. Just when he was about to say something, I saw the eunuch beside me, looking at the communication jade talisman in my hand. With a face full of fear, he said through telepathy, "Your Majesty, the new dean of the renowned teacher college has been found out." Upon hearing this, the lord of the city quickly turned around and asked who the other person is. At this moment, the eunuch responded with a slightly trembling voice, saying that it's Zhang Xian. "Listen here." The lord only felt his eyes turn black. Then I couldn't help but ask what you said about Zhang Xian. Is this Zhang Xian who just walked out? After receiving a positive response from the other party, the lord can no longer sit still. We rushed out of the banquet hall together and shouted, "Master Zhang, don't rush to leave. I think there's a misunderstanding between us." Everyone fell silent upon seeing this. However, we haven't waited for everyone to feel confused about this yet. The front foot of the city lord walked away. The banquet hall is without his genuine blessing. In an instant, the entire roof collapsed. Everyone immediately rushed out upon seeing the situation. After coming out, look good. The banquet hall suddenly turned into ruins. Everyone is stupid. At this moment, Lu Quan swallowed his saliva, murmured to himself, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with him?" Then he looked at Shinjun beside him. "Do we still need to teach this guy a lesson?" Shinjun heard the other party ask such a question, hesitated for a moment. "Just said we must teach a lesson. Just looking for a few strangers. Just don't let anyone know who did it." However, while the two of them were discussing how to teach Zhang Xian a lesson, the lord of the city chased after him. I only see my own daughter, standing not far from Luo Qiqi. I quickly stepped forward and asked Zhang what happened to the others. After all, the city lord knows. If Honyuan Imperial City loses the protection of the renowned teacher academy, they don't have half a month's time for their family. It will be annexed by other imperial cities. At this moment, Luo Qiqi only responded that the teacher said he had something to deal with. Just leave first. And Princess Feier beside her couldn't help but feel helpless at this moment. I can no longer care about the etiquette of kings and ministers, and the seniority of women. Just spoke up about father's zombie. He is my lifesaver. I really don't know where he offended you. Ask you to send the silver corpse to attack him. Listen here. The city lord was momentarily stunned. After a while, only then did someone break into the palace, and absorb all the spiritual energy in the soul refining hall, and suspect that this is something done by zombies. I told them to listen. However, Luo's wife Qi Wenhua quickly shook her head. Response: how is this possible? Since arriving at the palace, the teacher has been with me all along. How could you go to the soul refining hall you mentioned and cause damage? At this moment, the city lord explained that he had destroyed the soul refining hall. I suspect it's a witch soul. Zhang didn't daydream for half an hour. Did you not move? So I suspect that he is a detached witch soul. Princess Kefi heard her father say so. Eyes turned red. I couldn't help but say that he was daydreaming there. I know it's my birthday today. Prepare a gift for me. He specially created a set of soul refining techniques for me. After speaking, he flipped his wrist and took out the pen, ink, and paper. Not long ago. Just pass on the martial arts that Zhang Xian taught him. I silently wrote everything down. After watching it, the city lord's whole body softened. He couldn't have imagined that there would be a set of magic formulas. can perfectly match their increasingly physical fitness, so he was very ashamed of this matter. The other party focused on creating techniques for fair, but he suspected that he deliberately probed without saying anything. He even kicked them away. The more I think about it, the more I feel excessively heavy. As soon as I turned my head, I ordered Luo Fu. Isn't Zhang Shi's mansion his? Invite the best craftsman in the city immediately to repair it, before dawn, to build a mansion more magnificent than the imperial palace. The eunuch was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. As I feel like saying something, the city lord continued to say, no matter what the cost is, it must be repaired before dawn. Listen here. The eunuch nodded and immediately retreated. However, Zhang Xian was unaware of what had happened here. He has now arrived at the wooden house on the top of Lei Yuanfeng Mountain. We're asking about clones here. What's going on with the disguise of Yang Shi ahead? Why did the Wind Master Hall collapse? At this moment, the clone explained that the aura head was greatly released. It was a ruthless person who took advantage of Master Khan's handwriting. Only then did we achieve such an effect. Upon hearing this, my lord, I took the ruthless man and Master Khan's handwriting out. However, after the ruthless person came out, seeing Zhang Xian's eyes shining brightly, excitedly, he said, how about it? Did I perform okay? I've already told you before. As long as you eat the words for me, I'm sure I can help you play a big game. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just when I was about to scold him and overthink it, I saw that the handwriting on the book in front of me had decreased by half. Just exclaimed in surprise, lost card? What's going on here? Exciting, cruel people are startled when they see the other person. Just explained that they all swallowed it. Where else would we go to create such a strong momentum? However, upon hearing the other party's admission, Zhang Xian was about to cry but had no tears left. Just thinking about, if they hadn't done this at the time, I can't explain it myself, so I no longer dwell on this matter. Then he lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. I just realized that I'm missing about 1/3. In other words, if you still want Yang Xian to have the same effect as before, this book can be used twice more. After understanding, put the cruel man and the book back into the ring.